Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Olympian skier Lindsay Vaughn, she made a post on Instagram yesterday talking about the crash that happened on Saturday that caused her a significant injury, and it looks like more details have been released. There was a complex tibia fracture that she suffered, and she will require multiple surgeries. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Harry Callis. That's coming up next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Doran Dickerson here. Not sure whether it's busted or salvageable. Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your home repair problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they fix it all in the same day. Freezing, drafty windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaky roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
The certified elder law attorneys at Julian Gray Associates understand the rules of long-term care and disability. They help families avoid mistakes and protect assets to maintain the best lifestyle options. You don't have to do this alone. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Hello, my name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and it's not Monday anymore. That's a good thing. I haven't caught up on sleep yet, though, from the Super Bowl. I remember staying up. Like, I couldn't sleep. It's that was a universally perceived boring game. I didn't think so. I mean, again, I take each sporting game for what it is, and I try to enjoy it. Because if we get the same, like, ooh, big scoring bonanza every year, it's like, it would be exciting. I like the variety. I like how things play out. So I think I talked about that a lot yesterday and just my perception of the game. Not agreed with, though. Not too many people called in and disagreed either, but nonetheless, I was excited. I was pumped because the Patriots lost. The Seahawks won. I think the Seahawks have a great story with Sam Darnold on their team, and he's got a great story now to tell, bouncing around all those teams after being a first-round pick and then eventually landing in a spot where he won a Super Bowl. Sometimes you just got to look at the storylines, too. Not so much how the game was executed. And the Seahawks were undoubtedly the best team in the NFL this season. Nobody would argue with that. So I was pumped. Didn't get much sleep. Came into the studio early, as a matter of fact, because I couldn't sleep. And then yesterday I was kind of dozing off on my couch, waking up, dozing off. Didn't really catch up on sleep. Then I ended up playing some video games for too long. Went to bed around 10:30. And didn't want to wake up this morning. How about that? That's what I get. Hopefully I'm more responsible tonight, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. It's warmer this morning. High of 47, low of 25, 45% chance of rain throughout the day. So it's going to be warmer this week into next, and I'm already seeing next Wednesday, not this Wednesday, but next Wednesday. It looks like an early projection shows a high of 51 that day. So perhaps the warm weather starting to come about. Looks like it's going to snow more, though, on Sunday and Monday next week. So it'll be warmer, but the snow is still apparently going to fall. Still going to get some flurries. That's fan weather. It's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Somebody was telling me this, too. I had some of my friends and family talking. It seems like there's some concern for how the NFL draft is going to go because notoriously downtown, when there's too much snow, there's a risk of flooding whenever all the snow melts. The river rises a little bit, and I wonder, how many cleanup crews they'll have in the event it does flood once the snow starts to melt. That's just something to consider and be a little bit concerned about. It would be a bummer if something affected how the draft was executed there, but this snow definitely not going to help conditions. It's going to be a disaster when this all melts, which is a shame. And again, it's no fun. I had more fun in the snow whenever I got snow days and school off and classes canceled. Now it's just like, it's just another obstacle to go through in the morning. And throughout the days, whenever it's with us. All right, let's do sports. A couple directions I can go in this morning. I want to acknowledge this. It's a pretty big story. Olympic skier Lindsay Vaughn, non-regretful. She had an injury that apparently wasn't related to her already existing ACL issue. She had a complex tibia fracture when she was taken off the mountain on Saturday, and that's what more details have revealed. A complex tibia fracture has taken her even further into injuries. I mean, 1 week after trying to recover from an ACL and competing through an ACL, she's got that going on, so she's going to have multiple surgeries. But she said she had no regrets. She posted on Instagram something pretty heartfelt. Said she had no regrets. The tibia injury, no link to the ACL tear that she was already recovering from. So just thoughts go out to her from me and from you. It should be as well. That's a tough story, but I appreciate the positive attitude as well, because I can't imagine, you train so much and then to have just these injuries pile up. That's no good. But it's inspiring to see she's got a positive attitude and that she doesn't regret any of the decisions that she's made. So keep your thoughts with Lindsay Vaughn this week and throughout the rest of the Winter Olympics. Now, two directions I can go in to elaborate on, which, I mean, they're both great topics. One relates to the Steelers, one relates to the Pirates. And you know what? I haven't talked about the Pirates in a while. It's been football a bunch, and now the Pirates have done something one day after the Super Bowl ended. So let's talk about that. We can touch on both, depending on what you're interested in. 412-928-9370. I do want to make sure that I keep you in mind as well this morning. You can be a part of the conversation. 3 ways to do it. Over the phone, 412-928-9370. On X, if you tag me in a post, I will read it. I might read it on the air if it's a good part of the conversation or could contribute to being a good part of the conversation. At Callis_33, that's CALLAS_33. And the YouTube live chat is active now. So if you go to youtube.com, in the search bar, go to 93.7 The Fan, and then you can see me on video. But you can also join the live chat. I do interact with that live chat pretty consistently on this show, so feel free. The Pirates signed Marcelo Zuna. There's a bunch of options where it could possibly be a 2-year thing. But the big thing is that it's one guaranteed year worth $12 million. So he will be in the Pirates lineup next season, and he is anticipated to play designated hitter. Now, there's a few different conversations to have that spawn from this because he's an interesting fit. Andrew McCutchen might not come back to the Pirates. That's one. It's not looking likely. He had Pirates pictures on his social media accounts, and I saw specifically on X yesterday that he changed all of his branding, and it has nothing to do with the Pirates, which I feel bad because I feel like he deserved a little more. I feel like I don't know. It just feels like to end his tenure with the Pirates, if they don't bring him back. It's not. I guess it's not impossible, but it's not. It's looking less and less likely just based on the just based on all that's gone down over the last 24 hours. It felt like that's not the ending that I anticipated for him. I felt like there'd be like big ceremonies, a farewell tour, like a retirement tour, and just more respect given to him in that regard, right? Like, not to wait and see if the Pirates would sign him back and then wait until they sign a bigger name free agent that appears to be his replacement. It just feels like a weird way to end it all. And I don't know how to feel. I feel bad for him. But anyhow, I mean, that being said, now the Pirates also have to figure out a defensive alignment, which Doran talked about yesterday. Doran Dickerson on the Fan Morning Show said he wasn't too concerned with the defense. He said that he would sacrifice a little bit of defensive weaknesses for a better offense. Watching O'Neal Cruz play center field in the first series against the Miami Marlins last season, like that to me makes me worry about the defense a little bit, because that can affect the game. Like the Pirates, you could argue, lost a couple of those games early in the season because Cruz was struggling immensely. So it doesn't make me feel great. Now, if they're producing more runs in games, then those defensive issues can be masked by offensive production. So I'm okay with that to an extent. But also, having Ryan O'Hearn play the outfield is not something I'm excited to see either. I don't think that he is an outfielder that you can rely on at this point in his career. I was really excited to see him play first base or DH. But now he's not playing DH because I would rather have Ryan O'Hearn out there than Marcell Ozuna. Like that's how rough Marcell Ozuna's gotten as a defensive player in this stage of his career. He's now a 35-year-old, right? So that's one of the things where I'm like, the defense, I'm not looking at it with an abundance of excitement, right? It's not great. So that's what we're looking at right now, is a non-McCutchen DH team. You got Marcell Ozuna in there. Now, offensively, I do think that they'll produce more runs if everything goes as expected. If Marcell Ozuna can, well, even in a down year, I mean, Adam Crowley pointed this out on the morning show yesterday too. Even in a down year, Marcell Ozuna had better numbers on average than the Pirates team, than most of the players on the Pirates team, than the Pirates average as a team. Marcell Ozuna performed better. So their offense already looks like it's going to be better, provided that the players produce as expected based on last season. I just don't know if Ryan O'Hearn's going to be the permanent left fielder, a guy that can really be relied on out there. The Pirates seem to have faith in Spencer Horwitz to play first base, so that's where he's going to be. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm so bothered by how McCutchen is leaving the team, though. That hurts, especially as somebody who grew up, and that's like, I mean, for those of you that grew up watching the 70s Pirates, I was 14 when the Pirates made the playoffs in 2013, so I knew McCutchen a few years before that, too. Like, I was 12 when I had my first memories of McCutchen. And actually understanding, like, who the players are and what role they serve. And McCutchen was highly anticipated, and I remember seeing him in the lineup thinking, like, oh, yeah, this is the guy. And everybody's talking about how good he was. Like, I don't know who that player was for you if you grew up in the 70s and you remember watching certain players. Like, remember what that feels like. That's me with McCutchen. That's why I feel so bad. I know some of you that got to watch those championship teams might not feel as strongly about him. And I've had conversations with people, too, who were growing up through the 70s. And they're like, McCutchen's not an all-time Pirate. And I'm like, I don't think people really, truly always fathom how great of a Pirate that he was in his time, how consistent he's been as a player, even after his time with the Pirates before he came back for a return stint. Like, how good he was. And also, I think that there are many people out there that underestimate how influential he was to a whole new generation of Pirate fans like me. Like, he was the face of the Pittsburgh Pirates when I was a teenager, when I was growing up. And there weren't too many faces of the franchise that you could be proud of before that time. I remember going to Pirate games, having a good time, but like, they weren't a winning ball club to the point where, I mean, they weren't making the playoffs. They weren't having winning seasons before Andrew McCutchen. Like, I remember my parents would just take me to games, and it was more about the fun. And if they won, it was a pleasant surprise. Like, it was a running gag. And it felt like McCutchen and guys like Neil Walker and and Pedro Alvarez and all the guys that they developed and ended up being good in the majors, like those were the guys. That was the core that made us have pride in the Pirates, and that can't be underestimated. Regardless of what raw numbers over a sustained amount of time you want to point to, like those were people that inspired a whole new generation of Pirates. And so, like I said earlier, like for him to just be non-tendered this offseason, it's just weird. It's a weird feeling. It's like we thought we were having the return year in 2023, which then we were graced with him being back in 2024 and 2025, but the Pirates aren't winning, which I understand the move. You got to put the best team out there. It's just like, this is how it ends. He just doesn't get tendered, disgruntledly puts messages out on social media, removes his Pirates branding from his social media accounts, and just walks off either into the sunset or walks off to be picked up by another team. It just feels weird. It's a weird one. 412-928-9370. I'm going to take some calls here in a couple seconds, actually. I just want to read a comment real quick on the YouTube chat. We got Danny Boyd, who just mentioned Dave Parker and Willie Stargell were people that I guess he grew up looking at because he just put the two names. And then down below he said, but I still love Andrew McCutchen. We can love all of them. I mean, I never watched Willie Stargell or Dave Parker play. But watching the rare highlights that are out there on the internet and being told stories about how good they were, understanding that Willie Stargell was an MVP in his career was pretty cool to think about. We can love them all. We can love them all. I mean, but I think McCutchen deserves to be in that conversation for sure because he's so beloved by so many people in Pittsburgh who watched Pirates baseball, especially through the 2010s. All right, let's take some calls. 412-928-9370. Got this caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. Dave on the road.
Hi.
Just calling to say, hey, how you doing? I'm just calling to say that I'm glad that McCutchen was able to come back to Pittsburgh and play for 3 seasons, but he's slowed down. It's time to get somebody that has more offensive production. He's not a DH. We need Marsudo is more of a DH style type player, and I do like McCutchen for everything he has done. He is a Pittsburgh player for sure, like how you described, because I grew up with Dave Parker and Jim Bibby and Omar Moreno and that crew, and I love them Pirates too, just as much as you said about the crew that came with Andrew McCutchen. But the time of baseball has passed Andrew McCutchen, and it is time to move on. Maybe if he sticks around as a batting coach or something, I'd love to see that happen. But, yeah, it's time to move on from Andrew McCutchen, but I do appreciate everything he has done for the city of Pittsburgh. Thanks, Nick. Have a good morning.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I think we talked about this before, too. Somebody, if it wasn't you, Dave, brought up the batting coach scenario, and I don't think he wants to coach, especially not right now. I think he still wants to play. I think if it were his choice, he would still be playing. He seems to have confidence in himself that he could still play, and I believe him. I have faith in him. It's just like, too, though, I mean, I just looked up the Pirates' X account, and, like, there's no acknowledgement of McCutchen. There's no acknowledgement of, like, oh, well, we thank McCutchen for his years in Pittsburgh. I don't know what is happening. And there were reports a few weeks back, if you remember, too, that McCutchen had apparently he was talking with Pirates management, something like that. And I guess the talks didn't go well. It was just after Pirate Fest. So, I mean, who knows how he feels about the Pirates? Who knows how the Pirates feel about him? Again, it's a weird way to end a tenure for a guy that has meant so much to Pittsburgh baseball. It's just weird. It's odd. I don't love how it's ending here. It's just like it feels like something should have been different. Some more graceful way to send him off should be executed here. But time will tell. The offseason's not over, but it's definitely Just based on, again, all the recent events that have happened in the last 24 hours, it's not looking likely that he's going to be returning to the Pirates this season. We'll see. 412-928-9370. This caller's on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Harry. It's GP.
What's up?
Hey, a couple things, bud. We all, the fans, all thank him, McCutchen, for what he's done for the team.
Yeah.
He kept him through the struggling years. But I mean, this is what they do. I mean, I'll give you a comparison. Now, Polamalu was one of the greatest safeties we had, strong safety. They just dumped him like a bad. I mean, they didn't even offer him, a pay cut or anything. Okay, now this is the difference between two professional players. Polamalu's humble. He doesn't come out on social media blasting everybody or whatever, shutting stuff down, shutting his account down, whatever. He just went about his business. He went about his business. He went about his daily life and everything, and the Steelers never recognized him. So, I mean, I understand what's going on with McCutchen. They probably told him last year, we're moving on. We don't know. I mean, I understand how you feel. We don't know about, what went on behind closed doors with him.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we thank him for everything, but, I mean, what do you think about that, Harry? They got rid of Polamalu the same way.
That is
they didn't recognize.
Yeah, no, I said that's an excellent point. Like that you're not wrong. Like I do kind of remember that now that Polamalu just kind of faded away. Like he just one year he just wasn't there.
Well, he's very. I mean, he's personable. He's humble. He keeps to himself. He's family oriented. You got McCutchen out here on the internet, which is a disaster. Just go about your business, McCutchen. We brought you back for your last hurrah. We recognized him at the home opener when he first came back. I mean, his time's up. I mean, he still thinks he can play, but sometimes when it's over, Harry, it's over, bud. Have a good day.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. It just seems like a lot in baseball, though. Like, you've seen these farewell tours with, like, Derek Jeter had one back in the last decade. It's hard to believe David Ortiz played his final season of Major League Baseball 10 years ago, and he had a whole farewell send-off tour. It's like sometimes you just see these players get, like, recognized, and, like, you get to understand that it's their final time with the team, right? Or, like, even when I was at the final game of the 2018 season for the Pirates. They were playing the Brewers. They got blown out. It was interesting. I got to witness a wild pitch get away with the bases loaded and all three runners came around to score. It was a cool game from let's see how bad the Pirates could lose this one perspective. This is not great. But what I remember about that game in particular, too, was that was the last game that Josh Harrison and Jordy Mercer played for the Pirates. Why I say that in relation to McCutchen is that whenever it was the final innings of the game, both Jordy Mercer and Josh Harrison in back-to-back outs were taken off the field and subbed in for, and they both left in their time getting off the field to a standing ovation from the crowd. So, like, even those two in their time ending with the Pirates, like, they got ovations and then eventually signed with other teams. But it's like, that was even a more fitting ending. Like we got to welcome McCutchen back, but now we don't get to know, like, do you have vivid memories of what his last game was like with the Pirates? I mean, we went over his lineup yesterday, the last lineup of the 2025 season, for the last game of the season, and McCutchen was batting fourth in the order. He was batting cleanup. Do you remember what he did? Like, you don't have those strong, vivid memories of, like, okay, this was McCutchen's last play, his last at bat, his last, like, the last memory. Like, he didn't get to walk off the field to ovations. You know, like, that's why it feels weird. Like, I get it. Like, sometimes you have athletes that just disappear. McCutchen didn't disappear, though. Like, he clearly wants to still play. He still thinks he can play baseball. I believe him. It's just right now he's not the best fit for the Pirates anymore. But it's also like, it's an unsatisfying ending for me, just because you didn't get those memories ingrained of like, oh, this is the last time we're going to watch Andrew McCutchen play for the Pirates or play in Major League Baseball. You don't get that. I don't like when that happens, when there's a big legend like that. But I guess, yeah, Troy Polamalu was somebody who just kind of faded away. And I guess the adult reality of it is that it's a business, and sometimes these things happen the way that they do. Let's take this caller on the line now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, my name's Robin. Thanks for taking my call, Harry.
What's up?
I just want to say I really appreciate getting in my car and hearing you say all those positive things about Andrew McCutchen, man. That really started my day off right. Thank you so much for that.
He's deserved it.
Yeah, absolutely. And what's happening now isn't weird. It's disrespectful. And let's call it what it is. And also this Ozuna guy, it's the same old Pirate thing. I mean, it's a one-year deal. He's 35 years old. Yeah, how much better is it really? They're spending too much money. You know, it's. I mean, that's new. Spending too much money is new, but I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. It's not like they're getting some young stud or something. It's another, retread type of thing. You know, I really think they could have given McCutchen one more year, and there's a huge difference between Polamalu and McCutchen. Polamalu faded away because his heart wasn't anymore. He was slower. There's a huge difference between a safety and tackle football and a DH hitter in Major League Baseball. You know, there's a huge difference, So I'm not buying that analogy, but I mean, just hearing you say all that stuff, people were rubbing me wrong listening to the fan driving home yesterday, all these callers saying he's washed up, he's done. No. The management and the owners, they're not doing it right. And it's not going to be a great year no matter how many players they have, because I grew up with Willie Stargell and We Are Family, and it was a beautiful thing. It was that was Pittsburgh, and Andrew McCutchen is Pittsburgh.
Yeah, man. Hey, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, the conversation, though, a couple things. Like, I'm with you for the most part. If people are saying he's washed up, I mean, I wouldn't say he's washed up. Like, he can still play. Washed up, I think, is when a player gets to the point where, like, they are, like, struggling to perform. I would argue he wasn't struggling to perform. He's just not as good as he used to be, and he's not the best option for a Pirates team that wants to contend and portrays that it's going to contend, right? So I wouldn't call him washed up. I just think he's not a good fit for the Pirates team anymore. I understand it from that perspective. But also, yeah, so, I mean, I don't get where the negativity comes in there. But, yeah, I'm running out of time. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. But that's the main point I wanted to make based on what you said there before. And there's something else I wanted to say. But I'm out of time. So we'll skip it for now. And we'll talk more tomorrow. I'm sure we can talk more about Andrew McCutchen. We'll talk more about the Seattle Seahawks and the Super Bowl and what that could mean for the Steelers and how they go about their season. There is a comparison that Adam Crowley made yesterday that I thought was interesting, and is an opinion that I would like to address. So we'll get there at some point this week. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show, the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next. You're listening to Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The Seahawks are Super Bowl champions for the second time in franchise history. They defeated the Patriots 29-13 on Sunday night and will continue the celebrations in Seattle on Wednesday when the city hosts the championship parade. Meanwhile, the Raiders have agreed to terms with newly crowned Super Bowl winning offensive coordinator Clint Kubiak as their new head coach. With that move, all 10 head coaching vacancies around the league have now been filled. Elsewhere, Aaron Rodgers has spoken with Steelers head coach Mike McCarthy several times about the possibility of a return next season, according to NFL Network insiders. If he does return, 2026 would mark Rodgers' 22nd season in the league. And the insiders also reporting the Dolphins are expected to either trade or release quarterback Tua Tagovailoa. That decision is expected before the start of the new league year on March 11th. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us too in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Here's a tale of Tina searching up and down for decent GLP-1s, but got spun around.
Till Good RX wrote in, hey, we got something new. GLP-1 prescriptions, all FDA approved.
Brand name meds, no flags that are red.
Clear pricing from the start. None of those hidden fees in your cart.
Delivered to your door or pick up same day. Darn tootin'.
Save time and money on prescriptions.
I put it to goodrx.com/weight loss. GoodRx is not insurance.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
An earlier accident was reported on West Carson Street and the West End Bridge ramp this morning. Be mindful if you're in the area. Otherwise, your morning commute is smooth this morning. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-568-2790. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-568-2790. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-568-2790 or biglou.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been diagnosed with mesothelioma, call us now. $30 billion was set aside for meso victims, and in most cases, your claim is settled out of court without a jury trial. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800
800-700-6898. Call Big Blue, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit BigBlue.com.
Country rock trailblazer, Bradley Gilbert, live in Farmington.
These ain't just some tattoos, this is who I am.
Timber Rock Amphitheater, Friday, June 19th. Get tickets this Friday at 10 a.m. at timberrockamp.com. Bradley Gilbert in concert. For more, visit bradleygilbert.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan. Every year, almost 30,000 babies in America are born with birth injuries. It's every parent's worst nightmare. If your child suffered a birth injury, please call our firm to find out if we can help.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com. Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Button's not working.
How about now?
My button's not working.
There you go.
How about now? What about now?
I turned them on from in here, but they're not working out there.
My button wasn't working.
I think mine was. Yeah, let me see. Hold on. Yes, mine is. Doran's good? Yep. Adam?
You want me to do it again?
Turn it off.
All right, it's off.
Nope.
It's off. It's off. It's off.
That's
It's on. It's on. It's on.
Oh, that's terrifying. Now I gotta.
This sucks.
Now I'm in control of your microphone.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Wait, whenever he turns it off, does the light go off?
No, the light's all screwed up. No.
Off from in here, on from in here. So I got to switch into the producer's booth.
All right.
That does work.
So I got to.
But the one in the studio next to Crowley does not work.
I really gotta be careful today.
Yes. Very.
I can't be me today off the air. We got to be careful.
Oh, no.
All right. I'm going to send an email off to the engineers. That's annoying. It's not their fault, but they are the people charged with fixing such things. How are we doing?
You're in the hands of Callus.
I'm terrified.
Oh, I'm doing good.
And it's a whole muscle memory thing. It's going to annoy the hell out of me. Off, on, off, on. Yeah. What's up?
Oh, man, nothing.
Going to be hot today.
I know.
Yes.
Heat wave. Nice little heat wave.
It's going to be all wet. Everything's going to melt.
What's it going to be, like 50? Something like that?
My phone says 47 is the high.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. Round up 50.
Yeah,
Yes.
gonna be sunny in the afternoon with highs in the upper 40s, and depending on where you are, perhaps it will touch 50s.
Nice.
That's not bad at all. So you're good?
I'm great. I'm great. Callus, how you doing?
Well, now I'm contemplating whether or not I should allow myself to get fired and get you fired as well. Because if you do say something that doesn't belong on the air, it is my responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
It's clearly spelled out in the contract, but I'm wondering.
Yeah, so if I swear, if it's not like something that would get me canceled, which I'm not in the business of saying off the air or on the air, but if it's just a bad word, I wouldn't get fired, I don't think. You might.
Well, you said it.
You're more responsible than I am.
You'd be reprimanded. That's a good hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. It is then my responsibility. But
well, if it's documented and you already sent the email out, then everybody can see the documentation that your button is messed up. So it would be in Callus's hands, which means that Callus is responsible for it. I would believe. That's how I would look at it.
Sending the email now.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I did have a good thing happen to me yesterday, though.
Go on.
So I think it's kind of a ripoff. You ever trade in your phone for another one and they only give you like, I don't know, like $50 for it when it's like might be really worth like $400 if you sold it on like independently? You ever thought about that?
No, usually whenever I turn my phone in, I'm usually able to just get another phone.
Yeah.
Really?
A little trade-in.
Yeah.
Well, I guess unless your phone provider gives you like an upgrade system, I don't know. But like I've traded mine in before in the past, and it's been like I've only gotten like $50 for it.
Really?
Credit. Yeah. Maybe because I bought it directly from like the manufacturer store, not my phone provider. So there wasn't a specific contract with that.
Yep.
But I remember there was one year when I was in college where they were like, yeah, we'll give you $50 toward credit. And I'm like, I don't want that. I'm just going to keep it. Do you know how many things you can still do with a phone that doesn't have a SIM card?
Yes. You can use the internet.
You can use the internet. You know what else you can do? That the phone brand I have, like you can.
I didn't know that.
You can Bluetooth pair it with your existing phone, and you can have it clone your existing phone. So like what I do is, or what I did, and then I lost it. I just cleaned my room the other day, and I found it and it was great. But like you can clone it. So like I'll protect my phone in my house and I'll use the old phone like in the shower, or I'll use the old phone if like
why
I'm like doing stuff. So like if I drop it, it doesn't matter if that one breaks because I'm only using it in my house. And then I take my good new phone out and about.
So you have two phones.
Exactly. But one doesn't work without the Wi-Fi and Bluetooth connection.
Right.
Couple things. Number one, how much allowance did you get for cleaning your room? Number two.
Have you not ever cleaned before? What does that mean?
Why?
No. Answer that one.
You clean your.
you ever
just the way that you said it. It's like, yeah, I cleaned my room the other day.
Yeah.
Well, it was getting dirty, and I was
usually people are like, I cleaned the house.
I was looking for something else that I lost, and I found that instead. I turned it on and I saw a message from you in 2023. That's how long it's been off.
Wow.
Yeah.
What did it say? Are you allowed to say?
It wasn't bad. It was like, hey, did you get the reads or something? I was like, oh.
I was looking through my phone the other day, and did I send it to you? You and me going to opening day a few years back. the video we shot in my car because we were trapped in traffic because
I don't think you sent it to me, but I remember.
Okay.
That was in 2024, so no.
2024. Yeah, and the second thing I wanted to ask is, why do you need your phone in the shower?
All right, have you ever not peeked out, like if you're like, you hear a phone call or something, or you feel like you're expecting a message, you've never just like peeked out and like tapped your phone to look to see like if you got a certain message?
That, for me personally, whenever I get in the shower, that is the time where I charge my phone. So I keep it in like next to my bed where my charger's at. So I'm like, all right, like I have 80%. I'm going to go get in the shower. And then I use that time of disconnecting from my phone and actually connecting my phone to the charger so it charges.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't need my phone.
I don't bring it in the bathroom.
I'll like watch YouTube videos while I'm in the shower. I used to have a waterproof case, and I would actually bring it in the shower with me, and those cases didn't last very long.
There's a lot of allegations flying around on the text line, I'm just saying, of what you might be doing in there with a waterproof case. I'm just throwing it out there.
Oh, for sure. But yeah, I'm sure there are some good guesses on there. They could be accurate guesses, but let's just say I'll watch YouTube videos.
What type of videos are you watching in the shower, Callis?
What are we doing? Well, like there's a couple gaming channels that I watch. Like the other day, I was watching I told you I hacked my Wii, right? And I added
my God.
Oh, my goodness.
That's not an innuendo. I did. There's a way that you can recode your Wii so you can put like virtual games on there instead of the actual
Mom,
discs.
it's not what you think. I'm just recoding my Wii.
I'm hacking my Wii.
And I watched that in the shower, so I knew how to do it, and then I went and did it. So yeah, I watch like gaming stuff. I'll watch like sports updates from certain commentators that I like on YouTube. I'll just.
How long do you spend in the shower?
I never really time myself. Usually, when I'm
Why are you
conscious
watching
of it,
porn in the
10 to
shower
12
with your phone? Is what people are asking, Harry.
What?
Texter. I bet you Harry's trophies are still on the ground. Did they get picked up?
No.
Are you kidding me?
I'm sad. Some of them are broken. Did I not tell you about my favorite one? I won a tournament MVP when I was 12. I was the league, the tournament hoster told me I was the best player of that entire tournament, and we won the championship. And I was a cleanup hitter.
You cannot make fun of Crowley anymore about him being the
sixth best player on my sixth grade team.
Right, because that's the same time.
What do you mean?
You can't make fun of him about that anymore.
I was the best player.
When you were 12?
I was a glue guy. Just as
What
important.
do you mean I played at Cooperstown? I was the JV MVP of my team when I was a freshman in
Clubhouse
2014.
leader.
There's a lot of accolades that I have.
Accolades.
I do. I had a prestigious baseball career, and I take a lot of pride in that.
You should.
But
I just don't know why you would.
MVP trophy broke, and then I got depressed.
I don't know why you would clean your room and not pick up those. And then the other thing is, we had talked about you never changing your sheets. Did the sheets get changed in the midst of this?
He doesn't have sheets.
See, Doran actually pays attention to me.
That was it.
Yeah, and we're getting there. That was the next step.
That's not better, but it's fine.
Can you go buy some sheets?
No, I have a bunch of sets. I just gotta find
Put them
one.
on.
Yeah.
That bed's got to be nasty, and that's not just because of you, but
Just
that's
in
just
general.
It's and nobody should.
No. You should
flaky skin.
You should absolutely put sheets on the bed. I'm
Yeah.
not saying that it's a good idea that I do
It's just
this.
what you've done. Yeah.
It's
Do you
just-
disinfect the bed? Like, do you spray it or anything? The mattress?
No.
Oh man.
No. No, it's not a good situation, but we're getting there. There was mail on the ground from 2024 that I saw in there. There's a couple bills.
No.
Whoops. So, what else did I find? There was something interesting.
Texter, where do you get a waterproof case? Asking for a friend.
I think phones are waterproof now.
No, they're water resistant. So like the
What does that
water,
mean?
instead of like globbing up on the screen, they'll like roll. But
if your phone drops in a pool, it's still fine, right?
No, because there's
I thought it
holes that the water can penetrate through and potential internal damage that can take place. Apple Watches, I think some watches, like those Fitbits or the Apple Watches, I think some of them are waterproof, but don't take my word for it. I think you can actually go swimming with them and they'll be fine. But the phones themselves, no, they aren't waterproof. Well, that's actually my brand of phone.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, man, I think other brands, you're right. They advertised, like one of them I remember was in a fishbowl, and it was still working apparently. Yeah, maybe it's the brand.
While models iPhone 12 through 16 series can handle submersion up to 6 meters for 30 minutes.
Wow.
I like the energy that Harry's bringing today.
Me too.
You're
What, the
spunky
porn in
today.
the shower energy? Is that?
Well, not so much what's coming out of your mouth, but the fact that it is. You just seem like you're awake. You have a lot of energy.
He's excited he found some
I'm
stuff
so
in his
excited. You know how
room.
much more
Old mail and an old phone.
You know,
I want to see what your room looks like. Is it really messy?
No, you don't.
It's
Has
better
to
than there was just a bunch of mail and papers on the ground, but once I got that up, it was fine. Okay, so imagine this. So
Do you have carpet in your room?
Yeah.
Or is it wood floor?
It's carpet.
Carpet.
Oh,
When's
boy.
the last time that you vacuumed in there? you think?
Probably never, but maybe at some point. Well, just imagine this. So if you walk in, you're looking straight ahead. There's a wall that's red, and there's a bed that has a little sliver of space on each side, right? And it's against the wall horizontally. You've got a dresser. If you look to the right, there's one dresser on one corner of the room, and then there's another dresser in another corner, and they're both perpendicular to each other, and they're there. And in front of that dresser, there's a printer and a scanner that's just kind of laying there. A bunch of baseballs and books that are on a shelf next to the dresser that are kind of unorganized, and then you've got the carpeted floor. Then on the left side, to the left side of my bed, there's a closet. There's a bunch of shoes that are just kind of laying all scrambled on the floor.
It has to smell like an absolute sty in
No,
there.
they're actually shoes that I don't wear frequently. The shoes I wear frequently are usually down in the living room. And then the closet's full of a bunch of shirts that I wear on a regular basis, and then some jackets,
hanging up?
sweatshirts. Yeah, hanging up.
Do you have a TV?
It's very tiny and not plugged in, but it's there.
Wow.
It's like MTV Cribs, but you change the logo to a crib that a baby would use.
Yes.
Oh, my name's on the wall. I remember when I was in third grade, I had my
Right.
name spray painted on the wall with a bunch of sports. I'll have to take a picture and show you.
Don't
It's
you have
actually
pennants?
Really cool. Pennants? Oh, so there was a shelf. So you talk about the bed, right? There's a sliver on each side. So the trophies are on the side of the bed to the left where my head goes. And I remember the day that the trophies fell because I got hit with a couple of them in the head.
How many trophies do you have?
Probably like 20-some.
So wait a second. Just in my mind's eye, so that when the trophies fell, there were some that fell right next to your bed.
Yeah, like I got hit in the head.
I know that. You said that just seconds ago.
Yeah.
When you stand up, could you step on the trophies?
No,
Has that
no.
happened?
No, so like
They're on the other side, right?
They're in the sliver of the bed. Like there's the head of my bed, and there's space, and then there's the wall.
We gotta send our guy in there.
No.
Ben Tenuta.
You cannot come to my house. No.
Can you take a picture for us?
No.
And just show us from your phone. You don't have to send it to us.
Oh, yeah. I'm not going to post it on social media.
No,
but
just show it to us tomorrow.
Yeah,
morning.
yeah.
Or whatever.
Sure. Why not?
Man.
Well, you can see the floor now, and I'm proud of that. Now I just got to get everything else tidied up.
You couldn't see the floor before?
You could, but there was just like more papers and mail and
He's
stuff.
like treasure hunting in his room. Like,
I was.
legit.
That's some hoarder behavior.
Because-
Yeah.
That's hoarder.
Speaking-
That's what I was getting.
Yeah.
At. Yeah. That's what I was trying to get to.
It's not hoarding, I wouldn't say. It's not like I want.
Yeah,
Hoarding
but
is
you just found a phone.
Hoarding
from
is
years ago.
Hoarding is where you want to keep the things. I didn't necessarily want to keep the mail that I have.
You didn't want to
So
keep the trophies?
That's not hoarding. I'm proud of that. Like, is there not something from your childhood that you're like proud of that you want to like just like keep somewhere?
Maybe one thing.
My wife.
Picture. Well, hello. Pictures or like I don't know, like.
Yeah, but I can like find them, and like they're not like.
I didn't choose to put them on the floor. I didn't break the shelves on purpose. I wanted those shelves to stay up forever.
It's like Shane Gillis, who has the bit where he watches history movies at night, and he says that's early onset republicanism. Like he's slowly turning into his dad.
Yeah.
This is the beginning stages of hoarding.
Yes.
Like you are not yet a hoarder, but you are a partial hoarder.
I am okay with throwing things away.
Mm-hmm.
And I am throwing the mail away and the papers. I don't want to keep the papers. I just didn't get around to doing it.
For years.
And I don't think the trophies are hoarding. I think that I'm proud of those. And it wasn't just like rec participation trophies. Like I played for a baseball team once that was undefeated. I have my first home run ball on that trophy shelf.
Well, not anymore.
I have my ring from Cooperstown for participating in the.
But it was on the ground, right?
No. I knew where the ring was. The ring was on a different shelf that didn't collapse.
Texter, if I hear Callis describe the sections next to his bed as a sliver again, I'm going to snap. Texter, trophies, a huge dilemma as my son gets older, all in the attic. When's the right time to get rid of them? I wouldn't, but that's what the attic's for.
Whenever the kid leaves the house, whenever the kid goes to college, whenever you go to college, I think that the trophy should go somewhere else.
Well, maybe when they get their own place.
Whenever you go to college, I mean, I feel like whenever you are like, all right, I'm going on my own, the trophies, either they're put up somewhere and displayed, not on the ground, or they're probably put away.
Look at me. And my grandfather helped me.
You're saying like 24.
My grandfather helped me hang those shelves as well, and now he's passed away, and that kind of hurt too. So, give me some slack, all right? I was sad when they fell. And in a perfect world, they would still be hanging up and still look organized.
He had to put the grandfather in there, though.
He did. There's not much I can do with that.
No. Hang him back up in his honor.
He has shielded himself with dead grandfather. There's nothing. There's no way to penetrate that
Honor
kind of
your grandfather by putting the shelves back up.
I would do that, yeah.
Okay, but that's what I'm saying. There's like participation trophies that I have thrown in the trash. These are like, you've won a championship. You were a distinguished team. You were a distinguished member of a team. And I'm not throwing a Cooperstown ring away. That thing's sick.
I do keep forgetting that. I mean, Callis probably was little, like 15 years ago. That's not that long, I guess. So I will give you some grace there. I always forget that, like, it's not like 30 years ago.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, there's a space under my bed, and I kept all my uniforms under there.
A sliver?
No, not a sliver. It's actually a big cabin. It's like the bed's lifted, so like I can. And there's doors on each side. I used to crawl in there when I was little, and sometimes I'd sleep under the bed and scare my parents because then they would try to come see me in the morning, and I wouldn't be there. It was great.
Texter, fundraiser for new sheets and a bed cover for Callis.
No, I have them. I just got to do it.
Can I come over and organize your room?
No.
Me? Yeah, I want you to.
Yeah.
No. You don't want to come to my house.
That's true. All right, in 30 seconds, bust out the ibuprofen. We got bucko fever. Bang. 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 See, my mic's on. Oh, this is terrible.
Odyssey Sports Station, live from the
hitting the button, doesn't do jack.
North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Number 22, Andrew McCutchen.
We were there. Andrew McCutchen getting a standing ovation. His first at-bat with the Pittsburgh Pirates, if you could put it that way, and I just did. 3 years ago, against the White Sox, place went berserk. I had chills. You had chills. Harry had chills. I think Craig Riley was about to cry.
That's the wrong game. I wasn't at this one.
Yeah, it was the old show.
Oh.
That's whenever his mom sang the national anthem, right?
Oh, that's probably why we had tears in our eyes.
Yep.
It was an emotional day, and who knew if it would be just a year for McCutchen. I certainly didn't think it would be 3, but that's it. And now that Marcell Ozuna is a Pittsburgh Pirate, Andrew McCutchen is never going to don the black and gold again. And we talked a bunch about how Marcell Ozuna helps the team yesterday and the elongated Pirates lineup, money well spent, yada, 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 what this does to the Pirates defense. We hit a bunch of angles, and the ones we didn't we'll get to today at 412-928-9370. But we didn't do the Kutch thing. Not really. Andrew McCutchen changed his Twitter picture from him in a Pirates uniform to one of his silhouette swinging a baseball bat. And I would imagine that Andrew McCutchen is angry today, that Andrew McCutchen is hurt today, that Andrew McCutchen, who feels like he was strung along this offseason, feels like he was done dirty by the Pittsburgh Pirates. And I wonder how Pirates fans feel about that. This is a guy who could get a statue one day, whose number should be retired, who won an MVP, probably could have won multiple MVPs. He led the Pirates through their last good stretch of baseball, and now he got kicked to the curb, and I wonder how Pirates fans feel about it. If you're upset, if you're not upset, we just want to talk to you. Open phones until 7 o'clock at 412-928-9370. For me, I don't know that these things can ever really end well. Like, the communication could have absolutely been better, according to reports and what we know this offseason. But he was here for 3 years. You don't just get to be on scholarship. I don't care how big of a Pirates legend you are. Like, Troy Polamalu was forced to retire. Dick LeBeau was forced to retire. Evgeny Malkin, if he wasn't playing well this year, and I guess Kyle Dubas is going to have negotiations with him during the Olympic break. If he wasn't playing well, he wasn't going to be back next year. You don't get to just hang on forever based on your name and your previous accomplishments. You got to be good enough, and he's just not as good of a player as Marcell Ozuna. So he just gets a fourth year? What if he wanted a fifth year? Like, does he get to play here until his OPS is 394? I don't think so. The communication could have been better, but Andrew, you don't get a spot on this roster just for being Andrew McCutchen. And I say that with love in my heart, my friend.
I totally agree. I totally agree. Now, I understand the business side of professional sports, and this is business. You have to anticipate this coming. Like you said, I think the communication could have been a lot better. There could have been, a nice mutual send-off. Maybe it wouldn't be mutual still on his part, but at least that you would get in front of him and say, like, hey, this is the direction we're heading in. Obviously you mean so much to our friend, to our team over these years. And, we want to respect you as much as possible. But at this time, where we're at as a club, we need to focus on winning. And you've been a part of that at times, but we just need to move into a different direction. I mean, it could have been as short as that. I don't know. It may have been, it may not have been, but this is a part of the business. And you know what? I in a weird way, I give the Pirates credit. It's weird.
Yes.
It's very weird. It doesn't feel right, but I do give the Pirates credit here by acknowledging that they need to be better. And Andrew McCutchen is slightly not is in a position where he cannot be a part of what you're trying to do moving forward with the production that you're looking for. So it's a part of the business, man. Like, you're a legend, obviously, but they're heading in a different direction. So be it.
If you would have asked me before the offseason who the Pirates' designated hitter was going to be for 2026, I think it would have been minus money that it would have been Andrew McCutchen. That would have been the Pirates' thing to do.
Yes.
That would have been the easy thing to do. That would have been the cheap thing to do. Andrew McCutchen has played under $5 million contracts each of the last 3 years. And initially, you could make the argument that that was a massive bargain. And last year, you could make the argument that he probably deserved to make less money. But $5 million, that's a chunk of change as it relates to the way business is done in Major League Baseball. They're paying the new guy $7 more million than they would have paid Andrew McCutchen. And they are dealing with a little bit of a PR kerfuffle by not handling it in the best way with a guy who's a Pirates legend. They did the hard thing.
Yeah.
But they also did the right thing by way of trying to win more baseball games. Yeah. And there's a mutual option for next year for $16 million, which is 11 more than Andrew McCutchen would have made. And the players, unfortunately, aren't really comparable now. McCutchen's 4 years older than Marcell Ozuna. Andrew McCutchen last year had an OPS of 700. It has dropped each of the 3 years that he's been with the Pirates. He hit 12 homers his first year, but he had an OPS of 776. He hit 20 homers his second year, which was great, had an OPS of 740. And last year, he had 13 homers, and his OPS is 700. And by OPS plus, he was 5% below league average at designated hitter. Meanwhile, Marcell Ozuna had a quote-unquote down year for him and was 13% better than league average at DH and had an OPS 56 points ahead of Andrew McCutchen, and he had 8 more home runs. This was a down year for Marcell Ozuna, and he had a considerable hip injury that I heard an Atlanta expert on the PM team yesterday say had a big deal to do with why he probably struggled down the stretch. The Pirates did the smart thing, and while they could have handled the situation with McCutchen better verbally, you don't just get to be a Pirate for life because you won an MVP and because you're a good soldier.
And we don't know if they offered him just a spot too, like a bench spot.
I would imagine they didn't because I just don't see room for him.
Right.
And if they did and he was perturbed by that, though, to your point, that's more on him than on them. Like, I think they were trying to have their cake and eat it too, but guess what? That is the business.
But do you like maybe they offered that spot like before Ozuna and he just was like, no. And then he was like, I want to be the DH. And then talks got quiet, and then all of a sudden Ozuna gets signed. I could see maybe that situation, but I don't know. I mean, it's obviously all speculation. I just think that the communication could have been better. But at the end of the day, they're trying to actually do business for the first time in a long time. And I give them credit for it. And Andrew McCutchen, I don't know if he's going to play again. I mean, I'm sure that somebody will take a flyer on him. He thinks that he could still play. So, hey, like it is what it is, man.
I don't know that we're going to see Andrew McCutchen sign any place else.
Right. I don't know.
I think he could wind up. I heard Mackey speculate on his podcast. I think he could wind up as a spring training invitee somewhere, but probably a team that's actually not as good as the Pirates, because good teams, they need bench bats that have some flexibility, or you need a DH. But if you need a DH, you're not getting Andrew McCutchen at this point in his career. Texter writes in at 412-928-9370. The Pirates are suddenly spending money and you're bitching we got better? No. We're actually doing the opposite.
Right.
And I listened to the station a bunch yesterday because, I mean, I needed my fix of buckos. Like, I'm scratching. I got the shakes. Like, I got bucko fever, baby. My temperature's like 105 degrees. Like, I got bucko malaria. So I'm listening to the station all day, and there weren't a ton of people that feel, at least callers, that McCutchen got done wrong here. And if you're a person who thinks that he was done wrong, I'd love to hear from you. We'd love to hear from you. I'm not going to shout you down or anything, just interested in your perspective at 412-928-9370. And also, if you feel like the Pirates did the right thing, we'd love to hear from you too, because it's always a good time in February to start talking some buckos with pitchers and catchers reporting to Bradenton tomorrow. 412-928-9370. By the by, super jealous of Mackey.
Yep.
He's going to be sitting there
eating fish
tacos, drinking cold Pilsner beers.
Jeez.
Beer battered fries. Oh, coleslaw for the next couple of months. Harry, do you feel like Kutch got done dirty?
I don't think he got done dirty because I agree that the Pirates are better now. But I talked about this on the early morning show. It's weird because a lot of times when you have a player that retires or is like done in an era, they get the tour. Like I was saying, like I hate that I can't remember like the last time McCutchen stepped to the plate. The last time that McCutchen played for the Pirates like that. Because you brought up the lineup yesterday. He batted cleanup. Like, I don't remember that game. Because you just think, you're like, oh, he'll probably be back next year or he'll play Major League Baseball again. And now, like, you don't have those memories because he didn't get, like, an official send-off, if that makes sense.
I am now curious. I want to see what happened in Andrew McCutchen's last at-bat. Because you're right. Like, that was a moment we figured he was going to play 1 year.
Right.
And we'd remember it, and he'd doff his cap, and he'd wave, and everyone would get misty-eyed, and then that'd be that.
Like, I remember in 2018, I was at the game they played against the Brewers, the final game of the season. That was when Jordy Mercer and Josh Harrison were free agents after that point, and they got send-offs. Like, there was, between outs, one was taken off the field and the other one was, and all the fans clapped for them. And I'm like, those two got a standing ovation to end their Pirates career, but like we didn't know as Pirate fans when McCutchen's last game would be.
What was it his last game before he left the first time? What did they do? Did they send him off?
They didn't know he was going to get traded. Nobody knew. There was speculation, but it's not like it was definite in 2017.
He didn't get one then either.
No.
Jeez.
But you know what? He got a 3-year send-off, which is more than I'm sure he thought he would get. And I never thought we'd see him in a Pirate uniform again, and we got him for 3 years.
But there's something about that
pretty good way of going out.
It's something about that last moment that you want to capture in your mind, right? You know what I mean?
No, I totally get that. I'm sure he probably had a thought that it could be his last Pirates at bat, but I don't think you accept it probably in that moment. He faced Chris Sale and grounded out. That was Andrew McCutchen's final Pirate at bat. Ground out to second base with 2 on, 2 outs.
Man, they gave Jordy Mercer, and who else did he say? Harrison? Send off? Wow.
Well, Kutch could always do the retire as a Pirate thing and hold a press conference.
There's no chance.
It's not happening now. I bet you it'll happen at some point, but I don't think it's happening now. I think the feelings are hurt. I think he's bummed, if not angry. Did you hear what we said, Harry, that it was a ground out to second base, 2 on, 2 out, Chris Sale the starter?
Rip. That's tough.
Do you feel like Kutch got done dirty? How do you feel about this whole thing? 412-928-9370. We'll take your calls, texts, and tweets on this coming up next. Are these Pirates, as currently constructed, a playoff team? We'll get to that at the bottom of the hour. Right now, it's Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
The Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday, they reportedly signed Marcell Ozuna to a contract 1 year, $12 million with some other options in there as well for future seasons. And with that, Andrew McCutchen yesterday on his social media took off all the Pirates branding on there. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Doran? No Doran. All right. To the break.
37 The Fan. You listen to him every day. Now you can watch him too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan host live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is presented by Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, forthepeople.com.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
This was flying in Charlotte on Monday night. 4 players got ejected from the contest with the Hornets and the Pistons, including Isaiah Stewart. Now, we know Big Stu likes to throw some hands, but last night he took it to another level, coming running off the bench like Stone Cold Steve Austin in 1999. Thankfully, no glass shattered, but he can watch all the Stone Cold highlights he desires because he's going to get suspended for a little bit. I'm dead.
Ah, the most beautiful time of year is upon us. Tax season. And Tax Slayer is here to help you file. We guarantee 100% accuracy and your maximum refund. Those are some good numbers. And you can trust me, because I'm a talking calculator. Did I mention Tax Slayer even has support from real U.S.-based humans? If you have any questions along the way, beat the rush and start for free today. Tax Slayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul-away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games. Oh, yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. That feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Cloudy today, the high 33.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom. Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound toward the city, you'll see traffic slowing mildly as you pass through Edgewood, Swissvale. And on the Parkway West, traffic is building just a tad as you make your way through the Fort Pitt Tunnel. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by NJM Insurance.
If you dread dealing with your insurance more than getting stuck in an elevator with an overshare,
bean burrito for lunch.
You have Insuranoia. You should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
There's something with the Bucks I'm worried about. I don't know that anybody else is worried about it. I want to throw it out to you guys and the listeners. Coming up at the bottom of the hour at 412-928-9370. In the meantime, we're asking how you feel about Marcelo Ozuna spelling the end for Pirates legend Andrew McCutchen. People texting in saying he doesn't deserve a statue. Okay, how about you retire his number? You got to honor Andrew McCutchen. You won an MVP. He was here for a long time. And the last, quote-unquote, great stretch of Pirates baseball, he was the best player in the face of that team. Well, are going to get stingy with retiring numbers and statues now? Maybe statues too far, okay, but retire the number?
Yeah, I could go that far.
At the very least, you got to retire my man's number.
I mean, usually you retire numbers for guys who win championships, but okay.
You can do that?
I'm just saying.
You can do that?
Are you going to retire T.J. Watt's number?
No.
T.J. Watt is Andrew McCutchen, right? They're like the same.
Yeah, they're different.
Why?
Because I view the Pirates differently. I hate to say it.
Who do you hold in higher regard?
Which player's better? T.J. Watt.
Oh, really? Well,
T.J. Watt's a Hall of Famer. I don't think Kutch is going to make the Hall of Fame.
You don't think he's going to make the Hall of Fame?
No.
Okay. All right. I thought it was going to be opposite. Huh.
Now, Andrew...
I mean, their careers are kind of like in a way, like they're the same. They're in the same ballpark.
One guy won a Defensive Player of the Year. One guy won an MVP.
And one guy, with the whole playoff deals and stuff, never really went to a championship.
Right.
I hold them in like a lower, like the second tier.
I get that, and I can see why, and I do too. But if the Pirates the last 9 years were making the postseason routinely and not winning series, I think we'd look at it as the greatest stretch of Pirates baseball in the last 50 years.
Good point.
Whereas the Steelers, it's a failure. And I hate to do that. Like, everybody should be playing for championships, but sorry, because of the lack of success, I grade on a curve. 412-928-9370. I'm sure I'm going to hear it for that one. Rob in the car. Good morning. First up.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
My first memory of baseball was opening up a pack of cards and finding a Roberto Clemente card. And the first game I ever went to was Dave Parker was playing center field for the Charleston Charlies. The 3 times that baseball has made me cry is I took my grandson to see Andrew McCutchen's 2000th hit and called him the night before and called his mother and said, "Hey, I'm coming to get you. We're going to go see Andrew McCutchen hit his because he went 0 for 4 the day before."
Right.
And I said, "There's no way he's going to take an 0 for in the next game." So I packed up and went, and I cried like a baby, right? I also cried when Omar Moreno squeezed that ball out in center field in 1979. And I think that as much as I love Andrew McCutchen, I think the day that he donned a New York Yankees uniform, a Philadelphia Philly uniform, and a Milwaukee Brewer uniform, and didn't take the hometown discount, he lost all of his rights for a statue. Not necessarily a retired jersey, not necessarily potentially Hall of Fame early ballot. But PR could step up here at the Pirates. I think that their PR department is a train wreck. They could simply get him an at-bat and make him an early inductee into the Pirate Hall of Fame.
Rob, I mean, he's not a mascot, and thank you so much for the call. Also, I don't blame Andrew McCutchen at all for making a whole ton of money outside of Pittsburgh when they're the team that shipped him out.
Right.
Andrew McCutchen probably would have finished his entire career here in Pittsburgh if it were up to him. In fact, I know he would have. If it were up to him solely, he would have been a Pirate his entire career. But they traded him. So he goes to the Giants, and he gets paid by the Phillies. He gets paid by the Brewers. I mean, that's the business. The Pirates weren't going to fork over that money. Clearly, they didn't. So I don't hold that against him at all, but I'm also against signing a guy to come out for an at-bat and doff his cap and then, walk off into the horizon, into the sunset?
I just don't think that he would want to do that.
No.
Right. It's a it's both ways.
It's charity.
Right.
It's charity.
Don't do that.
I don't want that. No. 412-928-9370. Appreciate the call, though. You're obviously a big baseball fan, Rob. Call back anytime. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. This is what happened on the other shows. On the other shows, nobody called in and was crying over McCutchen. It's because we're so desperate for a winner around here, I think. Yes, Harry?
That guy mentioned baseball cards and how he had some growing up. There are baseball cards. There's a box of them in my room. I remember I picked them up, put them on the shelf.
Do you know which cards that you have?
I have cards from
like Mike Fetters
the
or
late 1980s,
Todd Mulholland.
Late 1980s through now. I get a pack of baseball cards every year. I got old Pirates ones like Kip Wells, Paul Maholm.
Oh, yeah.
Ryan Domit.
Oh, yeah.
Tony Womack.
No.
Love Tony Womack. Too. Joe Randa.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do have his card.
Jeremy Burnitz.
Bobby Bonilla.
Matt Stairs.
A 2006 pack of Pirates baseball cards.
Raul Mondesi.
Oh, he was a good one in the video game.
Mm-hmm.
One of the strongest outfield arms of all time, Raul Mondesi.
Mm-hmm.
We could just do this for 4
Kenny
hours.
Lofton.
Oh, he had that long hitting streak.
I love Kenny Lofton when he was with Cleveland.
You got scared there.
I did.
It's okay. Don't worry about it. You're fine.
I can say that, right? If it's passed.
Yes.
I could say like the Washington Redskins because that's whenever.
Why do you say Redskins but not Indians? What are you doing?
Well, I'm just saying. I'm clarifying to make sure that I can say it.
He saw permission in my eyes.
I saw permission.
Yes.
After the fact, and so I could. I'm like saying I can say Indians or Redskins.
Yes, if you're referring to the Hogs, or if you're referring to Doug Williams winning the Super Bowl, you're talking about the Washington Redskins or Joe Gibbs. If you want to talk about Kenny Lofton and Jim Thome, and those guys, and my personal favorite, Grady Sizemore, they're Indians.
Correct.
That's historically accurate. I'm sorry to say.
Yes. Thank you.
Happy we move past that.
You're just hoping nobody argues with you.
They traded Kenny Lofton and Aramis Ramirez to the Chicago Cubs for Bobby Flippin Hill. 412-928-9370.
That
Text
move
us.
Got the general manager fired. I remember reading about that in a book.
Littlefield. Text line's brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I got a pirate take that I think will be unpopular. I haven't heard anybody else throw it out there, and it's a legitimate concern for me. We'll get to that coming up next. If you want to call and cry for cuts, you can do that too at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Olympic skier Lindsay Vaughn, in an update that she made on social media, she said she had a complex tibia fracture and unrelated to her ACL tear that she was dealing with coming into competing, but she's going to require multiple surgeries, although she says she's grateful and has no regrets about trying to compete this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
Oh, sorts on his face. Oh, the
Donnie,
scowl.
make a scowl face for us. Let me hear what. Let me
scowl
see
at me.
Let me see that scowl.
Donnie,
there.
here. Just imagine you thought you'd be the starting quarterback. The other guy played when you felt you were healthy. He won the game, and now the reporters have just looked at you in the locker room. That looks more like a constipated frown.
What, you have a good scowl? That's your regular face, Halsey.
The PM team at 2 p.m. live and local, just like Mike's.
Oscar Wilde said, "Who, being loved, is poor. You may be rich in love, but thin on dollars." Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. An engagement ring is not only an emotional purchase, but it's a big investment. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we will help guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design with natural or lab-grown diamonds, all at a price you can afford. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Check us out online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Crowley for Zero Res. February is the month for love. When is the last time you gave your carpet the love and attention it really deserves? Have you gotten down on your hands and knees, adored how clean and refreshed it was? Or are you scared what you might see or smell? Not only is your carpet one of the bigger investments in your home, it's also the biggest air filter in your home. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. This month, get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Call my friends at Zero Res right now, 412-701-1188, or go online at ZeroResPGH.com. Say you want the 93.7 The Fan special. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,000 reviews. Again, this month, 3 rooms, carpet clean starting at just $119. Take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Zero Res. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none. And it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at waylandexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fly ball out to left and deep, but playable. Pham and Cruz. It'll be Cruz near the notch to make the catch. 1 pitch later, Skeens through 6 scoreless innings. What a magnificent pitcher. Pittsburgh celebrates Paul Skeens with a standing ovation in line for back-to-back wins.
I've said it a bunch, and I've heard a lot of people say it a bunch without really giving it second thought, Doran. The Pirates' pitching is going to be great this year. Mm-hmm. And they were top 10 in Major League Baseball in ERA last year. And you've got Paul Skeens, who's favorite to win the Cy Young again. I am weirdly, and maybe not so weirdly, worried about the rotation. You got Skeens, you got Keller. Those guys are going to gobble up innings, and you know what you're going to get from both of them.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's Bubba Chandler and Braxton Ashcraft. Mm-hmm. And as far as the talent goes, you have the makings of the best young, talented rotation in baseball. No doubt about that. The concern. Last year, Ashcraft pitched 69 innings in Major League Baseball, and Bubba Chandler pitched 31.
Right.
So I am a little bit worried about the inexperience and the workload factors. Now, they both pitched in the minors, and so they racked up innings, so, like, their arms should be good to go. Like, they should be able to pitch 150 innings, But what's it going to look like? Like, that's a lot of innings against much better players, and it could be fine. I believe in their arms. I believe that Bubba Chandler is going to be good. I know that Braxton Ashcraft is good, but he only made 8 starts last year, and Chandler only made 4. So they are banking on 2 young guys taking on a huge workload comparatively to what they did last year. And, hey, that means that there could be some bumps in the road.
Would we be worried about the workload if they didn't have the offseason that they're having? If that makes sense. Like, if they signed, say, like one guy and they had a typical Pirates offseason, would we be even having this conversation? Or would we be like, hey, the rotation's still great or still good?
I'd be concerned about the rotation, but we probably wouldn't be talking about it. We'd be talking about how they were cheap asses and they didn't do anything to improve the ball.
But we would
club.
think that the rotation would be the strong point of the team still.
And I still think it is.
Right.
I mean, in terms of talent and ability and what I expect them to do, I think it's going to be one of the very best rotations in baseball, especially bringing over the Astros pitching coach who people think is among the best in the sport. I just worry about what it looks like if they're in a pennant race and it's August and these guys are pushing over 100 innings and how they're going to be able to handle that. And I don't think they've got as much depth as they have in previous seasons. Like, they signed Jose Urquidy, who a couple of years ago was good. He's dealt with injuries, but I think he's being signed as major league quality depth. They have Hunter Barco as depth, and they should get Jared Jones back in May or June, I think. Usually it winds up being a little bit later than that, but at some point you could add Jared Jones. So they have 8 guys that come June, let's say, you think can pitch in the majors. That's not bad, but you don't have Oviedo, Harrington. So I'm just a little bit worried about that. And you still need to add a lefty.
Yes.
If you add a guy like Quintana or Tyler Anderson, those guys each pitched $170 innings 2 years ago and around 130 last year. So I think they will do that. They need to do that. If they do that, I'll be less worried.
Be less worried? Okay.
Yeah, because then you've got Skeens, who you know could pitch 200 innings. You got Keller, who you know could pitch 200 innings. And then you've got your lefty, who you know could pitch 170 innings. That's 3 out of the 5. The young guys you can be careful with, spot starter Keedy, maybe get Barco in there, Jared Jones comes back. Like, the lefty would make a huge difference. 412-928-9370. Michael and McDonald wants to talk Kutch. Hi, Michael.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What up?
Just a few points about the Puckos. Full disclosure, I am a card-carrying, nutting cynic. I've been convinced that this offseason plan was just to keep payroll low. But I got to say, this winter, I'm actually pretty excited. It feels weird to say out loud.
Well, they did add $49.5 million in payroll this offseason.
They're at, what, 108?
And it's okay. It's okay to be skeptical. I'm not shouting them down or anything like that. Like, they didn't do enough last offseason. They didn't do enough the offseason before. And it's why they're kind of finishing the term paper at 11:59 when it's due at midnight. So I don't necessarily even disagree, but they have thrown a big chunk of change at this thing this offseason.
There's no doubt. I mean, Tony and Muller had an expert on yesterday who seemed to think Marcell Ozuna needed some kind of career resurrection, like he's been in a coma since 2022. Like, I'm not sitting here saying he's the second coming of Barry Bonds, but give me a blend of the last 2 seasons, and he's still the best pure hitter on this roster.
Yes.
Right now, nobody can look at me in the eye and tell me Andrew McCutchen's the better player. Kutch is Pittsburgh royalty. The nostalgia's real. I'll cheer for him every time he steps up to the plate. But Ozuna, he has the higher ceiling, especially in the middle of a lineup that needs that. That's what a contending team needs.
He's got a higher floor, too, man. Like, if last season would represent his floor, and I think that it would, and I think the hip injury had a lot to do with it, that's still better.
There's no doubt. And you see all these ex-Warriors out there screaming about, where are you going to play everybody? Like, I think we need to relax. I think that's a champagne problem there. You acquire the talent first. You figure out the org chart later. That's how good teams operate. Every fly ball into the outfield is going to be an adventure. We're basically assembling the island of misfit toys out there.
That's right.
But this lineup of the young arms they've got, it's finally fun again. So my final plea here, and all I want to say, and I'll sign off and listen here. Keep the momentum rolling. Go get Vientos. Go get Bohm. Trade from a position of strength. We've got pitching for days. Package a starter or 2. Deal from a position of surplus, and let's actually try to win while Skeens Jones and the kids are still cheap. I'm still a cynic, but for the first time in forever, I'm a cynic with hope. So please don't screw this up.
I think a lot of people feel the way Michael does.
Yeah. Is Alex Bohm still on the table?
I don't think so. I think they're going to hold on to him, and the newest reports coming out of Philly is that they want to deal Nick Castellanos.
I just saw that, yeah. He's like my age.
Yeah, he's 34.
Does he play right field?
And third.
Whenever he is feeling it, like he can hit the ball. Like he'll go on streaks where he'll hit. Go like 3 for 4, 4 for 5, like multiple games and hitting home runs, and obviously the little a myth or whatever he has around him.
Yeah, usually there's some sort of humanitarian tragedy going down whenever he's hitting home runs or stock market crashes.
But
things of that nature.
He can hit the ball. I don't
he had
have
a
his
terrible
stats
year last year, though.
But the year before that, he did pretty good.
He was good, and the year before that, he was good, and the year before that, he wasn't, but the year before that, he was really good, and the 5 years before that, he was very, very good. He cost $20 million. Now, the Phillies are going to eat, I would think, the vast majority of that. Of all the available options, he's the least exciting for me.
I agree.
He's a bad defensive third baseman, which, hey, join the club on this bad defensive team.
So rank your available options for third. Mine is Paredes, Vientos, Beatty, I guess Castellanos.
I'd go Paredes, Beatty, Vientos, sizable gap, Jared Triolo, Castellanos.
Okay.
Because they're not going to pick up all of his contract, I wouldn't think. They could release him. He just doesn't. He would be a bounce-back candidate, but maybe he is what he is. I have to look into seeing if he was hurt or anything last year. 412-928-9370. Do you think the Bucks are a playoff roster right now? I think they still need a third baseman and another starter. But if they do those things, I think they can absolutely win 85 to 88 games, something like that, and contend for a postseason spot. And I got a stat that doesn't prove my point, but I think cuts to the heart of it, which I'll throw out there coming up next. You can give us a ring, 412-928-9370. Jeff Hathorn, our sports director at the top of the hour. Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pittsburgh Pirates yesterday, it was reported in the morning that the Pirates are going to sign Marcell Ozuna to be their DH in all likelihood. He's on a 1-year, $12 million contract, and there are some other options in there as well that may extend his Pirates career should the team and him agree to that. More, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
A new accident has been reported on 917 Bull Creek Road in Fawn Township. The Parkway East as you head inbound traffic is stopped to Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West traffic is stopping to the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Want a great way to boost your brand? Custom labels at Staples will help your packages pop, shipments stand out, and takeout boxes really take off. Shop now through April 18th and save 30% on all custom labels. Staples. That was easy.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks.
schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Pirates a playoff team, 412-928-9370. Fan Morning Show. Brought to you by Guardian Protection, and the Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement, TrustPJ.com. Vote at _Adam Crowley. Last season, the Pirates played in 60 one-run games. They were 25-35 in those games, so 10 games under 500. Had they flip-flopped their record last year, that would have made them a 500 baseball team.
That's right.
You get 10 more wins. Math. Had 81 wins instead of 71 wins. I mean, right there at 500. I was worried about the math, so I was sort of talking it out, Doran. You add Ozuna, you add Lau, you add O'Hearn. That's 69 homers those guys hit nice last year. And you now add it to the lineup that only hit 117. The Pirates were 31 homers short of the next closest team. Brandon Lau makes up for that gap just by himself. Then you add the other two and hopefully a third baseman. I think that's going to impact one-run games a lot.
Yes.
Now, defense can too, to be sure, but the way that Donnie Kelly managed the bullpen last year, I think the bullpen with some of the electric arms they have is going to be pretty good. I think you can flip that on its head. I think you can be an above 500 team in one-run games this year. I mean, one swing of the bat makes such a huge difference. Like, they had to manufacture every damn run they scored last year.
Or just not be in one-run games. You know, you had you had 69 homers. Like, when now you maybe significantly, I mean, you could say that it's like, all right, that's one-run difference where you could put yourself over the hump of one-run games, but maybe they're have 2-run leads out of the games that they had 1-run deficits before.
Yes.
You know, something like that. I'm just trying.
That makes a ton of sense. Makes a ton of sense. It's like when you add a second wide receiver, maybe a third wide receiver, maybe Mike Tomlin's teams wouldn't be playing as many one-score games. At least that would have been the hope. Texter, hell yes, the Pirates are a playoff team, 98 wins. Okay. If they win 98 games, I'll get Andrew McCutchen's face tattooed on my left butt cheek.
Don't. Cal, did you hear that?
He didn't.
What?
He's
tattoo
editing.
Something?
He said if the Pirates win 98 games this year, he'll get Andrew McCutchen's face tattooed on his left butt cheek.
They're just not going to win 98 games. I mean, I
All right, great. Then take the bet. Take the bet.
I did.
You're already walking across the Clemente Bridge.
You're taking that bet?
Yeah, they're not going to win 98 games.
Okay.
Some texters blowing me up saying that Nick Castellanos, who is listed as a third baseman and outfielder on baseballreference.com, is not a third baseman. Now, he hasn't played third base in like a decade.
And he shouldn't. He came up as a third baseman with the Tigers, and they subsequently moved him to right field because he couldn't play the position.
Right.
He's not a good defensive third baseman, but Ryan O'Hearn's not a good defensive right fielder.
I thought they were going to put him in left as the projection.
I think that Reynolds is going to go left.
I think Reynolds is going to have to play left at PNC Park. I think O'Hearn you have to hide as much as possible, and that means under the shadow of the Clemente wall. Listen, I don't think Marcell Ozuna is a great fit for this roster either, and I'm not even arguing on behalf necessarily of Nick Castellanos, but if we think that they're going to find a perfect solution at third base, they might not. Like, Ozuna, they got because of the bat, but he does put things in a weird spot in a blender in the outfield. Like, ideally, if Suarez is your third baseman, right, if they had signed him and Mangum is in your outfield, all of a sudden you're not feeling so bad about the outfield defense, and you got the potential for 40 home runs. But you need to get a bat, so you got a bat, and things aren't perfect. Like, if they got Castellanos, and they won't, like, do I want him playing third? No, but you don't just forget how to play third base.
I mean,
he hasn't played 10.
Then just put Ozuna out in the outfield then. And, I mean, honestly.
Well, he can't move. There's a difference there. He can't.
Put Kutch at third.
Well, he never played third.
Yeah, the conversation could very quickly turn from they're not scoring enough runs to think about how many runs they could have saved to win this game.
No doubt. And I don't want Castellanos. I do think with Reynolds, I do think he makes the routine play. And you're hoping in a short porch and right at PNC Park that O'Hearn can at least make the routine play. They're not going to cover a lot of ground. And hopefully O'Neal Cruz can make up for that. He's been working with Kevin Kiermaier this offseason, who is a great coach, who supposedly can fix outfielders. And I do think Cruz got better last year. If he can take a big step defensively, that's massive for making up for the other two guys. And look, when it's the sixth inning or beyond and you got a lead, Mangum's going to be out there.
Right.
Like, you're going to put him in as a defensive replacement. I think if, like, Beatty, who's not a good defensive, or Vientos, who's not a good defensive player, like, if he's your third baseman and it's the sixth inning and you've got a 2-run lead, like, you're going to see Triolo out there. Like, they do have guys that can come off the bench to play good defense. Are they a playoff team, though? 412-928-9370. Let's ask Jeff Hathorn about that coming up next. A little baseball talk.
I like it.
With Jeffrey Hathorn when we return. Fan Weather's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. We'll let KDK take care of that. A little heat wave today. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning highs today will be near 50 degrees, and while it'll be cold enough for all-day flurries again tomorrow, a pattern change with more warm weather returns this weekend. Temperatures this morning are a good 30 to 35 degrees warmer than just 24 hours ago, putting us near 30. I have noon temps in the upper 30s, with Pittsburgh seeing a high of 49. We should see plenty of sunshine today with southwesterly winds at about 10 miles an hour. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiling at the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer & Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer & Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer & Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Looking for an unforgettable Valentine's Day experience? This year, trade chocolates for casings at Keystone Shooting Center. Start together in the classroom, learning safety and fundamentals. Then move to the range with Keystone Shooting Center's expert instructors for hands-on guidance. Your firearm and ammo are all provided. One fee covers you and your partner. Limited spots are available for sessions on February 13th and 14th at 11 a.m. and 5 p.m. Give the gift of a new adventure. Sign up today at KeystoneShootingCenter.com.
Winter is the perfect time to upgrade your home, and West Shore Home is making it easier than ever with their winter savings event. This week, they're doing free installation on all projects. That's right, free. This includes bathroom remodels, new windows, doors, even full house flooring. Plus, lock in special financing and get your project started with no money down. Schedule your free, no obligation consultation right now and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan. That's westshorehome.com/fan.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart. Both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews
Crews have been dispatched to an accident reported in Homestead Borough on West Street and East Spruce Way. The Parkway East as you head inbound is stopped around Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West traffic is stopped right in the middle of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Sports Director Jeff Hathorn joining us now with the Hawk Report, brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. It's been refreshing. Yesterday, last quarter of the show, talking all ball with the Buccos reporting to spring training. Pitchers and catchers tomorrow. Skeen's already down there. He was facing off against Connor Griffin.
All that.
The future is the present, Mr. Dickerson.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk some ball with Jeff Hathorn right now. Good morning, Jeff. How you doing, buddy?
Good morning, guys. Think there was some trash talking that Connor's like, bring it. Let's see what you got.
I was sort of hoping he would be like Bubble Boy. Like, I don't want anything bad to happen to these guys. And I know Skeens is down there a little early because he's a little bit of a freak, but he's also got the World Baseball Classic, which also scares me. I am so terrified of anything happening because as much as the Pirates have improved this offseason, they're still a small market club, and thus their depth is not going to be great. Like, if you lose Orion O'Hearn, that's going to be bad news. If you lose one of your starters, that's going to be bad news. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the good. Jeff, your thoughts on the Marcell Ozuna addition and what he might add to the Buccos this year?
I like it. I mean, listen, I give Ben Cherington a lot of credit for hanging around and staying in discussions with him and his camp because, he was looking for something more. And as free agency kept going and he wasn't signed, the Pirates maintained a position to where not only could they get him, but they offered him enough that they could get an option year. I mean, I know he was down a little bit with 21 home runs, and that's significant from where he was the previous 2 years. I'm a little concerned that he's a pull hitter in PNC Park, but that's a legit right-handed bat. That's a dude that was in the MVP voting a couple of years ago. Like, this is, and he's 35. You only need him to DH. But I look at this lineup now with Ozuna, and I'm like, I mean, it's not the Dodgers, but it's competitive, at least in the division.
Jeff, with the Ozuna signing, do you think that the Pirates did wrong by parting ways with Andrew McCutchen and how it all kind of went down?
Yeah, those are always tough. I mean, and you guys are right. I mean, they're a redundant player right now. I mean, you wouldn't sign both. And I think there should have been communication. Listen, I understand what the thought process was. Like, hey, we're going to go fishing. And if we strike out, we're going to come back to Kutch and have him be the DH. And what they probably should have done was at the beginning of the offseason say, listen, this is our thought process. We're going to go after some big guys. And if it works out and we can sign you, great. But if you want to look for something else in the meantime, please, because, we're looking at all of our options as well. And guys, these things are always tough. I mean, remember how like crappy Palomalu felt about the Steelers and Hines Ward, Franco Harris back in the day. I mean, who would have thought Franco Harris would wear another uniform? But these business decisions happen, and it is tough, but you know what? Just look at the numbers the last 3 years. They're upgrading at DH.
Jeff, we sort of just spew in the midst of our Pirates takes the general their pitching is going to be great, and I do think it will be, but is it fair to say it's still unproven? I mean, we got, 31 innings out of Bubba Chandler, in a Pirates uniform last year in 69 innings out of Ashcraft and only 8 starts. Like, these guys are going to have to take a considerable bump in innings pitched at the major league level, and thus I don't think they should, while I'm optimistic, be considered sure things.
Yeah, I mean, even Jared Jones, when he comes back, I mean, he had a year. So, these guys need to step up. And I expect the Pirates are going to sign a veteran, and not just Clevenger, that they're going to add somebody, probably a lefty, whether it's Quintana or Anderson or somebody along those lines, to be an innings eater, 5th starter. They do have Keller, which I think in this scenario, given all the youth that they have, even with Skeens there, it's nice to have someone other than Skeens that these guys can talk to. And players, Jared Jones being one of them, says, man, I spend a lot of time with Keller just going over all these little things that occur to me over the span of a season. So, you thought he would be gone. You thought he'd been traded for some type of bat. But I think having Mitch, and not that I'm expecting him to have incredible numbers, but just to have him on staff, I think is going to be good for this rotation. But, yeah, to your point, Adam, I mean, this youth has to step up now.
Jeff, do you think we see the names of maybe a Vientos, a Beatty, a Paredes as the Pirates' next third baseman, or do you think that they're done searching around for that position? They're going to ride with Triolo. Yeah,
I hope they're not done. At least looking at options. Here's a question I want to ask those guys: like, could any of Horwitz, Lau, O'Hearn, probably not O'Hearn, play third? I mean, if you look at their careers, they haven't. I don't know if one spring training to move somebody over to third base is the greatest thing ever, but I'm wondering if one of those guys, maybe in this offseason that we don't know about, has been taking some reps over there, or do they have other options that are currently on the roster? But man, if you could get Vientos or Beatty, like if the Mets get to a point where, all right, we need something else, and this is going to be cheap, where Joey Bart and a prospect could get you this. And that would be a win for the Pirates, I would think. You got to keep looking, because I mean, much like $12 million for Ozuna, who would have thought that?
Right. I mean, who would have thought $15 million for Eugenio Suarez?
Right.
Jeff Hathorn joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. He's on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. So a lot of folks, like when we've talked to Mackey or Dan Zangrilli, have talked about Jared Jones wowing them so much in spring training a few years ago that he made the big league club. Jones had pitched at least 82 innings in AAA before he made the club with the Pirates after that great spring training. We have seen Connor Griffin play just 21 games in Altoona. Is it realistic for him to be on the opening day roster? I mean, I want to see it, Jeff, but is there a real chance he's your opening day shortstop?
So is it realistic? No. But is there anything realistic about this dude?
Good point.
I mean, look at the size. Look at the size this guy was at 18. He was a man at 18, and he hasn't stumbled his way up. I think there are some people that just defy the normal rules, and I think you go into spring training, and it's not as much about the numbers, but those guys will be able to tell just from the contact, how he's handling everything. Like, because spring training numbers, as we all know, there are all kinds of stories of guys that have had incredible springs or horrible springs, and it just doesn't matter when the major league season starts. But they'll know from the type of at-bats, his pitch recognition, his swing and miss. And if he's showing that he belongs, I think you make an exception. I mean, to have him at short to start the season in that lineup where he's going to be able to see pitches because there are a lot of experienced bats, I don't think that's the worst thing. Now, that being said, if it's anything close to where you have questions, let him get some confidence in AAA.
We were talking about his size off the air. I mean, the kid's built like an absolute brick. You know what house. Jeff, what do you think about the bullpen?
I mean, Soto's a nice add. I think one thing the Pirates have done is they've found arms. I think there are some veterans coming back. Mattson is a cool story. I think there's more there. I think we'll see what they promised a couple of guys who have been in the pen starting opportunities. So we'll see how that washes out. I think Santana is good. Maybe if you had one more, and that could happen over the span of spring training. I don't know if Clevenger has anything left or if this is just a total shot in the dark. But I think, to the Pirates' credit, for the most part, they've been able to find arms. And I think one arm that's back that's going to be key for them that was really good before he got hurt was Justin Lawrence.
Yes.
Justin Lawrence was a stud before he got hurt. Getting him back into that bullpen, I think is going to help it, plus given his experience.
Jeff, as currently constructed, do you think they can make the playoffs?
Man, it's so much better. I think they've got a chance to compete, but another rotation piece and a third baseman, I'm feeling a lot better. But I would say probably since 2017, this will be the best I've felt about a Pirates team in spring training. Now let's see how it all plays out. But they've at least gone this offseason and added some quality pieces to this team. And I mean, good on them. There's more work to do, but good on them for at least taking this step.
Health notwithstanding, I think they've done enough given the playoff format now that they're going to be in this thing through August. You get a third baseman, you get a starter, and maybe I'll get myself an Andrew McCutchen tattoo on my ass cheek.
Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then I think it's about a couple of guys. Can O'Neal Cruz realize his potential? And maybe having a guy from the Dominican who's 32, or 35, who's made some mistakes. And it seems like from what you hear from Atlanta that he's learned from those mistakes, and he could teach O'Neal Cruz, talking about Ozuna, obviously. And then what if Henry Davis can make the type of improvements offensively that he did last year in the offseason defensively? Yeah. Like, what if they could get some kind of bat from that position? Then all of a sudden, yes, they could get, but there's still some ifs with this Pirates team.
It was nice to talk all baseball with you, Jim.
Yes.
It was very good. It's very good. It's going to be 50 degrees-ish today. Yeah.
Which is going to feel like 80.
Yes, it is. Mm-hmm. You can go outside and tan. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it, bud.
See you, boys. Thanks,
Jeff.
It's our sports director, Jeff Hathorn.
Got a tan today.
Oh, I'm running out there and tanning. Nice. I could tan in this.
Yeah, me too.
That's bait.
What?
I'm not taking that bait.
What bait?
We got our Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber coming up at the bottom of the hour. Up next, if we gave the offseason, Doran gave it a B before this signing. I gave it a B-. What are we giving it now? And do we really think this Pirates team could make the playoffs? Jeff had an interesting point there at the end that I'd like to expand upon. But first, Son Nicholas, Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yesterday, it was reported that the Pirates are signing Marcell Ozuna to a one-year contract with $12 million. Some later reports said that there are some options in there that could extend the contract if the Pirates or Ozuna decide to do that in the future. And subsequently, Andrew McCutchen removed all the Pirates branding from his social media accounts. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here's Dorn.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Other sportsbooks, well, their rewards are just the same old, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack Fan Cash. With Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, win or lose. Use your Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics with unlimited profit boosts, exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, and so much more. If you want more value for your bets, Fanatics will always have your back. Did I also mention they are giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drop? Tap in every Friday and see what all the fuss is about. So switch to the sportsbook that will always give you more to play with. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucko's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
It's an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Sponsored by TaxSlayer. Start filing for free today at TaxSlayer.com. All right, well, the Seahawks and Patriots were long shots before the season to get to the Super Bowl, and yet that's where they ended up. In the NFL, though, we all know how this works. Each season is different, and it's all about fixing those issues, especially New England, if they want to get back to the same place next year. I'm Nick Ashew.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve, plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from a game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. For nearly 160 years, that's been the winning strategy behind PNC's approach to helping their customers live their best financial lives and their communities be their most brilliant. Locally, dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Hey guys, it's Brew, and you know last year was a big year for me. Ran my first marathon. Well, we're not stopping there. I'm doing my first Ironman later this year with the help from Factor Meals. Factor Meals helps you eat like a pro so you can perform at your best every day. Well, Factor makes it easy for you to stay on track. Their chef-crafted, dietitian-approved meals can be ordered right now from your phone and are ready to eat in just 2 minutes. Factor's high-protein, nutrient-packed meals make it easy to stay on your game every day. Because remember, what you put in shapes what you get out. Unlock nutrition that powers your ambition at factormeals.com. Get Factor and eat like a pro.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound this morning, traffic is backed all the way to Churchill. And the Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is slowing to a stop as you approach the top of Green Tree Hill. Your traffic is brought to you by your super lawyers at LGKG. Hurt? LGKG. Accident? LGKG. LGKG.com, your home team. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
$724. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Last week we were talking about what grade would we give the Pirates off season. That after they swung and missed on Eugenio Suarez, and I said B-. Doran said B. Harry, I forget. Where did you fall on the grading scale?
A B.
All right, Doran, how are we feeling now?
B+.
So you go from B to B+.
Yes.
Harry?
Yeah, I say B+. I think it's solid bats. Nobody's overexciting yet, and they still got a major hole at third base.
I'd go B+ for those reasons as well. You get a third baseman, you're up to an A.
Yes.
You get a lefty starter, you might have had an A+ offseason. And I know that they didn't get Kyle Schwarber. I know that they didn't get Eugenio Suarez. And the Framber Valdez thing was really super annoying because they were never going to get that guy, but for a brief second we thought they may. I think it's better. Follow me here. I think it's better to have Ozuna, O'Hearn, and Lau than it would be simply to just have Schwarber. I think Schwarber's the best player of that bunch by leaps and bounds, but they would have had to pay Schwarber $40 million, and they spend $38.5 million on these three guys.
And the two guys are position flexible.
Right.
Two of the three.
They'd have fixed one hole in their lineup with Kyle Schwarber. Now, they'd have done it in a dramatic way, and we would have been going bonkers for it at the time, but it would have left a lot to be desired for the rest of the offseason, wouldn't it? Like, I love Kyle Schwarber. He'd have hit 1 million homers at PNC Park, but I'd rather have these three guys than one guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I'd rather have Suarez than Ozuna. They might be in an A already if they had Suarez at third.
Yes.
Because Ozuna fits the bat need. It doesn't fit the positional need, but at this point, beggars can't be choosers.
So Suarez and Kutch, you probably have what we'd all live with.
Good point. You would still have Andrew McCutchen with Eugenio Suarez at third base. I would rather have Eugenio Suarez at third and Andrew McCutchen at DH than just having Marcell Ozuna and Jared Triolo at third. Yeah, I would. But I still can't go any lower than a B+. They spent $49.5 million this offseason.
Or would they have paid Ozuna if they got Suarez? Suarez signed for what? 1 year, $15 million?
$15 million.
$15 million, and then plus a $12 million?
They would have had to pay him probably $20 million to get him.
Ozuna?
No, Suarez.
Oh, okay.
Because all else being equal, he chose Cincinnati. So I think he would have had to sweeten it. Maybe even 2 years, $40 million, so $20 a year.
Do you still think that they would be willing to pay Ozuna the 12 with the option?
I guess it depends on what the lefty starter they're going to get at costs.
Right.
You probably would have to shop in a cheaper section for that. But I could live with that.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't think that this would be a great offseason. There was some hope because of the way it was reported early, but we've heard that before. And after the Schwarber thing and they didn't get him, I was thinking, okay, it's going to be the offseason of ifs and buts and candies and nuts. But it's been the offseason that a good major league team that thinks it can contend would have.
I thought it was going to be, I thought it had to be a better offseason.
For sure.
It felt like that Charrington's back was against the wall because I thought that they were going to part ways, and we thought that they should have part ways whenever Shelton got relieved of his duties. But I thought that whenever we found out that he was coming back, it was like, well, they got to he has to do something. He's coming back for another year. He has to do something. It felt like that his back was against the wall. And then hearing Skeens, I mean, he came on with Jason Mackey and myself during the 5-mile marathon, and just hearing not the tone, but just the directness of what this club needs to do and he's expecting. I think that he has a lot of sway, as he should. And I think that he's like, listen, we got to get better pieces here. We got to try to contend. And I think that really hit home in the front office and obviously in ownership of having to do something this offseason. So I felt like they had to.
Oh, I definitely felt like they had to. I thought they had to last offseason and didn't. But you're right. Skeens has been more vocal. It's a shame it takes that. It's a shame it takes the looming lockout, but I'm not going to ask how. I'm going to ask how many. Mm-hmm. I'm just happy they're doing it.
Right.
And it doesn't mean I forgive them for things that they have failed to do in the past. It doesn't mean that I'm going to forgive the payroll for being as low as it's been in recent seasons and really my entire adult life. But I just want to see a winner. And they're giving it the old college try this offseason.
What was the payroll 2025 last year?
What was the payroll last season?
Yeah.
It was about $80 million, right?
80 million. I mean, they're going to be around 110, right? Maybe 115 if they sign a decent lefty.
Yeah.
That's significant.
Yeah. I'll have to see where that would have put them last year. And I'll effort to look that up. Are you smarter than a plumber coming up next? But I want to take your calls around this. How do you grade the Pirates offseason? Do you think they're a playoff team? 412-928-9370. We talked to Jake for a few minutes, and then you jump in, and we talk to you. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. Are they smarter than a plumber? With Jake the Plumber is presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating. That is next, plus your phone calls. Again, at 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Olympic skier Lindsay Vaughn posted an update on social media yesterday. She has a complex tibia fracture unrelated to the ACL tear that she was dealing with coming into competing this year at the Winter Olympics. But this complex tibia fracture will require multiple surgeries, and so she will be recovering. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Football is over, and that sucks. But the temperature is hitting 40 this week, and the Pirates just signed Marcell Ozuna, and baseball season is finally here.
Time to light this bad boy up.
Keep it here all spring training long, as nobody keeps you dialed into the Bucs better than us. Our Pirates play here.
Raise it!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
That's the power of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra, actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Now open in the waterfront across from Yankee Candle next to Panera, or visit us in Robinson Town Center in Cranberry Township or in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
And now it's time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber? Presented by Southside Plumbing and Heating.
It is now time for Who Wants to Be Smarter Than a Plumber with Southside Jake. Just to clean up some of our discussion at the end of the last segment, the Pirates' payroll right now about $108 million. Assuming they sign a lefty starter and get a third baseman, even without the third baseman, they're probably going to be up around $115 million, which last year would have put them with Cincinnati and Milwaukee, which is really all we've asked.
Right.
If Cincinnati can spend $115, why can't the Bucks? If Milwaukee can spend $115, why can't the Bucks? Well, the Bucks will be. It's a good step. Southside Jake joins us now. No hat for Jake today. You actually look like maybe you've got some sleep in recent weeks. Jake, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
What's going on? Another Tuesday, another trivia day, and yes, to expound on that subject, I do love what the Pirates are doing right now.
Let's go, Jake.
Absolutely, and can't be more excited. And yes, I have gotten some sleep over the weekend, but we got some warm temperatures today, so we're trying to get a little bit of a reprieve from the last 2 weeks of negative degrees. So
there might be approximately 8,000 leak calls today, though, with all the snow melting. So get your head on a swivel, Mr.
Snow
Jake.
melting, and actually, what a lot of people don't think about is the water lines that had been frozen are now broken, and now that ice in their water lines is going to melt, and it's going to create a bigger problem.
Jeez.
Oh, good.
Nice.
Well, Jake, let's do a little trivia.
Okay. All right. First question, we're going to throw it back to one more Super Bowl question, because I think a lot of people probably didn't have the Seahawks on their cards at the beginning of the season to win the Super Bowl. So let's go with this. What Super Bowl team had the highest underdog betting odds to win the Super Bowl and won?
Going into the year?
going into the year. Yes, sir. So this is specific year and specific team. So, A, the 2001 Patriots. That is the year that Tom Brady took over from Drew Bledsoe. B, the 1999 St. Louis Rams. Kurt Warner took over. Who was it?
Trent Green.
Yep.
Trent Green. Yes, correct. Good job.
Thank you.
2017 Philadelphia Eagles. I think that's the Nick Foles year. And 2003 Buccaneers. Brad Johnson. Big teams there.
I want to say it's Brad Johnson and the Buccaneers, but at the same time,
they were good before that.
Remember, you have 50-50 and Ask Callis.
Well, is that
Callis is a quiz show expert from what I hear.
Is that the year that they transitioned to Gruden from Dungy?
Yeah.
And Brad Johnson being their quarterback?
I would think with getting Gruden, as I go back in my mind's eye, that would have given them some pop.
Pop, yeah. Because he was with Oakland before.
That Eagles team in 17 was so dominant, but I can't remember what they did in 16 for the life of me.
Well, they had Carson Wentz, right?
Yes, and he would have probably been the MVP had he not got hurt late in the season. Want to do 50-50?
Yeah.
I'm excited to get this answer regardless because we're going to learn something.
I feel it's like it's A or
don't.
B.
Damn
Left. I'm saying.
Okay. Mm-hmm. The 50-50 question. We are keeping D, 2003 Buccaneers, and B, the 1999 St. Louis Rams.
I think it's the Rams.
Yep.
We're going Rams.
In fact, it is the 1999 St. Louis Rams. They were plus 150, so 150 to 1 preseason to start the Super Bowl.
I love those Rams teams. They were such a joy to watch. All right, on to question 2, baby.
They had a lot of good players, too.
Yeah, Torrey Holt,
really
Isaac Bruce, Marshall Falk.
Yeah. Pretty stacked. So, all right. Super Bowl's over. On to current events. The Olympics.
Oh, boy.
All right. So the first Olympics was held in 1896. That's the first worldwide Olympics. So there was a thing called the original 9 events. Those are the first 9 events of the first Olympics, obviously. So of these Olympic sports / events, what is not part of the original 9? A, cycling. B, tennis. C, shooting, which is rifle marksmanship. And D, rowing. And you already used your 50-50.
What was the first year?
1896 was the first year of the Olympics.
Were they playing tennis back then?
That's what I was thinking too.
They couldn't have been playing tennis back then.
They might have been. I think they might have been.
Could they have? Could have used a rock or a pine cone or something? I don't know.
Can we ask Harry? Harry, you got a guess on this?
My guess is rowing.
Boats.
I mean, steam engine had been invented.
Yeah, let's go with rowing.
I'm going to be very upset if this is correct. Go ahead, Jake.
D, rowing is correct.
Oh, let's go,
Wow.
Good job, Callis.
Wow, Harry!
He won you the series here.
Yes, he did.
7.
All right.
Back against the wall.
Meaningless third question. Here we go.
Oh, man. All right. Who is the last NHL defenseman to win the Hart Trophy? That is obviously the most valuable player award. And defensemen do not win it very often. Here are your choices. A, Bobby Orr. B, Paul Coffey. C, Nicholas Lindstrom. Or D, Chris Pronger.
Oh. Lindstrom.
It's either him or Pronger, I think. Let's go with Lindstrom.
C, Lindstrom is incorrect. It was, in fact, Chris Pronger in 1999 for the St. Louis Blues.
Dude, that was a bad man.
You guys won anyways.
That's
Harry,
a bad
Harry,
man,
the
Chris
show.
Pronger.
MVP, Harry.
How about the way his career ended? He had like blood behind his eyes and stuff, all messed up. Yeah. All right, Jake, this was fun. Those are great questions, man.
Yeah, they were. They were good.
We learned something today. Appreciate it.
I loved it. See you guys. Well, you have a good day, and hopefully you enjoy this little bit of warm weather we got coming up.
You too, buddy.
You too.
See you,
All
Jake.
right, have a good day, guys.
See you, Jake.
Southside Jake, Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Look at Callis.
Callis nailed it with the rowing.
He didn't throw it.
Callis wants to help his guys out. Callis loves us.
I love helping you out. You're right. For as much credit as you give me for knowing anything.
I told you would have been on my trivia team. Funny thing is, I would have biffed the damn Roman numerals question too. I don't know jack about Roman numerals.
L relates to 50.
Oh, we don't need to do it.
X relates to 10.
V is 5.
relates to 5. I relates to 1. C is 100. M is 1,000. That's as far as I know.
If the Pirates are to make the playoffs, the way they're I think they could, the way they're currently constructed, but something would need to happen. We'll tell you what that is coming up next. Still think they need to add 412-928-9370, the number to call. We'll take your calls on your grades for the Pirates offseason and whether or not you think they can make the playoffs. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates yesterday morning, reports came out that they are signing Marcell Ozuna, likely to play DH, over a one-year contract worth $12 million with some options in there as well. And subsequently, it was noticed that Andrew McCutchen removed the Pirates branding from his social media accounts. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here is Doran.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I'd absolutely trust to sell my home. And that's my good friend, Gina G. and Petro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina, and she always delivers. Connor and his wife needed to sell their home in the Pittsburgh area while they were building a new one, and they knew they needed a real estate agent with experience, connections, and a strong reputation, so they called my friend, Gina G. and Petro. In Connor's 5-star review, he said that from day one, Gina's marketing and amazing photography stood out, and within just 48 hours, they had multiple offers for their home, and they were all over the asking price. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she will have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. You know what to do. Pull out your phone. Give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina G. and Petro of Remax Select Realty, and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Brought to you by Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound, traffic is backed all the way to Churchill. The Parkway West traffic is stopped at the bottom of Green Tree Hill. And on 28, traffic is slow all the way through Lawrenceville. Traffic is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Aaron Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Mike Rowe here with another fun fact. If your concrete is cracked or uneven, you can actually lift it back up. Whether it's a sinking driveway, a patio, or a sidewalk, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to lift your concrete slabs. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on.
You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial # law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The three of us all agree that the Pirates need to add in order to become a true bona fide playoff contender, get another left-handed starter, or I guess a left-handed starter in here, get a third baseman. I do think there's a way they can make the playoffs as currently constructed. We'll get to that in a second. Text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. That way's pretty easy to see even for a non-ball knower. O'Neal Cruz needs to hit better than 200 with a 676 OPS. He had an OPS plus of 87 last year. And he stole 38 bases, which is great. There's much more in there for this guy, man. I just can't wrap my head around him being that bad. And I think with the added lineup protection, he's going to be better than that.
Yeah, I do too.
Is he ever going to be the guy we thought he could be? I don't know. If I had to bet, I'd probably say not. And I'm the guy who last year, 2 months in, I said he had arrived. He didn't.
Nope.
You said, would you give him more time, Crowley? Well, I did, and you were right. He hit 200. Now, he's hit better than that at other times in his career. But 200 ain't going to cut it, and 676 ain't going to cut it, and 20 homers ain't going to cut it. If he can be a 240 hitter with 30 bombs and still steal between 30 and 40 bases, you got a damn good shot to make the playoffs.
Yes.
If he's an impact player and not just the guy who can occasionally get hot intermittently between long swaths of strikeouts, you got a shot. And it's the same thing, too, with Brian Reynolds, who in his career has been a much better player than what he was last year. Last year, he was below average, 99 OPS plus, a 720 OPS.
His worst year, yeah.
Worst year. And I think with a little bit of lineup protection could go a long way for those guys. They got none. Like, weighted on base average, like, you had 3 guys last year who played regularly that were above average major league hitters. Those two, by that metric, and Andrew McCutchen, Horowitz would have fit if he had enough at-bats. I think you could have 6 this year, 7 if Connor Griffin's up in a relative short order. And I think that would help those guys considerably. Harry, you think those guys get a bounce back year? Can you get a bounce back from at least one of them?
Hit as well. Like hopefully they hit, more than 200. But something else you might not think about too when you think about, when you talk about lineup protection is when those guys do get streaky and they can get hot, you're going to have other guys hopefully that are hitting well so that their poor streaks won't look as significant because you'll still have other players in the lineup producing. And even then too, you might take the pressure off of those players because when you have a lineup of players that can hit, one person's not being relied on too much, and that can make them more comfortable as well.
You're right about that. Like, it's not, hey, the Pirates are going to win games for 2 weeks when O'Neal Cruz goes off.
Right.
No, when he goes off, that should vault you into a different stratosphere. You should get hot.
You should be winning 7 to 10 games in a row, perhaps.
Yes.
The pitching's good.
Which is something that good teams do. You're right about that. And can Brian Reynolds, when he signed his extension, those first 2 months of the year, he was like MVP level. And he's been a really consistent player other than that, except for last year.
I don't think Reynolds is very good under pressure.
I agree.
I remember that time in St. Louis a few years ago where he bit off his batting glove after he got out in a big spot. I mean, I don't think he can handle pressure. He's not that type of player.
I don't know if he'll have to this year.
Correct.
And that's my point. That's good about having more players in the lineup too that can hit.
He, from what I know about him, what I've been told about him, he does not ever want to play in a big market. And I wonder if that's just the environment, if that's the pressure. But what you've done now is for the last few years, being the first $100 million player in Pirates history, you've become the big fish in a small pond.
Mm-hmm.
So you might want to avoid the big scene, but you have now become the guy in a smaller market.
Mm-hmm.
And now, I think a lot of pressure is going to be on O'Hearn and Ozuna and Brandon Lau, and I think a new third baseman if you get one. Like all those guys, Connor Griffin's going to have a bunch of shine on him. You can kind of fold into it now. And I hope that can get you the best possible version of Brian Reynolds because, boy, could they use 25 homers from that guy.
They could.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. If I had to bet on one guy, I would think Reynolds. I think it's going to bounce back more than Cruz. Like if I had to pick which guy I thought had a better chance of bouncing back, I think I'd go with Reynolds just because of the track record.
The track record and the consistency of just playing basically the same position in the outfield. I mean, right, left field, okay. He may move to left, but I think that with what Cruz was going through last year, having a year underneath his belt at playing center field, I think is going to help him moving forward. I think he's not going to have to think as much as he initially had to think last year. So that might help him at the plate. Not thinking too much of what he has to do in the outfield and communicating in the outfield and, just depth perception, just little stuff that he has to go through. Everything's changed for him last year. So I think this year, now he has his feet wet a little bit. It probably will bode well of just his all-around game.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think when you're sitting in the dugout and you're not going to hit that inning and you just booted a ball in the outfield, it's hard if you're new to that position to just say, oh, I'll go get him next time.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking, damn, I don't want to screw up again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure the few occasions that Key Brian Hayes would boot a ball at third base, he's not sitting there in the dugout, oh, boy, geez, I hope I'm not going to make a mistake again. No, I'm just going to go pick the next 12.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that's the mindset of Cruz now, that he's comfortable out there. And he's been working with Kiermaier, like we said, this offseason, which is hopefully going to help him a big time, a lot. 412-928-9370. Texter writes in, what are you guys' thoughts on Ozuna's past arrest for domestic battery? I don't feel good about it. I don't. But I think Pirates fans, and I'm not excusing what he did, obviously, but I think Pirates fans, it's tough to say this team doesn't try to win, and then they go out and they sign a guy who has a character issue from his past and lament the fact that they brought him in. You trying to win baseball games or not? And Aroldis Chapman had been accused of similar things. G1 Bay, the juice wasn't worth the squeeze. Here's the reality in professional sports. If you suck and you do something like that, you're out of a job. If you're good and you do something like that, you're going to play for a long time. As long as you can play, you're going to play. And I don't love it. And Andrew McCutchen was a great character guy, but I want the Pirates to win.
I mean, this was 5 years ago, right?
Yeah.
For his, and everything I've heard, he's a great locker room guy. All his teammates like him. Kind of rehabbed himself back into the good graces of, I guess, just his team and, where he was at last. It'd be different if it was last year. I'd have a problem with it. If this was fresh. But this is 5 years ago. I think that at this point, you would hope that he can be on the straight and narrow.
Yeah, you would. And these are the kind of things, I'm not going to shout down Pirates fans that don't want him. I think, with Ji-Won Bae, or not Ji-Won Bae, although, oh my God, with Jung Ho Gung, there was the whole DUI thing over and over and over and over and over again. And there were Pirates fans saying, cut the guy loose, but that the Pirates also don't do enough to win. And listen, I think if you get 5 DUIs, you're probably not a great guy.
Mm-hmm.
But do you want to win or do you not want to win? And you got to separate art from artists, or at least I do. I'm not going to tell people how to think on this kind of stuff. I think it's important to have these discussions, but the way I've always tried to do it, and the same thing is true with music or actors, actresses, whatever, I separate art from artists. The guy served a 20-game suspension. Who am I to say he shouldn't be playing Major League Baseball? It's not for me to say. If you don't want to watch the Pirates or you don't want to watch this guy, I totally get it. I'm just not in that camp. And again, not supporting what he did or what he was accused of doing. Texter, it's Kiermaier, not Kiermaier. Yeah, I knew I was going to F that up.
Kevin Kiermaier. Yeah, he used to play for the Rays and the Blue Jays.
He did.
I thought it was him, but I don't want to correct you because sometimes I get those corrections wrong.
Yeah, I went Yinzer, like full Yinzer on the guy.
He is a very notable outfielder from...
Yeah, this Kiermaier guy, see, he's going to teach Cruz how to play some ball in the outfield. All right, we've spent a ton of time on the Buccos today, and we will continue to do so in the 9 o'clock hour. Jason Mackey going to join the show at 9:35. Neil Walker, let's go, baby.
Nice.
At 9 o'clock, talking about what the Pirates have done and what else is left to be done. Coming up next, a question that I asked at the very end of yesterday's show regarding the Steelers, I want to ask again and have a deeper discussion on the topic. But first, fan weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group. No, my apologies. I knew I was going to do that at some point. Fan weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisor, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Today, high of 47, low of 25, 45% chance of rain, because that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to get warm, but it's also going to rain. Fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
And Doug.
There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty. Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the...
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Looking at the major roadways, traffic is jammed this morning as you work your way in toward the city. On the Parkway East, traffic is back to Churchill, and the Parkway West, traffic is stopped to the top of Green Tree Hill. 28 is even stopped as you work your way through Lawrenceville. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Why pay full insurance when you can customize and save? Switch to Liberty Mutual and they'll customize your auto and home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Best thing on the radio.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I got a Steelers what if that I can't get out of my mind. We'll get to that in a second. Tyler Kennedy going to join us at the bottom of the hour, about a half hour from now. Get into the Olympics a little bit with TK. Have we converted him to be an American fan? Probably not.
Probably not.
I saw Josh Yohe put out a Twitter poll the other day asking his followers if they'll be rooting for the United States Olympic team or Canada because of Crosby, and 40% said Canada. That's weird to me. I love Sid.
I'm conflicted.
What? Oh, we'll get into this then.
I'm conflicted.
We will get into this. Like, if Sidney Crosby went and played for Montreal, are you going to root for Montreal?
No, I root for Sidney Crosby.
That's fair. Like, if the United States doesn't win, I always want Canada to win because I like Crosby to collect trophies.
If it's Canada against United States.
Oh, my God.
I don't know.
You're a turncoat.
I don't know.
A Benedict Arnold, I say.
Oh, come on. Me.
This is America. I'll be rooting for the Chucks. Hope they put Sid through the end wall.
No, you don't. That's a lie.
No, I don't want that. I'll never forget going back to the Golden Goal. We were at a Buffalo Wild Wings in Morgantown. It's the only place we get into under 21 at that time of day. And when Crosby scored and you get the call, Crosby scores! Someone in the front row went, yes! Oh, no! Like, he was just so accustomed
to doing that, right?
So when Crosby scores, he goes nuts, and he went, oh! He had to catch himself. So we'll get into that with Tyler Kennedy coming up at the bottom of the hour. Here's the what if. What would things look like right now if Sam Darnold was the Steelers quarterback? Like, they could have had him. Could have paid him. I don't think they win the Super Bowl with him last year because I don't think the play caller's as good and the weapons certainly not as good as the ones he had in Seattle. But I'll tell you what, I'd feel pretty damn good about their future with Sam Darnold and Mike McCarthy. Is that crazy stuff?
That's not crazy, but if you're going back to last year, it wouldn't have looked good last year. It looked exactly like it was last year for the Pittsburgh Steelers if he was a quarterback. It looked just like it was with Aaron Rodgers last year. But now you'd be like, oh, okay, well, now you can work with something because Sam Darnold's, the way he rehabbed himself to be a Super Bowl champion in the last 2 years, and his record's like insane in the last 2 years.
28-6 in the regular season.
Something unbelievable. And he deserves a lot of credit for that. I'm not dismissing Sam Darnold, but he had a lot around him that helped him
both
become
spots.
This. And as for receivers, players, to coordinators to quarterback coaches to head coaches. He was in the right situation the last 2 years. If he was here with Tomlin, it wouldn't have went good. It'd have just been mediocre because Tomlin can't get anything out of quarterbacks. Now, if Mac McCarthy, if you're thinking like, okay, if you're thinking of what Sam Darnold did the last 2 years and you think about it and insert him into the lineup now, it's like, yeah, this probably could work because of what he accomplished the last 2 years with offensive-minded head coaches, with Clint Kubiak, with O'Connell, with all the different weapons he had. You could probably see it working out now moving forward. But last year it would have just been mediocre.
I agree with that. I think his mobility would have been a big factor. Not that he's like the most mobile guy in the world, but I think behind this offensive line that would have aided him. I think maybe the numbers would have looked similar. They probably would have been 10-7, probably would have lost in the first round of the playoffs. That being said, it's not about last year. It's not one of those things like, oh, if the Steelers had got Matt Stafford a couple of years ago and he was at the height of his powers, they could have really contended. Like, I don't think they win the Super Bowl. I don't think you trade spots with Seattle. Now, Minnesota, maybe. Like, if Sam Darnold was a Viking last year, maybe they'd have hoisted the Lombardi Trophy. I mean, that's how well he played and how good I think Minnesota's roster is. It's about the moving forward, and they'd have a 28-year-old quarterback signed for $33 million. And while I don't believe Tomlin could have got the best out of him, boy, I'd love to see Sam Darnold with your guy as offensive coordinator who worked with him in Minnesota, and Sam Darnold with Mike McCarthy and maybe a first-round receiver, maybe a free agent wide receiver. Now we'd be cooking with gas.
Cooking, yes.
And that's why, because past sometimes his prologue, like, I'm nervous about Rodgers, not because I don't think he'd be good next year. I think he'd do exactly what he did this year, maybe a little bit better. I don't want to miss the next Darnold. And we've talked about that already. We've talked about that before. We discussed that yesterday. I can't get it out of my mind. Like, I will be so upset if Rodgers comes in and you go 10-7, you lose a playoff game, and Daniel Jones winds up somewhere, even back in Indianapolis, and he has a great season. You know what I mean?
I just don't think that there's a Sam Darnold that is available this year, this offseason. I just don't think that this is the maybe next. I don't know who that's going to be, but I look at all these guys, the Kyler Murrays, the Mac Jones, the Daniel Jones, even Trey Lance, a guy that I would like to see compete here. I just don't see another. I don't see another Sam Darnold because a lot of the guys didn't go through what Sam Darnold had to go through, what Baker Mayfield had to go through. Even Geno Smith, whenever he got paid in Seattle, they had to go through like the downs of the downs to get back up. There's not a guy that has had to do that, in my opinion.
I mean, Daniel Jones would be the best comp, but I don't know that Daniel Jones was ever as talented as Sam Darnold.
But he didn't do it for a whole entire season.
No.
And he got hurt, and he tore his Achilles. Like, he had a broken leg, and he tore his Achilles.
And he was good last year. He was not as good as Darnold was in Minnesota.
Like Mac Jones, he played how many? 8 games? He didn't, not a full season.
I am more embarrassed in myself, though, about last offseason now, because I just poo-pooed the Darnold thing totally.
So did I.
Like,
I thought it was too much money.
Too much money.
Yeah,
Minnesota's
absolutely.
a great place. Great coach. Jordan Addison. Justin Jefferson. Like, they know what they're doing there.
Mm-hmm.
He threw 35 touchdowns and 12 picks in Minnesota. Now, this year, 25 touchdowns and 14 interceptions. It wasn't like the greatest statistical season, but we saw what he was capable of in that NFC Championship game. And, man, I don't know that you're right. I mean, I do think you're right. I don't know that Darnold and Jones are apples to apples, but they're both fruits. And I'd kick the tires on Daniel Jones, I think. I'd walk around the car, kick here, kick there.
That car has a flat tire right now.
It does. It does. So I'm supposed to sell the car? Or I guess just not buy it. 412-928-9370. What do you think it would look like if Sam Darnold were the Steelers quarterback right now? Would you feel good about him being the quarterback? Because maybe people haven't bought in. Maybe people ain't believing in Sam Darnold. Just because he won a Super Bowl doesn't mean he's the next coming. If Darnold was the quarterback, would you feel like the Steelers had that all figured out? 412-928-9370. Now, back to you being a traitor to America. What the hell's up with that?
What do you mean? Like, I mean,
There's USA on the front of the jerseys. You're going to root for Canada?
I'd root for Sidney Crosby. And if that made me root for his country, then so be it. I'm allowed to root for Sidney Crosby.
I will root for Sid if America is eliminated, I will root for Sid to put up as many points as he can outside of games against the United States. But when those teams meet, USA and Canada, I'm bleeding red, white, and blue.
Yeah, I mean, I probably would.
I got hot dog juice coming out of my veins.
I would love to see Sid win it.
What are you laughing about, Harry?
Just American stereotyping.
That's right.
Hot dog juice coming out.
That's
the
right.
vein.
I'm going to drink a Bud Heavy at the bar on Thursday at 3:20 for puck drop. I'm going to eat some hot dogs, drive there in somebody else's Chevrolet, eat some apple pie when it's all said and done.
You know what? You actually look like you could drive a pickup truck.
Thank you.
You got the stature for it.
I have the stature for it?
Yeah, it would compensate for your size.
I'm wearing boots today. You know why?
I wear a pickup truck. What are you trying to say, Callus? All right, I drive. What did I say? Where? I drive one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you're kind of tough. I don't know. You used to work in construction. It makes sense. But Adam might be compensating, small guy, small package.
I don't drive one.
Yeah, but if you did, I'm saying it would make sense.
If I did, it would look like Napoleon syndrome. Yeah, it would.
And then you got, you wear the plaid and the hat all the time. It makes sense.
Plaid.
Wow.
412-928-9370. Is Doran an American traitor? Or do you view it the same way? Because 40% of hockey fans on Yoey's Twitter poll said that they're rooting for Canada.
Honestly, what's so bad about Canada, though?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Exactly.
I don't have a vested interest in a player, really, for United States. I do for Canada.
It's the front of the jersey, not the back, damn it.
I understand that.
I might as well all have the pocket constitutions going out there on the ice, Doran. All right, we can take calls on that. We'll talk to TK whether or not he's turned to the United States side of things. Maybe it's a 1-for-1 swap. Maybe Doran's gone full Canada and TK's gone full U.S. That's at the bottom of the hour. Up next, would you feel much better about the Steelers if they had Sam Darnold right now? 412-928-9370. You can give us a ring on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates signed Marcell Ozuna. That was first reported yesterday morning. And it's a one-year deal worth $12 million. There are also some player and team options in there that may allow him to extend his stay, but the guarantee is 1 year. Also after that was noticed that Andrew McCutchen removed all the Pirates branding from his social media accounts after those reports started to become mainstream. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Football is over, and that sucks. But the temperature is hitting 40 this week, and the Pirates just signed Marcell Ozuna. And baseball season is finally here.
Time to light this bad boy up.
Keep it here all spring training long, as nobody keeps you dialed into the box better than us. Our Pirates play here.
Raise it!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Even though the NBA stole a little bit of attention from the NFL with that chaotic trade deadline, with the Super Bowl done, now comes their chance to actually take some of that spotlight with their All-Star weekend coming up. The issue, though, is it's lost a lot of its luster over the years. It starts on Friday, and it's going to take some seriously competitive events to really show people that it can still be the big deal that it used to be. I'm Nick Ashton.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So, if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials. Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews are en route to an accident reported on 376 eastbound. Looking at the major roadways, the Parkway East as you head inbound is stopped to Church Hill. The Parkway West as you make your way inbound is stopped to the top of Green Tree Hill. And 28, you'll see slowdowns as you drive through Lawrenceville. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by 2menandajuncktruck.com. Got junk? Book them now.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at 2 Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. 2 Men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Would you feel better about the Steelers quarterback situation if Sam Darnold were their guy? 412-928-9370. Weigh in on the text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Tyler Kennedy at the bottom of the hour. Just stumbled upon this during the break. New York City data shows that 761,000 toilets were flushed in New York City once Bad Bunny's halftime show ended, as viewers made sure to stay tuned during his performance.
What?
761,000 toilets flushed basically at the same time in New York City. People were holding in their pee-pee while they were watching the game. And then, well, shoot, better see what this halftime show's all about. End of the halftime show, flush. Things you didn't know you could measure.
Nice.
You know, I was one of the first people to flush a toilet at PPG Paints Arena. You could go and,
no, you weren't.
To test out the plumbing, they invited fans to come down and flush all the toilets at the same time.
You just made that up.
I did not.
You were one of the.
There's thousands of people there.
Whenever it first opened?
Yes.
Console?
Yes. Flushing toilets. Testing the plumbing. I didn't pee. Just flushed.
Do you believe that?
Say that again. You did what?
I flushed a toilet at PPG Paints Arena back when it was Console, back when it opened, back when the Flyers pretty much owned the place.
I don't understand why that's...
I don't know why I'd make that up. You go in, you flush the toilet. Just like I was an extra in the Batman movie.
So you went in
at Acrisure Stadium.
You weren't.
That happened.
No, you were not.
I mean, I'm not on screen at any point, but I went there as part of the crowd. It was the middle of summer. We had to dress like it was winter. I was trying to hook up with this girl, and she brought her boyfriend.
Ah! R.I.P. to you. Anyway, yeah. So you just went to the bathroom in the arena just to flush the toilet. Yeah, that's strange. It's definitely weird.
I've never heard of such a thing.
That's no more strange to me.
Google
watching
it.
YouTube videos in the shower.
Exactly. That's unsafe.
I wanted to be in Console before anybody else, and that was the opportunity to do it. You go in, you flush a toilet. There's also not a better feeling than when you're at a tailgate and you are the first person to use the Porta-John that has been put out. One of the underrated feelings.
Why? It still smells kind of not great.
No, it doesn't. Not if it's a freshly delivered set.
No,
you mean going number 1 or number 2?
Number 2.
I've never went number 2 in a Porta-John.
Oh, I've done it too many times to count.
Ew. I really make an effort not to.
I do too, but what are you going to do?
Well, yeah, I get it, but like, ew.
No.
Nah.
Texter. They called it the Big Flush. Happened at Heinz and PNC too. It's a legit thing.
You went in. Wait, was your job to test the toilet?
No.
You were in high school?
You just did it.
Yeah. No, college.
Yeah, that's bad. I don't get it.
I'm a weird guy. I like the Penguins. I love the Penguins.
So you went and flushed a toilet.
I went and flushed. I want to get a look at the place. I would have done the last flushing at Civic Arena too, but they didn't have one of those.
Can I share an unrelated story? Actually,
they kind of did. Penguins fell behind 4-0 to Montreal. 2010 playoffs. Made it 4-2. Crowd was going bananas. R.I.P. Yes, Harry?
Janet texted me and said that she listens to our show now, like the pre-show, instead of music. And she was saying that it's very normal for people to listen to music on their phones in the shower and stuff too. So,
yeah, you guys are made for each other. We've already established that.
No, I get it, but like I think more people do that. But again, I think more people use their phones.
All right, I'll put up
with
a Twitter
their shower than go into a new facility and just flush the toilet without having to pee or poop.
I don't disagree with that. That's we've had 3 new stadiums in the last 25 years.
That's as bad as Callis holding on to his trophies from 6th grade.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Thousands of people did this.
Look at me. It's not even like you were the first person to use the bathroom. Like, you went in there to get your own satisfaction for flushing a toilet.
I wanted to check out the arena, and flushing the toilet was a means to an end.
You weren't even the first one in there, though. That's the thing. It's like it was just for you.
I wanted to see the arena. What's the crime in that? I bet you we have people. 412-928-9370. I bet you we have people
gone
who went
into
to
the bathroom of a new facility just to flush the toilet without having to go?
I'm asking specifically if people went to the Big Flush at Console.
I know. I've been told it's a real thing. I don't know who has gone. I think it's wild to want to do something like that.
But you didn't participate in the Big Flush.
Yes, I did. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, you went in with a bunch of other people?
Yes, with a bunch of other people he did.
That's different. Yeah, that's fun.
How did he miss that? What, you thought I broke in the dead of night like I'm Tom Cruise?
I thought you
rappelling from the ceiling so I could flush a toilet?
No, I thought you went to the game and just went in by yourself. No, if you're flushing the toilet with everybody else, yeah, that's fun. Big flushes are cool.
I'm done. I'm done for the
He's
day.
just arguing with
I'm
me. He
done
didn't even
for
know
the
what I'm
day.
talking about.
Now he's like, oh yeah, that's great.
Yeah, big flushes are cool. You test the plumbing. That's great. Because
how did he miss all that?
I don't know. It's staggering to me, the lack of listening that was going on there.
Because if you flush all the toilets and a problem happens,
we've already had this part of the discussion, Harry.
Then the plumbing's bad, and you know not to use the bathroom, and then they got to fix it. Yeah.
Tyler Kennedy going to join us coming up in about 7 minutes.
I'm gonna throw myself out of this window.
I don't think it's weird that people listen to music while they're in the shower.
Right.
I just don't think it's normal for people to bring their actual phone into the shower.
Oh, I don't bring it in the shower with me. I lean
You
it.
just said that.
I
You
put it
put
on the sink.
You said
Or
you
I lean it up against the window.
You bought a waterproof box.
Well, that was when I was in high school. But
boy.
those were faulty. So then I just resorted to leaning it up. There's like a window adjacent to the shower, so I'll just lean it up against the window and watch through the curtain.
I have
the
now,
shower.
in the last 2.5 hours, gotten dumber.
Yeah.
I will admit, like, I am a dummy.
Texter, Jesus, Harry been arguing for 5 minutes and didn't even know what he was arguing. All right. Phone lines are starting to explode. Is that because of the Olympic hockey? Is that the toilets? Is that phones in the shower? Is it Sam Darnold? Is it the Pirates? I don't know. But I do know that Tyler Kennedy is going to join us next. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Oh, geez. Okay. What's going on in sports? Oh, the Pirates signed Marcelo Ozuna. 1 year, $12 million contract with some options for the team and for Ozuna down the line, but the 1 year is guaranteed and the $12 million guaranteed. This comes, and then Andrew McCutchen on his social media, it was noticed that he has removed the Pirates branding from his social media, which likely spells an end to his time with the Pirates. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Big Flush Crowley.
Hey, Harry, thank you very much. It's going to be warmer today, but this winter has been absolutely brutal in Pittsburgh. Tons of snow and temperatures that have a lot of the time recently been below zero. If you're wondering why your house is cold, it might not be your furnace or your roof or your insulation. If your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should, you might be surprised to learn it could be the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out, the cold gets in. You need to talk to the pros at Window Nation. Get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. I got new windows. My heating bills went down in the summer. The air conditioning stays in. It's very nice. Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now. You'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. But don't wait. To put an end to your window problem, schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office.
Hey, it might be hard to believe, but you know it's going to be here soon. Spring. Oh, yes, spring. So get on into Schultz Ford. All those great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin, Schultz Ford down in Wheeling, and get ready for spring. How about that Mustang convertible? When that weather hits, let's go. There's that. There's the F-150. There's an Explorer. Maybe you're taking that spring break trip. That is fantastic to head down south with the family. If you got a little bit of a bigger family, the Expedition works as well. Long story short, the weather's going to get a lot better. Get yourself geared up for spring and, dare I say, some summer fun. The people who work at Schultz cannot be beaten. They are fantastic. They will work with you. They'll hook you up. And also, all the inventory is there and it's ready to go. So all those great locations and always, and I mean always online at SchultzFord.com.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches, oh boy, that start slow and somehow get tense fast. Speed skating decided by inches. And then the hockey games, oh yes, the hockey. Canada, Sweden, USA. Man, I can't wait to watch that Winter Games hockey. That feel different from the opening face-off and so much more. The FanDuel app is easy to use and is perfect for making all the winter action even more fun. So just download the app to get started today. FanDuel, play your game. The FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. 21 plus in President, Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger.
Hey.
Who's an oversharer.
Oh, bean burrito for lunch.
Then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships. Featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
U.S. Olympic team takes the ice in Italy on Thursday. Sidney Crosby over there with Team Canada, and joining us now to discuss is the one and only Canadian, Tyler Kennedy. Tyler Kennedy is brought to you by SaveYourSettlement.com, helping injured people and their families plan for the rest of their lives. What's up, TK?
Not much, boys. What are you guys up to?
TK, we're jacked up about the Olympics, man. I mean, the Four Nations face-off was badass. I would imagine this will be similar. What's up, Doran? What are you doing?
TK, I mean, Crowley just told me that he was one of the first people ever in Console Energy Arena when they were first opened to flush the toilets. Did you ever hear of such a thing?
Yeah, guess who scored the first goal there?
Let's go, baby!
Yeah, big deal, boys! What do you guys think the hardest sport in the Olympics is? I got mine. I've been watching.
Well, speaking just from my point of view, all of them seem very hard.
Yes. What about the one that they shoot and they ski, right?
That looks horrific. And then I'll tell you the one that looks the hardest, I think, is that cross-country skiing where you're just dragging your skis across miles and miles. What do you think, TK?
I think the figure skating is the hardest mental and physical put together. I think that's the hardest because it's all on you. Think it's like golf kind of because it's a one-man sport. You got one shot. You screw up one time, you're done. And then you put them jumping in the air like gymnastics on two pieces of steel. I watched a little bit on Sunday at Team USA won, and I was like, this is the hardest sport by far. This is insane, the pressure and just the balance. They need everything. So I thought figure skating is the hardest sport in the Olympics right now.
Have you ever been or skated with a figure skater? Been on ice with a figure skater?
I've a lot of them do like power skating, even though I feel like it's different because the skates are different. But yes, from the rinks I've been at, this and that, yes, I've seen quite a few. And if you ever seen a figure skater, they are like built. You know what I mean? They are, if you can read between the lines, because they're jumping, their legs are strong, they're balanced. I see them on the ice all the time, and they're jacked.
Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. TK, you've been living in the United States for a long time. I mean, you rooting for America here?
What a loaded question. You know what? I never want to, Sidney Crosby. I got to cheer for. I really don't know because I love Sid. I love Canada. That's where I'm from. But I also love the U.S., right? I've got buddies on the Olympic team, Vincent Trocheck, JT Miller. I think they do such a great job in Pittsburgh and around Pittsburgh, showing the next generation that you can be from Pittsburgh and be on the Olympic team. Like, I feel like those two guys should get more recognition in Pittsburgh of like icons because of what they're doing there. I feel like they're doing it quietly, and they need to. I feel like the city needs to rally behind them because they've done such a great job. They are both phenomenal people, phenomenal players. So I'm on the fence with Team Canada and Team US. I'm rooting for both.
TK, what are players doing that aren't participating in the Olympics? Are you kicking your feet up and relaxing, or are you going to try to stay in sync of practicing and grinding and getting ready for the back half of the season? Like, what are guys doing that aren't participating right now?
Well, Dorn, I think you know this, and I think this is like an athlete where, rest is a weapon, especially at this time of year. I would think they are enjoying themselves for at least a week where they're kicking up on the beach or, going somewhere warm and getting away from the game. 1 week being off and kind of hanging out and just letting your guard down will help you in about a month or two. So I think all these guys are completely relaxing. Like, the game is so strenuous and so many games that you need to get away. And that's where I think it's going to affect guys like Sid, guys that are on the older part of the spectrum going down the later parts of the year, because this is not going to be an easy tournament. Like, this is like, think of like playoffs mid-season. Like, it wears you out. So I think, yeah, the Olympics are great, but is it great for hockey in April when those guys have just been through already one Stanley Cup and now they're trying to go for another one? I think it's going to affect their game a little bit, but I think most guys that aren't there, they're on a beach or on a boat somewhere.
Tyler Kennedy, our guest here on the Fan Morning Show. Tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Sorry, I got lost in a box score here. I'm looking back to that first game at PPG Paints Arena. Sergei Bobrovsky was the goalie for the damn Flyers. Giroux scored a shorthanded, unassisted goal. And the first goal scored by a non-Penguin was Daniel Briere. That makes me sick even to this day, TK.
Are you sure? Maybe I was the first Penguin to score in the rink.
Yeah, and he was the first non-Penguin was Briere. But you were the first goal.
I was the first goal, right?
Yeah.
I scored the first goal of the game.
And he was the first non-Penguin.
Yeah, so he doesn't mean anything. It's the first guy to score the goal.
I think TK's thinking I'm trying to get him on something because, it's me and I tend to put my foot in my mouth.
Isn't the PB?
I had to dump him. TK, Gino and Dubas were rumored they were going to discuss his contract during the Olympic break here. I know Dubas has his hands full with Team Canada. Would you have any qualms about giving him a 1-year deal for next year?
No, I would give him a 1-year deal, especially at the right price. Like, even if he comes back and plays here and there, I think that's very doable. Especially adding a guy like Igor Chinikov, and you have another guy like Evgeny Malkin, a Hall of Famer, to kind of guide him and be there and just make you feel more at home when you have a guy from your country on the team. They speak the same language, this and that. I think I'd for sure give him a 1-year deal at the right price. I think it's a no-brainer.
I agree with that. And if they're in the same place next year and he's playing good hockey, I think you do it again. All right, TK, you think Canada's bringing home the gold?
Well, this is how I put the teams. There's no one's got better offense than Team Canada. Team Canada's forward lines are so lights out. It's actually scary how good they are. Then you look at the U.S. defensive core and goaltending. I would say they have the best defense and core defense and goalie. Like Hellbuck, all those guys. They have a great set right there. So it's very different, but I see Canada winning, like motivated McKinnon, motivated McDavid, motivated Sid, like those three guys like on one team, and you're coming back with McDavid, McKinnon, Sid, like who are you going to score against? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like it's going to be hard to beat those guys. The only question mark is Binnington in net. Is he going to be able to live up to those high standards? Because I think the U.S. is coming up with a little bit different team, a little bit more physical, a little bit faster. And I think what hurt the U.S., the Four Nations, when McElroy got hurt, I think they lost a big piece of that defensive core, that veteran leadership. And now that he's back, Team U.S. is going to be very hard to beat because they're going to be very motivated. They're very, very structured. It's going to be unbelievable, but I can see those two going to the finals. But again, you can never bet against Sidney Crosby.
And 3-on-3 overtime, continuous 3-on-3 overtime in the medal round, which is wild. But my God, would that be something to watch?
Imagine Sidney Crosby's trophy room. Like, just imagine going to it's got to be like a warehouse, right?
Yeah.
Like, imagine he wins another gold medal. Like, it's like, dude, like, it's unreal, dude. Again, I played I had 500 games, 10 years in the NHL, won a Stanley Cup, and I feel like my office is decorated in trophies and stuff like that. And I didn't do much except win the Stanley Cup, and Sid's won everything. Like from junior all the way on. Like, geez. Like he's got to have boxes to the roof, of everything. I gotta try to set that up because that would be maybe the best video content. Just seeing his trophy room. I think that would be unbelievable.
Think he could be adding to it in Italy. TK, this was awesome. It always is, and we'll talk to you next week. All right, man?
Oh, I'm not going to see you Thursday. It's okay.
Oh, yeah, we will see you on Thursday.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm scared. I put my foot in my mouth. See you, TK.
Yeah. All right, boys. Later.
You want to know how scared I was? Briere actually scored the first overall goal, but I didn't want to do that to him. He actually scored the third goal.
He scored the third.
But he was the first Penguin goal.
Okay.
So he was right about that. I didn't want to do it. So
he's going to get you Thursday.
I know. I didn't mean to do anything. How about this third line for Canada? Stone, Crosby, Marner.
Jeez.
Crosby's their third line center. McDavid, McKinnon, your top two centers. It's stupid.
That doesn't make sense.
All right. More on the Buccos top of the hour with Neil Walker. His career went down. I hate myself.
Why do you keep doing
I don't know. I hate myself. I'm such a jackass. All right. Neil Walker, 9 o'clock. I don't know what we're doing next. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Crowley's terrified. Pirates signed Marcell Ozuna. That was first announced yesterday, according to several reports. 1 year, $12 million contract for Ozuna. There's also some player and team options in there as well. Following that, it was noticed that Andrew McCutchen removed the Pirates branding from his social media accounts. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
The Parkway East, as you head inbound, traffic is stopped at Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West, as you make your way inbound, traffic is stopped at the top of Green Tree Hill. Traffic is brought to you by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Consider joining the family that is Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union and shape your future today. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
At Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, their members are not just customers, they're family. They're not just here to serve you, they're here to empower you. Your dreams, your goals. Together, they'll make them happen. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Membership eligibility required, federally insured by the NCUA.
Temperatures may be cold outside, but the orders are heating up for the spring sports season at Keystone Custom Apparel. Are you happy with your current sports uniform provider? Give Keystone Custom Apparel a try. Baseball, soccer, lacrosse, and more. If you're looking to raise money for your organization through a Spirit Wear fundraiser, Keystone Custom Apparel is your one-stop source to get your team looking good on the field and in the stands. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free uniform quote or to open a Spirit Wear fundraiser today. And make sure you tell them Score and Doran sent you.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
End of commercial.
Yep, it's on.
Back to the Fan Morning Show. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
The Bucks got bats. Neil Walker joining us at 9 o'clock-ish to discuss. Fan Weather's brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Today, high of 47, low of 25, 45% chance of rain. Jason Mackey on what the Bucks could still be planning on doing coming up. Can't do that. I mean,
that's two today.
Yeah, one was TK.
Yeah. Jeez. Come on.
We like to have fun around here. Okay, just watch your mouths.
Yes. Yeah.
Feel like there's been a lot of that going on lately.
What's that?
Swearing on the air. I think Pony and Muller had two on, what was it, Thursday last week? I think Florio dropped one.
Oh.
And then one of them did. Now we got Jen doing it. We got Tyler Kennedy doing it.
No good.
Neil's not that kind of guy.
No.
Neil does not have a potty mouth.
No.
Now that Jason Mackey, you start him on Jerry Dulac, and that profanity starts flying out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Plus, he's got the rage problem.
Yes.
Yeah. You're telling me if Pitt got a new stadium?
No.
On campus?
No.
You wouldn't want to be the first guy in there?
No. For what?
So you could say you're the first one in there. So you could
What is that going to do?
Get a look at the new digs.
I'll see it at some point.
People like what they like, you know? You go there without a massive crowd. Take a look around, tour the facility. And the means to an end is just flushing a toilet. It's not bad. It's easy work.
Yeah. Sure. It's the first. It really means a lot to you because this is the first time I ever found out that you did it.
I mean, you think you know everything about me?
I mean,
you know a lot about me. You don't know everything. Ask me anything. Ask me a question. I'll give you the answer. I'll tell you. I'll put you on the spot. In the meantime, what did Jen want to say? Because I saw she called back, Harry.
Yeah, she apologized for the words. She said she's a yinzer and these things happen. So I was like,
fair.
all right. Yeah, no, that's all right. You know, so, but she also said that it is a thing, that the big flush is a thing. And I proceeded to explain. I'm like, oh, yeah, no, I know about big flushes. I didn't hear the beginning of the story. But once he said he went in for testing purposes, I got you. So she was like, okay, well, yeah, I'm around his age. So I know you're younger, but the big flush is a thing. And I'm like, all right, yeah, thanks for the call.
So that would have put me at 20 years old, beat bopping my way in a Console Energy Center, flush a toilet.
Yep. Put that on the wall. Put that on your wall.
I actually think that's one of the cooler things, though, to do. Like, if you're testing the toilets, it is.
Why?
Because you need to make sure the plumbing's good. Because if they flush those toilets and there's some cracks in the plumbing, you can't have people going through there. That's the most intense flush you're ever going to have when everybody does it at the same time. So that's why it's a great test. Can the plumbing handle every
You really care about the arena's plumbing?
No, I just wanted to see the arena. I'm not interested in the plumbing whatsoever, frankly.
But you got to do that test. So if they brought people in to test the plumbing, that's good. That's what you need to do. Now, fans, exactly, they would come in. It's a win-win situation. You love win-wins in life. He got to go see the arena. A bunch of fans, I guess, did. But and the facility directors and staff got to make sure that the plumbing wasn't going to absolutely crap the bed. Get it? Boom.
I'm just saying there's two things in life. Like there's
crap out.
There's people who are like excited to flush toilets in arenas, and there's people who score goals in the arena. Like that's
no, but
that's a difference. Like I flushing the toilet.
Do you think some fans got to go in the locker room too and flush those at the same time too?
Yes.
So, exactly. See, so we got to test. They got to test.
I get it.
The toilets, even that the players were going to use, that the goal scorers were going to use, baby.
It is stupid.
The people from the Canadian teams, the toilets they'd be using, right? The visiting teams.
What got into this guy today? What is the difference in you today, Harry?
What do you mean?
You are like the Energizer Bunny today.
He cleaned his room.
That was it.
Honestly, the more organized I am, the better I feel. And like
he's felt like crap for 3 years. That explains a lot.
And Jada and I, like I said, our anniversary's coming up, and we're both excited. I don't know what gift she's giving me, but I gave her the teaser gift I'm giving her. But there's like some extra stuff along with the hacked Wii and such. So
would you get getting a Valentine's Day gift?
No, because our anniversaries are around the same time. Like it's a little over a week apart. I mean, I'll probably do like the flowers and the, like the hey, I love you kind of thing. But like. I don't know about like extreme gifts.
All right. Neil Walker is going to join us coming up next.
You guys remember when you said that I told her I love you too soon? We had that whole discussion last year. That's crazy.
If we stop talking, is he just going to go until the end of the show? I think he might.
Probably.
Neil Walker joins us next. The Buccos have added some bats, but is it enough? His thoughts. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner insurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey, more like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
All accidents are cleared on this time. Meanwhile, the major roadways remain clogged. The Parkway East is backed all the way to Wilkinsburg as you head inbound, and the Parkway West inbound is still stacked to the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with your Awaken 180 results in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Well, hold that thought. That ball is gone. It's another big flop for the Big Bear. His second of the day. And the Bravos have a 3-0 lead.
Marcell Ozuna supplying all the power on that home run.
They call him the Big Bear, Doran. Marcell Ozuna. Hit like 80 homers combined the 2 years prior to last year. Last year, a down year for him, would have led the Pirates in homers with 21. Need I say more? Baseball season, baby.
Yes, it is.
P's and C's tomorrow.
Apparently had a hip injury last year.
He did.
So.
He did. P's and C's tomorrow. Skeen's already down there throwing to Connor Griffin. Jason Mackey already there. Jason's going to join us at 9:35. Neil Walker is back. Neil, let's go, baby. We got ball.
Well, golly gee, gosh darn it, guys. How the heck are you?
Neil, they got bats. When we talked at Pirate Fest, you're like, come on, get me one more. Get me one more. And lo and behold, They got the Big Bear.
They got the Big Bear. Yeah. Fans should be excited. This is a guy, and you mentioned it, Doran, had a little bit of a down year last year. May have been a little bit to blame on the hip thing. But make no mistake, this is a guy that has some serious power. When you see him, you'll realize. When you see him up close, you'll realize why they call him the Big Bear. The Big Bear, because he is dense and he's strong. And I don't think that cavernous left center field is going to play as much of an effect on this guy, because he's got some serious power.
Neil, we'll probably, pretty much break down almost every position with you and what it's going to look like for the Pirates. So let's start in right field. How do you think that's going to play out? Is it going to be O'Hearn in right field and Reynolds in left field, Reynolds in right field, O'Hearn in left field? Is it going to be Mangum? How do you see this playing out in the outfield for the Pirates moving forward?
Yeah, I think you're gonna see those guys kind of bounce around. Obviously, we've seen Reynolds in left field a little bit, but that probably from a defensive standpoint is something that I'm going to keep an eye on more so in spring training, and obviously be asking Donnie how they're going to work through that. I haven't had that conversation with him yet, but certainly those are not necessarily two guys that move like they maybe did. So these guys before, so these guys are bat first guys, which I'm perfectly fine with. And I think that at the end of the day, they hope that O'Neal Cruz in center field, as well as he moves in the gaps and the work he's been putting in this offseason, is he's going to be kind of trending in a better direction than he has the past couple years with just the amount of innings that he's accumulated. So I don't think the team's quite as concerned as maybe fans might be about the corner outfield situation. But again, Mangum, however he's going to get his at bats, he's obviously going to most likely, I would assume, every time he's playing, at least in PNC Park, you're probably going to see him in left field. So just hit the ball. I want those two guys, O'Hearn and Reynolds. They have good years and they pull their weight to their normal numbers. I think people will be very happy about that.
Neil Walker, the voice, is our guest here on the Fan Morning Show. So I'm now looking at Marcell Ozuna's spray chart here because you talk about this dude doesn't hit wall scrapers. Only 2 of his homers to left field last year would not have been homers at PNC Park, showing you just how far he does pull the ball out that way. And oddly, there's a couple of homers that were taken away that would have been bombs at PNC Park the opposite way, the short porch in right. So I don't think the ballpark's going to affect this guy at all. If his hip's okay, I think you're looking at a guy who could hit 30 homers. Neil, I wanted to get your thoughts on Connor Griffin. He has played in 21 games in AA. Now, I know that Jared Jones pitched so well in spring training a few years ago, they brought him to the big league club, but he had at least had 89 innings pitching in AAA. Do you think it's realistic that we could see Connor Griffin? I mean, he is one of one.
Well, let me say this, and I think we've certainly had this conversation in the past about prospects, and in today's day and age of organizations, there's basically 2 less teams than in the minor leagues than when I was playing, and not that long ago. So we're seeing guys move faster. We're seeing the Henry Davises, the first round picks. We're seeing them move faster. Connor Griffin, in my opinion, is one of the outliers. He's one of these guys, in my opinion, that if he rocketed through the system, I wouldn't be surprised for him to go through, a little bit of not a struggle, but a little bit of an adjustment at the major league level from just sheer facing elite pitching on a nightly basis that you don't necessarily see in the minor leagues. But, there's also another part of me that having gone through the minor leagues and accumulating well over 1,000 at bats before getting to the big leagues, that struggled in AAA. And struggling in AAA is very, very, very much different than struggling in the big leagues because, when you're maybe working on things or have something that you're trying to accomplish, and you're standing in Toledo with 1,000 people in the stands as opposed to Yankee Stadium in the 8th inning, is very, very different. So I think I don't know this, but I think how they're going to handle this in spring training is really kind of push him and make sure he's getting the amount of at-bats, whether it be on backfields or in games against the elite guys. And I don't think you're going to see him doing much cleanup duty like a lot of the young guys do when they get their first or second taste of big league spring training and being in AA and AAA. So I'm going to be down there early. I have the first 7 games, so I will certainly be sniffing around and seeing what the plan might be for him because that is a very polarizing topic of discussion. And if he's in that lineup on opening day this year, it will be very interesting. But I personally think the kid can handle it. I think he's one of the outliers.
Well, Neil, let's say that he is up. Let's play the game that he is going to be there opening day. We know Triolo can play third, and let's say the team is, this is the team moving forward. Like they don't make any trades or anything in that area. Do you think that Nick Gonzalez could potentially play third base?
Yeah, I do. I've seen Nick. We haven't seen a ton of Nick at third. I do think he can handle it. Typically, if Nick didn't play any shortstop in the past, I probably would have a little bit of concerns. But the fact that he has played some shortstop in the past is going to help him at third, just being on the left side of the infield. You have obviously a little less time at third base than you do at shortstop with ground balls and double play turns and things like that. But if you can play short, you typically can play third. And, having never been a shortstop in professional baseball, having played second base and then going to third, the biggest transition was just being on that left side of the infield and balls kind of, moving a different way. Righties balls are curling toward the line a lot of times. Lefties, they're kind of inside out. And it's the opposite, obviously, on the other side of the infield. So, yeah, that's another situation, Dorn, because I think there's more. I think there's more in the bat with Nick Gonzalez. He's kind of an X factor for me. I'd love to see him in that 6-7 spot in the lineup and just kind of leave him there and let him hopefully play good defense and hope you get a decent amount out of him with the bat. But certainly looking at this team right as it sits right now, especially offensively, it's a better team than it has been for quite some time.
Yeah, I think last year, if you look at it by weighted on-base average, the metric, that they had 3 above-average regulars. Now you could have upwards of 6, and you see with Connor, and we'll see what happens at third base. You could have upwards of 8. That's a much, much better lineup construction. Part of that, though, Neil, is Reynolds and Cruz getting back on track, in Reynolds' case, and Cruz living up to expectation. Do you expect better from those guys this year? In Reynolds' case, I absolutely do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And I've been asked that question a couple times. Like, who are your guys that really need to have good years or take big steps forward? And obviously, O'Neal Cruz at the very top of that list. Reynolds is another guy that for his standards last year was a down year. So. I think he's back. We saw him have some injuries early in the season that he battled through. But those are your 2 guys. If you can, Brian Reynolds is going to hit third every single day. So, or second, however they kind of construct the lineup. But that 5-6 spot that O'Neal Cruz will most likely hit, maybe see him at 1-2 if he gets on a heater. That's the spot in the lineup for me that's deeper than it has been in the past if we see guys kind of pull their weight. Now as it sits right now, if you see, Triolo and a catcher hitting down there 8-9, I'm okay with that. But, that 5-6 spot really has to carry their water, whoever that may be, whether it be Gonzalez and Cruz or whoever might be in that spot.
Neil, this was great. We love to hear from you. Have fun in Bradenton, and send us a picture of some fried grouper or something, all right?
Yeah, for sure. Hey, tell my new friend Nora I said hi, okay?
I sure will. What a guy. Neil Walker. Thanks, buddy. We appreciate it.
See you guys. Have a good week.
You too. He's the best.
She's going to love that.
She is going to love that. She met him at Pirate Fest, and it was awesome.
Yeah.
He's such a friendly guy.
He's the friendliest guy.
He really is.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to get criticized for saying nice things about Neil, but sometimes...
Why are we going to get criticized?
Because people, why are you going to tell Neil's the greatest guy? He is. He's a great guy. TK's a great guy. I mean, I'm scared to death of him, but he's a really good guy.
Mm-hmm. Do you know I met Neil? He broke into the league when I was 11. And I went to this Meet the Pirates Day at PNC Park. I forget exactly when it was, but it was a nice day. And he was teaching us how to play the infield. We were literally at PNC Park. It was really cool. That's the first time I met him.
See, that's better than flushing the toilets.
That's better than flushing the toilet.
It is. Yeah, it definitely is.
Way better.
Yeah. If I could choose between meeting Neil Walker as a kid and going to a facility to be a part of flushing all the toilets, it's a tough one.
What?
He's got an affinity for plumbing. Coming up next, we have graded the Pirates offseason, all 3 of us, as a B+. I'll tell you how they can make it an A+ even without getting a third baseman. Ooh. And Jason Mackey, bottom of the hour. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pirates signing Marcell Ozuna, likely to play designated hitter on a 1-year contract worth $12 million, and some reports say that there are other options in that contract. And it was also noticed that Andrew McCutchen removed the Pirates branding from his social media upon these reports becoming mainstream. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Oh, you two are going to like this. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for 2 years now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years here in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. That's 412-431-7455. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
With the Super Bowl wrapped, the NFL offseason's here, and it starts in free agency, which officially opens on March 11th. But let's be honest, teams have been prepping for this for a while. Now, teams do have until March 3rd at 4 p.m. Eastern to designate a franchise tag or transition tag on players, which actually really matters because then the calendar gives us a little bit more in terms of which impact players are actually going to be open on the market. I'm Nick Ashew.
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Julie Bologna, and I used to bring you the weather forecast to help your family navigate your day. Now I want to help you with the forecast to navigate your life as we age. At Julie & Gray Associates, they have helped thousands of families prepare for the future. Their certified elder law attorneys can help you with important life decisions involving long-term care, asset protection, tax planning, and avoiding probate. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like nuclear reactor safety expert.
I disabled the backup cooling system. It was making such an annoying noise. You heard it, right? It was like,
We're on a countdown to core failure.
And you're saying we don't want that?
This is a job for sponsored jobs.
This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
Crews are currently on the scene of an accident reported on Shearer Road and Milton Road in Plum Borough. Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound, traffic is still stacked at Wilkinsburg. And on the Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is still stopped to the top of Green Tree Hill. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I threw out a Twitter poll brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick, Home Improvement Trust, PJ.com. Do you bring your phone in the shower? 80% of people saying no, but someone replied and said, in the shower, no. Leave it on the sink counter to listen to you guys in the morning while I shower, yes. Sutting up my naked body wouldn't be the same without you, Adam.
Wow.
That's what they wrote.
Wow.
I guess I'd never really considered the fact that people listen to us while they're totally nude in the shower.
I've considered that, but not like I consider the fact that they put their phone probably on the sink.
Yeah, they don't bring the phone in the shower.
Mm-hmm.
At least 80% of people don't. Yeah, but I had never really thought about that, which is odd because I've done it. Listening to Starkey or Pony and Muller, those guys, you have the radio on and you're.
I got a follow up.
Washing my scrotum. Go ahead.
Is it weird to have a smart speaker in your bathroom?
No.
Okay. So why is it weird to have a phone on the counter then?
It's not.
It's not weird to have it on your counter.
In the shower.
Okay.
Thank you. We're good. Texter writes in, and the texter is my cousin. Can somebody go scramble Harry's room up again so he shuts up? It's mean.
Wow.
It's a little mean.
Do you like the more quiet or the more emphatic?
I'd like there to be somewhere in between for Harry. Can we agree on that?
Yeah.
Like when he wasn't talking for a couple of days because he was mad at me, like that's not enough talking, and then today's probably too much.
Yeah, so yeah,
somewhere in between.
You're the one that brought up the toilets, though. You didn't have to do that.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I said this could be an A-plus offseason for the Pirates, even if they don't get a third baseman. And the way they could make that happen is if they sign Connor Griffin to a contract. And I think a contract you could work off of is Roman Anthony.
Yep.
For the Red Sox.
Yep. Was
the number 1 prospect in baseball. He played 56 games in the majors, and they were like, all right, that's good enough for us. $130 million over 8 years. That's $16.25 million per year. There are escalators that could have it max out at $230 million. But on its face, 8 years, $130 million. You put that in front of a 19-year-old, and you say, hey, bud, say no. I doubt you say no.
Right.
Because he could hit free agency then. By what, 26, 27?
Yeah.
You could have 2 more deals in free agency or 1 mega deal if you pan out to be the guy. And I know he hasn't even played in AAA yet. And I'm aware that he only played 21 games in AA. But I think these are the kind of gambles you need to make if you're a small market club, Doran. Like, he could wind up to stink. I don't think that's going to happen. And then you're on the hook at $16.25 per year, and it's like the Gregory Polanco or Jose Tabata deals on steroids. It's worse than the Key Brian Hayes deal.
Well, you lock him up because, I mean, I feel like the Pirates want to face the franchise, and if the Skeens is in dilemma, his situation in a year or two, and you're probably going to trade him away, then you still have something to fall back on, which is Connor Griffin, who can be the next face, and you kind of just restart it. So you get him locked up now. You make him the face as he grows and gets better. And if the Skeen situation, obviously happens, it's going to at some point, and he's gone, then you have Connor Griffin.
He doesn't turn 20 until April 24th. So, yeah, you buy up 8 years. You're right. So 27 years old when he hits free agency. And you get the face of your franchise. If I'm him and they offered that, I'd do it in a second.
Yeah.
And I'm sure we'll get texts. What about Paul Skeens? You're just not going to be able to get that done. He's too close to free agency. Started his clock immediately. He was the rookie of the year, which affected all that. He's going to make $500 million or more. He's already won a Cy Young. He could be a 3-time Cy Young Award winner by the time you get to ARB 3. For him, it wouldn't make sense. Go someplace where you can make $50 million a season. It can't happen here.
Yeah, he wouldn't accept it.
But can you get Connor Griffin at 16.25? And if you're a 19-year-old, why would you say no to that?
Nope.
Because you also, even if you believe in yourself, you can't assume everything's going to go according to plan. Injuries happen. Developmental swings happen.
I would clearly bet on myself, but I would take the deal because then I'm making money and I have a nice little runway to either get better or to not be as good in year 3, and then in year 8 or whatever, 7 or 8, then it's oh man, I have a booming year and then I get paid. I have so much room to go up and down if I don't have a smooth career for 8 years to get paid for the next contract. You have a lot of room to kind of shake and figure things out through that time while you're getting paid over $100 million.
Exactly. And so if you go through these swoons, it's not oh, geez, am I going to make the money?
Right.
No, you got it. You have that security. Now all you need to do is focus on baseball. And he's, by all accounts, incredibly mature for his age. And by all accounts, this guy's going to be a superstar. But I just want to focus on ball.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to have to think about anything else. Texter, this is a great one. Not my proudest moment, but I once won $6,000 with my phone in the shower spinning slots.
Wow.
While inebriated, they add.
Wow.
That's an all-timer.
That's an all-timer. Mm-hmm.
All right. We'll get Jason Mackey's thoughts on a potential Connor Griffin contract, his thoughts on the Buccos moves, and what's yet to come. It is 9:29. Make the smart call, Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Mackey, going to join us on the hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Olympic skier Lindsay Vaughn, she is going to require multiple surgeries. She made a post on social media over the weekend just specifying what was going on. It looks like it's a complex tibia fracture that will require multiple surgeries. Has no link to the ACL tear that she had coming into competing this year. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
It's time to call PJ Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust PJ Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from PJ Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. And dealing with PJ Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, PJ Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Brad Evans here to help you beat the Bulls with Westwood One School. Gator Chalk. Florida is rounding into form as we barrel toward March. Featuring the best front court in college hoops, Todd Golden's group are number 1 on Bar Torvik in games played over the last 30 days. If Boogie Flan and or Xavier Lee can steadily score in the dance, the Gators could repeat. Give me Florida on a national title ticket at plus 1,600. Bet smarter, read the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, the Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to the Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection, your hometown home and business security company. It's going to get up around 50 today. Bucko fever in the air. Jason Mackey will be reporting from Bradenton tomorrow, where pitchers and catchers will report, and he's in Bradenton right now, actually, it looks like, at the baseball complex, wearing sunglasses and probably as happy as he's been in a long time. Hello, Jason.
What's up, guys? Good morning. Good to talk to you.
Oh, God.
Oh, ridiculous.
That hurts. Look at that sky.
I'm sorry. It's beautiful here, man. Beautiful. I walked in about 10 minutes ago. Pirate City. We made it.
He walked into a damn Taylor Swift song. I think that sky is opalite. Anyway, all right, Mackie. So let's talk first about Marcell Ozuna. It's a strange fit, I think, because, well, he's not a third baseman, and in fact, I think he's just going to come to the plate 4 times a game. That being said, their biggest need this offseason was bats, so I love it. What say you?
Yeah, I'm about there, Adam. I mean, I understand the fit issues. I don't love Ryan O'Hearn having to play a whole bunch in the outfield. I have some questions there. It diminishes Jake Mangum's role. Don't love that. I don't know how many at-bats Spencer Horwitz is going to lose because of this. But you know what? It makes them better offensively. Marcell Ozuna can hit. I keep going back to what he did in 2023, 2024. 79 home runs. I mean, 2024 is one of the best hitters in all of baseball. It's not that far removed. He had a hip injury for a lot of last year. They went into this offseason knowing they needed to improve this offense a lot, and Marcell Ozuna does that. So at the end of the day, I kind of can't look any further than that. I mean, you can, but they need to score more runs, and this helps them do that.
Jason, did they do wrong by Andrew McCutchen? Is the relationship between Pirates and Andrew McCutchen now fractured for a long time?
Well, I think those are two different questions, Doran. I don't think it's fractured for a long time. Let me start there. Will it require some mending? Yes, I believe so. I think in time it'll be fine. I think Pittsburgh and the Pirates, at the end of the day, they both matter a great deal to Andrew McCutchen, and Andrew McCutchen obviously matters a great deal to the Pittsburgh Pirates, and I think it ends there. But, you know, right now, did Andrew think he was coming back? Yeah, I'd say that's a pretty safe bet. Is he probably not terribly happy right now? I think that's also a fairly safe bet. I don't think they did wrong by him. I mean, if Andrew McCutchen put up a 740, 750 OPS, something you would expect out of your designated hitter last season, we're not having this conversation. He's probably on a field behind me. But they needed to get better. Like, I understand the Pirates side of it, and I understand Andrew McCutchen's side of it. I don't think either side is wrong, but when you add it up, it adds to some friction, and they're going to have to fix that.
Are there any players around you right now, Jason?
No, so today is like physical day. They're inside getting tested and whatnot. There's going to be some activity behind me in a little, like, couple hours, 11:30, but nothing here so far. A lot of guys threw live yesterday.
So what is next, Jason? Third base, lefty starter? Do you still see them in the third base market even after spending $12 mil on Ozuna?
Yep, I do. They're going to be active on the third base market. They've been active on the third base market. This kind of changes what they do third base-wise. There's two avenues they're pursuing chiefly, third base and starting pitcher, and specifically a left-handed starting pitcher. And I think they do get both done, guys. Third base, they were in on Isaac Paredes before. My understanding is that this Ozuna move probably takes them out of it, and, barring something really, really strange, I don't expect to see that happen. I've been told, guys with a little bit more of control, I don't even want to say Vientos or Beatty from the Mets. I don't think there's a great trade fit there, but guys that are blocked in other systems, maybe some, we'll say top heavy potential, guys with, room to grow on the power side and some team control there. The left-handed starters, you're looking at Tyler Anderson, Jose Quintana, maybe even a Patrick Corbin. And yes, I expect both of those guys to get done maybe within a week or so.
Ooh. Jason, how do you feel that O'Neal Cruz is going to be in his second year at center field? Do you think he's going to finally take that step forward?
Doran, I do, man. Maybe I'm crazy thinking this, and I certainly understand the criticism that comes his way, but he was spending a lot of time worked with Kevin Kiermaier this offseason, which I think helped a lot. I wouldn't say spend a lot of time working specifically with Kiermaier, but spent a lot of time on his defense, hitting. Just kind of an offseason to grow up, and he needed it. Tony Beasley, their new third base coach, I've written about this, is going to be really good for O'Neal Cruz. He's a tree cutting guy, like a lumberjack in the offseason. He's got this great makeup. He used to coach for the Pirates. He's back now. And he talked to me this offseason about just holding O'Neal accountable. And as a coach, that's the ultimate challenge, right? This guy with all the tools, and he has to put them all together. Tony Beasley's done it before. He was actually integral in Neil Walker moving from catcher and third base over to second base. And I think he can do the same thing with O'Neal Cruz. But a lot of it is internal with O'Neal. A lot of it is focus related. And boy, if he can harness that, man, I mean, I don't need to tell you guys how good he can be.
I just imagine lumberjacks as like flannel boot-wearing people that chop down trees.
Like you.
Like me, except I don't chop down trees. And I just Google, there's 13.2 million people still in the lumberjacking industry. Do they eat pancakes? I'm fascinated by this.
Dude, it's a great story. So he has, I think, four brothers. I'm sorry. He's the fifth brother. And so he goes home to Virginia. It's like rural Virginia. And he's like, man, I can't sit at home. My brothers will just be on me the whole time to get out and actually do some work. And he's like, I'm so used to it anyway. So he just goes out all winter and works and does land clearing, cuts trees. He sent me a picture of it. It's great. It's a phenomenal story, man. I think he's going to be a really good thing for O'Neal Cruz, too.
I definitely read that story, Jason. Jason Mackey of the Post-Gazette joining us here on the Fan Morning Show. Now, I must have missed it. I want to go check it out. Tweet us brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. How realistic is it really that, it's a two-parter for you, Jason, that Connor Griffin makes the opening day roster? And how realistic is it that there would be some sort of contract that he signs prior to the start of the season or during this year at some point?
I mean, I think it's at least a 50-50 chance, maybe higher, on both fronts. I mean, I'll address each one individually, Adam.
Please.
I don't expect the Pirates to stop Connor Griffin from making the opening day roster. If he proves that he's ready, I think they're going to take that. They're showing us with all of their signs that they care about winning. And if Connor Griffin's their best available option at shortstop, which it very well might be, don't stop the kid. Put him out there on opening day. I think they'll do that. Whether they come together on a contract extension, I don't know. I've heard a bunch of different sides of this. And I think your comps are like Jackson Chourio for $82 million and Roman Anthony for $134. Where it comes down with Griffin, I don't know. If it's more toward the 82, no, they're not going to get something done. If it's more toward the 134, yes, I think it is going to get done. Those conversations generally happen around this time of year, February and March. So, I think it makes sense for a lot of, for both sides to lock in that certainty for the Pirates. Connor Griffin gets a one-in-generation payday, and he's still a free agent in his late 20s. Of course. So, yeah, I mean, better than 50%. I'm just not going to say that it's a sure thing because you just never know how those things are going to go.
I'm now Googling the manliest jobs in the world, Jason. That's what I'm on.
I guarantee you radio show host and newspaper reporter are not among them.
Valid. Mackie, I know you're already having a blast down there. So walk us through quickly, your typical day down there. Or what are you doing today, and how much beach time, how much bar time is there involved?
No beach time today. I don't think so. Today's media day, so Ben Cherington and Don Kelly will talk at 4 and 4:20. A typical day, you get to Pirate City around, 7:30. Clubhouse opens ungodly early. We're there to theoretically talk to players, basically, only if you have to at 7:30 in the morning. Workouts will start around 8. They're on the field for, 4 hours, 3.5 hours, not continuously, in and out of the batting cages, doing whatever. Talk to guys sporadically throughout there. You're on the field watching it. Get off the field, talk to players and coaches again, probably, write some stories, go home by 4. I don't know, maybe get a workout in and go to the bar. That's give or take. I mean, there's a lot more ins and outs, but behind me, you guys see it's the quad at Pirate City, where this is a fan entrance and you can just walk in and you're looking at 4 fields where players rotate among them. It's a great time, man. I hope you guys get to come down. Any Pirates fans who've never done it, you should. It's a bucket list thing. It's my favorite time of year. I love this stuff.
Have fun, Jason.
Yeah, Jason, enjoy yourself.
Have fun.
Sorry, guys. Yeah. Sorry to take the air out of the room.
Happy for you.
Have a good one.
Trade lives with me. See you, buddy.
All right.
Bye, Jason.
Miss you. Later.
He misses me. He's probably talking to you.
He's probably having a great time.
Of course he is. There's birds chirping.
How long is he down there for? Weeks at a time, right?
Oh, yeah. I think he does 2 weeks, comes back for a week, gives a wife a kiss on the cheek, and heads back down a couple weeks. Yeah. Neil's going down for the first 7 games, spring training, he said. If they make the playoffs this year, do you think we can go down next year?
Sure.
You asked me this before the show. If we offered to drive, do you think Craig would let us go down there?
Yes.
Would you want to do that?
No.
What if I drive in the van?
No.
Didn't I tell you that's how that would go? I told you that's exactly. We brought that under the air. That's exactly what I was going to say.
I took a minivan down there 3 times when I was little. My parents drove
You didn't drive?
I was in the car. My parents drove us. Now I can make the journey in the same type of minivan, too.
All right.
No chance.
Coming up next, we'll react to some of what Jason had to say, and we'll reveal the 10 manliest jobs in the world. First, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
I mean, there's other seats. There's a DVD player in the back. And all right, the Pirates signed Marcell Ozuna yesterday, 1-year deal, $12 million. And reports are saying that there are some options as well for the team and for Ozuna that may extend the contract. But the base is 1 year, $12 million. And following that development, Andrew McCutchen on his social media accounts, he removed all the Pirates branding from there. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Camlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guy's Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at SpitzerToyota.com.
The Parkway East as you head inbound remains slow to a stop back at Wilkinsburg, and the Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is still stopped at the top of Green Tree Hill. Visit your local Cohen site and step into the Roll Zone. Cohen Markets, your fulfilling station. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
Hey, Pittsburgh, it's Andrew Filipponi. How old is your furnace? McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric is searching for the oldest working furnace in the burg. If yours is still hanging on, enter McVeigh's Oldest Furnace Contest for a chance to win a brand new high-efficiency Bryant furnace. To enter, schedule a quick visit from McVeigh. They will inspect your furnace, confirm its age, and make sure it still works. Get all the details at callmcveigh.com/oldest furnace contest. McVeigh and Bryant doing whatever it takes to keep Pittsburgh warm all winter.
Trucking isn't just for drivers. PGT Trucking needs professional staff to help support their men and women out on the road. With positions in safety, recruiting, driver training, fleet management, maintenance, and more, you too can join the proud professionals of PGT and play a major role in the supply chain. Ditch the boring desk job and get in on the action with PGT. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work. That's pgttrucking.com/work.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Jurgles and Trusky Entertainment is putting the next big thing on stage. Check the calendar for the next Lodo show. Tickets for these are only $1 to see live and rising local talent on stage. Get your tickets now at jurgles.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking, efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Visit Taft Poorhouse in Greensburg for Valentine's Day cocktail and food specials.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Today, high of 47, low of 25, 45% chance of rain. Tomorrow, highs in the mid to upper 30s. Texter writes in, it's absolutely terrifying how badly Harry tries to get you into his van. Yeah.
It's consensual, you know.
Oh my God!
You want to come on a trip? You want to drive? You don't want to have to drive? You get to come for free. I got a DVD player in the back. I got games. It's a nice van.
If Mackie let us stay with him and Harry did drive, we could go down there on the cheap for real.
We could go down on the cheap, but it's getting there.
That'd be miserable.
And being there.
In my youth, like road trips seemed fun and were fun. If I spend 16 hours in a car with Harry Callis, I'll probably throw myself out onto the highway. And I love you, Harry.
No, you don't.
I would have thrown myself out the window today, and it was only 2 hours in.
Right.
Well, he talked about toilets. He started it.
I'm talking about both y'all.
What did I do?
I don't want to be in a car with both y'all that long.
Fair.
You guys would be arguing the whole time.
Yeah.
I'll give him some video games. Bring some DVDs. We'll be fine.
No, I need you focused on the road.
You play the video games. I'll drive.
I don't
or
let
you
other
watch
people
the
drive me
movie
on
and
the
I'll
highway.
drive.
So Mackie said that the Pirates' third base coach, Tony Beasley, is a lumberjack in the offseason. And there's 13.2 million lumberjacks still active worldwide. Didn't know that. Mostly because I never thought about it. So I Googled the top 10 most masculine occupations. And, of course, first responders and military notwithstanding. I would say that those are all at the top of the line. You're a police officer, fireman, you go to war. That's pretty masculine. Cowboys, top of the list. 18 hours a day riding a horse, herding, roping, cussing, smoking, camping, drinking. Not bad.
Farmer?
Would you let me get there? I'm reading a list. We could never survive in a car.
Nope.
Oil rig worker.
Yes.
Are you watching The Landman yet?
No.
Okay.
You can watch Landman in the van. You can binge watch it. I got a hotspot.
I got a spot on my couch where I watch it every night with my wife.
Do you actually know there's a cool thing you could do with the vans that have the seats to fold in the floor? You could fold the middle row down, and then it's like a limo. You have the back row, and then just the...
I'm leaving.
It's not like a limo.
You want to bet?
I'm leaving.
That's how Jada and I would do our dates at first whenever we were in there.
Oh, my God.
I would fold the middle row down, so you would just have the front seats, but we would sit in the back seats, and it felt like a limousine. Because you got all that space. I would put...
That's how you would do your dates.
Yeah, we would go in and play games in the van. Like, well,
what kind of games?
We were going bowling the one time, but the bowling place was not accepting people for a couple hours. They had a league going on, so we sat in my van, and I had a table in there, and we played. We went and bought Uno, and we played Uno.
I'm so happy they found each other. I truly am. Number 5, logger lumberjack. Number 6, crab fishing, Doran. Combine the 21-hour days with the horrible elements, and you have a manly enough job as it is. Add to the fact that crab fishing is 25 times as dangerous as the national average job, and you have a very well-rounded manly job. Steel worker. Butcher? I mean, you are hacking up meat.
Yep.
You got to wash the blood off your hands, which I feel like you might need to do after today's show. Mechanic. There you have it.
All right.
10 manly jobs. People are now saying that we need to do the 16-hour drive, and like you and Bostic did, stream the entire thing on YouTube.
That's what we would do.
I'm for it. I'm willing.
I would never do that.
I think that would actually maybe be the end of the show.
Yep.
Like, all of our relationships, I think, are great. I think we would test the boundaries of all of them in a 16-hour car ride. That's 32 hours if we're going back and forth.
You know.
And we'd have to.
And we have to stay probably with each other.
Yeah.
I'm optimistic. I don't know.
All right. Good show today.
Yep.
Fun show.
Yep.
Talk to Ian tomorrow at 5:40.
Are we flushing the show onto Joe now?
Speaking of flushing, he has flushed out his entire bodily fluids. Joe has. He is getting a colonoscopy today, so he's not here. And Pompiani filling in. Talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Goodbye.
Your home hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met yet?
In a world in need of a hero, one man rises to the challenge in style. He is...
just driving the kids to soccer practice.
Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
And hey, come on, no cleats on the seats.
Hi, I'm Neil Walker. One of my favorite places to go on the North Shore is the North Shore Tavern. If you love the Pittsburgh Pirates, then you'll love the North Shore Tavern. My home and Pittsburgh's home for Steak on the Stone. Just a stone's throw away from PNC Park on the North Shore.
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint chipping rotten railings with new maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, SchleyDeckCompany.com.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
That's the sound of James adding long-lasting Gain scent boosters to his laundry this morning. Several hours later, James sniffs the irresistible scent of Gain on his shirt. Gain. Several hours later, James has even caught the attention of his mother-in-law, and she never gives him attention.
Ooh, you smell amazing, James.
Oh, thanks, Mom. I love you too.
I never said that.
Add Gain scent boosters to your laundry. Add joy to your day.
Back in 60.
Are you really eating during the commercial break?
You bet. These Factor meals keep my head in the game.
Oh, yeah? So what do you got there?
This year's filet mignon and creamy Parmesan shrimp. With Factor, I get chef-prepared, dietitian-approved meals delivered weekly. Perfect for pros like us.
Oh, so you're a pro now, too?
Box says Factor, eat like a pro. So, yeah.
I think it's time for you to share a bite like a pro.
No. Get your own at factormeals.com. Factor, eat like a pro.
Create a luxury spa with a customized glass shower door. Visit boulevardglassandmetal.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Traffic Center at spitzertoyota.com.
Looking at the Parkway East as you head inbound, traffic is still slow through Edgewood, Swissvale, and even back to Wilkinsburg. The Parkway West as you head inbound, traffic is still stopped at the bottom of Green Tree Hill. And in Westmoreland County, I-70 eastbound is closed until further notice. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Erin Ferragonio on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyer.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
My ride smells just right, just right, just right, just right. Y'all gotta try that Febreze car. Just right, just right, just right, just right. Yeah. La 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 la. With up to 40 days of consistent distancing. All over Breeze car clips right on your vent. You know my car's my happy place. Keep that smile on my face. When it smells just right, just right, just right. Yeah, breathe happy Febreze. La 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 la.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
How many Super Bowls has Russell Wilson cost his team by wanting to pass the ball on the 1-yard line? 1.
Adrian, are you in the mood to wish Mulsey a happy 40th birthday?
Yeah, happy birthday. The only good thing I like about this guy is he has a bald head like me.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball welcomes the Duke Blue Devils to town tonight at 9 o'clock. And you can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan against one of the best teams in the country. Panthers trying to take them down. 8:30 is pregame coverage. You can also listen on your Odyssey app at AUDACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Right now, it's a Tuesday Pop and Joe.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, everyone. Thunderous music right off the bat, indicating a very early and long day for Joe Starkey, who is not here, although if you're watching on the YouTube page, you can see his picture. Austin put it up there. He's smiling. Do you think he's smiling right now? He had a
not a chance.
6:30. Well, he might be. If it's all good and done, he's resting. He hadn't eaten in 24 hours. He can now have something to eat.
Oh, I thought you meant that if he was still in the process of it right now, then I think he would be mortified and terrified.
It goes pretty quickly. You're too young to have this conversation.
Yeah.
But one day you will. And you'll understand why you have to do it. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Pomp and Joe Show. Joe's not here, but his picture is there. And we're talking sports all throughout the day. Let's set the stage for you. We have Nick Faribault coming on at 11 o'clock from Penn Live. He'll be talking about the Steelers and their offseason. And then Brian Batko will join us in the 1 o'clock hour right here. In the meantime, we will sprinkle in calls as we go at 412-928-9370. And I'm going to get into the Pirates. I want to hear a lot of takes out there about what you think the Pirates have done so far. Is it good enough? We had an interesting sports call last night on TV where a lot of people like it. A lot of people thought they're not done. They shouldn't be done. What more can they do? What more should they do? At 412-928-9370. We'll talk about that after they got a good bat in Marcell Ozuna and whether or not you think Marcell Ozuna is the kind of guy who can help them to the point that he did a few years ago. And I'm not suggesting 40 home runs is what I expect, but I expect more when I saw last year from him, which was 21 home runs in a down year. He got a hip injury. I think that obviously had an impact because he had a good start to the year last year. And then everything went south once he got that injury and never really recovered from it. So I think that's a good move for them. I know it comes with some bittersweet elements to it, as Andrew McCutchen now most likely will be done, and a lot of people didn't want to see that happen. Austin, but I think time goes on. He's 39. Things have to happen. I don't think there's a spot in the roster for him. That doesn't mean down the road there may be, or another team may be interested, but they had to move on because they just didn't get enough from the DH position last year.
You guys could get hurt. There could be a multitude of things that happen that could allow McCutchen to come back, but obviously right now the odds seem very slim. I think that this is the only acceptable thing that Pirates fans could have asked for with no Andrew McCutchen return, because it clearly shows that they wanted to fully upgrade the roster, improve that DH spot from one of the worst in all of baseball, partially because, McCutchen just can't do it anymore full time. But also, B, I wish, Bob, that they would have handled the entire situation differently and told him maybe it was September of last year or entering free agency or gave him a good enough notice. I think McCutchen was owed that. Like, hey, this is it. We're thinking of moving in a different direction in the offseason. There's a chance we bring you back, but the chances are not high. And I think that's where the Pirates have screwed up in this, where ultimately we should be applauding them for going out there and signing 3 All-Stars from the past 2 years. Ozuna 2 years ago, Lau, and O'Hearn from last year. But McCutchen gets ultimately lost in the shuffle, and I don't like that. I wish they would have handled it differently. I would have been happy with him as a bench bat, but I understand it from their perspective. They're trying to win fully, and they don't think that he can do it anymore.
Exactly. I think there's going to have to be some conversations going on. Yesterday, as we talked about during our show, he decided to wipe clean his social media pages of any Pirates mentions. So obviously this is not going down easy for him. But I agree, it should have been something that happened immediately. One of the first things in this offseason, but they did not do that. And so now here they are. But it's going to take some time to mend that. Meanwhile, the Pirates have spent $39 million, essentially, give or take $1 million, on 3 bats that they brought in. And of those 3 bats, Ryan O'Hearn probably has the most money because it's a multi-year thing. But you're getting a lot of run production, at least based on last year's productions. Over 200 runs batted in collectively from the 3 of them. I know we always get caught up in big names, at least I do, when I see, big names out there who want to go for big money, you want to bring them in. But they've kind of put this together as, 3 guys who collectively had done pretty good work in terms of driving in runs. Last year, the Pirates were the last place team when it came to home run production. They just didn't have any home runs. They couldn't do it. They didn't, 117 as a team. My goodness, there are some players in this league who can hit that almost by themselves the way they go with Ohtani and Judge. So they needed power production. They got guys who could put the ball out of the ballpark. So hopefully that'll be a good sign for them coming up. They still need to do something with, some veteran help in the pitching department. And I don't know, Austin, if the third base situation is going to be solved. I don't. I think they're running out of answers potentially there. It's going to have to be a trade, it looks like, at this point. But who do you get of the guys who are available? Paredes, everybody brings up his name, but I think I think they like him. I don't think they want to get rid of him necessarily unless you overpay for it.
Well, it seems like the Astros are pretty willing to deal him, at least out of reports from Houston. What I saw, though, Bob, is that the Pirates are kind of unlikely to trade for, maybe not unlikely, it's too strong of a word, but they're not like the betting favorite right now to get Paredes because of the money. He's only making $9.3 million in arbitration this year, and that'll be too much for the Pirates to take on. Like, I understand they're projecting for their highest payroll ever, but we're talking about $110 million here. We're not talking about a guy that's a $30 million increase, like if you brought in Schwarber or something like that. And even if you trade Joey Bart and you get rid of the $2.5 million on his books, how does the balance sheet not work there?
No, it should. It absolutely should. Again, you're not talking about guys who are making $30-40 million. I mean, Framber Valdez at $38 million. Would you rather have him, just him, and nobody else, or would you rather have the 3 guys they brought in offensively? Listen, I know that you got to have pitching to win, and they obviously have Skubal for at least half the year before they figure out what to do with him, if at all. I think that's an interesting thing to think about. What do the Tigers do with him? He's going to be unrestricted at the end of this year. He already got a $32 million arbitration settlement. He's looking at, the kind of money that is going to be generational for his generation, the next generation, and every generation after that. So they may, if they're in, I think it's a dilemma to watch. If they're in a hunt for a World Series, they're a really good team, and he's obviously a big part of it, 2-time Cy Young winner. What do they do with him?
They'll probably trade him at the deadline if they're out of it. But if they're in it, they just let it ride. You let it play out. You give him the qualifying offer, and he walks in free agency.
Yeah, I know that's a risky thing, considering what you could get in return for him.
Right, but I mean, Detroit is a team that is likely going to be competing for a top spot in the AL playoffs. So you'd imagine you'd want to keep those two as a two-headed monster at the top of the rotation. Jack Flaherty's good for them, too.
Yeah, but there's only one Tarek Skubal, and with the bonanza that you could bring in, maybe not as much if they had done this last year, but now, facing unrestricted status, I think you can still get a lot for him, and they have to think about that as well. They're not one of these ultra big market teams. They need people in their system to develop, and you can get probably 2 or 3 guys who can help you down the road.
But if they trade him, Bob, this is a blueprint for what a potential Skeens deal would look like. And, of course, we don't want to really talk about that and dwell on it now, but that is the harsh reality of it. Because, I don't think the Pirates will carry Skeens into his final year and have him going into free agency but around the deadline. They'll probably trade him with 1 year left, maybe even 2. But if Scooble does go at that deadline, it just shows what you could get for Skeens and probably a lot more.
Exactly, and they're going to follow the same thing. It's going to go through arbitration the same way unless they figure out a way to sign him, but I think that ship has sailed, which leads us to this next ship. You have Connor Griffin, who's, I realize he has a long way to go in terms of where he's been in the minors. Not that many at-bats. He went to AA, played, a handful of games down there, 15 to 20, whatever it was. Hasn't played in AAA. Some will believe he needs to do that. But if he doesn't, or if he makes a quick rise to here in the majors, would they engage him in the kind of money and the kind of long-term contract that a 19-year-old should salivate over, right? If you're 19 years old and you're being offered this kind of money, how much of it do you need? How much do you think his agent would require? What do you think a long-term deal does, if you want to make one, and that's a big if here, with Connor Griffin? Because, this was a few years ago. Jackson Churio was a really good deal for Milwaukee because they got it under $100 million. Right. Boston, I was looking at this deal yesterday for Anthony, right? $130 million.
Yeah, over 8 years.
8 years. Year by year, that's actually not a bad payment. It's less than 20.
You're talking about $30 million at the end of that deal.
Right. So there's a big difference, and it goes to show you that if you wait, Churio 84, Anthony 130, what's the next one going to be? And if Connor Griffin is the next one, how much will he want?
140. Okay. I would think 8 and 140 would make some sense.
And you would think that at 19 he would want that. His agent, it's what he wants, not so much his agent, but his agent will advise him. He still can have time left to get another one after this. He'll only be, if you give him an 8 to 10 year, 20, he'll be in his 20s still.
Yeah, let's say you add on a club option to that too, and it becomes like a 9-year deal with incentives and other escalators in the contract. That's what Roman Anthony had. It's over $200 million when you consider club options and stuff like that. He could still be a free agent at 28, 29 years old. And if you're Griffin and you get a chance to make $140+ million just out of the gates, guaranteed to you at 19 years old, and then you get to go to free agency still in your prime, Bob, how do you say no to that? Because
I think you should do it. Mostly because of his age.
He could be making $5, $6, $7 million in his first, each of his first 3 years or something like that, when he'd be making $1 million as a pre-arb player.
And he's going to make $1 million for a couple of years in a row. That's it. Now, he can get some endorsements along the way. You want to play that game, go ahead. But if you get injured, you're not guaranteed anything beyond that. So, yeah, I think that's enticing for somebody. And I think we all lose sight of how much money we're talking about. We're throwing money around like it's, only $9 million. Only $5 million. That's cheap. Put it in real life money, real life terms. Pretty good. And I think anybody should put that in perspective. Sure, you want the big paycheck. Go out and prove it then. He hasn't done it yet. If the Pirates are willing to do that, I would say okay with it. Now, there's a risk if he turns out to be somebody who is not as good as you think, and he comes up here and is overmatched. But you got to make that judgment at some point, whether it's now, next year, or 2 years from now.
I just am willing to take the risk on it too, though, Bob, because sure, the Jose Tabata deal didn't work. Sure, the Gregory Polanco contract ended up being a bad one.
But those were not, even Brian Hayes, it was less than $10 million a year, right? I mean, that was at the time looked at it, wow, that's 70-some million for 8 years. That's not that much for a franchise in the majors.
So Roman Anthony was the number one prospect in baseball, either when he signed the deal or at least when he debuted. Mm-hmm. Griffin is the exact same thing, number one prospect in baseball, but the way that he's being talked about in similar conversations like Soto and Trout, and for the people that say oh, well, you could always see how he does the first year and explore it later on. No, there's a huge boom potential here where he ends up, I don't know, is there 4 or 5 hitter by July? By August,
and
Bob?
He's going to be a 40-40 guy potentially, too.
Churio was that for the Brewers, but I imagine that Griffin's going to be a better player and have a better career. So you want to make sure you walk him up as quickly as possible. And $140 million, $150 million, if they're willing to offer that. I can't imagine a 19-year-old kid just walking away and saying no. and still hitting free agency in your prime.
I agree. And if they don't do it this year, he has a really good first year. Eventually, when it comes up, that can, the money goes up after that. But so far, Pirates have done enough to, at least I think, make them competitive. Are they better than the Cubs? No, I don't think. Are they better than the Reds at this point? I would say no to that. I think they are in the same ballpark as the Brewers, and that's never a bad thing to be in. And the Cardinals are behind them. 412-928-9370. That's the first topic we'll get into. The second one is looking back at the Super Bowl. Just your thoughts. I heard a lot of people say it's boring, and I get why it's boring for people. There were not a lot of points in that game. Of the first 9 possessions combined, there were 7 punts. People don't want to watch that. You want to watch excitement and points. We normally equate excitement with points, not good defensive games. However, if you're a fan of football, you have to ask yourself, wasn't that a brilliant performance by Seattle? One of the best defensive shutdowns that you're going to see in a big game like that. There's a lot of value to that if I'm a fan watching, but you got to be into it, and you got to just not look beyond points. We have become, no matter what the sport, you want more offense. Offense sells. The league knows it. Every sport knows it. But defense still wins. And I would say to you now, Austin, that this is something to watch moving forward. Do the trends change? And I say that because the last 2 years, defensive teams that were at the top rankings won. If you look at the top 4 ranked defensive teams this year in football, Seattle was 1, Houston was 2, Denver was 3, New England was 4. All those 4 teams, and honestly, I think Denver would have given Seattle a much better game with Bo Nix. Once that happened, I think that changed everything. But it goes to show you when you have a good defense, it travels and it wins. So
I don't think it's a coincidence that the last 2 years it was Eagles dominant pass rush, and now we saw Seattle dominant pass rush. 2 defenses that really didn't have any holes in it, which makes it even more critical to poke holes in the Steelers' defense because it's the highest paid in the NFL and there are multiple holes on it. So, yeah, I think you make a good point there with defense can still win you championships. I also kind of look at the offenses on either side, though. Is it because the pass rush was so good that New England couldn't protect Drake May and that the Chiefs couldn't protect Mahomes a year ago? Or is it because the offensive lines on both teams were poor? I mean, Will Campbell was a turnstile, and he was the number 4 overall pick this past year for the Patriots. The Chiefs' offensive line was all banged up. But I think you're on track, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, and you look at it, those 2 teams you mentioned last year and this year, they don't have the top edge rushers in the game. Seattle's defense is not built on edge rushing alone. It's built on stopping the middle of the field, stopping the run. And they've done it very nicely with some of their picks. And here's the other key to this all. If you're going to do this, however you assemble your team, you've got to hit on your draft picks, period. End of story. Jackson Smith and Jigma, a big-time draft pick for Seattle. When you look at Kenneth Walker, who now will be entering free agency, big-time draft pick. I think he was a second-round pick. They hit on a lot of their guys, especially the ones, on defense. Whether it's Byron Murphy, who is, I think, outstanding, Jaron Reed. They have guys that they've drafted and they have developed. So drafting and developing still matters in the NFL. And the Steelers have got to do a better job at it, quite frankly. They have to get more hits. They have to make people turn into the Akello or the Devin Witherspoons, who was, I think, 5th overall. I forget where he was drafted.
Yeah, he was.
He 5th? A difference maker who you can ride and it doesn't cost you all that much to start. You have guys on rookie contracts. You can make them play quickly. And when they play and do it well, Seattle's a perfect example of that. And Mike McDonald's a good defensive coach. Yeah, they had offensive successes this year. Yeah, they brought in Sam Darnold. They made wise moves. When you think about it, if I had told you last year Seattle was going to dump Geno Smith, who they just gave a contract to, and DK Metcalf, and would get better offensively as a result, people would have said, no way, that's not happening. Who's your quarterback?
Outside of me, though, Bob, because of Sam Darnold.
You are a Sam Darnold fan. Yes,
But I didn't think they'd win the Super Bowl. But here's the thing about it, though, Bob. This is what they've done over the last 3 years in the draft. 2023, Devin Witherspoon, Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Is that the same
Zach
first round?
Charbonnet.
One of those was acquired by trade.
Yeah, the Witherspoon pick was.
Is that the Russell Wilson trade?
Correct, from Denver.
Okay, so
Smith and
still,
Jigba was
2
their
first-round picks, both stars.
Both stars. Also picked Charbonnet in that draft. So they hit with 3 stars in that class. Byron Murphy was their first-round pick in 2024.
Stud defensive
They
guy.
hit. A.J. Barner was their 4th-round pick, their starting tight end.
Super Bowl touchdown.
They hit. Their first round this past year, Gray Zabel starts on the offensive line. Nicky Manware, starting safety.
Very good.
Torrey Horton, their wide receiver they took in the 5th round from Colorado
where was Kobe
State.
Bryant? Because he's a big player for them. He
had
was
5 touchdowns.
Kobe Bryant?
Kobe Bryant was a 4th-round pick in 2022.
And he was a player who made some plays all throughout this postseason.
Kenneth Walker, Super Bowl MVP, 2nd-round pick in 2022. Boe Mafe, their defensive end that has 20 sacks in his career.
Defensive touchdown.
2nd-round pick, 2022. What's the difference between Seattle and the Steelers right now, Bob? Over the last 4 years, it's top of the draft. Hit, 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 hit.
That's
I feel like
exactly
we're
what
at the
I said.
casino right now, Bob.
You're
Just
hitting
keep
everything.
hitting.
You got to do that most over everything else you can do. You can certainly augment your roster by bringing in guys like Darnold. You can look at other free agent guys who can help you. They needed a quarterback. They trust what they believe. I think Minnesota probably is ruining the day they made that deal to walk away from him. I mean, he flourished there, and yet they turned because they drafted J.J. McCarthy, because they weren't sure what Darnold was going to do, so they made that pick. But I think it would have behooved them to keep him around another couple of years and let McCarthy sit, which is a tough thing when he's a 10th overall pick. You want to get him out there. But they made, at this point, what looks like the wrong call. Just to reinforce this Seattle defense, they had 0 points through 3 quarters. They had 78 total yards. Austin, you would never find this to be the case. If I told you in a big game that the team that won by almost blowout fashion was only 4 for 16 on 3rd down. 4 for 16, their offense. And yet they won without any sort of pressure on them at all. No stress. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
But that's what they did on offense. 4 for 16. Darnold did not have a great day. What he did do was not make mistakes.
Right, he was good enough.
He was good enough.
And they allowed the run game to be able to carry it. That was a Steeler type of game, Bob. I'm sure that Art and many others in the organization were probably watching that and smiling with glee, seeing, hey, running the ball, playing good defense, that's what we've wanted to do for so long. It's still doable. And just like what Philadelphia did last year. Now, I don't think their personnel is nearly as good as the last 2 Super Bowl champions. That's a big part of it. But philosophy-wise, they've proven these 2 past teams can still win that way.
Yeah, you can. You got to have an offense to do something, but you don't have to have an offense that's going to score 40 points a game. You can do it without that if your defense is doing what Seattle has done. Off the top today, presented by JP Roofing and Siding, we've gotten into some of the things we're going to talk about, and that would include the Pirates. Want to hear from you at 412-928-9370. Also about the Steelers. We'll be talking about their offseason, how you envision it going. Knowing the draft's in town, they got some big decisions to make about what they do at quarterback. Still waiting on Aaron Rodgers. Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. If you call, you'll be calling on the Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The other thing I wanted to get into, Pittsburgh's own Neil Shipley. What he did last night, now, I know this is just simulation golf, okay? So people are going to think I'm overreacting to it, but I think it's fun. It's called TGL. It's an indoor thing that they've built. Tiger Woods and Rory McIlroy are heavily involved in it. So is SoFi. They made a television show out of this basically every Tuesday night or Monday night, whenever they get together. 3-man teams. This was Neil Shipley's first opportunity to do it. Not only does he provide the winning putt to close out Tommy Fleetwood and other guys on that team, and that was an experienced team they played against. But he had a hole-in-one, first ever hole-in-one in that. And they've been playing for over a year now, and they've had guys like Tiger Woods and Rory play, and all the big names have played, but no one's gotten a hole-in-one. So I want to congratulate him. That's a splash for him. He made his first cut last week at the Phoenix Open, and now here he is doing something that's never been done before. And I realize it doesn't count, but it's still a fun thing. Did you see it when it happened?
I did.
Do
see
you
it
like
last
that
night.
concept? And I want to know what people think at 412-928-9370. Do you like watching that? It's at the dead of winter. There's not much else on aside from college basketball right now. It's entertaining, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's long term. I don't know if you can do this forever and expect it to be as watched as it's been. but I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, not nearly as much as on a regular course, but when it's the middle of the summer, maybe it's because the Olympics are on too. There's just a lot going on still at the moment outside of the NFL season being done. I thought it was entertaining. I thought it was pretty cool. I saw a lot of clips that popped up on social media, and to be able to see Shipley hit that shot, that was pretty sweet.
110 yards. Again, it is an electronically devised golf course. It's just you can make whatever. They have volcanoes in there, and you're supposed to drive over this and that. It's pretty fun. Anyway, he got it done. So I've been texting him. Hopefully I can get a hold of him to come on and talk about it. Because, I mean, that's the kind of stuff that people, regardless of simulated or not, they'll talk about it. And when you do bring up his name, that'll pop up, no doubt. 412-928-9370. By the way, they're off to Pebble Beach, and it looks like a beautiful week of golf ahead. One day of rain, but nice golf at Pebble Beach for the AT&T Pro-Am, which is a signature event on the PGA Tour, and a lot of the best names in golf will be there. All right, want to hear from you. Call us. Let us know what you think. You can also hit us up on X. That's easy to do if you have some opinions. And I know there is a YouTube chat room or whatever you call that stuff over there. What are the people on YouTube? They're normally pretty active?
Oh, they're very active.
Okay, we'll see what they have to say about that. Do you like simulated golf on television? That's one of your questions at 412-928-9370. All right, I'm going to tell you about West Shore Home, because there's a lot going on in West Shore Home. And if you're looking to upgrade your home, this is what you need to do. Call them, because it's winter. You're thinking about these home projects. You may have more time on your hands to think about it because you're indoors a lot. Well, West Shore Home makes it easier than ever with your winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling really easy for you as a consumer. From your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is complete. You heard me right. With Winter Savings Event, you get free installation on your next project. You get started with no money down, and this includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now at westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special financing rates and make it even easier to get started right now. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installers, and that makes a huge difference. So schedule your free, no-obligation consultation today. Lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for Winter Savings Event from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt basketball tonight will play against the Duke Blue Devils. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's a 7 o'clock tip-off. 8:30 is when our pregame coverage begins. You can also listen on your Odyssey app at AUDACY. And the Olympics continue, but will do so without Lindsay Vaughn, who suffered very serious injury and had to be flown off the course after already trying to ski with a torn ACL. Vaughn's Olympics are over. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Football is over, and that sucks. But the temperature is hitting 40 this week, and the Pirates just signed Marcell Ozuna. And baseball season is finally here.
Time to light this bad boy up.
Keep it here all spring training long, as nobody keeps you dialed into the Bucks better than us. Our Pirates play here.
Praise it!
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. Frozen pipes, call McVeigh.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
What a 24 hours for Clint Kubiak, offensive coordinator for Seattle as they win the Super Bowl, and then named head coach of the Las Vegas Raiders. And the Raiders may be able to get it going in 2027, in 2026 in that division with the Chargers, with the Broncos, and the Chiefs. Hard to imagine they're going to be very good, even if Fernando Mendoza is good. If they draft the Heisman Trophy winner, might be tough sledding for Kubiak in year one. I'm Nick Custers.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
You don't marry the person you could live with. You marry the person you can't live without. This famous quote speaks wonders. Hi, this is Joe Urbanowitz of Urbanowitz Jewelers. For over 40 years, the Urbanowitz family has been helping couples get engaged. We have a huge inventory of designer lines and all the classics. Buying an engagement ring online, sight unseen, can be risky. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, you can see it, touch it, and trust who you are buying it from. Let us help you find the perfect engagement ring for the one you can't live without. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Winter wreaks havoc on your car. Salt, slush, snow, the worst. You can keep your car bright, shiny, and clean with Mr. Magic's unlimited wash plans. Plans start as low as $19.99 per month to enjoy unlimited washes at any of our 23 Mr. Magic neighborhood locations. Sign up today online or at any Mr. Magic car wash.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free and 0% financing for 36 months plus $500 off your project. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy 2 get 2 free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Bob Pompiani with you, along with Austin City Limits. Beck told Joe Starkey is recovering from colonoscopy. I'm going to let him rest for now, but I may try to figure out if he's interested in some play-by-play on that, how it went this morning. He was complaining all day about eating Jell-O, but what else are you going to do? You can't have anything substantial when you're on this.
So he had it early this morning then. So he should be done and like on his way home now.
It's a fairly quick procedure, and they get you in and out of there, so... Yeah, he's probably home right now. Do you think he's listening or is he sleeping?
I feel like if he was listening, he would call in and either
with
try to prank us.
You're right.
Yeah, he would either try to prank us.
Got you, Joey.
Tony! Or he would actually be the real thing.
Yeah, well, I'm anxious to find out how that went. Hopefully all good. They normally get your results right then and there, so hopefully it went all well for Joe, but he'll be back here tomorrow. In the meantime, 412-928-9370. Talking about the Pirates, what they've done. Are you jumping on their bandwagon now? What do you think about the Pirates heading into spring trading? Have they done enough for you to satisfy your need to be a playoff team with Paul Skeens leading the way? Also, we're talking about the Steelers in the offseason. How do you kind of emulate what maybe Seattle has done with a defense that was just so good that it took a lot of pressure on the offense? Sure, you got to have some offensive pieces, and they do. But what do the Steelers need to do to get back in not only the playoffs, but to a spot where they can win a game at 412-928-9370. We have the draft coming up here in April. There'll be a lot of talk as we get closer to that. Steelers pick 21st. What can you do in that position? And if a guy like Ty Simpson falls, would you gamble a pick on him right now if you believe that he's the guy? But you got to believe 100% that he's your guy. Also tonight coming up, we have basketball. And normally Duke at Pitt would be a big-time conversation piece. But quite frankly, right now it's not because there are two programs in totally opposite directions. Duke is favored by almost 18 points, 17.5 points tonight. I don't know if you saw their game the other day, Austin, against North Carolina. It was a tremendous game. Came down to one shot. Seth Trimble in the corner hit a three. But what followed was very interesting to me because there was still time left. I think if you glanced at it, if you were there, you knew there had to be time left.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I saw where the clock was. And I said, if anything, it has to be looked at closely. But I didn't stop everyone from storming the court. So they had a sea of people on the court, which also led to some injuries for Duke program staffers who were there. And then later became a $50,000 fine by the ACC for security violations and you are responsible. By the way, I was looking at, you could call a technical foul on North Carolina for their fan behavior. Did you know that? It's in the if they wanted to do that, but I don't think they wanted to do that.
There's no chance they would have done that.
If they would have done that, it would have been a riot.
Well, and if they would have done that too, it would have been 2 shots in the ball. Where are you getting the basketball at that point? Yeah, you're getting it at half court. So it's still you still would need to get a lob to the hoop to be able to put up a shot.
But that gives you a better shot than trying to go from the entire way with 0.4. But anyway, they had to clear it all out. They did. And then once it went final, they ran back onto the court. So.
I thought it was hilarious that they stormed the court and then re-stormed the court again.
But North Carolina strikes me as a program that doesn't need to storm the court.
No, they don't.
It's a been there, done there program, right? They've won these kinds of games before. I know it's Duke, but I don't think storming. People want to do it. A young generation, sure, I get it. That's part of what you've seen growing up.
Did you ever storm the court when you were a youngster, Bob?
No, never did.
I did once when we were at RMU and they won the NEC in 2020. It was a week before, it might have been actually a couple of days before, COVID officially shut everything down.
Remind me about when Kentucky went to Robert Morris. Did they storm the court after that one? Robert Morris won. Did they? I don't remember.
Undoubtedly they did, I think.
John Calipari's team came here, and I think he knew that potentially could happen as even a wake-up call for his team. Say, okay, you want to go play this team? You think you're better then? Look what happens when you let it go. So those are all teaching moments. But Pitt has a long way to go. Where do you see Pitt headed, in this situation? Because Alan Green's got a tough job to do right now. You've got to see where your programs are. A lot of programs, not football or basketball, have had a lot of success with their coaches. You know about Dan Fisher, what he's done. And Dan Fisher, I think has a wonderful class, maybe the best class he's ever had coming in and a couple of transfers. So Pitt's not been able to go to that final and win in volleyball. They've done just about everything else. But that's going to be something on their list. But obviously, basketball's got to get better. Obviously, football has got to get better. So where do you go if you're the AD? Given the NIL situation and commitments you got to have, you don't necessarily have the kind of big-time fan base that's going to give you, Mark Cuban money that's available out there. But they got to figure out a way to get this better in both of those cases. So Pitt will take on Duke tonight. We'll see how that goes. 412-928-9370 is the number. Let's go to the phone lines, shall we, Austin?
Here is Mike. He's in Uniontown.
What's going on in Uniontown, home of the Red Raiders, Mike? What's up?
Yeah, well, I'm Zelma's husband, so actually we're part of the Albergaton Colonials. But anyway.
Oh, okay.
Listen,
tell Zelma hi, by the way. She's a lovely lady.
Yeah.
See what years of marriage do to you? Yeah, I heard that before. Okay,
yeah. I got a question about that North Carolina Duke game as I was watching it. They would have had to call a timeout the millisecond that it went through the hoop because the clock keeps running. It's not automatic that there was 0.4 seconds left. The Duke bench would have had to call a timeout. Am I not correct?
Did they call? I don't even remember how that went down.
But, everybody was saying, they were looking at the replay. The ball went through the hoop, 0.4 seconds, put 0.4 seconds back on the clock.
See, I need to check that out. Does the clock stop on that?
I think you have to call timeout. I think you have to call timeout.
Maybe they called timeout. I did not see closely how many timeouts they had left.
They had to call timeout as the ball was coming down. I swear to God.
Yeah. Well, that's a good question. That's something we got to check out, and we will. And honestly, that game, I never thought North Carolina was going to come back to win. They were down double digits. They looked like they weren't going to pull it out, and somehow they went on a late run and pulled it off.
Exactly.
So, yeah. I hope Pitt gets a chance like that. I'd love to see a 68-68 game tonight and give people out there a chance. It's a 9 o'clock game. I don't like 9 o'clock games, so that's one thing about it. It's kind of late, second part of a doubleheader for the ACC. All right, Mike.
Okay, guys.
We'll see what the answer to that is. I don't know if you've
They did not call a timeout, Bob.
So by the rule, is it supposed to keep rolling, or does it stop?
Yeah, so typically I thought at least – I thought you did have to call a timeout. I guess the clock does stop in that situation to get the ball inbounded in that type of late game situation. North Carolina had a 9-0 run in the final 225. They overcame a 13-point deficit in that game.
There was a great game last night. I don't know if you saw it, but number 1 Arizona went to Allen Fieldhouse in Kansas, where nobody ever wins on a Monday night, and they almost did, but Kansas won that game. They got this guy, Flory Badunga. He is really a tremendous player. Badunga came up with big plays. They hit their free throws down the stretch. Kansas upset number 1 Arizona, which was 23-0 coming into this game. They got a great team. They're going to be a 1 seed in NCAA tournament time. Kansas won that game 82-78, and they did it without Darren Peterson, their best player, which is even more impressive. So Kansas, how about this record for Bill Self on Monday night, big Mondays, which are normally big games at their campus? He's 33-0 on those Monday nights. And it doesn't matter who the competition is, and it's always good competition.
And I don't know why I just completely had a brain, gasp on this type of thing, Bob. But yeah, the clock in the final minute of the second half or overtime, it does stop.
Yeah,
so that's why.
Yeah, I don't think that's the case early in the game, but down the stretch they probably do it that way. So there was still time left, and that's what they had to do. So that's interesting. Also, last night I love watching college basketball. I like basketball in general. Louisville scored 118 points on NC State. They just blew them out. They got this freshman named Mikael Brown Jr., who's a really ballyhooed guy. 45 points last night. All-time record for a freshman in ACC play. So that's a team also that's getting better as the season goes on. It's funny, you're a teammate. You don't get any play at all. Ryan Conwell had almost a triple-double, 31 points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists, something like that, and no one even mentions him because the other guy had 45 points. I never saw so much tremendous shooting by Louisville, but they get hot. Boy, they're really good to beat, and I think Pitt saw that to be the case when they played him. All right, coming up, we have a lot of Steeler talk coming up about what the Steelers will do. I'd like to hear from you on that at 412-928-9370. It looks like Aaron Rodgers is thinking about returning, and if he does, then he's your quarterback, and you won't get much play from anybody else if he's healthy, and he was fairly healthy last year. What are the expectations, though? What can he do better than what we saw this year? He still had, a good season for touchdown passes in the red zone, especially early in the season. They were much better than they were later in the season, but they got some things done. He's a smart guy, neck up, one of the best in the game still. Arm still can do it, but he's limited in terms of mobility. What would you do if Aaron decided to say, you know what, I've had to change him. I woke up today, my back's killing me. I don't think I want to go through this grind again. So plan B would be a very interesting plan B. It may never come to this because we're assuming he's going to come back, and Mike McCarthy pretty much told me that's the plan. What would be plan B? Who would you bring in? How would you go about it? And does it change what you do with a number 1 pick, 21st overall?
Yeah, Mike McCarthy would first probably be very upset and taken back by that. He probably thinks that it might be a slam dunk. At least I think it's a slam dunk at this point. And considering what Tom Pelissero had to say on the NFL Network before the Super Bowl, that it just is increasingly likely that Aaron Rodgers is going to return. But, Bob, I try to be a man of the people. And I think in the spirit of being a man of the people, let's give the people what they want. William Howard should be the starting quarterback. And you know what, Bob? I've been very skeptical of Will Howard. I have. But I think let's give him a chance. Let's give him an opportunity. And if he doesn't play well, which I think is going to be the ultimate reality, they get a high draft pick, which is what I ultimately want them to do. But if he plays well and he proves me wrong, I'll eat crow and be happy about it if they find a franchise guy.
Well, it would, again, his opportunity to play would depend on how much belief they have, and do they go out in free agency and give someone the kind of money that would make him a starter. You've heard the names already. I'm not necessarily sold on any one of them, to be honest, but I think they'd have to bring somebody in here. But if Aaron says I'm not doing it, I'm going to find it very interesting to see where Will Howard stands in this, because they've been very high on him based on everything they saw in his first season. Even though he didn't play, they saw stuff in meetings on the field, what limited time he had to do anything out there. So they're obviously bullish on him. Would you do it? The downside is they don't compete. The upside is they get a higher draft pick the next year. So that would be the scenario. And we got people who love to talk about this, don't we, Limits?
Here's our guy, Anthony in Oakland, to chime in.
Well, the one and only Anthony. How are you?
Thank you, Bob. Bob, I don't want Rodgers back. I mean, I don't know. There were some games he played very well, but against the better opposition, he didn't play well at all. And that Cleveland game was all I needed to see. I mean, that was a game they needed, and he came out and played so poorly, it was unbelievable. I couldn't even believe what I was seeing. So I don't want any part. Then we saw what happened with Houston. You saw what happened when he played the Chargers. And those are the type of teams you're going to have to play if you're in the playoffs. And he didn't play very well at all. So at this point, get Malik Willis in here. Let him compete with the other two quarterbacks you have on, Mason and the young man. His name escapes me right now.
Will Howard.
Will Howard. Yeah. If McCarthy is this guru, as everyone says, then that show us. And then you, as a matter of fact, while you're at it, you trade Mr. Watt. You trade him to the 49ers to get a second-round pick. You have to do similar to what Tomlin did when he came in. He saw who was the male who could take over this team. He was the alpha male, Joey Porter. Well, we're not going to bring Joey Porter back. We're going to let Harrison take over. And you got Herbeck, and you got Highsmith, and then in the draft, you get a lot of young draft picks. This team has to get young, similar to what they did in Seattle. I mean, that's when you look at that team, it was built with young people around. Then they brought in a quarterback. But go young, man. I'm tired of seeing all these all these old geezers coming in here and expecting the same results. Let's go young.
So your point, though, is if they bring in whomever, that it has to be an open competition for that quarterback spot, right?
Of course. I mean, you don't just automatically give it to Willis, but he has the attributes, and he's had some seasoning now. He didn't start out well, but he went to an organization that worked with quarterbacks, knows what they're doing with a quarterback, and the times he got in, he looked fantastic. But you bring him in, you work with Howard, and you work with Rudolph or whoever, but you draft around. You need a secondary. You need even more on the offensive line and defensive line. But Watt can help you with that. Because let's be clear, give Watt a chance. He thinks he can, go into a contender. This is like rebuilding here, to be quite honest, but no matter what they do at quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's a year too late because they probably would have gotten a lot more if they did it last year. There are a lot of people who thought that would be the play. So if they don't go in that direction and bring in a free agent, this is why it's important, I think, that they have to have an answer from Aaron Rodgers quickly here. He's had enough time, I think. Just figure out what you're going to do, because if you don't make a decision and you keep letting this drift, that's going to affect what they do when the new year starts and what they want to do in free agency and more specifically the draft. So I think this answer's coming up sooner than later.
Well, that's a hamster wheel, Bob. And we saw what makes anybody think you're not going to see wide receivers get open, deep, because he throws the ball too quickly. He doesn't want to get hit. You can't have a quarterback who doesn't want to get hit.
Yeah.
Nothing in your offense will be able to form if that's what you do. So
I agree, Anthony. I agree. Thanks for the call. Always appreciate your opinion. But, yeah, I think, and listen, it's not because Aaron Rodgers can't do this. It's when you're 42 or whatever age, I don't think you want to be hit. So if you're going to stand in the pocket, sometimes you have to take a hit to make a play. Can he still do that? Sure he can, but I understand if you get older and you don't want to do that. Who's next?
Here is Dante to chime in.
Dante, what's up?
Hey, I'm surprised I got on. How are you doing, Bob?
Good. Thank you for calling.
Yeah. Hey, everything that Anthony just said on his call, everything he just said, ditto. I couldn't agree more that, you got something like 13 draft picks coming up where you could, move. You could reconstruct that, maybe move up a little bit with some of these, but get a lot of really good young players that are less injury prone. They have so many needs, so many places they need to fill, and it would be nice to get somebody like Malik Willis in here with some of that draft capital that seems to be improving in his career and going in the right direction that the Steelers were actually really interested in when he was a rookie anyway. I think that would be a nice thing to be able to do, because you might be able to turn the team around in 1 year, just like the Patriots did, just like the Seahawks did.
Well, if you believe he can be that guy, thanks, Dante, for the call. They would, first of all, it's a short amount of time we've had in terms of Malik Willis's career. We've seen a lot of bad. We saw glimmers of good stuff in Green Bay. Can he be a Sam Darnold guy? Third team being the charm. He's young enough to do it. He certainly has, I think, the ability to escape and run, but does he have the pocket presence to do what he has to do there, stay in there to make plays? He showed that in Green Bay. So I don't know if he could do it on a regular basis for 17 games to lead you, but if Rodgers decides, no, he's not coming back, they have to address it somehow and make it an open competition, though. One more before we go to break, Austin. Who we got?
Here is Mark and Shaler.
What's up, Mark?
Bob, thanks for taking my call, man.
What's up? How are you, Mark?
Hey, I am good. I am on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. I respect everybody's opinion, but they keep talking like we had some great offense last year and all these wonderful receivers. When you see all this stuff happening with these other teams, they have clearly had more weapons than we did. And whatever happened to bringing, if Will Howard, everybody keeps talking about Will Howard. And I'm, like everybody else, it'd be nice to see what he has. I feel like he fell more as a victim of circumstance than talent. But why would you not want him 2 years in a row behind Aaron Rodgers, the way Aaron Rodgers was behind Brett Favre? And you're putting Aaron Rodgers into an offense that he knows very well. And listen, he was throwing dirt balls his first year in the league. He was under pressure and was a clear sack. He did the smart thing. He threw it in the dirt. Just go back and look at the tape. I feel like he still has a lot left in the tank. You just got to add some weapons. I'm not sure why anyone would want to take a chance on a guy that – it just reminds me of Scott Mitchell, right? He comes off the bench, does really well, gets the huge contract, and does it, falls flat on his face. So I really love Aaron
you want to bring it back, and you want Rodgers to be the man. So what is the ceiling, you think? Playoffs and a win, or does it go even deeper than that? Because – as described, you're going to face some of the best defenses in the game. And we have seen, though, Aaron Rodgers against the better defenses, and they've been able to get to him and make him not look anything like he did early in the season when he was having success.
In some cases. But if you look at some other games, just like every other team in the league, right? You look at some of the other games, like Detroit and a few others where they were pretty much slated to lose, and they actually did very well with limited receivers. Right, you got to remember, too, we didn't have our big tight end for a couple of those big games that we got blown out. The game plan was built around guys like Washington, right? And, I just, honestly, I feel like with enough weapons, this guy absolutely has a lot left in the tank. And I agree with you. His brain power at the position is absolutely huge.
Mark, thanks for the call.
I love it.
I appreciate it. A lot of people seem to like it as well. I think it's a little bit risky in terms of trying to get to where you need to do this year. I do agree, though. They need more help, very much more help when it comes to skilled people. I don't even know if Terrell Austin, if I like Terrell Austin, I do, but I don't like him as a number 2. I think they need at least two receivers in this either draft or free agent market. At least 2, maybe 3. He's a free agent, Austin. He may go.
Calvin Austin, yeah.
What did I say?
Terrell Austin.
Okay. Yeah, Calvin Austin.
He's gone.
Too many Austins. And
you're an Austin to work with here, Bob.
You're the main Austin. So, yeah, but Calvin Austin, I mean, he's going to get paid by somebody. To me, I need more help. If he's a 4th guy on this team, I'm okay with that.
No doubt.
But not 2 or even 3. I think they need more people, and I think Mike McCarthy likes that as well. All right. I want to tell you that you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at 12 p.m. at 937thefan.com contesting page. Weather today is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on track. Partly cloudy. How about this? We haven't had a high of Mel Blount in how long? It's at least been a month.
A while.
47 is your high today. The low is Le'Veon Bell, 26. When we come back, Nick Faribault from Penn Live will join us. I know we have some callers on the line. If you guys want to call back after that, we'll get you on. We're talking Steelers. We're talking what they do in the offseason. We're also talking about the Pirates. And if you're jumping on the bandwagon, and we'll sneak some hockey talk in there as well. All coming up right here on the Pomp and Joe Show. Now it's Austin Bechtold with a sports update. But first,
Joe has a message for the people.
He does.
Okay, let me tell you about
Joe.
my feet. Specifically,
what about not your feet?
About his feet.
I don't want to know about his feet.
Lots of problems.
I know what his feet are. What about everything
for many
else?
Years. Well, guess what? The discomfort has lessened. Better performance for me because of the Good Feet Foot Arch Support System. So easy. Go in any kind of shoe. You don't have to go out and buy new shoes, anything like that. You got golf shoes, basketball shoes, Bob's tap dancing shoes, just regular work shoes or sneakers. It's so simple, and no matter what your issue might be, and man, these foot issues can keep you from just taking a walk around the block. It's very discouraging, whether it's plantar fasciitis, pain and burning in the needles in your heel, whatever it might be. Discomfort everywhere. This could work for you. It worked for me. You can go to one of the stores. There's one on the waterfront by Panera. The one I went to is Robinson Town Center across from IKEA. Cranberry Township, Route 19 North next to Walgreens, and there's one down in Morgantown at the Suncrest Town Center. Check it all out at goodfeet.com. Come on in. Try the Good Feet feeling today. Less discomfort, more energy, better performance at the Good Feet store.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Pirates pitchers and catchers will report to Bradenton tomorrow for their first workout. The first full squad workout will be on February 16th. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And Joe has something else he would like to share with you.
All right, a man and his mustache. You know the story by now. You probably know it by heart. They got together 45 years ago or so and said, let's build a business together. It became JP Roofing and Siding. Owens Platinum Corning Preferred. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred, I should say. Not an easy designation to get. You can't buy it. You got to earn it. Only 1% of them get it. JP's got it. Great people do a great job. $500 off right now. Your first roofing or siding installation, give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program. If you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up on calls with members and doctors' offices when needed. We show up with access to convenient care options and coverage that fits everyday life. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
Do you owe $10,000 or more to the IRS like Mark?
I've been doing home remodeling for 30 plus years, but the economy crashed. I wound up losing my home, losing my job, and on top of that, owing the IRS a ton of money. I owed the IRS $114,000. It really, truly was the worst part of my life.
Then Mark found tax relief advocates.
On news radio, I heard about TRA, and I thought, what's the worst that could happen? So I picked up the phone and I called them. When it was all said and done, TRA settled my $114,000 debt for $100, and I'm telling you, I was ecstatic. Could not believe it. Would recommend TRA to anyone.
If you owe 10 or even hundreds of thousands of dollars to the IRS, don't lose hope. Do what Mark did and call TRA for a consultation.
But TRA did. They gave me a second chance, and I'm forever grateful.
Visit TRA.com or call 800-491-9914. 800-491-9914. That's 800-491-9914.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Super Bowl in the books. Next up is draft preparation for the Steelers. Free agency a couple of weeks away as well. Unlikely that the Steelers will franchise tag anyone, but do have key free agents this year, including Kenneth Gainwell, Aaron Rodgers, and many others, especially what might happen with Jalen Ramsey in his contract situation as well. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Nick Faribault joins the show next.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. I like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Nick, it's a pleasure to have you. I don't believe we've ever spoken before. You're a recent graduate of Slippery Rock. Am I right about that?
No.
On that note, we bring in Nick Faribault from Penn Live. Does a great job covering the Steelers, and we welcome him to the Pomp and Joe Show. Nick, how are you today?
How are you, Pomp? How are you? You gotta love the intro every time. Every time I'm on with either Bechtold, Joe, doesn't matter. I hear it every time.
Well, you're sitting across from me and also Joe's cardboard cutout as he has gone into a colonoscopy today. So I think he's out of there by now. We'll be checking in on him a little bit later. So I don't know why I decided to say that other than you're next to him on the video screen. And Austin put it up, so needed to be explained. All right, so you were at the Senior Bowl, I know, and you've done a lot of research work concerning this upcoming draft, which is going to be interesting to see. And they're going to have so many people in downtown Pittsburgh, man. It's going to be something like we've never seen before. And with the 21st pick in that draft, the Steelers are going to make a selection. I'm of the belief, at least in my mind, they need much more receiving help than they have. Which is the way you would go with that 21st pick, and how much of this is impacted by Aaron Rodgers' decision at this point?
Yeah, I mean, I think Rodgers definitely impacts it, but there's not necessarily a quarterback that's going to necessarily be there. Ty Simpson's going to be the question mark, and if he's there or if he even is worth the 21st overall pick, Joe. Pomp, because you really look at Simpson, and he's a guy that has struggled with injuries, didn't really do well down the stretch. I don't think he's a slam dunk first round pick. Like, I don't think there's always going to be this idea that they're going to take the quarterback at 21, right? It's always going to be there, but it might not happen necessarily. Ty Simpson has a lot of questions on his profile, and I think they really need a wide receiver. And this is a great wide receiver class. That is something that has become abundantly clear. It's a deep class, but there's also a phenomenal top to this class. And it's not just there are the top three guys, and those top three guys are Carnell Tate of Ohio State, Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State, and Mekhi Lemon of USC. But then there's another layer where if the Steelers didn't want to trade up and try and get one of those guys, they can get a guy like Casey Concepcion out of Texas A&M, who has drawn comps to Zay Flowers, a guy like Denzel Boston, who's a bigger bodied contested catch guy. There's a lot of different types. There's a lot of different archetypes that could fit into the Steelers offense. Probably depends on what they do in free agency, Pomp, honestly. Who do they sign? I think they're going to try and sign somebody and draft somebody. I just think they need 2 or 3 guys in that room, especially with Calvin Austin being a free agent. Is he going to come back? I think that's a question. They need depth plus 2 starters probably. And so we'll see where it goes. But I think that 21st overall pick right now is the wide receiver room, and they could trade up. Jordan Tyson, out of those top 3 that I talked about, could be the one that falls. They could trade up, 4 or 5 spots for him. He has some medical questions with some ankle injuries and lower leg issues, which makes that a little more perilous. But the Steelers have kind of not shied away from that, right? Fautanu, Harmon, Washington, Wilson, all those guys had medical questions when the Steelers took them. It's also a really good guard class. So we'll see what maybe that happens with Isaac Seumalo. But this is a very deep guard class, particularly at the top of the guard class. There's going to be a lot of guys going in the range the Steelers pick. So it's possible that guard is the best player available if they stick at 21.
Yeah, you can never have enough depth on that offensive line or defensive line. I think we saw that with Seattle in the Super Bowl and what they were able to do up front, not necessarily with top edge rushers, just the way they schemed and delivered up front, stopping a run game and everything else. But I want to get back. You mentioned Calvin Austin because I think that's interesting. When I look at him, somebody's going to give him some money to play, whether it's here or elsewhere. I'm thinking he probably owes it to himself to look around and find. But I don't look at him as a 2 or a 3. I think they're better off if they could find 2 other guys and he's a 4 if they're going to use those 4 receivers. If so, does that mean that the Steelers will not try to bring him back, or do you think they offer him?
I think they'll offer him. And the reason is he's a fit with Mike McCarthy's scheme. Mike McCarthy likes guys that can play all 3 spots and can stretch the field with speed. He's worked with guys that are undersized in the past. I think of him kind of like he could be the equivalent to a Kevontae Turpin. You remember Kevontae Turpin was a return specialist and was kind of the wide receiver 4 and can play a little bit, get some manufactured touches. I think that's kind of where I see Calvin Austin fitting in. And listen, he's not going to break the bank. I think, where he's going to come in at 6-7 a year, they have so much cap space to work with. It's not like they're starving for it. So I think Calvin Austin is a guy that, I think wants to return. From what I've heard, he wants to return. I think the Steelers are probably going to want him back. Is he going to explore it? Yes. I expect Calvin Austin to be back, but I actually think that they're going to bring him back as a wide receiver 4. I would not be surprised if Calvin Austin's not a starter next year, and rightfully so. I mean, Mike McCarthy's scheme is just different than what Arthur Smith ran, right? Arthur Smith ran all the 2 tight end sets and 3 tight ends and jumbo package, and Mike McCarthy's more of a spread look. He's 11 personnel, 3 wide receivers on the field. The Steelers need guys that can run routes and win everywhere, and Calvin Austin's great depth. I just don't think he's a wide receiver 2 or 3, as you mentioned. And so there's a good enough class here in free agency, Bob, to where you can look at a guy like Romeo Doubs, Rashid Shaheed, someone like that. Shaheed would probably honestly nix the idea of bringing Austin back. He's kind of just the supersized version of Calvin Austin. But if they don't get a guy like Shaheed there, I think there are more options than you can even imagine out there right now. It's not an elite class. There's Alec Pierce. He's kind of the top target probably of wide receiver free agency class, but there's enough targets out there where the Steelers can make some signings here, still have a need on draft day, and really turn over this room. But I think Calvin Austin right now, by my math, is probably part of the solution not leaving here, and can easily be the wide receiver 4 and really fill that return man spot, which would be a need otherwise too.
One more question for me before I turn over to Austin, because as Joe says, the mere thought of keeping Austin out of this conversation would bring you to tears, and I don't want to do that, right?
Not at all, Bob. I want no tears.
But I want to ask you about, obviously you've heard all the stuff about Rodgers, so your belief is he's going to be back. So what does that mean moving forward for a guy like Howard? Because if he is back for one more year, then I would assume next year they're going to draft somebody. Is Howard ever going to get a chance? Should he be able to compete with someone down the road? What have you learned about their feeling of Howard and how they want to utilize him, even with the Rodgers return?
Right. I mean, well, listen, I think they like Will Howard, but he is a sixth-round pick. And I think that just comes into focus. It's not like he's the 12th overall pick like J.J. McCarthy was, for example, where they let Sam Darnold walk. They had to see what this guy had. They traded up for him. The Steelers did not. They took him in the sixth round of the draft. And listen, I think they got a great value pick. I think they got excellent value. And they really liked what Will Howard did this year. He's really smart. And one of the traits when you talk with people around the league about what do you need to be a Mike McCarthy quarterback, man, you got to be so smart pre-snap. He gives his quarterbacks unprecedented freedom at the line of scrimmage. He'll allow them to set protections. You'll have the ability to change plays as you wish, set routes, so many different things you can do at the line of scrimmage as a Mike McCarthy quarterback. And Will Howard can do it. And I think that's one thing the Steelers really believe. He's a very smart quarterback. Aaron Rodgers taught him tricks of the trade, whether that was mechanically. I think he helped him out with his footwork. That's always been an issue for Will Howard. Will Howard's footwork has always been a little bit out of rhythm and has been sloppy at times when he struggled in college. Well, Aaron Rodgers helped him do that from what I've heard and helped him get into rhythm. And it looked like he was a comfortable quarterback. He didn't look like he was skittish. Now, things can change when you get into a game, but they like what Will Howard did. They thought he grew last year under Aaron Rodgers. But here's the thing. He is a sixth-round pick. And while I think they're intrigued by it, you can't really just go into a season with a sixth-round pick 2 years after the fact and make him the starter. And so I think it's just tough for Will Howard. And listen, most of the guys that have become success stories out of those late-round picks, Bob, have been in because of injuries. I mean, you think about Tom Brady himself. Drew Bledsoe got hurt. You think about Dak Prescott. Tony Romo got hurt. You think about Brock Purdy. Trey Lance broke his ankle. All these things have to happen. And so he's going to need some luck on his side. I'm sure that he will get a chance to kind of rise up the depth chart, right? He will get the chance to usurp people. They're not going to have a closed mind to him maybe even jumping Mason Rudolph this year. Mason Rudolph is under contract, but if Will Howard shows he can be the guy, I don't think they're going to really be against that. But as to a quarterback coming in next year, Will Howard, what he's going to need is an extended time playing this year and to prove he's the guy. Otherwise, I think he's probably, unfortunately, a little bit behind the eight ball there just because of the realities of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Will there be a toss sweep to Jonnu Smith in a December game in Baltimore next year, Nick? Will he be on the team?
I'm not expecting Jonnu Smith back. Listen, this team, and something you hear just kind of repeatedly over time when you go on these trips is how highly this front office holds Pat Freiermuth in regard. One of those guys wasn't going to be back next year. They're not going to spend $12 million on two tight ends that they couldn't maximize. And McCarthy's scheme, it utilizes the tight ends, but it doesn't utilize them the same way that you look at a Arthur Smith offense. And so you need a move tight end, and Pat Freiermuth probably fits the profile better. I mean, think of the guys he had in Dallas. You think of the Dalton Schultzes, the Jake Fergusons. That's pretty much Pat Freiermuth. And that's the thing. They really like Pat Freiermuth's fit in this offense. Jonnu Smith's a better player than he showed out to be last year. They didn't utilize him in a lot of the ways that Miami did. But I don't think the fit right now with the salary is perfect for what the Steelers have. Plus, I get the kind of sense from what I've heard from talking to people, the Steelers want to extend Darnell Washington this offseason. And if that has to happen too, you're adding more money to the room. You can't have three tight ends with higher cap hits. It's likely that the first year cap hit, even on that Washington in his rookie year, would still increase. So if you're going to have two tight ends under contract for long term, I think it's going to be Darnell Washington and Pat Freiermuth, not Jonnu Smith.
So then why did they give Jonnu Smith an extension? Was that a Mike Tomlin thing, not an Omar Khan reason?
Well, listen, I think everyone was on board with it. I think Arthur Smith obviously kind of panhandled for that. He wanted his guy.
And that's the reason he was out of Miami, right? Because they weren't going to give it to him. So they made him available.
Correct. And they were rightfully so. I mean, Miami utilized him in an uber-specific way. They utilized him spread out, almost like a wide receiver. He was never in line blocking. The Steelers asked him to put his hand in the dirt and block. That never went well. He was a guy that they brought in. And teams, it was kind of funny, Bob, when you watched the film last year of the Dolphins offense, teams treated Jonnu Smith like a wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
So when he was out there and there were 3 other wide receivers, they played it like it was 10 personnel, 4 wide receivers, 1 running back. And it worked because Jonnu Smith is still athletic enough to stretch the field, and he's able to really stretch seams and do different things after the catch. But the Steelers didn't have that role very much in that offense. And the seam role was going to Pat Freiermuth because Pat Freiermuth is very good at that role. And so instead, he kind of turned into a running back in some ways. It was kind of almost shocking, to be quite honest with you. He was mostly screens. He was, put in the backfield at times. They didn't utilize him the same way Miami did. There's a place for Jonnu Smith on a roster. I'm just not sure it's with Pittsburgh, and I don't think it's for $12 million really anywhere in the league right now. He's not that type of player anymore. He can be a useful player, but he's got to get to the right scheme.
Yeah, I agree with that. Nick Faribaugh, our special guest here from Penn Live, covers the Steelers on a regular basis and does a great job with that. So, Nick, I want to ask you, they have all these picks. They got a first, a second. They have 3 in the third, 2 in the fourth, 3 in the sixth. Now, they're lower round picks, so I don't know how much value they have in terms of moving up. But if Rodgers comes back, do they use any of these picks on a quarterback anywhere? Because to me, if you look back at their track record, the 4th, 5th guys that they pick, 4th round, they're just there for a limited amount of time and then they leave. Do they do that, or do they just concentrate on filling this roster the best they can for not only Rodgers, but whoever succeeds him?
My guess is they will take a quarterback at some point in that middle round period. And the reason is if they have 12 picks and, the compensatory picks haven't dropped yet, but you're probably going to get another 3rd, another 4th, a 5th, and a 6th. Mm-hmm. So there's 4 more picks likely coming to that from their haul last year in free agency. The thing about the quarterback position is if you don't have one, it's probably best to keep shooting at them. And what I mean by that is just take a dart every single year and throw it. You're not burning a pick. You have 12 picks. It's not like, they're only working with 6 or 5 or 6 here where they have needs to fill. And the Steelers certainly do have needs to fill. I don't expect it to come super early unless Simpson falls. That's the kind of variable. If Ty Simpson starts to fall into the middle of the 2nd round, that's where I think that pops up. And he very well might. And Ty Simpson, had back issues, a leg issue, and a cracked rib this year. And that could explain some of why he struggled. But it's also going to come up as a very big question for teams with his durability. That's the one outlier I could see where the Steelers go, we're going to take a quarterback earlier than people think. They'll probably have to move up to get him in the 2nd round there. But to me, otherwise, I'm thinking, 4th or 5th round. I'm thinking someone like Garrett Nussmeier. I said this to Austin earlier. I do think since his stock is falling, Drew Aller would make sense on day 3.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Big smile just came to his face.
Yeah. He's probably got the guy, he's probably got a lot of upside for them to tap into. But
let me ask you this, Nick, how do they tap into it if you make it sound like it's going to be tough for Will Howard? Yeah, he was a 6th round pick, but let's say Aller's a 4th round pick or something of that nature. How are they going to give him the opportunity with Rodgers here to get any opportunity to show what he can do? Because it'll probably come back the next year, and then you have 2 of those same kind of guys, and you'll probably draft another quarterback. And I get your point about drafting quarterbacks until you get it right, because it is the most important. But how does that figure for this year?
Yeah, I mean, it really is. You're like giving 2 guys redshirt years. Like, that really is what it is. And then if Rodgers gets hurt or things go off the rails, then you start to turn to the young guys. That's how it kind of works. I mean, listen, the Steelers and Mike McCarthy and Art Rooney have said it. They're not a team that's in rebuilding. They're not trying to rebuild. So their goal isn't to see what, Will Howard has or what a rookie QB would have. It's only going to come if they get into that spot. And so the opportunities come in practice. They come through development. They come through the preseason. You kind of have to do evaluation in that regard. And I mean, if you get a game where it's meaningless or Rodgers gets hurt, that's kind of something to look at. Listen, the first barometer that they have to clear is Mason Rudolph. That's the other thing, right? Yeah. There's another veteran quarterback on this roster that's been here for almost a decade at this point. And Mason Rudolph is a very solid outcome for either of a day 3 quarterback. If your day 3 quarterback turns into Mason Rudolph, that's a good pick. Mason Rudolph is a long-term backup. Most day 3 quarterbacks don't last in the league past their rookie contract. So that would be a good pick. So if any of those guys beat out Mason Rudolph, and that Mason Rudolph's contract is very movable. They could trade him to some team that needs a backup if that arose. Mm-hmm. That's kind of the barometer I think you would look at Bob. So that to me is kind of the development. It's not necessarily just live game reps. It's how do they take the coaching? How do they work out in practice? How do they run the scout team? What does it look like when they have to digest new information? You'll know very quickly if these guys are good enough. And so to me, you're pushing Will Howard, you're pushing that rookie, you're pushing your veteran backup if you bring in another young guy. And so you just kind of have to continue to learn the wiring of these guys. But as I mentioned, you keep taking dart throws at them because look at what the Niners did. I mean, Trey Lance did not work out, but it turns out the 7th-round pick quarterback they took out was the answer in Brock Purdy. They had another young guy on roster to go to in that spot. So when it comes time for the young guy to take over, having other young guys to where you can say, hey, maybe this guy will work, maybe this guy will work. The Saints had the same thing, right? They had Rattler and Shuck. They had 2 young guys. So it helps when you have multiple boards at play to say, hey, maybe this guy's the answer. Maybe this guy's the answer. Maybe this guy's the answer when maybe something doesn't work out.
So we know it's not going to happen, Nick, but I'm curious your thoughts on what it would take to trade up for the number 1 pick with the Raiders. Like, they're going to pick Mendoza, but if the Steelers were to move up from like 21 or to the number 2 pick, if they wanted Ty Simpson, something like that, would it be like 3 first-round, probably 3 first-round picks?
But you'd have to give a future. None of this. I don't like 3rd, 4th-round picks to get it done. Do you, Nick? I mean, you'd have to go to next year and the year after and the year after. Yeah.
Yeah, it would take their first this year, next year, probably a year after that, plus a significant player or 2 even. I mean, I think about, you remember when the Panthers went up, they had to give up 2 firsts plus DJ Moore to do that. If you're going to 21, you're going to have to give 3 firsts. It would be like 3 firsts, Alex Highsmith and Derek Harmon. Like, it would be something insane.
They have a chart for this, don't they? They have like a chart about what it would take to move certain spots up, and they know what all these general managers do. So it's a lot.
I think it's untenable. It would be absolutely insane, which is why I think if they do move up, it would be 4 or 5, maybe 6 spots. It's not going to be anything crazy. They need the 1st-round pick next year because right now, and that's right now, people in league circles think that the next year's quarterback class has a chance to be deeper. There's a chance where there can be 3 or 4 first-round quarterbacks. Just only going to be 1, maybe 2 this year. We'll see where Simpson falls. And so that's the thought right now. And the Steelers at least have to have the 1st-round pick. And so you can't trade up and get rid of your 2027 first when you don't have a quarterback. It's just bad business.
No, it really is. I don't think. Defensively, what do you think they most need to become this historic defense? Because if you saw Seattle play, I think that's a historic defense, the way they played. And, Nick, it goes to show you that you can still win. A lot of these teams that are in the top 5 in defenses end up going far in the playoffs. So there is that component to it. What do they have to do to get into that top 5?
Well, I think the big thing first was schematically. It needed a refreshing. And I think Patrick Graham, we'll see what he can do there, but I think that's part of it. Mike McDonald is a master schematic innovator, what he does with his blitzes. I think there's 2 things that I look at that say, here's what the Steelers could utilize right now. One is I think they need some help in the secondary. They need someone at safety, I think, still. I think Jalen Ramsey's best spot right now is actually in the slot. I still have thought that the way he's aggressive, the way he tackles, his size, he's unique as a slot corner because of his size. He's much bigger than Devin Witherspoon, for example, who is awesome with the Seahawks, but he's a big bully. And when he was in the slot early in the year, I thought we saw a lot of promising things before he had to bump to safety. And they had to do it because that was out of necessity. In order to get Brandon Echols on the field, which was their best configuration of 5 defensive backs, it required Jalen Ramsey to play free safety. Jalen Ramsey can do a lot of things in the nickel, though, from his size, his physicality standpoint, his instincts that are really fun. Because nowadays, nickel is basically a linebacker and a DB rolled into one. And there's a lot of things that Jalen Ramsey can do there. So they need, I think, a game-changing slot corner and a safety that is versatile, a guy with range, a guy with ball skills. Now, whether that slot corner is going to be Ramsey or not, that's up to them. This is a good class of slot corners. You can go out and get a guy like D'Angelo Pons, and no one's going to complain about that, right? I think that's what they need. I also think they need to continue to beef up that front. They have young pieces. I like what they have in Ben. I like what they have in Harmon. Y.A. Black showed some very promising things. But Cam Hayward will not be here forever. It will not always have the elder statesman of the room, and one of the best defensive tackles in football. They need to complete that set. All these great teams have great defensive lines. Even though Seattle's isn't elite, they have a lot of very good players. Leonard Williams, Byron Murphy, Boye Mafe, Uchenna Nwosu. Lots of very good underrated players on that front. And so the Steelers need to continue to beef that out, and they're on a very good start there, a very good path on the defensive line. But they need some very big difference makers. I think they need, outside of Joey Porter Jr., who I think has grown into a difference maker, they need a guy on the middle of that defense, really safety or slot corner. That's just a game changer. You think about how Mike Hilton was. He was a complete math changer with how he was. Minkah Fitzpatrick, when he terrorized the middle. They need a guy in that middle there. And then they need one more piece, I think, to the defensive line to take the next step. And hopefully the schematic part comes with Patrick Graham coming in. That was always, I think, one of the biggest leaps, maybe the biggest leap that they needed to reach these heights that these other teams have, because I think they have a lot of talent to work with. So we'll see what Patrick Graham can utilize there. So those three things need to happen. And it's not too crazy to think they could happen.
To your point about Seattle, that's one of the reasons why it was hard to give any of them the MVP of the Super Bowl, because they all had a hand in it. It wasn't one guy, right? They didn't look for one guy to be the MVP. You could have given it to the entire squad because everything was spread out. Everyone made big plays. They canceled each other out, it looked like. Nick, thanks very much for your time. Always appreciate your insight, and we'll look forward to doing it again. Thanks, man.
Thanks for having me on, Pomp. Appreciate it as always.
Nick Faribault from Penn Live joining us here. Pomp and Joe Show as we roll along. Want to remind you that Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. But not only does Austin Bechtold have a headline coming up, he has a word and a message to the people. Austin?
Thank you, Bob. I want to tell everyone about my friends at Voss TV and Appliance, because purchasing a new appliance or TV at the wrong place can be costly. Having knowledgeable people on your side matters, and that's why I shop at Voss TV and Appliance. Family owned since 1960, the Voss family and their entire team does right by every Voss customer. The relationship begins when you walk through the door or you call, and it never ends, not even after the sale. Visit Voss's South Hill showroom today. You can call 412-650-VOSS, VOSS, or you can go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed. And right now, Bob, Joe has a message for the people as well.
Selling a home can be a little stressful, so it's important that you choose the right real estate agent that can make the selling process simple and stress-free. Anna wanted to sell her home in the South Hills, reached out to Gina and her team for help, and it's another 5-star review for Gina because Anna said Gina and her team walked her through the entire selling process and took away all the stress of selling her home. It can be very stressful, as you know. Anna said Gina and her team quick to answer any question in an honest and professional manner, years of experience, knowledge of the market. Gina and her team were able to sell Anna's home for over $800,000. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes. Home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell your home or buy one, call my friend Gina of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google GM of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Yesterday, Pirates made a big splash in free agency, signing Marcell Ozuna, designated hitter, to a one-year, $12 million deal. There's also a mutual option for 2027. Now, Ozuna has not played the field since 2023 when he played just 2 games and left. So will be the Pirates' primary designated hitter this year, which many thought Ryan O'Hearn would be. So O'Hearn going to play some first, going to play some outfield. Spencer Horwitz might bounce around as well. It complicates the Pirates defensively, but does add another bat to the lineup. That's now 3 in Brandon Lau, Ryan O'Hearn, Marcell Ozuna that the Pirates have added to try to increase the league's worst offense. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by McVeigh Plumbing, Heating, Cooling, and Electric. No heat? Call McVeigh.
This
is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The brawl in last night's Pistons-Hornets game in the NBA was amazing. And look, you don't want to see these brawls happen on a night-in, night-out basis, but in a league right now where you have about a third of the teams openly tanking, the Utah Jazz are openly tanking games and still managed to win a game against Miami on Monday night. Isn't it refreshing to see two teams give a damn about the regular season? I loved it last night from Detroit and from Charlotte. I'm Nick Costos.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at BoilingBay.com. That's BoilingBay.com.
What would you say was the biggest factor in getting that win tonight?
I mean, you said it. I think that was it for me. Factor. I was feeling strong. Had plenty in the tank for overtime.
Wait, Factor, like the meals?
Yeah, Factor meals. I've been getting Factor high-protein meals delivered all month. I get all the power I need. They taste great, and they're ready to eat in 2 minutes.
Okay, I need to get on that.
For real. Go to factormeals.com. It's the easiest way to eat like a pro.
Hi, I'm Michael from the Warren Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. To get started today, you get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. they could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
84 Lumber has partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters, and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check them out at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan, 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Increasing clouds this afternoon, the high 31.
Weather brought to you by Staples. From posters and presentations to labels and loyalty cards, Staples has all the print to boost your brand. Shop now in-store and online. Staples. That was easy.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Big thank you to Nick Faribault from Penn Live. Always bringing some good insight, and we are going to discuss that a little bit more here, Austin and I, but we have a caller who's been very patient. At the top of the hour, we're going into Olympic coverage and some of the specifics concerning Olympic hockey and some of the other interesting things that have gone on over in Milano Cortina, Italy.
You pronounce it a lot better than I could, Bob.
All right. Where are we going here, Austin?
Here is Jack in Mount Washington to chime in.
Hello, Jack. What's going on?
Hey, good morning. So a couple of things. The Steelers in bringing back Aaron Rodgers, while I like him and I think he's a great leader, I don't think that makes sense to do this at this particular time. I mean, you go out there, you maybe get a Malik Willis, you bring him in, and then next year's heavy quarterback draft class, you try to go after your guy. I'm tired of the mediocrity and patch milling things with the same expectations. I really feel it's time to move on. As far as the Pirates are concerned, very excited about the moves that they made. Bringing in Ozuna, great move. I don't want to see them make any more big splashes, to be honest with you, not at this particular time. We've done that before, going back, I forget how many years, when we brought in Archer, gave up Meadows and our other pitcher there to bring him in, and it didn't work out. I'd like to see them get through maybe into the June timeframe, and then, if it really makes sense, make your move at that point. And that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Jack, thank you very much. Well, with regard to the quarterback, again, Nick seemed to think at some point they're going to draft one this season with the thinking that you never know what you're going to end up getting, and it takes an injury or two to reveal your depth, and you may be surprised. Trey Lance got injured. It was Brock Purdy who was on their roster. The Steelers had a chance to draft him in the 7th round, chose not to. They went to Chris Oladokun, and Purdy ends up getting a shot and making the most of it. So for them to do anything with regard to Howard or anything else, if Rodgers is coming back, it would take something bad to happen, most likely, or their season just completely falling apart. And maybe then you can get a look. If not, and he's here, your next best thing is to I wouldn't draft someone this year just to draft him. Now, he mentioned Garrett Nussmeier. If he's fallen to the 4th round, would I be interested? There's a reason for the fall. I mean, you could say the same thing about Howard, I suppose. But I would be more willing to just look at it next year and see what free agency offers then, and drafting somebody, and just open this whole thing up after Rodgers. But would you draft somebody right now, Austin? I mean, I just don't see the purpose of it this year.
I would typically agree with you on that, and just don't think that it's worth a quarterback in the middle rounds. But for 2 reasons, I would consider it this year. One is because they're going to have 11 or 12 picks. So you have the most picks that you've ever had in a draft. So it allows you that flexibility to be able to take a flyer on a quarterback. And also, Aller and Nussmeier both were hurt a lot of the year, had their head coaches fired in the middle of the season, and I think were kind of failed by their coaching. They're both different in terms of their frame, their style, their upside. But I think both are worth an opportunity late in the 3rd round or in the middle of the 4th round based on that high upside, where maybe you do hit like on a Russell Wilson or Jalen Hurts 2nd round, but yet we're talking 3rd round. Or Dak Prescott, where it's a risk. There's no doubt about that, but it's not like you're taking him in the 1st or 2nd round.
But Nick made a good point. It took an injury in all of those cases for those guys to get opportunities or something, so they got in there. And then once you get in there, you open up eyes if you have the opportunity. I understand, and if it's a Drew Aller type or if it's a Nussmeier and he's down in the 4th round and you feel, well, we had a high grade on him coming in before this last season, can we get something out of him down the road? I guess it's worth it, but I still think they're going to be redrafting that position next year at a very higher spot of that 1st round, not 21, if things go similarly or worse. So we'll see on that. All right, let's go back to the lines here at 11:50, which is going to remind me to tell you that 11:50, the fan hotline, is presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. And you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Who's on the podcast now?
Here is Paul. He is in Pittsburgh.
Hey, Paul, what's up?
Hey, Pomp, how you doing?
Good. What's going on, man?
Hey, thinking about that Super Bowl, I watched that whole thing, and, Seattle shut the run down, and they played defense, and they won the game. And I think about Pittsburgh and everybody talking about quarterbacks. Until Pittsburgh can consistently stop the run, they're not going to win anything. So
yes, that's a good point.
To me, I think they ought to go defensive line again. I just think of the Super Bowls that have been won in the past. And, I think back to when Strahan played his last game, and nobody gave the Giants a chance. And they beat an undefeated team in the Super Bowl with the defensive line. And, go after Aller or somebody like that later on. But until they stop the run, it doesn't matter who's at quarterback.
Thanks, Paul. Yeah, I mean, that's been a big downfall for the Steelers, no doubt. And we just discussed with Seattle how they put together the defense. They've hit on a lot of their draft picks, and those draft picks have been defensive linemen or people like Witherspoon in the secondary who you can make big plays and schemed up to be an outstanding playmaking kind of defensive back. And, yes, they do have Derek Harmon. And, yes, Y.A. Black is sort of a project, but they can get more out of him, but they still need more. I do agree with that. You cannot have teams run the ball down your throat and expect to, number one, win games, get off the field, and hope your offense can make up for a deficit you've created by giving them points defensively. So I do think that's important. I don't think it's as important as wide receiver, though. Even though Seattle has drafted well on the defensive line and offensive line, too, over the course of the last 5 years. They got playmakers in the first round, too. Jackson Smith-Njigba is the offensive player of the year in the NFL. So you didn't expect that maybe when you drafted him. You didn't expect Kenneth Walker to be a guy who was going to be a Super Bowl MVP when you drafted him. All of these things got to make sense. If you're going to draft a wide receiver in this round, I would expect in the first round this year, number 21, I would expect him to not only play, to become an 88-catch guy in the very first year. I want to see that. And there are players out there like that.
So a defensive head coach won the Super Bowl. Defensive play caller for the first time as a head coach won the Super Bowl. But it is very noteworthy that their offense significantly helped them get there by beating the number one offense in the Rams with Sam Darnold throwing 3 touchdowns. And look at Kenneth Walker,
when they
Super
had
Bowl
to,
MVP,
they matched it. Yes, they did.
JSN. So you can win. You can win with defense, like we discussed earlier, like Seattle did to win a Super Bowl. But you can't be what the Steelers have been and basically made their offense secondary, like significantly secondary, where the offensive player of the year, Smith-Njigba, and the Super Bowl MVP were both on offense for Seattle. And it's about personnel on that side, too, which is what they have not done a good job.
Even if you spend a lot of money on your defense, that doesn't mean you can ignore it. There's ways to do it, and the best way to do it is hit on your draft picks.
Right.
Make them – now, they've had high picks. Najee Harris was okay, but he wasn't worth, to me, a first-round pick at that. Just because he was a good running back, he wasn't at the level of a Bijan Robinson or any of these guys. So I think you have to be smart about how they go about doing it, and certainly they need more help when it comes to their offensive production down the field. And if you can find somebody to step right in, maybe I was too aggressive saying 80-some catches, but if you get a first-year receiver who can get 50 to 60 catches right off the bat to complement DK Metcalf, that would be good. And then another guy. You're going to need more than one there because Mike McCarthy's offensive game plan will involve 3, sometimes more, offensive players out there, wideouts. So we'll see how that goes. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. They certainly have a lot of work to do. Are you looking forward to the draft, Austin? I've met a lot of people who are very anxious for it, but they also are a little bit confused about what they – and I think in the next coming weeks we're going to find out they're going to be certainly recommendations about what to do, parking, where to go, how they transport people around, because it will be a little bit of a challenge.
How about pay your buddy $50 to drop you off? That's probably going to be my strategy.
But where is he going to drop you off?
My strategy is going to be like, hey, Dad, or hey, Uncle Tom, or hey, any of my friends that live down in the area. Do you mind dropping me off, please? Like, would that be okay?
Well, I wonder if Ubers are going to work around. You know, normally they stay away.
Ubers are going to be like $150.
I know that, but they're also going to not want to get right into the meat of all the people in downtown. It'll take forever to find those people, I think. Yeah, it's going to be expensive. Did you see how much parking was going for at the Super Bowl? And I realized at the Super Bowl, everything is just jacked.
$300?
$400 and $500.
Just for parking?
Just for parking. Yeah, they had a $180 burger.
What?
They only had 200 of them, but they sold them. Would you ever pay?
That's just so ridiculous.
100?
Why have we gotten to the point where it's been so topped out where attending the Super Bowl is like attending the Grammys or attending the Academy Awards of whatever, where it is so regular people can't go anymore?
No, that's the shame of it too, because even if you're going to go secondary market tickets in the upper deck, we're going for $3,400 a piece. And they, if there's a demand for tickets, and there still has been a demand for ticket, people are going to spend it. It seems, although the corporate part of this has also increased, where corporations need entertainment opportunities for their clients, and the best thing to do is go to a big event like this and pay for it for them. So they scoop up tickets. It's called the LX Hammer Burger. It's a hammer burger. So they made 200 of them.
They only made 200.
Yeah, it's. I don't know what kind of steak they put on it. It's a burger, but it's a steak burger. It's pretty big. I don't even know how you fit.
So it's a very rare meal.
I guess it's like a tomahawk burger, but $180. If you took a family, I want 4 of those burgers. Okay, fine. That's $800 plus tip.
I don't think a family of 4 is probably paying for that, Bob. It's
I'm just saying.
CEOs and business executives and people like that are
that's what I mean.
Paying
the
for
corporations are taking it, but still, I wouldn't pay. I don't care. It ain't worth $180.
Very sad. In the last 10 years, this is when the price gouging has gotten to be insane.
It's not just this, it's entertainment too. You look at like concert tickets or you look at anything. People are willing to pay it. And listen, I understand that. If you're willing to pay, then go ahead, raise the prices until you get to a point where you realize it's too much, and then you have to come backwards a little bit. All right, one more call before we go to break, and when we come up at the end of this hour and into the next hour, we'll be talking a little bit about Olympics, Pirates, and other opportunities. So if you have a thought and you want to talk about it, call 412-928-9370. Who's going to round us out here?
Here's Rich in Forest Hills.
What's up, Rich? Rich or Rick? What do you like? Rich.
Hey, Bob. Colin, with my typical Pirate rant, I'm going to swim upstream versus the rest of the fan base that thinks that Cherington has saved the franchise. I
don't think people are going that far, Rich. The question I would have, do you think they're competitive enough to get into playoffs? I think that's the bar, based on what they've done.
Well, to be determined. I mean, so they've got their highest payroll in a number of years. But so here's the team that's going to take the field. Pitching and defense requires pitching depth and requires defense. They don't have pitching depth. I don't care what anybody says. They're going to rely on a lot of young arms, a lot of returning from injury arms. They're going to be relying on innings limits arms. That's part of it. The defense, clearly, they don't have the defense to win on the pitching and defense side. The hitting, they've improved their hitting, but when I think the article in the Post-Gazette this morning, I think Noah wrote it. This off season shines because we're looking back at the last 5 or 6 off seasons. This is what a typical off season should be. This is not by any means a spectacular off season, in my opinion.
Agreed.
They're miscast in terms of a lineup. They're miscast in terms of defense. Usually they have a 20 second baseman in camp. Now this year they have 20 left fielders in camp, and none of them is a left fielder in PNC at PNC Park. So I would say don't get your hopes up. I mean, the offseason isn't over yet, but there's still some time to make some maneuvers. But he's pushing 115, 120 on the salary. I don't see them adding any more salary than that. I mean, maybe there's a shrewd trade to be made, but I don't know what you give up in a trade. So that's my thought.
Well, I agree with you that it should be normal operating procedure to go out and bring in 3 bats if you need 3 bats or if you need 3 arms. This is obviously different because they haven't done it. So I think people are looking at it like, it's about time. That's the way I look at it. It's about time. You've had Paul Skeens here now, year number 3, basically. If you're not going to try to do it now, when will you try to do it? He's a generational type of pitcher. He's won 1 Cy Young, could have 2 or 3 by the time it's over here in Pittsburgh. So make sure you double down on that. It's happened a little bit now. I want to see more, but it should have happened last year.
It kind of does make me think, why now? And I think it's a fair point that Joe raised yesterday that maybe there was a little nudge from the MLB or MLBPA, whoever, saying like, hey, the negotiations are coming up next year. You don't want to be used as an example. You might as well be big spenders this offseason. Look at the White Sox. Who are the biggest spenders this year other than the Dodgers with Tucker? It's the Pirates and the White Sox.
Smaller market, or at least Chicago's not a small market, but the teams that are not good right now and refuse to actually do things in free agency as much as others. But
those
this
are the
year
teams,
that has changed,
those are the teams that have been the most aggressive in free agency.
Is $39 million over 3 players enough? That should be normal operating procedure, I think.
Enough for what? Like enough for a good
offseason? To make a statement like, look, we're spending.
No, it's not enough of a statement, especially when Framber Valdez went for that for a year.
Right. That's what I mean. They may get good value out of this. They may have 3 guys who combine for better numbers than Schwarber or better numbers than Tucker. And they spend less in doing so. I get that. And I understand they're not going to go for the Tucker contracts, and nobody will. Only the Dodgers will do that because of the way they do business and how money they bring in local TV revenue. It pays for just about everything. And then they go and circumvent everything and put everything in deferred plans, which is smart on their part.
If they find a way to sign Griffin, Bob, and it is like an 8-year deal, like if they would bring him up at the start of the year, he'd ended up with 6 years of team control because he would lose 1 if he was on the opening day roster. So ideally you want 7 years of control. If they can find a way to sign him to like an 8-year deal with an option for a 9th, I will stand up and personally applaud Ben Cherington for a full long minute that we could just air me clapping on the air because that would get me completely on board. And right now, I'm like right there. I think, hey, this is probably an 82, 83 win team. 83 got the Reds in last year. A third baseman, a left-handed starter, maybe can get you to 85. I don't think that's out of the realm of possibility and unrealistic, Bob.
Let me take you back to when Paul Skeens first came up, right? A lot of people were talking the same way. Give him a deal now. You know what he can do. He's going to be a generation. They didn't do that.
Right.
Is it too late to do that?
Yes.
If they wanted to do that, what would be the price right now?
A deal for Skeens.
Yes. Yearly. Let's say
How many years?
5. I'm just going to say 5 because he won't go beyond that. He's still young enough. He can get a really big deal after that. But let's just say they wanted to just look at it potentially. What would be the number on a 5-year deal right now for a guy who's won Rookie of the Year and Cy Young already?
5 years, $250 million.
I was going to say $300 million.
It's right in that range.
Yeah.
Right? Like you're talking $50 million a year.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is.
That's what he'll get in free agency.
But they're not going to do that. They're going to go through arbitration, let it, move gradually up to the point where, like I said, I think Skubal, they tried to offer him a deal in Detroit last year, and he didn't want any part of it. So I think that's the kind of stuff you're going to be dealing with. He's going to bet on himself and go through this process. So it'll be interesting for the Pirates, but it gets underway this week down in Bradenton, Florida. I know Jason Mackey's down there. He'll do a great job covering this for the Post-Gazette. I'm sure we'll be hearing from him along the way because there still could be some unfinished business about their starting pitching staff and also the pursuit of a third baseman. And again, I say this with total respect for Jared Triolo. I think he's a really good player. I think he has a role on any team. You name it. Dodgers, anybody would want a Jared Triolo, just not as an everyday starter. That's where I think it changes for me. Open lines coming up. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. At 1 o'clock, Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette will join us with his thoughts on the Pittsburgh Steelers in this offseason. And, no one should have to face a winter without heat, man. We've gone through 18 straight days of sub-freezing. Today we'll change that and end that streak. But you can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDKA Radio Warmathon presented by MediConnect. Visit warmathon.com now to donate and have the chance to bid on items like joining Joe Starkey and Part-Time Pump. That's me.
You.
May show up for a round of golf. Really? We're going to do that? I'd do that. If it means money for people who need the money, absolutely, we'll do that. It's powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Phillips Heating and Air Conditioning, Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Nest Expressions Window Fashions, and Impact HVAC. Details, you can get them all at 937thefan.com. Austin Bechtel with an update, and then more of your calls right here on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tonight, Duke, the Blue Devils in town. 9 o'clock tip-off at the Peterson Event Center. We'll play against Pitt basketball. 8:30 is when pregame coverage begins right here on the Fan. You can also listen to your Odyssey app, AUDACY. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
For all station contest rules, Go to 937thefan.com/rules.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Last year, we had 295 trials where we'd been offered a total of $90 million on all those cases. When the dust settled, we had recovered over $1.1 billion in verdicts and mid-trial settlements. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. We became America's largest injury firm for a reason. We won a lot, $30 billion and counting. The best part of all those wins is that it helps you when you hire us. All those wins allow us to let the insurance company know we mean business. And believe me, they know who we are. If you've been injured, Google Morgan & Morgan results. You're not bragging if it's a fact. 3 million people tried to hire us last year alone. That happened for a reason. Visit forthepeople.com and let's get started this minute. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Morgan & Morgan, 603 Stanwick Street, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania lawyer will handle Pennsylvania cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hello, this is Lester Botkin, Chief Investment Officer of Botkin Family Wealth Management. One of my favorite clients, I'll call her Sue, has a work ethic that blows me away. She continues to love what she does, and she's been incredibly successful at earning and saving. Recently, Sue shared with me how proud she is of her daughter, who is doing a beautiful job raising 2 young children, but how she worries about them because it's so tough for young people to afford to buy a home. Her daughter's growing family could use more space, but moving up just isn't in their budget. I asked Sue if she'd like to explore the impact of gifting her daughter money now to get the bigger house that she needed. Could I really do that, she asked? We determined that taking a withdrawal now for a substantial down payment on a new house would likely have no impact on her income strategy in retirement. Sue decided to do it, and the last time I saw her, she was glowing with happiness. Financial planning isn't a game to see who can die with the most. It's about getting maximum fulfillment from your money during your life. Find out more at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey, want to do dinner with us tonight?
I don't know. The kids just left. I think we're just going to stay in tonight.
Oh, come on. Don't miss out again.
Miss out on what?
Catching up with friends. The sounds of winning. Celebrations. Endless laughs. And memories they'll never forget. Don't just hear about the fun. Time moves fast, so go have it. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
It's a huge weekend for Robert Morris. Catch women's hockey versus Lindenwood Friday night and Saturday afternoon. Then women's hoops hosts Cleveland State and men's hockey battles Niagara Saturday. Get tickets at 412-397-4949 or rmucolonials.com. Let's go, Bobby Moe!
This is Doran Dickerson. Want to treat yourself to something safe, gorgeous, and affordable? Call PJ Fitzpatrick. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a low entry threshold with tons of design options. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, affordable, and it all installs in just one day. Plus, PJ will include a free shower seat and safety bars for all customers this month. Visit trustpj.com today for your free design consultation.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside, and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
You know your customers. Ralph likes his coffee black on Fridays, but Mondays he takes a little cream. Jennifer comes in every 3 years when her lease is up to get the newer and better model. And for some reason, pepperoni pizza sells like crazy on Friday nights. Who knew? At Odyssey, we have the expertise to get your media plan done right. With ads like you're hearing right now, to targeted social media campaigns, search engine optimization, and location-based advertising. Advertise with Odyssey and help us grow your business. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Bob, so far, the United States has won 2 gold medals. Men's hockey will start its preliminary round against Latvia. That will be taking place on Thursday at 3:10, the official puck drop, as they'll be playing against potentially Artur Shilov. That should be interesting. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're back for the 12 o'clock hour, Pump and Joe Show. Joe is home, resting after a colonoscopy, and we certainly hope everything went well there for him. So he'll be back tomorrow. In the meantime, we have open conversation here until 1 o'clock, and at that point, it's going to be Brian Batko of the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette joining us. Want to tell you the Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net, and the Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Steiner & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. All right, Austin, you brought up the Olympics. Starts on Thursday for the men. Mike Sullivan, who's not had a good year so far, first year in New York. They're in last place in the Metropolitan. They're starting to trade people off. But this is an opportunity for him to bring a gold. They have a team that I like. I wonder, though, about some of the decision-making. For example, Cole Caulfield, who's a really good player for Montreal, and the man we talked about a lot last week, Jason Robertson from Dallas, both left off of the roster in favor of guys like Vincent Trocheck and JT Miller. If you had to make that call, who would you take? I know chemistry is a big part of this as well.
Right. I just find it really hard to believe, Bob, that Robertson can be left off the Olympic team right now. And maybe it's because they want more grit and grind with Miller and Trocheck. And those guys are probably going to be on the fourth line, I would imagine. Robertson is more of a second-line Olympic winger, I would imagine, maybe third. So I think that's kind of why they went with Trocheck and Miller, because of fit, because of style, and the way that Sully wants to play some hockey, Bob.
Yeah, but when you leave it, we're talking about some of the best goal scorers in the game here that have been left off the roster. And I understand, like I said, you got to have a little mixture of both. You want that edge because it got physical. If you saw the Four Nations last year, those of you who did, you remember us, Austin, talking about how physical that got.
Oh, they dropped the gloves at one point off the opening face-off.
Guys got injured. It was not exactly what you normally would expect in an international competition. So I'm just curious how this is going to work. But, bottom line is their goaltending should give them an advantage. They have some guys, and they haven't played all their best. But, they're going to have to come up with a good effort. Even, they do this in groupings, in case you didn't know, like Group A, Group B, Group C, and all the way through. And right now the United States is in with Latvia, Germany, and Denmark. All right? So I expect them to run through that with no problem. Like you said, it opens up. The first match is coming up on Thursday, USA-Latvia. Artur Shilovs is on that team. He's been playing well for the Penguins. He may very well get that start. I'm not sure what they're planning there. But if the USA doesn't get through that, I'd be shocked. Group A has Canada with Czechia, Switzerland, and France. Now, that'll be a little bit more difficult, but I expect them also to run through that one. This is the group that's going to be interesting. It's Group B, because you have teams here who have won and been on medal stands before. Finland is 2-1. Sweden, Slovakia, not so much Italy. I don't think Italy's going to figure in this, but they got a team.
Yeah, they're the host country. They just automatically get a team,
they
right?
Get a team, but I don't know what that team. Who's on that team? Who's on the Italian roster? How many in the NHL? I'd have to check on that one. But Finland or Sweden can certainly put up a match. To me, when you get down to the quarterfinals, or let's go for the qualification round. So far, it looks to me like you're going to have Canada moving on, United States, Finland, and Sweden. If I just look at that as the 4 teams who are most likely to be there, right?
I'd say so, yeah. Maybe you get a surprising team that comes out of it, but I doubt it. Those are probably the 4 heavy hitters.
So if you had Canada, if it goes like this, Sweden, United States, and Finland, the semifinals would have Canada versus Sweden, if I'm doing this correctly, and United States versus Finland.
I'd like the U.S.'s chances.
Yeah, I do. And I still think it's going to come down to Canada-USA, and it'll be one of the more amazing.
A replica of the golden goal, Bob.
Yeah.
For Sid. A chance in his maybe final Olympics to be able to further cement his legacy even more. Bob, if...
He has enough already on that resume. One guy who doesn't is Austin Matthews of Toronto, who is the captain of the USA team.
Yeah.
And he needs something like that, I think. Because, he's been leading up that. He's the captain of the Toronto team, and they've underachieved so far.
If Sid has a second golden goal and is able to win it for Canada, does he become more popular all-time in Canada than Mario?
That'll be a good.
It's an interesting question.
Mario is just Mario. He's royalty, and Cindy is too. I mean, they're both going to be held in the same kind of high regard. But man, that would be something.
Yeah.
I mean, he would have so much international gold along with 3 Stanley Cups, and the way that he won in Vancouver. If he should somehow recreate that in this Olympic Games, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it's going to be hard because obviously that was in Canada, and this is 9 hours away.
Okay.
But I think it's fascinating.
Here are the prominent players that Mike Sullivan has to work with. Austin Matthews, Dylan Larkin, Clayton Keller, who plays for Utah, local guy, Jack Hughes, Jake Gensel, who's been doing very well in these kind of high-stake games. I like him over there. Matt Boldy's a guy from Minnesota who's having a very good year. So I think, that'll be the way they go. But, the bottom line is it's going to be an interesting competition, and I think it's one that certainly I think Canada is favored to win and probably should win. The biggest thing is how do you put Crosby on a third line? That's what he's skating right now, on a third line. But do you put him ahead of Connor McDavid? No. Do you put him ahead of Nathan McKinnon? Not now. Right? I mean, third line, that tells you how strong Canada is. But I think...
Do you put him on a wing? Like, do you put him on McDavid's wing?
No, I have him at center. They have him at center between...
Right, but would you consider it?
Well, I'd be interested to find out what they're going to do on the power play.
It's got to be McDavid, McKinnon, Crosby, Celebrini, and Marchand.
You're going to put 5 forwards out there? I think...
Well, no, you're probably going to put
Cale Makar is like the generator of offense. He may be the best young defenseman to come along in who knows how long, so...
So Makar, Crosby, McKinnon, McDavid, and either Marchand or Celebrini.
Well, they have good options there. A lot of different people there. So we'll see what happens there. But that's just part of the Olympics. There's so much more at 412-928-9370. I know that Ryan, New Jersey, always likes to talk hockey, and I suppose that we got him on because we're talking hockey. And I'd like to hear what he has to say. Ryan, what's going on?
Well, Bob, I'm driving on the road today. I just went through Millville, New Jersey, which is the home of Mike Trout for you fans out there.
Is that right?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
So you're talking about the Olympics. I wanted to jump in. First off, just real quick about the baseball thing. I think there's a group of owners, and they're crazy, that think that the Players Association are going to sign up for a 150 minimum, 250 maximum cap on like November 2nd of this year. So it's going to get ugly. So
if you're going to get to Ryan, if you get to that, who blinks? If they're both dug in their ways, who do you think would cave first in that?
I don't. It's hard to tell because, as with any sport, it's always top heavy. So yeah, Ohtani makes $70 million deferred and doesn't care. But then you got a bunch of ham and eggers. You got how many? 792. It used to be 792 top baseball card players. You got 800 and some players. So who knows? But I just think it's going to get really ugly because you're talking about billionaires. Billionaires are delusional. I mean, they just don't. Their feet are not on the ground, and they just think they can do and say whatever they want. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. But I got to tell you, Bob, I'm bummed about first off, you guys, Limits can look this up. There's a Twitter post of the figure skater, Malinin or whatever his name is. He looks exactly like Jake Gensel.
I saw last night.
Of him.
Yeah, I saw. He did very well.
Clip of him. Yeah, and it says there's a clip of him. It says epic performance by Jake Gensel, and it's him doing a backflip and like a triple axel on the ice. So it's really funny if anybody wants to take a look at that. I'm bummed about the Olympic team. I jinxed the one skier when I called you the other day because then she did what she always does, went stupid and, blew up on the course. That's always what happens. The other big name, I don't want to spoil it, but it's not going so well. So the U.S. tends to be the kings and queens of fourth place in the Olympics. So I'm hoping things turn out because I'm a fiend and I watch it all day, but not going good so far. But if you parlay that into the ice hockey team, I've told you, I don't like this team. I don't know what they're going to do. Canada should win, but you just never know with these things. I kind of like the Swedes to sneak up on one of these two teams somehow and, knock them out from like the semis or whatever. For some reason, and I know they're down players. They're not at full strength. They got the two, Gustafsson and whatever. They got the two goalies.
Yeah, both good goalies.
I like that. I like the Swedes to shear them off, whatever. The U.S. team, they're making excuses. They're saying they're going to play a defense game. Mike Sullivan is not a defensive coach. I don't know who gave him the idea that he ever was. So we'll see. If having the Chuckies out there trying to take off heads to counter Tommy Wilson is your plan, I don't like it. Hopefully I'm wrong. I'm wrong all the time. Hopefully I'm wrong here.
Yeah, I was a little bit. I don't know. I know why Tom Wilson was included in this roster here. I just don't.
Because he's an idiot.
Well, I mean, normally in Olympic hockey, you don't need Tom Wilson. He's a good player. I like him. I mean, he's developed into a pretty.
It's not the same game. Yeah, people don't understand. It's a different game. Any hit to the head is an automatic penalty. Any stick infraction is an automatic penalty if they call it that way.
And they will call it. I think they will call it that way. I heard it.
Will.
Yeah. I heard an interview with John Cooper the other day, and he talked about that. And so you start doing that kind of stuff, you're just going to hurt your team. And while he's a good player, I wouldn't want him on the roster. Were you surprised that Robertson got left off and Caulfield got left off?
Absolutely. I mean, that's just a meathead move by Billy G and Sullivan. You got to put the guys that can score because it's it's supposed to be more open ice and scoring than NHL hockey. So you design your team for that. You don't design it to play like 95 Devils, for God's sakes. I mean, that's not how you're going to win. So, I mean, we'll see what happens. I do pull for Crosby. But you got to root for the Laundry. So if he gets beat in the gold medal game, I'll be as happy as a clam by the U.S. But I don't know. I mean, we'll see.
All right. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate that. I'm looking forward to it. I think you're right. They do call the penalties a lot differently over there in international play than they do here. So you have to watch out for that. And a guy like Tom Wilson could end up in the box more than he needs. I still believe that Russia should be represented in this. We went through their roster the other day. It's a much better competition with them in it. And I'm just not a big fan of politics deciding who's in and not in. There's always something going on in the world. And it's not the fault of these guys, right? So
yeah, but I understand why they're not in.
I don't. I think it's, again, separate it. They're playing in the NHL every single night.
It would be cool to see Malkin play in one more Olympics because I'm pretty confident he would have been on the team, right?
Oh, he'd be on the team. But the good part of that for the Penguins is that, and you hope Crosby or any of these guys don't get hurt over there because it can happen too, is that Malkin's going to get the rest he needs. I don't think he was 100% healthy, as they headed into this break. And I think Ben Kindle needed a little restart also, as well as he's played. He's 18 years old. That's a lot to ask a guy to play every single night in the NHL when he's not used to doing it. But when this whole thing is over, and although you won't find any transactions during this Olympic break, Austin, you do know that teams do talk. They figure out something in ways of communication so that when this does end and they get back to there are going to be some trades before the trade deadline, which is early March. And we've talked about this the other day, and I don't know, I've kind of gone back and forth on this, what the Penguins should be at the trade deadline. Should they be buyers big time, small time, or not at all? They're not going to sell people off at this point.
They might.
Who are they going to sell off? I wouldn't. I mean, for Crosby's sake, I'm not going to. If you're talking about Rust or Raquel, they won't do that. They haven't done it yet, and I don't think they will do it.
Well, it depends on if you're trading Rust or Raquel in a package to get Robertson. Then you're technically buyers and sellers.
Yeah. Well, but I mean that's different. You have to get. What I meant is getting rid of him for draft picks or some guy in the minors.
They could be buyers or sellers to acquire another piece, probably another winger, maybe an extra defenseman, to the point where they do that. but they also trade off an expiring contract, maybe to acquire a prospect or a draft pick to be able to acquire something else. That's more than likely what's going to happen because they do have a decent amount of expiring contracts. If somebody blows you away and offers like a second-round pick for Anthony Mantha, do you take it?
That's a tough question. That's a tough question for me because he's on a pace to 30-plus goals, and you need that when you go. He's had a lot of experience in the league. He's a good, proven goal scorer. I may be tempted to just keep him on my team if it's playing well and they're in a position to, let's say they're challenging Carolina for first place. They're right behind him with a game in hand, they can close that gap. If they do, if you trade Anthony Mantha for a second-round pick, I think the room would say, what are you doing? We have a good team here. We should be trying to compete right now with what we have. I'm not, even if I lose Anthony Mantha at the end of this year, because it's a year that's going to get him paid next year a lot more, so be it. They have money to spend, too. They can bring him back if they wanted to.
Unless you parlay that second-round pick to go and get a forward that is under a contract of 2 or 3 years, a longer-term deal.
I don't know. I still think they can use some defensive blue line help there if they're going to make a move. But I would think they're going to be, most likely, if I gave you 3 choices, no movement at all, stand pat, small move to improve, big-time move to really make a run. Which of those 3? Behind door number 1, door number 2, or door number 3?
Everybody would want to see the big swing.
Not everybody.
I think you'd be lying.
Not everybody.
Well,
a lot of people would think of that as representing you're going away from your youth movement.
When you're not putting parameters on what they're giving up, yeah. Like when you say, do you want them to take a big swing? Of course I want them to take a big swing. But then when you include, hey, the big swing includes giving up Sergei Murashov or giving up Harrison Brunick or Ben Kindle's got to go, then no. That's
I don't think they're going to move on from Ben Kindle.
They shouldn't.
No, I think they got...
He needs to be the next Brian Rust for them.
Yeah, and he could be better than that, actually. He could be a better player than Rust, and that's saying something. I think if you look at third-round picks, which was what Rust was, like Gensel, those guys and they had opportunities, they took advantage of it, but I think the ceiling on Ben Kindle may be higher than that based on what I've seen. So we'll see. It's going to be interesting, and also the Stuart Skinner thing. At goal time... he's at the end of a contract, too. He's going to want something new. He's 27. He's still pretty young. He didn't play well the last game. I know that. Shelovs is playing better. But let's say he plays well the rest of the way. Somebody wants a goaltender. Would you trade him?
What are you giving me? You give me a first-round pick?
Well, if someone gets desperate enough, they might, but I don't think
if somebody offers a first-round pick for Stuart Skinner, he's gone.
Yeah, I would agree. They have other people here who can do the job.
Shelovs and just bring up Murashov.
And one of those guys, right. So I think that would be the case. 412-928-9370. What else are you watching at the Olympics? I saw the Lindsay Vaughn. I got to give her a lot of credit. I got to give her a lot of credit for doing that. Some would say that's a stupid move because but man, and now it looks like her whole leg has just been.
I didn't see the picture. I don't want to see the picture. And was it shared? Did you see something? Did you see what her leg looks like?
Yeah, it's not pretty.
Oh, okay.
It's not
I
pretty.
didn't know if that was out there or not.
You have the rest of your life to deal with, too. And I understand her competitive nature. I applaud it. I applaud her saying, I can still do this. And, she went down even though she had an ACL issue earlier. And she came right back and did it again.
Her dad said, if I have anything to say about it, she will never be competing again.
Well, at this point, no. Did he say that before she wrecked?
No, this was after.
Okay, well, yeah.
It was like, if I have anything to say about her future career, it's just not happening.
Are you interested in all of curling?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the list of the Olympic sports right now, just in the winter. There are not many, Bob.
No, Summer has a bunch of them that really shouldn't even be in there.
Triple the size. Remember breakdancing? They took breakdancing out after that one breakdancing viral video that went out there. There's alpine skiing, ice hockey, of course. Luge. Are you interested in luge? We were watching some of that.
I'm telling you, I love luge. And again, you'd have to see it in person. And when you did, you'd be shocked.
You were on the luge before, right?
We did a media. They took us like a quarter of the way up. You had to sign a consent form. This is back when I was young and stupid. And I said, sure, I want to see what this looks like back in 1998. And I honestly, I was scared to death. You're laying, and it's picking up speed, and I can't even imagine the top and the curls and all the turns you got to make. It's just insane. So yeah.
Did you just hold on and just
white knuckled it all the way down?
Wow. Was it fun?
I mean, it was
terrifying.
I was terrified, so I don't know if I'd classify that as fun.
There's the bobsledding. We haven't seen bobsledding yet. There's also
bobsledding is dangerous. But it's interesting.
What is Nordic combined?
That's one of those cross-country skiing things that you do. You got to have a lot of stamina to do that. You got to be very good at it.
Why don't they just call it combined skiing?
Is that the one with the bow and arrows, too, that you got to shoot those after you go through
What is it,
the
a
countryside?
triathlon?
I don't know. I don't know enough about it for sure. But I find it interesting. But curling, I asked about curling because the USA pulled an upset of Rome, or Italy, apparently. I didn't know the USA had that kind of a team.
No, that was not up on my curling knowledge, Bob, before the Olympics. Did you know that curling was founded in Scotland in 1716?
Scotland, of all places. No, I didn't know that.
It was recognized
a Canadian sport.
A sport in 1953.
Wow.
There's also cross-country skiing.
Yeah, I've seen that. Again, you got to have a lot of stamina to do that.
Freestyle skiing, multiple different levels of skiing. Ski jumping, ski mountaineering, where you're soaring through the mountain-like ranges. Snowboarding, we haven't seen any snowboarding yet. No Shaun White anymore.
You're young enough. Have you ever tried that, snowboarding?
Snowboarding, no. No snowboarding.
No, I don't think I would be doing that either.
What about speed skating?
I like speed skating.
That was just on behind you. I was watching some of that. Wow, that is the angles that they take for speed skating. You could just imagine if they wipe out how bad that would be.
But you got some, and the skates are different too. I mean, they're longer, and I've seen people trip on those as they're making turns, and it's pretty crazy out there. It really is.
And figure skating.
I love figure skating.
It's kind of like gymnastics on skates, right? Well, obviously they're not flipping or anything like that, like upside down, but
when you get the ice dancing, so I like dancing, and I'm amazed how coordinated and how in sync you have to be to win that thing. It's pretty amazing. You probably are not interested, but I would tell you to go and watch it for a while. You'd be impressed at least. And the USA has a very good ice dancing team that is in position to win some gold. So we'll see how that goes. But all I know is that when you talk about Winter Olympics, to me, the number one thing is the hockey. Can the USA team do it? And if so, is it Canada who they're going to beat? Although some of these times, the USA hasn't had their share of gold medals in this.
No. And the last time they won gold was the Miracle on Ice.
Yeah, so there's a long time. I think it's time, don't you?
Did you get to try skeleton when you were at the Olympics?
No.
It's like the opposite of luge.
I've seen that. I don't know enough about it, though.
The Olympics say, unlike luge, where athletes lay on a sled on their backs, skeleton racers tackle the track face down.
Yeah, it's the opposite. You're going face down. So that puts you at risk.
Yeah, you're looking like right at the ice.
I want to know if you're a young person when you get interested in some of these things. Like when do you decide,
question.
I'm going to go down face first on a luge or a bobsled track. I think I'm going to like that.
Like, do we have luge tracks in the area?
In Western Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. This has to be like a Colorado, Montana, Idaho type of thing.
Yeah, I would probably agree with that. I don't know of any around here.
You'd think Canada would win every single event because it's always cold up there.
You would think so. And like I said, they have a good Canada, what is this stuff called behind, curling team. They're always among the favorites, but there are some teams that you wouldn't expect from nations that are very good. And again, I want you, tonight it'll be on, go home and watch ice dancing. Just give yourself a chance and keep an open mind.
Like when they dance on the ice during figure skating. Isn't that a part of figure skating?
It is. But the ice dancing competition is like 4+ minutes where everything's synchronized to the exact move, and there's some really difficult lifts and spins that they do. Madison Chalk and Evan Bates are the two that I'm thinking of in the USA. They put together an unbelievable performance the other night, and I was just amazed how good they are.
Yeah, didn't they win the individual gold?
Yeah. And they have other things, too, to try to accomplish. Hey, get a chance, you should watch it. 412-928-9370. We'll get back to football, baseball, anything else you want to talk about. Lines are wide open right now. 412-928-9360. No, 9370. This is what happens when I'm searching around for
I thought you were
going to
start giving out the number for the Nightly Sports Call.
I do that from time to time, too.
Somebody said on the text line that they are doing backflips and figure skating now. So they said it's insane. They're really doing that?
Yeah, it's very athletic. Again, on ice. And you see those, like, in a couples competition where the guy's lifting up the girl and the skate blade's, like, going around near his neck. If that goes wrong, I mean, I would hate to see something like that. But.
Texter also says there's a guy from Johnstown on the U.S. skeleton team, and he trained at Seven Springs.
Wow. Really? I guess they could do that.
Said,
they don't have those luge runs up there. I know that.
Maybe they do.
Maybe they do. Well, if anyone out there knows that, call 412-928-9370 is that number to call. Join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Play It Again Sports in Cranberry on Saturday, February 21st, 1 to 4. Support youth sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to keep kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. All you have to do is check out all the information at 937thefan.com. I also want to tell you that winter is the time, not just for the Olympics, but for kind of reallocating what you want to do with some of the stuff in your house. You may want to get rid of some things. You may want to start over. You may need some help in a home project. Well, West Shore Home is the place to call if you're going to do that. They make it easier than ever with their winter savings event. West Shore Home makes home remodeling simple for you, the consumer, and that's what you want. You don't want to be sticking your nose in there. They do the job from start to finish, and from your first consultation to your final installation, their team handles everything so you can upgrade your home without any stress. And right now, you can get started without paying anything out of pocket until the job is completely done. That's right. It's the Winter Savings event at West Shore Home. You get free installation on your next project. Get started with no money down. This includes bathroom remodels, window and door replacements, even full house flooring. When you schedule now, westshorehome.com/fan, you can take advantage of special finance rates that make it even easier to get started right now. Your project will be completed by one of their teams of highly trained employee installers. That's very big for you to know. Employee installers, no subcontractors. So schedule your free, no obligation consultation today and lock in a price that's good for an entire year. Visit westshorehome.com/fan for winter savings event from West Shore Home. See the website for details.
Bob, I want to tell you about my friends at Voss TV and Appliance. Are you ready to shop, Bob?
I'm in the shopping mood, so whet my appetite a little bit.
Would you like a new appliance or a new TV, Bob? Are you looking for one? And if you want to do it right, there is only one choice, Bob.
You could never have enough TVs, right?
I have my finger in the air with the number one, like I'm Joe Green running off the field at the Super Bowl. Only one choice, and it's Voss TV and Appliance. It's where I go for the best prices and selections on brand name TVs and appliances. Voss is a family business that is built on relationships since 1960, and my family has trusted them for over 30 years because it's pure Pittsburgh with experienced pros like Rick and Matt who focus on your needs, not what's on their showroom floor. So check them out and visit Voss's South Hill showroom. Call 412-650-VOSS. That's VOSS. 412-650-VOSS. Or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
So, Marcelo Ozuna signed by the Pirates yesterday. It's a one-year, $12 million deal. There is a mutual option for 2027 as well. The Buccos signing Ozuna, trading for Brandon Lau, signing Brian O'Hearn as well. Ryan O'Hearn to their lineup should help Brian Reynolds and Oneil Cruz for a little bit more lineup protection. Pitchers and catchers report to Bradenton tomorrow. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Kansas Jayhawk star freshman Darren Peterson about to become one of the biggest stories in sports. The likely #1 overall pick in the NBA draft missed another game on Monday night, this time with flu-like symptoms, and Kansas still beat undefeated #1 ranked Arizona. Is Peterson going to be able to be on the court for a lot of these games moving forward? If he is, Kansas can win the national championship. His availability going to be interesting. I'm Nick Costos.
You like
like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States. So when it comes to your heart, there's no room for compromise. At UPMC Heart and Vascular Institute, innovation, technology, and world-class expertise come together to treat the most complex heart cases, redefining what's possible for patients who need it most. Getting your heart checked can save your life. Schedule your appointment with the region's leader at upmc.com/heart.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Welcome to A to Z Savings, our biggest sale of the year.
Happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with Duralast rotors.
Free. Really?
Really? Free.
I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah. How much is that?
Free with the oil.
Free. Really?
Really. Free. It's part of A to Z Savings with hundreds of deals.
From A to free.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Ends March 9th. Restrictions apply.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Overwhelmed by the big clean-out that has to happen? Trust the professionals at Two Men and a Junk Truck to get it done at a fair price. We'll haul away the mess and your stress. 2 Men and a Junk Truck.com.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Got some news for you. Let's count the ways that number one Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. You know, first they have a huge selection of new Kia models with hundreds of models in stock. From the K4 and the Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there is a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochran's clear-cut pricing. It's a structure that gives you their absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochran Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson, or you can shop online now at CochranKia.com.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. A robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Indeed presents hires you can't afford to get wrong, like payroll manager.
Hi, my last paycheck was all in Icelandic krona.
You are welcome.
Welcome?
Given the exchange rate between the dollar and the krona, you're technically a millionaire now. Don't spend it all in one place.
I can't really spend it anywhere.
There's always Iceland.
This is a job for sponsored jobs. This is what happens when you don't sponsor your job on Indeed. Next time, get matched with quality candidates with Indeed sponsored jobs. Visit Indeed.com/hire now and sponsor your job today.
You can swirl it, you can sip it, but the best way is to share it. Hey y'all, I'm Deanna, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new frosted sodas and floats is how well they go together. You get that bold flavor of the Coke mixed with the smooth deliciousness of the vanilla ice cream. You have a juicy filet and a smooth, creamy float. It's an awesome pairing.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new frosted soda and float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
We are in the fast lane with that song as we bring you back to Pomp and Joe Show. Austin Bechtel behind the glass, 412-928-9370. Got a lot of X reaction here concerning the Pirates. Jake Stain, 2020, I think his handle is, and says, they need to do more. You're not going to impress me until you get another bat. Okay. I would agree with that, but, I mean, it has to be a third base bat, but I don't know how that market is right now, and it would have to require a trade.
I'm going to say this, Bob. At the start of the offseason, myself included, Joe, I think you were the same, we said, okay, the Pirates need two very impactful bats or three bats. Like, if it's not like a Kyle Schwarber included in one of those two bats or something outlandish like that, it needed to be three guys. They've added three starting bats. So I do feel like we're moving the goalposts a little bit because they still have a hole at third base. No one is denying that. But they've pretty much done what we've all wanted them to do and ask. 2 All-Stars from a year ago and someone who finished 4th in the MVP voting 2 years ago and was dealing with a hip problem all year. I've been very critical of them in recent years, but I'm giving them credit for what they've done this offseason. I'm right around a B+. Once they add another left-handed starter, if it is a Quintana or a Tyler Anderson and a third baseman, I'm looking at an A through the microphone or through the magnifying glass right now, Bob.
B+ is what I thought because they did add bats. They added basically over 200 runs batted in among those 3 guys. So they didn't make a big splash, but they made enough splashes. I would have liked Suarez at third just because I think that's the right-handed bat, and you solve a position need. Now, if Triolo starts at third base this year, that's fine. But at some point, he's going to make way for a shortstop. Connor Griffin will be that, and that's the case. I'm not down on Nick Gonzalez. A lot of people, seem to think that he's not an answer anywhere. I don't know that he's defensively at third base what he may need to be, but he's a better bat than Triolo on a consistent basis, I think. So I'd be looking that way and have Triolo be the ultimate guy who's going to do all sorts of stuff, whether it's at second, short, third, or wherever they want to put him, because he's that kind of guy. So I think that's kind of the way I'm looking at it. And hopefully they'll have enough to compete. I still don't think they've closed the gap on the Cubs. I don't think they've closed the gaps on the Reds. I think the Reds are going to be a surprisingly better team than most people think. So that'll still be an interesting division. Got this tweet or X, and this is concerning the Hall of Fame of 2027. You see the amount, and it's from Girls City 62. You see the amount of people who are going to be eligible as first-timers. How many of these will be first-timers? So we talked about this. I think Ben Roethlisberger is and should be a first ballot Hall of Famer. I do. I do think Adrian Peterson will also be one. Gronk has to be one, right?
Yeah.
So those are 3. Beyond that, I don't know. Richard Sherman, he'll get in eventually.
Who was the first you said, Ben?
Ben.
Okay, Ben, Adrian Peterson, Gronk.
And Gronk.
I agree.
But they have others in there, too, who are, worthy of consideration. The problem is, if those 3 get in as first-timers, that's not going to leave a lot of room for the guys who are still left behind and may never get an opportunity.
Will Eli Manning hold out Ben for a year?
I hope not. I mean, if you're going to cancel out because he's a quarterback getting votes from, I think Ben Roethlisberger has a better resume than Eli Manning. So he should be that guy. So Antonio Brown is the other guy on that list that, I've said, and I still believe he's a Hall of Fame player. And again, based on his time here and based on what I saw from him here, he's a Hall of Fame player. He's not going to be a first ballot Hall of Fame.
I would be stunned. Bob, if I woke up with my head sewn to the carpet, I would not be more surprised than if Antonio Brown goes in on the first ballot.
How about if he did? How about if he got enough votes for that to happen? That would be wild. He won't. He's going to have to wait like a lot of guys have had to wait. But I still, do you agree he's a Hall of Fame player?
He is. The body of work was
we'll ask Brian Batko that when he comes on. And some of the different decisions there with players. And also the fact that thrown into this mess, you're going to have leftovers like Bill Belichick and Robert Kraft. And if you believe that Belichick got a 1-year omission as a first ballot guy because of sort of a penance for all the Spygates, Deflategates, and everything else in his life and his career and resume, then you will probably think that he doesn't deserve a second year. But I think he will. And if he does, that denies somebody else. So I think the Hall of Fame should kind of adjust some of its rules. I'm not sure exactly what they have to do, but they got to make it so that guys who are contributors and coaches maybe have their own different category so you don't take away from players who've been waiting to get in, like the L.C. Greenwoods of the world. I thought he really had a good chance this year, especially if you had told me before that both Kraft and Belichick wouldn't get in. I would have thought for sure L.C. Greenwood would have gotten in.
I would have too.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the lines. We got a lot of them. Who do we go to first?
They're piling up. Here is Greg in Youngstown to chime in on the Buckets.
Go ahead, Greg. He has pirate talk a lot. I know that. What's up, Greg?
Hey, what's going on? I agree with city limits. First of all, Connor Griffin, I would extend him because Skeens, I don't care if he offered Skeens that money. His goofy girlfriend wants to live in L.A. or New York. She doesn't want to live in Pittsburgh. So right off the bat, you have to deal with her. And so he's never going to sign that contract.
Why is she a goofy girlfriend? She's very accomplished at what she does.
She's a parasite. She's a parasite. He doesn't need her.
He has more. She has more followers than he does.
Well, Greg, also, they have so much money, they could just live wherever they want and just transplant back and forth between cities. I don't think that's that big of a deal. If they want to live somewhere else in the offseason, so be it.
Has nothing to do with money. Has to do with her ego. She wants to go somewhere big where she can do modeling, even though she's 5 foot tall or whatever she wants to do. He's the moneymaker in the end, and she's going to say, well, if they offered him, say, $40 million a year, she's going to go, no, I want to live somewhere where I have a career. That's the problem with dating people like that.
But I don't think there's any way he's going to want to settle on Pittsburgh beyond the time necessary to be here. So that's regardless of what she wants. He's not going to sign. He's not going to sign here after how many years before he gets to free agency. He won't.
If they offered him the money, if he wasn't with her, he would sign because he's not about the money.
No,
he's about winning. He really is. If that team,
that's
winning,
all the reason to stay here then.
Well, if they start winning and they offer him money, he would stay. But he has to deal with her. There's more dynamics with this guy than just.
I don't think so. He stays out of the limelight quite a bit. I mean, she has her own Instagram. Oh, but that's okay.
Doesn't.
But that's what she does, and she makes extra money doing that too. So why wouldn't you?
Yeah, but she wants more of a career. This girl has she's an egomaniac. She wants to live in LA or New York. She doesn't want to live in Pittsburgh.
I disagree. She may want that, but I think they act.
Well, listen,
as a couple.
I'm 100% right on this. 100% right. So I'll let you go.
Thanks. I never thought we'd go down that avenue.
I didn't think Greg was going there. But again, like Bob, Livy Dunn's probably making, I don't know, like $7 million.
She made like $10 million last year, her last year at LSU, and she's got all sorts of endorsement things going on.
Right. When Skeens was pitching in Pittsburgh, she would just fly in and spend a couple days there and fly out.
And listen, Paul Skeens is going to go where his money takes him, regardless of what. It's going to be his decision about where he plays baseball after Pittsburgh.
They're both people that fly around different places for work. Skeens is on the road for 7 months out of the year.
It's a very small world these days. You can get especially with private jets, and they have that opportunity. Who's next?
All right, here is Seth in Cranberry to chime in.
Hey, Seth, what's up?
Hey, what's going on there? So this is directed to all the people who are just very pessimistic about the Buccos. I understand it, obviously, from, years of torment and bad seasons and losing baseball. But, I mean, come on. We finally did, what we wanted to do. We got, Limit said, we got 3 bats. And let's be honest, all they really need to do is have, their guys like Cruz and Reynolds hit above 230 and 240 this year. You know what I mean? We just need our guys to hit a little bit better. And the pitching, obviously, we're not worried about. And I think it's going to get better, to be honest with you, with Chandler coming up and Jones might be coming back halfway through. But like I said, we're doing what we've asked for the past 4 or 5 years, is sign a couple good bats. And that's what we did. We got a couple decent guys, and I don't see the problem with, the lineup. I don't know why people are so pessimistic. So, I mean, come on. We got some battling Buccos in the lineup.
There we go. I like it. It's that time of the year, Seth. It's that time of the year. You get optimistic. The sun's starting to shine. Temperature going up. We'll see. I still think they're going to push. There'll be a push to the playoffs, but I don't know if I could talk beyond the Cubs. The Cubs, to me, are a team that's going to win this division. I think they're the best team. But, yes, the Pirates have combined 3 bats into over 200 runs batted in that they did not have last year. Thank you, Seth. Appreciate it. We have any Livy Dunn talk here, apparently.
Ken and McCandless have something to say.
Ken, you want to talk about Paul Skeens and Livy Dunn, I suppose?
I want to be nice, though, and not talk like that guy that just called 2 callers ago. I mean, Bob, you defended it a little bit when he said goofy girlfriend, and you kind of pushed back at that. But then after that, he goes on calling her parasite, and he has no idea. He doesn't know them. That's ridiculous to talk about somebody like that.
She's apparently a very nice lady, and they get to go wherever they want to go. And I don't think in any way she will demand, I need to live here. I don't think that. I've never met her, so I don't know that. But she strikes me as someone who is very compatible with whatever Paul is, and it's all about Paul's career. I mean, she's been with him throughout all of this, and all the award ceremonies, she's by his side.
Yeah, I agree, and that was my point, that you shouldn't talk about people that you do not know, and you're just assuming things just because she's rich and famous. She's probably
she's self-sufficient. She doesn't need Paul. So I think they complement each other well and have a lot in common. Thanks, Ken.
Yeah, that wasn't right.
No.
Come on, Greg.
I had no idea we would go into Livy Dunn conversation today. Never thought.
We never know what Paul in Washington will bring us. What do you think he's got today?
Paul always brings it. What's up, Paul?
How are you, Roberto and Austin there? Hey, Bob, I tried to get in with you and Joe last week when you guys were pulling your father knows best routine with City Limits in his social life. But what I want to emphasize is City Limits got a whole lot of other things going on in his life. He is an outstanding announcer. I don't know if you and Joe have ever heard him announce.
We've heard, absolutely. He's very good.
One of these days in the future, City Limits is going to have eye candy on each arm, and you and Joe are going to be looking at him with your tongues hanging out, saying, what the heck happened? And as far as Flipper Filipponi and Blue Chew Muller, I wouldn't take advice with them if it came to what would I do with my dog, because those two haven't got a clue. But let's get back to the main course, which is the Pirates.
Wait a minute, I can't get by eye candy on each arm.
Eye candy on
each arm. I love that.
Hey, I'm telling you, City Limits is a guy on the rise. You guys are going to get left behind. If
We
you
never,
don't get on
Paul,
the City
first of all,
Limits train.
I don't think we ever thought that. We were just trying to help him get to that, the dating part of his life, which right now is taking a back seat to his professional life. I get that.
I think Austin is a very intelligent young man.
That's never in dispute.
I'm tempted to introduce him to my granddaughter. That's how much I think of this young man. I would trust him with my granddaughter.
Okay.
Now, whether he can handle her temperament is, that's a horse of a different color. But getting back to the Pirates, I think that Paul Skeens would stay in Pittsburgh if the Pirates put a winner on the field. And I think he would take below market value because I think that's the kind of kid he is.
He is that kind of guy. I get it, but he's not going to shortchange himself, and his agent won't allow that to happen either.
I don't know. I agree to disagree with you on that one, Bob. But as far as the Steelers, I agree with Anthony in Oakland to a degree. And that's about as far as I'll go. They ought to trade Watt. So get rid of Queen, get rid of Ramsey, get rid of Metcalf while you have that opportunity, and do not sign Cam Hayward. We need to restock the ranks. We got a coach, and we got coaches that are going to be able to do their thing. You take care, Bob.
All right, man. It's amazing.
Buddy.
Paul always brings it with eye candy today, no less. All right, one more before we got to go. Who are we going to check? We're going to go out to Mario in New York, or no? Who do you want to go to, Limits?
Let's go to Mario. He's in New York.
All right, Mario, you're on. What's up?
Hey, Bob, how are you today?
Good. What's going on?
How's Lisa and the family? Everything good? Hey, I just want to talk real quick about Jeff Capel and these Pitt Panthers. I mean, they're horrible. They're horrible. I mean, and then there's no talk about him being let go. I mean, you look at the game tonight. You got number 4 Duke, and they're 17.5-point favorites on your home floor. Mm-hmm. You remember the days. Bob, you remember the days when the Oakland Zoo was rocking, and I mean, we can't let this go for another year, can we?
Well, it's up to what they want to do, and there's a contract buyout that's significant, and they're going to have to figure that out. But, yeah, it can't go this way. Now, I will say this about Jeff Capel. He has a really nice potential recruiting class and some transfers who can make them – and that's one thing about basketball. You can change it very quickly. But the NIL deficiencies, I think there, and other aspects of this are going to make it a tough rebuild. But thanks, Mario. We got to go to a break. Appreciate your call. When we come back, we're going to talk to Brian Batko more about Steelers, and maybe he has more advice for Limits, or Paul in Washington, and what's he think about eye candy. All coming up in the next hour here on Pomp and Joe. In the meantime, though, I want to tell you about the Fan Hotline. It's presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Fan trading cards are brought to you by Baseball Card Castle, your go-to destination for sports cards, collectibles, memorabilia. These cards have pictures, stats of the fan hosts, and you can pick them up at Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry or anytime you're out in the community. Weather is brought to you today by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get your retirement on the right track. Very important to do, and even if you're younger, like Austin, before he has his eye candy, he's going to have to figure out a plan so that he has enough later on when each of those on your arm wants things that you don't necessarily want to buy.
That's right, Bob.
That's right.
Yeah.
So they'll help you with your retirement. That's Secure Money Advisors. Partly cloudy, high of Mel Blunt, 47, low of 26. Le'Veon Bell. When we come back, it's Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette right here on the Pomp and Joe Show, Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Sports Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, Pitt basketball tonight will play against Duke. The Blue Devils, who are coming off of a loss against North Carolina over the weekend, but still a formidable opponent for the Panthers as number 4 team in the country. Listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan with pregame coverage beginning at 8:30. Also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet. And right now, Joe has a message for the people.
All right, a man and his mustache. You know the story by now. You probably know it by heart. They got together 45 years ago or so and said, let's build a business together. It became JP Roofing and Siding. Owens Platinum Corning Preferred. Owens Corning Platinum Preferred, I should say. Not an easy designation to get. You can't buy it. You got to earn it. Only 1% of them get it. JP's got it. Great people do a great job. $500 off right now. Your first roofing or siding installation. Give them a call, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you have experience working on Class 8 heavy-duty trucks? Consider a career with PGT Trucking Maintenance. PGT is now hiring experienced diesel mechanics in Midland and Blairsville, PA. Support the fleet by helping to maintain PGT's late model equipment, including international and Peterbilt tractors. Technicians should be able to complete a preventative maintenance inspection. Experience in the trucking industry is preferred. Call 1-800-TEAM-PGT or apply online at pgttrucking.com/work.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
Maybe you think you made a mistake and now it's too late. Maybe you think the insurance company talked you out of taking the next step. Maybe you think it's too late to hire a lawyer. Before you give up, I think you should call my law firm. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and if you were hurt in an accident in Pennsylvania, I want you to know that you have 2 years to file a lawsuit. Don't miss out on the chance to improve your life by getting the settlement you deserve. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And remember, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Why does it matter to members that Aetna was named a Best Medicare Advantage company by U.S. News & World Report? Because they chose a plan that gives them real support, real people, and real care. We show up with care management that ensures doctors work together on complicated conditions. We show up with the latest in online tools to make healthcare easier to use anytime. We don't show up for awards. We show up for you. And showing up for you is how healthier happens together.
When my furnace went out last winter, I got a little panicky, but I called my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. Thorne Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. They came prepared. They handled the issue. They handled the furnace replacement. Since then, they've done sewer camera inspections, hydro jetting, the works. Here's what I love. Family owned since 1947, certified techs who are not paid on commission. No pressure, just honest fixes. Call 412-431-7455 or go to their website, southsideplumb.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com. Chris Muller here again for my friends at MHI Roofing. The Pennsylvania winter is especially hard on the roof of your home. The folks at MHI want to remind you to keep an eye out for signs of winter roofing problems. Icicles hanging from your gutters, uneven snowmelt on your roof, or even water stains on your ceiling. If you see any of these, don't wait. Call the roofing experts at MHI Roofing. You see, unlike a lot of roofers in the area, MHI doesn't shut down during the winter. They know your roof problems can't wait until spring. They can be at your home within 24 hours, do a free 21-point inspection on your roof, diagnose the issue, and recommend a solution. And if it is time for a new roof, their highly trained installation teams will install it perfectly the first time, clean up after themselves, and leave your home and yard nicer than how they found it. So, if you see signs of winter roofing problems, don't wait. Set up your free, no-obligation roof inspection and estimate today. 412-998-8864 or online at mhiroof.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Well, Bob, Pitt basketball will play tonight against Duke, number 4 team in the country, at the Peterson Event Center. 9 o'clock, 8:30 is when pregame coverage begins. And the Steelers, according to a report by Tom Pelissero during the Super Bowl, or right before the Super Bowl, saying that it's increasingly likely Aaron Rodgers is going to return as the Steelers quarterback for next season. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser Chevrolet, and Brian Batko joins the show next.
Here we go. They've got Pittsburgh sports on lock. It's Bob Papiani and Joe Stuckey. It's powerful. The Pop and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's the 4th and final hour of the Pomp and Joe Show, and we are very, very happily joined here by one man who knows a lot about the Pittsburgh Steelers. He covers them for the Post-Gazette. Mr. Brian Batko joins us right now on the video feed, looking very intimidating there with that. It's almost like a James Harden beard. Would you not say there, Austin? He has that look.
Fear the beard, Mr. Batko.
It's got to go. It's got to go soon. It's getting too itchy, too unwieldy. It's going to be leaving very soon. Let's get one last look at it, guys.
Yeah, well, I like it. It's a serious beard. You're right up there. I think Brett Kiesel would be proud of that one, quite frankly.
Kiesel, Harden, those are definitely 2 of the best beards, I guess, in sports history, right? Any obvious ones come to mind that we're missing?
Those are the 2 that stand out to me. Who else?
Any Penguin playoff beards stand out?
No, they don't do those. Those, especially younger guys. I remember when Crosby, Stahl, and those guys tried to grow, and it was just sporadic.
How about
hair.
Brian Wilson, the Giants closer? You remember his?
Yeah. That was a pretty good beard. Yours is better. So, Brian, we've been talking a lot about different things here. Of course, you heard how that last hour ended. Not necessarily going to get back into that unless you have advice for Austin, too. Do you?
Well, I was just going to say, I don't have any dating advice for Austin, but I have a date tonight with an old flame. We look to recapture the magic. We want to rekindle what we once had.
Ooh.
And I'm talking about college basketball, Bob.
Ah.
I'm going to Pitt Duke tonight, and I used to go all the time, and I used to be a huge college basketball fan. I actually grew up liking both of these teams. I like Duke because of Grant Hill. But
love Grant Hill.
The sport has lost a lot of luster over the years, I think. But I'm going to go tonight, 9 p.m. tip-off. I'm going to regret it tomorrow morning when the kids get up at 6 a.m. But I want to see this Duke team coming in here, and that's kind of the reason that I can get up to drive to Oakland at that time of night and watch a Pitt team that is struggling right now.
And never before in the heyday was there a point spread like this one. If there was, it was Pitt giving the points. Tonight it's Duke giving 17.5 points to Pitt. So I was there on Saturday to watch SMU, which I really liked. This kid, Boopy Wilson, was really good. They have the guy, Jerome Pierre, who was really good. Pitt couldn't match up. How are they going to match up against Duke, I wonder? This is a team, especially coming off a loss to North Carolina, the way it happened down there at Chapel Hill.
The big Turkish guy played well for SMU, too.
Yes, he did. I can't even say his name. I mean, I saw that name. It had more vowels than anyone I've ever seen.
And now they get an easier name to say, but an even tougher guy to defend in Cam Boozer, Carlos Boozer's son, who's got a chance to be the number one pick in the NBA draft. So I want to see him as well. Duke is like when Notre Dame comes for football, but probably even magnified because of the one and dones and the talent. I remember I went to Pitt Duke the Zion Williamson year, and I covered it for, it might have been our pals at Panther Lair, but Jay-Z was there. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I was there that night too, and I couldn't believe it.
And Kenny Pickett was a big deal at that time.
Yeah, I do remember that. And you never see Jay-Z at a Pitt basketball game, but there he was.
That was incredible.
Sitting down there right on the court. But, well, hopefully it'll be a good game. I want to see Pitt compete in this, but I just don't see how that's possible unless Duke, is coming off a down game against, and they let it affect them. But I don't think they will. If anything,
you got to get some hot shooting. Remember, 2 or 3 years ago, was it Blake Hinson? That was at Duke, though. I think, right? He hit a bunch of threes, and he stood on the scorer's table, and they knocked off the mighty Blue Devils. I just, to go back to the overarching point. I mean, college basketball is. I was a diehard for the longest time, and I still do follow it and like it, but I don't watch it nearly as much as I once did because. In the old, I say old days, but in pre-transfer portal and NIL going crazy, you wouldn't completely check out on a team like Pitt this year because you'd have freshmen or sophomores who you want to see them get better and progress throughout the season. Now I find it hard to really invest because it just feels like the way of the world anymore in the sport. If they struggle this year, these guys are going to be gone and they're going to bring in new faces next year.
Even if they don't struggle, they'll be gone and they'll bring in new faces. That's just the way it goes. And there was a great game on last night. Kansas beat number one Arizona 82-78, a really interesting game. There are some good teams, but, man, you're right. It's hard to invest when you know next year it's a whole new cast of characters, and it's hard to get to know them. Let's talk about the Steelers. Speaking of a whole new cast of characters, how many characters will they have that are going to be new this year? And will any of this affect the quarterback? We all know what's been said, and it seems to me that Aaron Rodgers will be back. But what do they do behind him, and what do they do after him, Brian?
At quarterback?
Yes.
Well, I think if you're running it back with Rodgers, it would be pretty easy and I guess logical to run it back with the other guys in that room. You'd have the same sort of hierarchy or pecking order, but ideally with a healthy Will Howard, unlike this past season. But yeah, I mean, you'd have Mason Rudolph as your middle of the road break glass in case of emergency, but maybe Will Howard emerges if he gets a chance to show out in the preseason this year, unlike last season. So that's kind of what I think they're going to do. I think it would be, it'd probably rule out guys like Malik Willis and, some of those players who are going to be on the open market this year if you opt to sign Rodgers. And we know what this draft class is looking like. It seems like every year that the Steelers are sort of set up to make a move at quarterback in the draft, 2026, 2022, the college ranks do not provide them with the depth of options that they were hoping for going into it. And then the years that they are not looking at quarterback, look at, there's 4, 5, 6 going in the first round, so they can't seem to time that up right lately.
No, exactly. And that's going to be one of the problems if they fall into the same trap again next year, which everyone now seems to think that's the better draft class for quarterbacks. And even though I thought coming into this year that was going to be the case, it hasn't worked out that way. But I would be curious, before Austin asks you a question, I want to ask you this. If you had a chance at one of those guys who, was really looked at, like a Garrett Nussmeier, like a Drew Aller, just say there weren't injuries or their stock didn't fall, and they were available this year in like the second round, and you still had a high grade on them, you liked them, would you invest in a quarterback this year and waste, and I say waste, one of those higher end picks on a quarterback who may not play here?
I mean, I don't know what's worse, wasting picks or wasting seasons and years of Cam Hayward and TJ Watt at this point, while you keep, cycling through options that aren't getting it done. I mean, say what you will about Aaron Rodgers. I think he played better than I expected this past season, but the move itself to bring him in at quarterback still did not get them over the hump in the playoffs. And it's not like that wild card game was 33-30 that they lost and he did all he could. No, the offense sputtered completely. It wasn't just on him, but that wasn't the solution. And I guess you could stare at it long enough and convince yourself, okay, maybe he's a better fit for what Mike McCarthy wants to do offensively, and they have the familiarity between each other and things will go better. But it's a little bit of a tough sell for me the way last season ended. So, I think as far as investing in a quarterback that high, I don't know that I would, but day 3, I'd probably just throw a dart. If it's the 4th round, sure, maybe you can tap into one of those guys and come up with some reasons why Aller, Cade Klubnik, Garrett Nussmeier didn't work out the way they were supposed to in 2025. But I know this point has been made by a lot of people. I don't know that any of them really strike me as a huge upgrade over Will Howard based on what we saw from him his last year at Ohio State.
We've been talking a lot about wide receiver, maybe even a corner in the first round. But, Brian, what if they just come out and you hear left tackle or guard taken in the first round? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me, but it is February 10th. There's going to be a lot more that falls into place before anyone's draft card is written down or any names are called on the stage over at Acrisure. So, I mean, it's going to kind of depend on what the Steelers do at free agency. But when you're talking about your first round draft pick, that's normally a player that you're not picking him just as a stopgap option or an immediate starter anywhere. You've got to pick that at a spot where you feel like you need to replenish the depth for a long time to come. So I'd actually be less surprised if they go D-line again. I know that Derek Harmon was the guy last year, and I know that Y.A. Black is in the mix as well, and he's going into his second season. But I think these last couple Super Bowls, the formula that we saw from the Seahawks and the Eagles a year ago, you can't have enough of those impact players up front, whether it's on the edge or in the interior. And we know the Steelers have all their bases covered at edge defender, but I just feel like if you can come at teams in waves with those defensive tackles who penetrate, collapse the pocket, pressure, allow you to get pressure with just rushing 4, that is not a bad recipe to follow. And we know they still need to sort of keep building behind Cam Hayward. So I'd be a little surprised at this juncture if it's an O lineman, but slightly less surprised if they keep building the trenches on the D-line limits.
Yeah. To your point, exactly what Seattle did, they don't come after you with just edge rushers. They come after you with everyone. And 4 allows you to do many more things in the secondary. So if you shut down a run, and I think that's where it starts with the Steelers, would you not agree defensively? Forget who they have. You got to stop run. If you can't stop the run, Seattle did that against New England. They've done it against just about every team they've played.
And no one on that Seahawks defense had more than 7 sacks in the regular season. They had 3 guys were tied, and only one of those was an edge rusher, Uchenna and Nwosu, who had the touchdown against the Patriots. The other 2 were Byron Murphy and Leonard Williams, who are more interior rushers. So I think that tells you a couple things. One, to use a Mike Tomlinism, the strength of the pack was the pack. Mm-hmm. It wasn't one guy who it all sort of revolved around, whether, that's an edge guy or an interior guy. But it also tells you, they got in advantageous positions by stopping the run first and foremost, and then you heat up the opposing team on third down or whatever it is, and they're behind the chains, and boom, now they're off track, and they can't extend a drive, and you're getting your defense off the field, you're getting your offense back on the field. So, and let's not leave out of this discussion too, guys. I mean, we're talking player acquisition through the lens of the draft, but Mike McDonald's got the juice, right? I mean, there's just something that guy is doing right. We always talk about offensive play callers. I was going to say, we always talk about the McVays and the Shanahans being ahead of defensive play callers from that standpoint. But Mike McDonald is obviously dialing up exactly what he needs to at exactly the right time to stay a step ahead of these offensive coaches on the opposing sideline.
So they have a first-round pick. They have a second. They have a bunch of later-round picks. Brian, when I look at the defensive side beyond defensive line, because I agree with you, I think that has to be, regardless of what you have, you can never have enough. It seems like it's starting pitching in baseball, same kind of concept there. Are you satisfied with what they have in the secondary, specifically safety, or do you think they need to, not first round, but look at somebody who might be helpful, and that may be a free agent answer?
Yeah, I mean, they were looking at that position a little bit last year. I remember we were all sort of raising eyebrows when they brought in Nick Eamon-Worry for a pre-draft visit, one of those 30 visits. They only get a finite number of those, and yet, he ended up being a real impact player for the Seahawks. So I think they would have found a way to use him. To me, the big sort of pivot point right now for that question and the back end of this defense is, what do you do with Jalen Ramsey? I mean, if you do bring him back and, pay him that, whatever it is, like $19.5 million or something like that, check me on that limits. But if you bring him back into the fold, is he safety? Is he nickel? Do you want to try him at outside corner again, now that Darius Slay is out of the picture? So it's kind of a good problem to have, I guess, a player who's that versatile, but it's not a good problem if you think he's at the age now where he's not going to be able to run with receivers as much as he used to. And I can't get rid of the image from my mind. The end of that Steelers-Ravens game was so bonkers, but the reason that it was because he gives up that big catch to Isaiah Likely on fourth down, which set up Tyler Luke for that fateful miss.
It's a $17 million cap hit next year, Brian. That's
he's still
a fairly decent number.
He could be a good slot guy, though, right?
I think that's what they envisioned for him when they brought him in. I mean, you see guys like Eamon-Worry, who was a rookie last year, I just mentioned, but even the more veteran guys like Cooper DeJean and especially Kyle Hamilton, who are sort of positionless defensive backs, they're providing a lot of value. They're kind of in vogue right now in the NFL. And I think the Steelers were, sort of picturing Ramsey being like that, but then all sorts of stuff went haywire in the secondary and they had to move him.
Yeah.
Looking at this deal for Spot Rack, Brian says that Ramsey signed a 4-year, $84 million deal with the Steelers, including 19.5 guaranteed, and has it going through 2028. Is that the carryover from Miami that they could still be able to get out of the deal? But I didn't realize the deal was that long.
Well, you're referencing Trav, overthecap.com kind of guy comes to tracking the salaries, and they've got Ramsey on the books here for $19.5 million cap number in 2026 with a roster bonus due March 13th of $3.5 million. So this is like the Larry Ogunjobi situation last year, guys. Remember, they had to kind of decide on him sooner than later, and they took it down to the wire, but they did ultimately cut him, obviously, because if you get past that date, you're not going to throw good money after bad. So if you get past that date, you're going to keep that guy or you're going to trade him, I guess. But even trading him would be eating some of that money. So, Ramsey has 3 years left on the deal, but because of those roster bonuses and because of the signing bonus that he got and money that was eaten by the Dolphins, there won't be any dead money if the Steelers move on from him.
I feel like we're treating it as if it's a guarantee that Kenneth Gainwell is going to come back. Should we be?
No, I don't think so. I think those are always, it starts now with the player. When you sign that affordable deal on the front end, it's like, okay, this is very team friendly. This is great for the Steelers. Well done, Omar Khan and everybody in the front office for finding this sort of hidden gem in Gainwell and getting him for so cheap. But if the guy performs well enough, the pendulum swings from, okay, now it's the ball is in the player's court. Now he's the one who stands to gain from this. So, hey, no pun intended. Obviously, the Steelers have the inside track on their reigning team MVP. But, hey, if he gets word from his representation that might be best for you if you let the process play out, see what you're worth on the open market, then yeah, that could work against them. But the other thing, the factor to keep in mind with Gainwell is he talked so glowingly about Aaron Rodgers all season, basically saying Rodgers is the reason why he was having so much success, and Rodgers talked so glowingly about him. So I think in this case, even though the coordinator, the play caller, most of the offensive staff is going to be different, if that quarterback that he had such a rapport with returns, then maybe you can even get a little bit of a hometown discount on him.
We're going to continue with Brian Batko here in a second. First, want to remind you the Fan Twitter is brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Also, the Fan Text Line, as always, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associate, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless they get money for you. And if you call on the Fan Hotline, that's presented to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider over 50 years. I want to tell you, if you're going to that Pitt game like Brian is tonight, you're going to have a wager to make. Do you want to give the points? I always like taking points. 17.5 is a lot, but Duke's a really good team. I don't know about that one, but you have a chance to do it if you go to DraftKings Casino. They have all sorts of game lines, money lines, and prop bets. And the new year is finally here, and so are stellar rewards from DraftKings Casino. You could blast off for a free chance at $5,000 in credits with Daily Rewards Rocket. You can log on to DraftKings Casino and launch your rocket 3 times for a chance to collect credits. You get spins, and you get a whole lot more. And then come back every day to launch more rockets and get more rewards. Then enjoy all your favorite slots. They got live dealer experiences and classic table games. Just remember, the crown is yours in partnership with DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older, physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. No purchase necessary. 3 launches per day, 4 rewards. Launches expire each day at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. Non-withdrawable rewards and amounts vary per launch and are subject to game and expiration limits. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Sponsored by DK Crown Holdings Incorporated.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Tomorrow, pitchers and catchers report to spring training in Bradenton for the Pirates. Around baseball, some pitchers and catchers even reported today as spring training is just about to get underway. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Kansas Jayhawks upset the undefeated Arizona Wildcats last night. The Jayhawks won 82-78. Allen Fieldhouse was rocking. Kansas was without star Darren Peterson, who missed his 11th game of the season. I would have liked to see the projected #1 pick play, but the Jayhawks didn't miss a beat. Kansas has a huge matchup coming up Saturday against #5 Iowa State in Ames. I'm Chris Black.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Guys, the best thing I did in 2025 was get a new garage floor from Comer and Cross. It completely transformed my garage. It's given me new space in a new room in my house. I can't believe I waited as long as I did to get in touch with the great people at Comer and Cross. But hey, better late than never. And right now, they've got their preseason sale going on. Comer and Cross, you're going to get a phenomenal price, and they're going to install it when you want it on your terms. They make it so simple. It's cold outside. They're going to take all the stuff out of the garage for you and secure it so you don't have to do it yourself. They fix all the cracks perfectly. And the best part is all of this gets done, and I know from personal experience, in one day. So go with the pros at Comer and Cross. They don't subcontract out. Call them now at 1-800-NEW-FLOOR and lock in your preseason price and installation when you want it. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, 800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
What's up, everybody? I'm Nick Costos, and watching sports isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. And my show is not a job, it's a passion. From the NFL playoffs to the NBA and everything in between, celebrate sports with me every day on You Better You Bet from 9 a.m. to noon Eastern. Download the Odyssey app now and listen to Westwood One Sports from anywhere. It's You Better You Bet with me, Nick Costos, live and interactive Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to noon Eastern, presented by BetMGM.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more, so you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Celebrate President's Day savings all month at Joe Ball GMC. Take on winter in a new GMC Canyon with up to $1,700 off. Capability that works as hard as you do. See joeballgm.com for details. Joe Ball GMC, sales and service.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that Valentine's Day is just around the corner. Keep yourself out of the penalty box this year with a gift from Lewis Anthony. Shop online at lewisanthony.com or visit us at our flagship location in the South Hills.
Have we met?
Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
When you hear an ad for an injury attorney on the radio, as you know, there's plenty of those, it's not often that you hear the same voice on the radio that you will on the phone with you directly handling your injury case every step of the way. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. With the injury firm at LGKG, you get the named partner, the Big Cats, Larry Kelly or Joe George.
We've always built this practice on service. We like talking to our clients. I think it's important if someone takes the time to call me, they get a chance to talk to me. Or if they want to call Larry, they get a chance to talk to Larry or one of our other associates.
Larry, it's rare that the same group will take things from the onboarding phone call all the way to the final resolution, whether it's the settlement or it's trial.
That's continuity. At LGKG, we're a small firm that handles cases on an individual basis each and every time.
What a concept that is. That's service. That's the Western PA way, where you don't get lost in the fold or you become just another number. That's a huge home field advantage, and that's LGKG. Accidents, MedMal, workers' comp, history, trust, service, and results. LGKG.com.
Is it time for a new roof, but you're dreading the construction chaos? Whalen Exteriors has the solution. We combine over 40 years of expert craftsmanship with a strict promise. We treat your property with the same care as we would our own. No mess, no stress, just a beautiful, durable exterior. Get the quality you deserve from the team that respects your home. Schedule your free estimate today at whalenexteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623. Or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Back for the final few minutes here of Pomp and Joe, Austin Behind the Glass, and Brian Batko is our guest here from the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette. Now, he said he's going to go to see the Pitt-Duke game. I'm just curious that you're going in different directions here. What did you think about the Pirates and these signings? Enough for you, or do you want to see more?
I mean, enough for me on paper in like a logical, sensible way, but I'd be lying if I didn't say the, bleeding heart, sentimental side of me is not a little disappointed that Andrew McCutchen won't be part of it, most likely. Now, if they find a way to still incorporate him, that would bring up a whole other can of worms of, is this good use of resources and roster construction and team building? But man, if that was the end and we didn't know that was the end and you didn't get it really a chance to soak it up, that's kind of unfortunate.
Yeah, I think there's got to be some mending going on here. I'm not sure how that happens or what it looks like, but the fact that he scrubbed all his social media platforms of the Pirate logo or anything to do with the Pirates is pretty telling, which is what people do today. All right, Brian, when you look at, honestly, I want to get your take because we did not get a chance to see Will Howard. So much talk about Will Howard. I was so hopeful last year that we got a chance to see him in the preseason, which we did not. When you hear all these words coming out, what have you seen on a daily basis? I mean, there's not much you could do on the field, can he? It's got to be stuff that he's just absorbing from Aaron Rodgers or Mason Rudolph or whatever and carrying into other parts of what they do. Preparation. They all seem very, very interested in how the guy can develop based on his smarts. And that's what my biggest takeaway is. People say the guy's really got it. He knows what he's doing. Obviously, if you're going to win a national championship, you have to do that. You have to be the guy in control. What have you seen from him overall when you look at him, and why is there so much chatter about a 6th-round draft pick?
Well, I think what I keep coming back to when I think of Will Howard is if you subscribe to the notion that how you do anything is how you do everything, it's really easy to believe in Will Howard because he was, because of the injury and being relegated to IR, as far as, his role in the organization, he was like the kid in the mailroom for most of the year. I mean, he was doing every little task that they gave to him, just trying to soak up information and, any crumb of an assignment that he got, he was, probably overdoing how much they asked him to do. They were calling him Coach Will. Arthur Smith said he was like another quality control guy for them. And, he was tasked with doing certain little, hey, if you can get all the info on this team on, 3rd downs or 4th downs or something like that. And I remember by the end of the season, I wrote about his latest mission or objective was get Adam Thielen up to speed. And it wasn't just Will Howard, but, he and Mason Rudolph were spending, ample and extra amount of time with Thielen to get him integrated into the playbook that late in the game. So I think it's those intangibles, those qualities that endeared him to the Steelers. I think they've endeared him to the fan base already. And, you need more than that to succeed as an NFL quarterback or an NFL player at any position. But, it's not like you're starting from nothing. This was a guy who got enough done for Ohio State to win the national championship. But it's just difficult to separate, hey, how much of that was the supporting cast around him? Could you have plugged a lot of different quarterbacks into those shoes and had success? Those are the unanswerable questions, but I think that's why Howard is so well liked and has such a high floor for success in the league, even if it is as a backup for most of his tenure.
So what have you gained by taking a look at this coaching staff? What is your grade, or what do you think of the coaching staff assembled here by Mike McCarthy, knowing that he's going to call the offensive plays, but also, the Patrick Grahams, everything he's done on defense? Are you pretty bullish on this group of guys?
Yeah, I'd say so. And like you mentioned, Bob, I mean, it's all going to revolve around McCarthy. So if you get that right, the rest is window dressing. And if you don't, the rest doesn't matter too much. But I've heard good things about Brian Angelico. I've heard good things about Brian Angelico going back a ways, well before he was in the running to be the Steelers offensive coordinator. I'm talking seasons ago, maybe when Arthur Smith or Matt Canada was calling the shots here. But that's a name that didn't come out of left field to me. And I think tapping into anybody from that Vikings offensive staff makes sense. I know they weren't good this past year on that side of the ball, but a lot of that was quarterback play. You saw what they did with Darnold a couple years ago. So I like that hire. Patrick Graham on defense, I'm keeping an open mind. I mean, I think it's also tough to assess when the Raiders roster was so barren of talent and experience in a lot of places. Some of the ones that I like, I think the O-line coach pairing is really good with James Campen as the old grizzled veteran of it. And then you'll have Jari Evans in there to teach the finer points and fundamentals from a recent player point of view and a Hall of Fame caliber player at that. And I like Domata Peko on the defensive line. That's going to be a huge task for anybody in that role, to bring along guys like Derek Harmon and Y.A. Black, and even maybe helping Keanu Benton take that next step this year.
Yeah, Angelico, Brian, what have you learned, what have you gathered about what he's going to bring from the Vikings? Obviously not the play caller, but still a philosophy perspective.
And I think even more so than the philosophy perspective, it's going to be having the right ideas for designing the offense to fit the players around it. I mean, when you bounce around to as many teams as he has, although he kind of settled into a nice little foothold with Minnesota, and they thought enough of him to give him that nice little elevated bump in title, pass game coordinator. So I think that tells you that Kevin O'Connell really appreciated his input. And it's always a collaborative process for the best coaching staffs, I think. I mean, how much time did we spend and ink did we spend on Sean McVay and Nate Scheelhaus and that relationship and how those guys bounced ideas off of each other? So I think a similar thing was going on there in Minnesota with KOC and Angelico. He's just not as young of a hotshot name as Nate Scheelhaus. So that's what I think is, a good thing about that. Mike McCarthy's going to set the agenda. He's going to bring the philosophy, but you'll have Angelico being the guy that, that side of the ball kind of answers to under him. And most of all, I think if you can bring along some of the, the stuff that worked for you with the Vikings, that can make the Steelers passing offense better as well.
Should be a very interesting offseason. Brian, I look forward to your coverage, and thanks for being here as always. We'll do it again next week, man. Thanks.
And next time you see, well, I won't be here next week. I'll be on vacation, but I'll see you Sunday night, and the James Harden beard will be gone.
You're going to shave it for the showdown. How about that? Look at that. Okay. Well, clean shaven. Brian Batko on this Sunday night, number one Cochran Sports Show. Have a great vacation after that. Anywhere specific, or are you just going to kind of chill out?
Bahamas.
Ooh, I love the Bahamas.
Yeah.
Not Cancun with the rest of the players in the NFL?
No Cancun. I've never been there either, but
Bahamas is a great place. They got some great stuff down there, and if you get a chance, I can give you some when you come in Sunday. I'll give you some of my recommendations that I really like. Good food for sure.
Absolutely. Let's do that.
All right. Brian Batko, Post-Gazette, thank you very much for joining us here today. Social media's biggest losers brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Do we have anybody who is eligible for that?
I think it's us for not going to the Bahamas with Brian. He's the big winner, and we're the loser for
what a great
sticking
time
around
to go, too.
With the weather, but at least it's 47 degrees today.
Yeah, it'll be a little warmer next week, but it's not going to be what it's like in the Bahamas, that's for sure. And the drinks are better down there, too, at the beach. There's something about the whole atmosphere of them. What's Cooking is brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
very kindly. And our weather is brought to you by Secure Money Advisors, helping you get the retirement on right track. It's partly cloudy today. That high almost at 50 degrees. It's 47. That's Mel Blount, low of 26. Adam Frazier's, we switched that around a little bit.
You remember Adam Frazier, Bob? He had 2 different stops.
I remember Adam Frazier. He's not here anymore, is he?
Maybe he'll be back for a third.
All right, that's going to wrap it up for our program. Joe will be back. I'm sure he'll have great details about his colonoscopy. Hope he's doing well. I hope it came through with flying colors. Austin, I'll see you again on Thursday when we have Tyler Kennedy in the ballpark. That's going to do it.
Sounds good, Bob.
We got an update coming up from Austin Bechtold, and then it's the PM team right here on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Have a great day.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops tonight against number 4 Duke at the Peterson Event Center. Listen to it right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's a 9 o'clock tip-off. 8:30 is when our pregame coverage will begin. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app at AUDACY as the Panthers try to take down the Blue Devils. More headlines at 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. OG Anunoby missing the last 2 games with right toe soreness after he played 48 minutes in the double OT win against the Nuggets reeks of load management. He's questionable to play tonight against the Pacers, but if he suits up, I'm expecting a big game from the guy who's been the best player on the Knicks in the last month. The Pacers are amongst the worst in the NBA at giving up points and rebounds this year to the opposing 4 position. Let's go over on OG's points plus rebounds. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Your heat seems to be running a lot more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. When that happens, your heat leaks out and the cold gets in. Talk to the pros at Window Nation and get new windows with big savings during Window Nation's Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, you could get them with 0 down, 0 monthly payment, 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off. Don't wait to put an end to your window problems. Schedule a quote now at windownation.com.
Hey, Donnie Football here. It's not often we hear a company, a weight loss company at that offers a 1-week trial. Well, Awaken 180 isn't just any company. They feel so strongly in their program, if you aren't 100% satisfied with your results in the first week, you can get a full refund. I'll repeat that in a different way. Awaken 180 works. They know it. I know it. Over 22,000 others know it. Paige and her coaches want to prove that to you. If the results aren't what you expect in the first week, you can stop and get 100% of your money back. Where's the risk? Where's the catch? There is none, and it's nothing new. This is the Awaken 180 policy because they know you'll succeed. You know my results. I dropped 5 pounds every week with Awaken 180, and it was easy. In just 10 weeks, I dropped 45 pounds, and it stayed off. Everyone here has seen the same results. Awaken 180 is no risk, but every reward. Reserve your at-home consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com or call 844-346-1800.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today. The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Our veterans and their families make great sacrifices to protect our nation. Now it's time for them to receive assistance in their time of need as they age. If you are a veteran or the spouse of a veteran, contact Julian Gray Associates to speak with one of their VA-accredited attorneys to find out how you can receive compensation for the costs of care you are receiving in your home or a long-term care facility. Visit grayelderlaw.com.
Cohen Markets has reeled back in the fish sandwich, and it's better than ever. Enjoy it made to order or grab one hot and ready at any Cohen Kitchen location. Enjoy $1 off any fish sandwich on Fridays for a limited time. Catch one today at Cohen Markets.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
There's still time to order Boiling Bay for Love Day. Get a 3-pound seafood boil complete with fixins for $59. Choose from crawfish, shrimp, or mussels. Or send your loved one a dozen gourmet cookies. Our Valentine's Day cookie box is now $30. Go big and select a 3-pound king crab or lobster feast for $99. Order by Wednesday for guaranteed delivery. Find these and other great gift ideas at boilingbay.com. That's boilingbay.com.
John, what are you doing? Get in my car. So why are you walking to work?
Thanks, man. It's these insanely high gas prices. They're draining my bank account. I can't afford to drive anymore.
Dude, don't walk. Just do what I do, because I never pay full price for gas anymore. I use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Oh, wait. You're telling me you get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
Does that actually add up to anything?
I'll make around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code GOOD for an extra 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's promo code GOOD. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code GOOD for a 25 cents a gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code GOOD.
Pellman Electric in Greensburg is a full-service electrical contractor serving all of Western PA. Pellman specialized in new homes, renovations, service upgrades, energy and efficient homes, hot tub, pools, landscape lighting. Call Pellman Electric 724-838-7150 for any electrical needs.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
Can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
All right, the Olympic men's ice hockey tournament gets underway tomorrow. On Thursday, the United States and Canada will play their first games. U.S. opens with Latvia. We'll see if Arthur Shilov's in net. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a PM Team Tuesday on The Fan.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Rodgers has not yet informed the Steelers whether he will return for a 22nd NFL season. But my understanding is the odds are increasing. I am told Rodgers has spoken several times with new Steelers coach Mike McCarthy, who of course helped Rodgers develop into a 4-time MVP and a Super Bowl winner in Green Bay. Rodgers also has spoken with wide receiver DK Metcalf, who wants Rodgers back at age 42. The plan is for Rodgers to take a little bit more time, and everyone hopes comes to a decision prior to the start of free agency in mid-March. Now, this is Aaron Rodgers, Mike. Only he knows ultimately where this is going to go. If he's going to come back, they need to work out a contract. But at this point, it would not be a surprise if Rodgers is back in Pittsburgh.
Okie dokie. A day late on this, but that's because Marcell Ozuna and the Pirates did some business yesterday. So here we are on a Tuesday with Malsey across from me with his hoodie and hat on. Donnie Football here as well. Another Ernie Banks tonight, Don? Another double dip?
Yeah, we have Pitt Hoops, though, at 9 o'clock, so it's a shorter one.
So it's like a half double dip.
Yeah.
In the minor leagues, they used to play 7-inning doubleheaders. So
yeah,
that's what he's doing.
Didn't they try to implement that in the COVID year? Yeah. Ernie Banks, top 25 or so ball player of all time, top 30?
Mr. Cub?
Mr. Cub.
If you're who's Mr. Pirate? Clemente?
Stargell? One of those two. I would think it's probably Clemente.
Wagner?
I mean, no one except Ron Cook that's alive saw Honus Wagner play.
Yeah, but he's the Flying Dutchman, and he's got the most sought-after
the 1906
piece of sports
card,
memorabilia in the world, this card.
Get that nerd Darren Ravel on the case to tell us how much it's worth. I would say Clemente, and then probably Stargell.
Not Andrew McCutchen anymore.
Well, if he had been given that designation, he would have, you know, you could be, he would have rescinded it. Like, if you're a knight, if you're knighted by the Queen over in
and you turn into
England,
Sir Elton John or Sir Paul McCartney.
And you're like, hold on, I'm giving this back. I don't want this anymore. Yeah.
All right. So that's Tom Pelissero. I'm going to steal something from Dave Damashek, actually. I think Dave is working for...
he's in the Le Batard
He's
orbit.
working for Dan Le Batard now?
Yes. The Le Batard family of companies.
So Pelissero said on NFL Network that the odds are increasing that Aaron Rodgers will return to the Steelers, and we have what Adam Schefter just said about this too on Pat McAfee's show coming up. Damashek's take, and I agree with it, is why would the Steelers want to declare on February 8th that they're not trying to win a Super Bowl. And that's what publicly sharing that Rodgers is thinking about coming back, but more than anything, that you really, really, really want him back. You are waiting at the altar for him and hoping he's not a runaway bride. That's what that signifies, in his opinion.
It's really desperate.
But desperate for what? It's not the Buccaneers
waiting for Brady.
Do you
or
remember
something.
that, Donnie? It was Selection Sunday, and Schefter just Kool-Aid manned his way in during the proceedings and said, "Stop doing this right now." Tom Brady has decided to come back for another season and just ruined that day for college basketball. It's not that. It's a guy that stunk in the biggest game of the year. And I'm sure I'll open up the phone lines right now, 412-928-9370. Know-it-all Steelers fans are going to tell us two things who want him back. They're going to blame protection. They're going to tell us three things. Blame the offensive line, blame Arthur Smith / Mike Tomlin, and blame the receivers. And that's what they're going to say. I watched a Super Bowl, and I know Drake May stunk. You don't have to lecture me on that. I watched a Super Bowl where the winning quarterback was 29 and the losing quarterback was 23. And you want a guy that's closer to AARP age as your quarterback? Please tell me why at 412-928-9370. Their combined age is a little bit more than Aaron Rodgers, but not by much. I got a text from someone who worked for the Steelers who I'm not going to tell you who he is because I don't think he's 100% in on Aaron Rodgers coming back, but said, did you know Aaron Rodgers is closer in age to Troy Aikman than he is Drake May? Shouldn't that tell you something? The guy who's been retired for 20 years doing NFL games as a former quarterback on TV is closer in age than Aaron Rodgers to one of the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. So, come on now. That's the holdup is not Aaron Rodgers wants to come back and the Steelers are weighing the pros and cons. It's the opposite. They're begging. They're on their knees saying pretty please.
I just think the whole thing is pretty farcical. The idea that they want him.
Farcical.
Come on, you're acting like that's
not an SAT word.
Come on, you're acting like that's way over.
Is that
a
multi-thesaurus word, Don, or are you going to let that one go here?
No. I think the general listener knows that one.
The general listener knows what.
How about asinine? Do they know that?
Yes.
You ever hear the old Jeff Foxworthy joke about that? Redneck Dictionary. Asinine. I give that face a 2, but that asinine. You ever heard that one?
I have not. I don't mind that
anyway, no, I do think the whole thing, though, farcical is the word that comes to mind for real for me because the Steelers' apparent desire and kind of almost pathetic isn't quite the right word, but weirdly desperate pursuit of him, of his services again, given the way last year ended. I just go with farcical because on their end, that you just solicited calls. You said all of our listeners trying to goad him a little bit, all of our Rodgers stands out there who do want him back.
I think there are Rodgers stands. 412-928-9370. Stand up.
No, I know. Stand up and be
cane.
counted. Do an item Spartacus routine. My whole thing is we're going to hear from those people. We'll joust with them. That's why this job is fun. That's why we do what we do, why we lift all them weights. I actually think that the internal opinion of Rodgers among the biggest decision makers of the Steelers is more or less the same as a lot of the calls we're going to hear. You can win with him. They didn't surround him with the right stuff last year. He didn't have enough receivers that played the way he wanted. Look at what his arm was still capable of when he had Adam Thielen running the right routes with the right timing. Roman Wilson's a bum. Draft a really good wide receiver, maybe 2 in a very deep class. Give him weapons. His offensive line was actually coming along. And they all ignore, Pony, I think the pretty fundamental truth here that no one seems to want to say over and over again so it gets through people's skulls.
Which is he can't move?
He can't move, and he doesn't want to hold the ball long enough to make plays.
And get hit.
That's the holy trinity of reasons why you don't want Aaron Rodgers back. 1, can't move. 2, doesn't want to hold the ball to make plays. 3, doesn't want to get hit.
So how does that change with a better receiver?
It doesn't,
Okay.
which is my whole point.
Thank you.
All of these things are dodges by people that still want to believe that this future Hall of Famer can do it.
By the way, I don't think, now they lost the Super Bowl and got blown out, and I understand why Steelers fans want to dance on the grave. I've been doing that for almost 48 hours too. It is fun to watch New England lose big games. It is. You give them credit, I guess, for getting there, but it is a lot of fun to watch them lose, in this case, get blown out in a Super Bowl. But the fact of the matter is they won the conference you play in. They won it. Maybe not fair and square because of the Denver injury. They didn't cheat this time, but they got there at the end of the day. Something the Steelers
They also beat by 2 scores the team that thumped you in
something the
spectacular
Steelers
fashion.
haven't sniffed in 15 years. Their weapons were about the same as yours.
DK Metcalf would have been the best receiver, I think, on that team.
Yes, 100%.
Diggs had a good year, is my point. He had a good year for them, but Metcalf would have been their best receiver.
He had a good year because the quarterback elevated the wide receiver. That's my opinion on that. I think if Stephon Diggs were on the Steelers, his numbers would have been pretty pedestrian. He's not better than Metcalf.
Like Kayshon Boutte, player on the rise, but by no means an established.
No, he's more like
time.
a Calvin Austin type. Their number 2 wide receiver doesn't wear shoes. I mean, that's in their.
Well, on the field, he's required to, but he probably wouldn't.
They're not that dissimilar to the Steelers, and I think the Steelers have a better offensive line than the Patriots. I think that's undeniable, even with a former NIA quarterback at left tackle. That guy, Dylan Cooks, was better than Will Campbell. So, what's the difference? They have a legit quarterback, even though he didn't show it in the playoffs as much, and the Steelers have an old man. And they're begging the old man to come back, Chris. And I will admit this. This is like last year, part of my case for not wanting Rodgers was there's a toxicity there. There's an element to him that I just don't want to deal with, the radioactivity of his personality and the controversy that comes with him. And now that the play is dipped, I just don't think that's a good combination. That's not part of this discussion anymore. He was a model citizen here. The only controversial things he said, I think, were to kind of call out some coaches and teammates, but he did it, I think, in a pretty constructive way.
And they all seemingly want him back. So, well, the coaches aren't here anymore, really, but the teammates all seem to want him back.
The new coach does, though, because it's his old coach.
The new coach desperately wants him back.
And a lot of the guys he brought with him because they were with him in Green Bay.
The owner clearly wants him too, which is the real story. The owner is so terrified about the idea of a truly uncertain year at the most important position on the field and what it might do to him, that he is just clinging like this is the edge of a cliff, clinging for dear life, hoping Aaron Rodgers comes back and pulls him back up to what?
Donnie, the word you used
9 and 8.
The word you used when this was first floated out there was nauseating. Are you still battling nausea from this? The combined age over 100?
Yeah, I have
no
interest. I have no interest.
None as a season ticket holder. 0. 0.0.
I would think that would be why you'd have even less, Donnie, because those games weren't fun to watch when he didn't have it going. When
Some
he
of
was,
the games
when
were.
he
The
was,
Ravens games
when
were.
he was bad, Rodgers, though, he really was not fun to watch.
I'm not going to act like the entire season was a bore. I mean, he generally put up good numbers, but he did what he did a lot of in New York, where it was good numbers against bad teams.
Or bad defenses. Detroit had an awful defense. The Ravens couldn't get pressure on the quarterback. He smoked those teams.
Yeah, but then they played good teams and or good defenses, and it was
any team
ugly.
with a pass rush. Chargers, Seahawks, Bills, Texans.
Did he play well, now that you mention that? Did he play well against one single team that was known this year as having a good pass rush?
Oh, he didn't. Well, I mean, the first Browns game wasn't that bad. So maybe them. The home game where he hit Metcalf for a touchdown.
A little bit. Okay. That's a one-man. That was like a one-man wrecking crew. But yes, I'll give him credit for that. Would you say the Jets at any point this year had a good pass rush?
They didn't have an interception the whole season.
So, again, my point.
That's still one of the most.
One of the great stats in NFL history.
And the head coach was a former DB who had, 2 pick sixes against the Steelers in a game?
That's correct. In one of the funniest Steelers
All right,
losses in
so
history.
Actually, here we go. You want to go by pressure.
I just want to see teams that could pressure the quarterback. Okay. Did he have any good games?
Here are teams with 45 sacks or more this year. Chargers, he was bad. Texans, he was bad. Seahawks, he was okay.
I thought that when that game really was up in the air.
Vikings, he was pretty good. Lions actually had 49 sacks. They were 4th. He was good in Detroit. Browns had 53. Was decent in one game and bad in the other.
Detroit's defense, sacks aside, I know that I'm dodging a little bit here. Detroit's defense was so beat up, though.
Right.
They couldn't stop anything, really. You could run it right at them. You could do kind of whatever you wanted.
Yeah. No, I got you.
No, I am frustrated by it as somebody that has continued to want to see this team move on, and now they've moved on from the head coach because he moved on from them, and they've done something I didn't really like at all with the head coach hire they made. But they do have a new coaching staff. They do have at least a chance to turn the page, and all they seem to want to do is go back to the start and read this book again.
So the odds are increasing that Rodgers is back. I think what Tom Pelissero meant to say was they went from 95 to 99.9% on Super Bowl Sunday. How does that make you feel as a Steelers fan? Here's Grant and Butler. Hello, Grant.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Hey, man.
Hello, Grant.
Hey, the only way I really want Rodgers back is if we are going to develop Will. Otherwise, I think if you're taking somebody in the draft.
How do you figure that they would even be able to develop Will Howard?
He just
if Rodgers is
watches
here?
Aaron Rodgers and learns from Aaron Rodgers.
Right. I think typically how Rodgers was developed by watching Brett Favre. The last time the Steelers picked somebody, I think it was Landry Jones, who they had a first-round grade on in the fourth round.
Mason.
Was it Mason? Yeah. Okay, yeah, I didn't know if it was Mason or Landry that they had the first-round pick on. But, if we're not picking a quarterback in the top 10, I don't trust this at all. It's a proven record. I would take Aaron Rodgers back in that situation.
But by that logic, you would have, and they did, you would have taken Rodgers over Darnold last year, and how'd that turn out?
No, you're right. I mean, I can't deny that. I cannot deny that. I didn't see that coming, but I bet you a lot of people didn't see that coming.
Well, clearly the Seahawks did. They gave him, $30 million a year? And the insurance policy they took out was Jalen Milroe in the third round, just in case. So, to me, I'd rather take some kind of flyer on a guy than bring back a 42-year-old quarterback. How many quarterbacks that old have won? I'll answer it. One, Brady. You think Rodgers is as good as Brady? If you want to call in and make that point, go ahead. 412-928-9370. Is Brady dancing with a 25-year-old supermodel at Super Bowl parties? Yes, he is.
Who's a supermodel?
Alex Earl, I think is her name.
Alex Earl?
You know her? ALIX. Ever heard of her?
I might have to do some research.
Donnie, you know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, she has a podcast that Sarah listens to. She's not a supermodel.
Wait, is she the Call Her Daddy?
She used
girl?
to date Braxton Berrios.
Is she the girl that does Call Her Daddy or whatever?
Like she's.
Is that what that one is, Donnie? What's the podcast?
Sounds like she's moving up the depth chart. She goes from a practice squad wide receiver to the greatest football player of all time.
You're thinking of a different Alex because I mess those up all the time.
So hold on, wait a minute. The thing about that is you're slagging Braxton Berrios. Just remember, Giselle dumped Tom Brady for a jiu-jitsu instructor.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of a bigger slap in the face to Brady than I think it is to Braxton Berrios that he loses his girlfriend to Tom Brady.
You think?
Yes.
I don't think Brady.
The jiu-jitsu instructor's a random guy who happens to be able to kick Tom Brady's ass.
But Brady upgraded too. No? I mean, I'm not saying his ex-wife.
Giselle is literally one of the most famous women of the last, 75 years.
Yeah, but he traded her in for a new sports car, dude. This is a newer model.
I don't know, man. I think you're wildly overstating the still very much there appeal of Giselle.
I'm not over.
Also, it's kind of weird that Brady's trying to do I got to go date somebody 20 years younger than me. He's clearly having a midlife crisis.
What?
His face looks like it was glued on. He was sending weird loser puppy love college or high school age person tweets.
I think he's living large, man.
For a guy who has all the things he has, he's kind of acting.
Wait a minute,
he's kind of exuding some weirdo energy.
You think secretly Brady's miserable?
Yeah, I actually do think that he is torn up about the way Giselle dumped him.
This guy's unbelievable.
I think there's a lingering unhappiness. The guy won 7 Super Bowls and was fueled by the fact that he was a 6th-round pick until his final day in the league. I think he is absolutely capable of holding on to anger.
The first caller who wants Aaron Rodgers back and agrees with the Steelers is saying he wants it, not because he thinks the Steelers can win with Aaron Rodgers, but because he'd be a good mentor this year for Will Howard. 412-928-9370. Do you agree with that? Taxes on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. Person you love from where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Duke at Pitt tonight. The Panthers hosting the number 4 ranked Blue Devils, 9 p.m. tip at the Peterson Event Center. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan, pregame at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. Winter. It's not done yet. I know today it finally warmed up. There's going to be a bunch of snow melt. That might exacerbate, by the way, some problems that your roof's been having, if it's been having them. If you're seeing uneven snow melt on a day like today when everyone's snow is starting to melt, if you're seeing any stains on the ceiling, don't do anything else. Just pick up the phone, dial 412-998-8864, and call my friends at MHI Roofing, the people who can help you fix that roof problem before it turns into a roofing catastrophe. They're open 52 weeks a year. That is all year, in case you're scoring at home, and they can be at your house within 24 hours. And then they do their 21-point roof inspection. They go over what they found, and then they recommend a course of action for you, and then you decide what happens next. I can speak personally to the MHI roofing experience. Xavier from MHI looked at my roof when I thought there might be damage. The entire process was comprehensive. He was courteous. He is obviously an expert, as is everybody at MHI, and they will just give you peace of mind and a plan if you need to take action. Don't wait on this one. Schedule your free 21-point roof inspection today at 412-998-8864 or online at MHIRoof.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Our draft coverage never rests.
It's draft day.
Powered by Bowser Chevrolet. The Fan is your one-stop shop for everything you need to know leading up to the big day. Presented by Target Freight Management and brought to you by your local AAA travel office and Groundworks, formerly Baker's Waterproofing. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Las Vegas Raiders officially announced Clint Kubiak as their new head coach on Monday. Kubiak led the Seahawks offense to a win in Super Bowl 60, and he helped give Sam Darnold new life in the NFL. Up next, Kubiak is tasked with righting the Raiders ship, and he'll look to do it with Fernando Mendoza, the expected number 1 pick in the NFL draft. I'm Chris Black.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-575-6879. 800-575-6879.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
Hey, it's Adam Crowley. It's freezing outside and Pittsburgh's coldest days are still ahead. Luckily, Sullivan has an awesome deal to keep you comfortable all year long. Right now, when you purchase a Comfort Maker air conditioner from Sullivan Super Service, you'll receive a free furnace. That's real savings you can feel right now. And with Comfort Maker quality, you'll get reliable heat for today and dependable comfort for every season. Call Sullivan Super Service today at 412-436-3030 or book online at sullivanservice.com. Hurry, this offer won't last long.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you and your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special.
Hey guys, it's Jeej from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. You're guaranteed to score big this Valentine's Day with a gift from Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Our expert team is sure to help you find something she'll love and you'll be proud to give her.
Have we met?
Hey guys, this is Pablo with Schley Deck Company. Winter installation special is here. That's right, 20% off. It's the best time to buy now before spring. We need to keep our crews working. Guess what? You save big money on your deck and fence projects this winter with SchleyDeckCompany.com. To help keep your loved ones safe, don't forget to replace the long overdue paint, chip, and rotten railings with new, maintenance-free railings from Schley Deck and Fence. That's SHLY.company.com, Schley.company.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Imagine fulfilling all your office furniture needs under one roof. At Tri-State, we make it simple. From liquidations and office moves to design services, architectural walls, installation, and everything in between. No project is too big and no project is too small. And with our family of companies, Tri-State Office Furniture, Tri-State Office Interiors, and Tri-State Office Express, you get every solution in one place. Why go anywhere else? Call 412-771-0760. Experience the Tri-State difference.
Our cheese logs are so good, people complain there's too much cheese. Only at Bubba's Gourmet Burgers and Beer.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
When they had the exit meetings with the Pittsburgh Steelers players, almost to a man, they all wanted Aaron Rodgers back. And the one thing that was conveyed to me was how much respect and love there was from other teammates about Aaron Rodgers and how much they wanted him back. And the idea at that point in time was to give him about a month, give him some time to think about things, process things. And in that time, they go and hire Mike McCarthy. Now, they didn't hire Mike McCarthy to bring back Aaron Rodgers, but I don't think that hurts the situation at all. If anything, it helps it. And so, obviously, Aaron Rodgers has to decide what he wants to do, but I think the Pittsburgh Steelers absolutely would love to have him back and would welcome him back.
Absolutely would love to have Aaron Rodgers back, welcome him back. Adam Schefter describing the way fans, or not fans, the way Steelers players view Rodgers as almost Rudy-like. Just the way they adore him, which is obviously a big...
Isn't the story
a big contrast to what they said about him with Green Bay and New York?
Isn't the real Rudy, though, a guy that the players liked but didn't love and thought was annoying?
Fraud. Yeah, the movie's completely fraudulent. The movie's just made up.
Very ironic.
I think Joe Montana has said that about him.
Very appropriate, since I think fraud was basically what got Rudy into trouble off the field.
Really?
I think he did some jail time for some sort of just generalizing here, check kiting, things like that.
For
those great white collar
for the prison
crimes.
Yard games, did they go into the warden's office with their orange jumpsuits if he wasn't on their team and threaten to not play?
We are going to get ourselves paroled if you don't put him in the game.
Listen to the PM team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Watch us on YouTube, X2. Getting your reaction to these comments. First guy up said he wants Rodgers back just to mentor Will Howard, for Pete's sake.
That's one of those squishy, I think, things that some fans buy into a little too easily because Rodgers was pretty good to Jordan Love, and they all say it when it works out, when a player's good. Love is a good player.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, Rodgers, he was great to me. He was instrumental. It's so unquantifiable, Pony. You have no idea if there's some secret sauce to what Rodgers said that made Love a better player, or if Love was probably always going to be a pretty good player.
Here's Jake in Robinson. Hello, Jake.
How are you guys doing today?
Hey, man.
In my opinion, I think that Rodgers should come back, but for the wrong reasons. I think he's going to be a lot worse this season. There's a chance that we don't have Calvin Ridley back. I don't think that we're going to be able to.
Who? Calvin Austin, you mean?
Well, I meant Calvin Austin. My bad. I don't think we're going to be able to afford Kenneth Gainwell. And for some reason,
Why?
I just think that there's going to be another team that's going to overpay him. I don't know what team, but I think he did such a good job this season. I think he's going to be paid.
Given the way the Steelers are talking about Rodgers, they would be thrilled to bring Gainwell back. He was Rodgers' best target.
Yeah, I would assume that the Steelers are going to bring Gainwell back. I don't think there's going to be a huge market for him, but okay. I'll follow your logic so far. So Gainwell's gone, Calvin Austin's gone, and then what happens?
And I also, I think Cam Hayward's retiring this season. In my opinion, I think that this team, for some reason, keeps trying to fit like a square block into a circle, and it's just not going to work.
So you want the unintentional tank. You want them to try to win but actually stink, and that's what Aaron Rodgers gives them.
Yes.
All right, gotcha. All right, so those are our first two calls on this.
I want him back so he can mentor Will Howard. I want him back because he'll actually suck and they'll stink. I am at least partial.
There's creativity here.
I am at least partial to the second call's basic premise that they would try to win and not win. That would satisfy both masters. They're obsessed with the idea that they can win. Bring them back in that caller's opinion, and you won't win. Okay, I could at least get on board with that in principle.
But I don't want the. I don't want the pursuit of like 5 wins to be with a 42-year-old quarterback at the helm. If we're going to be bad, I want to try to find out something new about people.
Well, sure, I would rather have Will Howard, but like if you're going to kind of tell me that your logic is bring Rodgers back because I think they'll stink and it will fully sever the cord and maybe set you up to actually draft your next quarterback, that's fine.
But what if they convince themselves with Howard backing up Rodgers? That scenario were to play out, let's have Howard as the quarterback and let's draft another position player with the top 10 pick.
If in 2027.
Yes, if they're as gung-ho and as high on Howard as they're making themselves out to be, that would be a scenario.
I'm exhausted even considering that because like the real subtext to all of this is like, do the Steelers at the highest levels have any ability to look within and understand, broadly speaking, their place in the NFL and how far they are from these teams?
Coming up next, another chapter, another edition of the PM Team Sports Court with our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates. Is DK Metcalf going to lose out on millions of dollars because of this idiot Lions fan he took a swing at in December? They're going to tell us next, but first a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
U.S. versus Canada in women's hockey going on right now. The United States with an early 1-0 lead. The men get underway on Thursday. The United States against Latvia. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
I've been told to look out for Latvia. They're a feisty program.
I was told the same last night around 9:30.
Interesting. Okay. Mr. Magic Car Wash, I was just there today, their Bridgeville location, one of 23 around town. There were 2 lanes of cars. And there's another fast food chain out there that you might know that sells chicken sandwiches. And they are known for how efficient they are with a long line. And the same thing happened at Mr. Magic. There were tons of cars on a 50-degree day who wanted a clean car, and we were in and out spick and span in, for me, less than 5 minutes. Beautiful. The paint protection plan that they have for car washes, that's what I go with in the winter months. Plans for unlimited washes start as low as $19.99 per month. So sign up MrMagicCarWash.com or in person. It's Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you jump on the back of a bull and the gate swings, there's no middle ground. You either ride it out with 8 seconds of pure adrenaline or hit the dirt and run. Bull riding is not just a sport, it's a gamble of guts and glory. Nothing else compares. This is the PBR Unleash the Beast Tour. See the best bull riders in the world face off at U.S. Border Patrol PBR Pittsburgh, presented by Ariat at PPG Paints Arena, February 13th and 14th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster. It's bull time.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch,
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Take a break and come out with us tonight.
Not tonight, man.
Come on. You deserve a night out. You're going to miss out.
Miss out on what?
While you stayed home, they won big. They celebrated. They got the suite, stayed up all night, and made memories. And you weren't there. Some nights are too good to sit out. Rivers Casino. Don't miss the moment.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. As you know, it's tax time again. So if the IRS gave you a choice to pay 40% in income tax, almost half your salary, or only 25%, of course you choose 25%. It's a no-brainer. Unfortunately, you don't get that choice. But if you get injured, you do have a choice. So don't pay another law firm 40%. Choose Shenderovich, and Fishman. Our fee is only 25%. If you've been injured, call us at 1-888-98-TWINS. We've got your back, not your wallet.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. If you're over 60 and looking for a weight loss program built specifically for you, Awaken 180 is your solution with Awaken 180 Golden, a new 1 to 3 month program for fast weight loss tailored to those over 60. Online at awaken180weightloss.com. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by any of their 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Jurgles and Tresky Entertainment is putting the next big thing on stage. Check the calendar for the next Lodo show. Tickets for these are only $1 to see live and rising local talent on stage. Get your tickets now at jurgles.com. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
And now it's time for the PM Team Sports Court with our friends from Edgar Snyder and Associates.
That voice guy, tremendous.
Are you, I should say, is our voice guy trying to sound like the voice of like the law? Is that supposed to be a profound legal voice?
It's one of those voices, I think, where they're hiding his identity.
So the guy is sitting with a shade, basically a shadow over his face. It was about 2016 when I decided to start becoming a whistleblower.
All right, it's time for PM Team Sports Court. Our buddies from Edgar Snyder and Associates, they're on our YouTube channel and X page right now. Nick Katko, Rob Fisher back here. And we have not really had a chance to dig into Idiot Lions fan. And maybe I should be careful how I refer to him because I don't want to be...
Alleged idiot Lions fan. You've got to be very nice.
I don't want to get...
say allegedly before you say anything.
You do not want his Cartoon Network lawyers coming after you, Pony.
So it's $100 million.
Alleged Cartoon Network.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. This is... Hold on. Rob, would this work in a blanket fashion if I just said the entirety of this conversation will be alleged? Like everything said in this is protected by the thought of the... It's all alleged.
It could be.
Okay,
yes, it could,
there we go.
Hurt.
All right. So we've not talked about this $100 million lawsuit with you guys in a while. How much money do you think DK Metcalf is at risk for losing out on here? What are your thoughts with legal fees and obviously what his name being tied into this suit does and being the guy that actually did, I guess, the act that set this whole thing off? From your perspective, from your expert perspective, give us a take on that.
So real quick, before we even go into that, with this lawsuit stuff, so that number you see, so in Pennsylvania, you can't say a number. You can't say, I want, my toe got broken, I want $30 million. You just say, give me money because I was injured. In Michigan, you throw a number up, but it's just strategic. It's just to bring people like you to talk about, it says $100 million. The number's not really relevant. It's just something that's there. In terms of what I think he will pay, depends on a lot of factors.
Yeah, it depends. It's like the favorite lawyer phrase is it depends, but it really does. And a lot of it, Rob and I were talking about it. We actually found the court filing online, and we were reading through all 30 pages of it before this. There's some things that, I'm not sure are super strong in it, particularly if, some of the reports that are out there that he was harassing Metcalf in 2024. If there's any truth to that, I think it undercuts a lot of it. That's all alleged, of course.
Yes.
Yes, of course. Okay, so this is a question I've had about this just because this Lions fan just rubs me and I think a lot of people that are probably not immediate family of the guy the wrong way. Is there any chance like a guy like Metcalf could countersue him? Like how common is it? Like everyone saw on camera what happened. I don't even have to say allegedly in this case. Can DK Metcalf, or is it common for people in Metcalf's position to try to countersue and to go after this guy and turn the old tables on him?
So again, depends. We don't know enough of the facts to know the history. If it were true that in 2024 this guy was harassing DK in Seattle and he had to report him, if it's true that he targeted DK again, and now if it were in theory true that everything DK said was accurate and this guy's lying, then in theory he would be damaging DK's reputation, right? I mean, he didn't lose any money because they paid him. He didn't lose the guaranteed contract, so that's not a damage. So in theory, yes, I think he could do something. We just don't know enough of the reality. But here's the deal. It's all going to come out. I mean, we are going to find out all this stuff, how obnoxious or allegedly obnoxious this guy was, what he did say. Has he said these things in the past? It's all, you're going to hear it all.
How about the slander part of it, where a big part of this lawsuit is he is alleging that harm was done to him because Metcalf told podcasters that he had said racist, vile things, and he's claiming that those aren't true. The NFL couldn't find any evidence that it's true. So he threw Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson in there too in this lawsuit. How difficult would it be for him to prove the slander part of it? Or does all he have to prove, guys, is that he was done harm by these comments? Like, how does that work?
Well, you do have to prove actual harm, right? At least in Pennsylvania. And so there's some references in the court filing that says his business's reputation was harmed and he's going to lose money from it. If it's proven, there might be some teeth to it. I'm not so sure how far it goes, to be honest with you.
Would he have to show his books and be like, look, this is the amount of business I lost because of this? Like, he'd have to show like a year-over-year loss in business or something like that?
Yeah, but business or in general, he could go into future losses, right? Because his reputation is so damaged because of what he is portrayed as. His business has irreparable harm even into the future. Like he's going to lose X dollars a year just because nobody's going to call him for whatever business he has.
Now, how about this update from the Detroit Free Press on the Detroit Police Department? This story came out a couple days ago that they have been the police department there has been investigating. The Wayne County Prosecutor's Office confirmed this, that Detroit police submitted a warrant request on January 21st regarding this case. What does that all mean?
Here we go.
Jeez, yeah, I mean, if you got
it's hard to say. That's a criminal proceeding, so nothing in terms of bearing. I don't know what, I couldn't speculate as to what they would be looking for. I mean, you saw it all in the video.
Right.
I don't know what else they would do because it's all on video. Well, at least DK's his actions in quotes are all on video. I don't know what they would be doing, but I also read somewhere that they haven't filed any charges, and I didn't see anything where they said they were going to file charges. So that's hard to say. Who knows?
How could you file charges when there was no like physical harm done to the guy?
And when the guy said, "Yeah, I got what I wanted out of this whole exchange."
Exactly. Well,
that's what undercuts this whole thing, right? Is allegedly
it feels to me, guys, it feels to me like the scene in Caddyshack where Dangerfield gets his arm hit by a golf ball, waits 2 seconds, goes, "Ah, my arm, it's broken." Like it feels like that kind of slapstick vibe to this whole thing.
Well, and here's the kicker. This is what we were saying earlier. You know, we were kind of going through if this was us, and we would never take this case, but if this was us and we had a client, there's things we wouldn't have done. Like we would have never had a press conference. We would never have let him speak at said press conference. Every time he is out there in public, he's basically putting his credibility out there. So then when these other things do come out, allegedly, then he is going to have credibility issues right off the bat, right? You don't want your people out there just talking. It's not good.
Yeah. So I'm not so sure that, and again, this is all
alleged.
Up to his lawyer, I guess, but allegedly up to his lawyer and him. I probably wouldn't have included Ford Field Management in the lawsuit. I can kiss his season tickets goodbye.
Yeah. So what do you think's next for this? Like what happens next? What do you think the timeline is with a lawsuit this big with so much money and so many people involved in it, guys?
So the first thing that's going to happen is the respective parties the defense parties are going to try to get portions of it thrown out. For instance, there's I think it's count 3. There's a conspiracy allegation that the NFL and the Steelers and DK and Shannon Sharp and all the parties were conspiring against this guy. They're going to try to get that thrown out right away. As much of this they can get off the complaint, that's the first step. That's going to take 6 months
at least
before you even get the depositions and you get all these witnesses that saw him in 24 and all the stuff from this year. I mean, you're 6 to 8 months before they're asking a question of any witnesses.
Just a quick question before we let you guys run. Who do you think would defend DK Metcalf here? Would it be a team attorney, or do you think he would get independent representation in a situation like this?
Well, they're alleging, a lot of what they're alleging against DK is like under the guise of what we call respondeat superior. And that just means if you're working, your employer is on the hook for your damages. So I would bet it's probably a lawyer that's involved with the team, whether it's an insurance company lawyer or something like that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, boys. Nick Katko, Rob Fisher, the PM Team Sports Court, our friends at Edgar Snyder and Associates. Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
And go Bucks. And
I
go
was going to
Bucks.
say, well, Rob,
and go Bucks.
Pony has him at 84-78 or 85-77 after yesterday's maneuvers. He is starting to get bucko fever. We're going to have to take his temperature soon here, Rob.
That's pretty strong.
All right,
Thank you. I think I'll take that as a compliment. Goodbye, boys.
Yes.
All right. Some information on that lawsuit.
I'm sorry. The guy just seems through and through, and Metcalf should
He's
never
a slime ball.
Should
no
never
doubt
have
about
gone this route. He seems like an unbelievable clown of a human being.
The Steelers are praying that Aaron Rodgers returns. What if he doesn't? Who is the next Sam Darnold? We'll debate that next. Quick timeout, long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team.
All-star coverage across Odyssey Sports is powered by Factor. Factor meals make it easy to feed your performance. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
of Bowser.
Looking for a new car, truck, or SUV? There's only one clear choice: the Power of Bowser family of dealerships, featuring Chevrolet, GMC, Buick, Hyundai, Subaru, Nissan, and Genesis. With 3 locations across the Pittsburgh area, you're sure to find the perfect vehicle at Bowser. The Power of Bowser puts the power in your hands at powerofbowser.com. Shop the Bowser Express store and choose your vehicle, payment, and financing options. Value your trade and even schedule pickup of your new ride, all at powerofbowser.com. The Bowser family of dealerships in 3 locations: Pleasant Hills, Monroeville, and Chippewa. Visit powerofbowser.com today.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
The Power of Bowser family of dealerships, Route 51 South on top of the hill.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Time is valuable. That's why Lowe's Blueprint Takeoffs turn blueprints into quotes faster. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting easier so you can get back to building. Plus, at the Lowe's Pro Desk, you get access to thousands of building materials not sold in store. And when your order's ready, we'll deliver everything to the job site. Improving is easy at Lowe's.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly. This service is available based on Medicaid eligibility. Call 412-844-5623 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 412-844-5623. That's 412-844-5623, or go to freedomcare.com.
Freedom Care, we're here for you.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
84 Lumber is partnered with Anderson Windows and Doors to bring a brand new showroom to Mount Lebanon. From homeowners to industry pros, everyone can see, touch, and interact with various series of Anderson windows and a wide variety of doors to make the most informed decision for their build. 84 Lumber experts are on site to demonstrate product features, answer your questions, and even schedule a visit to the job site for measuring and installation. Your budget matters and flexible financing options are available. Call today to schedule a personal consultation at 570-507-8015.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your nature-made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
At Target, we're unlocking all the feels this Valentine's Day. It's the perfect time to spread extra love and spoil everyone on your list with unforgettable gifts. First, give a cuddle-worthy surprise with the cutest plush toys, or get party ready and treat yourself to stylish women's dresses you'll heart, both 20% off. Then dive into the ultimate cozy celebration with your faves with 30% off select women's pajamas. There's something sweet for all your special someones, even you. Find Valentine's Day gifts for everyone at Target.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt welcomes in number 4 Duke to the Peterson Event Center tonight. Tip-off on The Fan is at 9 with pregame coverage beginning at 8:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's a Tuesday on the PM team.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Journey, the top pick, traded, benched. You were at the Super Bowl as a backup 2 years ago. All you've done is win 31 games. Obviously, Minnesota, we know what happened there. You just looked at yourself in the Lombardi, man. Like, what is going on? What's going on right now? How are you feeling?
I'm not usually a crier or an emotional person.
Go for it.
No, I'm not going to cry right now. But just to be able to share a moment just now, like 5 minutes ago, with my parents and Katie, my fiance. Like, my parents, they believed in me. They believed in me from when I was a child playing this game. I would make mistakes. I would make mistakes off the field too. They know it. And, you know, they would teach me lessons and all these things throughout life. And they just believed in me, you know, throughout my entire career. And I credit them to why I'm still here.
Feel-good story in Sam Darnold. Drafted by the Jets. That's rough on any quarterback, and a few teams later bounced around. Jets, Panthers, 49ers, Vikings. 1 year in Seattle, they win the Super Bowl. And I think New England was just waiting for that Darnold mistake the entire game in Super Bowl 60, and it looked like it might happen a few times, but ultimately he did not choke. He did not see ghosts. And a guy that was available to the Steelers. And honestly, man, how much time did we spend talking about Sam Darnold as an option for the Steelers last spring? 5 minutes? I mean, even the guy that on the station who wanted him, Limits, flipped and said, well, I'd rather have Aaron Rodgers now. So there was like no one who defiantly spoke out and vouched for Sam Darnold. He was there for the taking.
Now, does Limits have take Smith's regret there that he didn't dig his heels in?
I would if I were him.
Because if he had hung on there till the start of the season and watched Seattle get off to a good start, I think he'd have been reaping the benefits here.
Well, I think and I get it. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's a fan, so the team made another move, and he wanted to support the team. I want to be a good fan.
I mean, I was still
Good
skeptical.
Fan, good fan. Good little boy. Good fan.
What is?
Here you go. Have a Eaton Park Smiley cookie. Here you go. Good
You
boy.
feeding a dog a smiley cookie here? Because that's the way you're
Little
talking about
Austin.
the rest of it.
No, I'm not.
Well, you're talking about him like he's a dog.
Or a small, well-behaved boy. Polite lad.
Jeez. I mean, I'll admit that I was skeptical that Darnold would jump to a new change of scenery, new team, and have similar, and in this case, way greater success than he did with the Vikings. I was still not a believer.
And either was I. And I've heard, Austin's take as to why he flipped to Rodgers actually makes sense. And that is, I think his point was something along the lines of Mike Tomlin and Arthur Smith wouldn't have gotten the most out of Sam Darnold. He didn't trust the Steelers coaches to do that. Okay, fair enough. Now those coaches are gone. And you brought in a guy who's supposed to get through to quarterbacks. If a quarterback's a little rough around the edges, if a quarterback has some kind of kink in his mechanics or something like that, he's supposed to be able to find it and fix it. That's why you hired him. You admitted as much when you did that. So if there's a quarterback with talent out there who's a little screwed up, you hired someone who is supposed to be able to resuscitate the guy and fix him, is how I view it.
Well, who do we feel like Mike McCarthy has fixed in a high-profile way? A guy who was busted stuff that became fixed after McCarthy worked with him.
Well, he would probably say...
No, I don't care what he would say. Because he says Joe Montana is one of his quarterbacks, which is a farce.
Well, I think Favre the year before he got there versus his last year in Green Bay. So 2007 was his last year there.
That was a 3-time MVP, though.
Yeah, but he stunk the year before, though.
I understand that, but you had plenty of proof of concept that quarterback was still in there maybe somewhere.
I know, but let's say Darnold had come here and played well for the Steelers with McCarthy as the coach. Would we not give him credit for that because he was good in Minnesota the year before?
I would give him credit for continuing the work. My point is, Brett Favre was going to be in the Hall of Fame whether he had that bounce-back year with McCarthy or not.
I agree, but you asked who did he make better?
When I say make better, I really mean, Darnold was made first better in Minnesota, resuscitated his career there.
Okay.
Then really resuscitated his career this year.
Are you only counting his work as a head coach, or does he get any credit for assistant coaching work?
I know. Aaron Brooks.
I was going to say Steve Bono, who was a replacement quarterback with the Steelers, and then he went 13-3 as the quarterback's coach with him.
How many years ago was that again?
That was 1995, so that's 30 years ago.
League's changed a lot.
I would agree with that.
My point is this. McCarthy has worked with really good quarterbacks. Dak Prescott's a really good quarterback. Aaron Rodgers is a great all-time quarterback.
So is Favre.
That is different than taking a quarterback who's got some obvious issues that need to be fixed and turning them into a great quarterback. In fact, it's very different thing.
I know, but I would still bet on Mike McCarthy to do it before I would Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, but that doesn't suggest. All that really says is that Mike Tomlin was guaranteed to not make it happen.
Yes.
It does not speak volumes that you would bet Mike McCarthy. Of course you would. Anybody would. That doesn't mean he is a quarterback fixer. Who was it? Was it Carson Palmer's brother?
Jordan Palmer.
Who fixed Josh Allen's throwing mechanics?
Supposedly.
If that story is not
Why
just
isn't
apocryphal,
he someone's coach?
No. I mean, if that story is not just apocryphal, that he found a hitch in the motion and fixed it.
He should have a job if that's true.
He's done more with a quarterback that was more of a raw piece of clay than I would argue McCarthy has at any point in his career.
So, first of all, I don't know if you agree with this. I would rather try to find the next Sam Darnold than run it back with Aaron Rodgers. Do you agree with that?
I would rather start Will Howard for 17 games. So what do you think I come down on this?
Yes, so you do. Okay. So here are the options as I see it as far as that goes. Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, Tua, and Mac Jones.
Okay.
If you, I'm not saying, here's how I'm going to set the ground rules for this. You can't say none of these guys is going to turn into Sam Darnold.
Okay.
One of these guys has to. Somebody from that list has to, for the Steelers or another team, blossom into the next riches to riches again story in the NFL in 2026. If you had to bet on one of them, Willis, Murray, Mac Jones, Tua, who would it be? You had to pick one.
All right. Process of elimination. Let's take Tua off the list.
I knew you were going to do that.
He sucks.
I don't disagree with you either.
This is going to surprise you who it's going to come down to. Take Mac off the list.
Okay.
Reason being, just quickly with Mac, I mean, you saw him in the Shanahan system where it is more quarterback friendly, and I think he showed that he can execute that system. Rodgers has largely succeeded with quarterbacks, Rodgers and Prescott, who can move around.
You mean McCarthy?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. McCarthy has succeeded with guys who can move around. Rodgers in his prime, Prescott can still move around. Mac really cannot move around. He is not a runner or a mobile guy.
Not at all.
So then it comes down to guy.
He has man boobs.
So then it comes down. Yeah, he kind of is built like an insurance salesman. I think that's what people basically said. It comes down to Malik Willis, who has an unbelievably small body of work that has excited some people because it was when he was playing. He was balling.
Is so small.
It's a very small body of work, but it's pretty kick-ass. Or Kyler Murray, who I have said many times I want no part of here, because even though he's got a much bigger body of work and has gotten a team to a playoff spot, there are real questions about whether or not Kyler Murray actually really likes playing football and wants to do whatever work it would take to turn him into a really good quarterback.
Yeah, okay.
Like, all the physical stuff is there other than, he's 5'9.5", but he's got a great arm. He can make every throw in the book.
Yeah.
And he can run.
Yep.
I'm going to take Willis, believe it or not, as a lottery ticket more than this idea of rehabbing a more experienced player. That's what I'm going to do. Because I know this about Willis, too. Every story that was written about him, extolled what kind of a character guy he was and how willing he was to learn and to be coached and to do things differently.
I know, but now you're banking on, Will Howard and Kenny Pickett.
But
intangible qualities.
But there's a difference here. He's shown in NFL games he has the arm to make big-time throws, and we know he's got the wheels to run away from people.
I mean, how many of them, though? I mean, that's...
Pony, but there's more proof of concept with him in just a handful of games than, Will Howard, who's never even appeared in a preseason game. And frankly, there's more proof of concept than there ever was with Kenny.
I agree with that, but not compared to the other three guys here. All three of them have taken teams to the playoffs.
All three of them
were first-round picks. He was not.
All three of them have shown me pretty fatal flaws. Kyler, it's that I don't get the sense Kyler Murray cares all that much about becoming a great quarterback. Say what you will about Darnold. I think he wanted to be good. I think Mac Jones is limited physically and is a guy who would play very well in a very specific system.
Yeah.
And I think Tua sucks. I think Tua is a noodle-armed quarterback whose teammates don't like him and who is, as macabre as this is,
Macabre. You got Macabre Hour at 8 tonight, Don? Going to go with the Macabre?
We can probably get that in at 7:30.
Spell macabre. Either one of you.
I'm looking at you, Don.
Anyone
you're the whiz kid.
Anyone want to spell macabre?
I'm the whiz kid. I'm 40. The beat writer. I'm 40 years old.
You're the beat writer. You should know.
I don't even know what that means.
Joe uses that line daily.
Yeah, but what does it mean? You know what it means? Just because you use something, Chris uses macabre all the time. Do you know what macabre means?
I haven't used macabre once before this year.
It's the first time in the history of you doing this show you've said macabre.
No, I actually have an idea spurring from this.
Okay.
I think we could play into human thesaurus malsey.
Oh.
Pony, I think we could make a segment at some point during the week or daily, and it's just Malsey's word of the day. And he brings up a word and he explains to people what it means.
So he's
because we have used me as the barometer for our general fan.
Yes. You're like the stand-in for Joe Q fans.
Malsey uses 2 to 3 words per day that nobody knows.
So he is like the human version of the calendar that you get where every day
it's a word of
has
the day.
A word and a definition on it. He's just going to do that in spoken form pretty much.
Yes. I think we should do a Malsey word of the day.
That is funny.
You could educate me. You could educate Pony in some cases. You can educate your own audience.
There are some who have suggested I'm already doing a subtle word of the day that you guys don't even notice.
Oh, I know what goes on in that YouTube chat, Malsey. I know that there's a certain word that gets thrown out there to you every single day.
Oh, I don't have no idea what you guys are talking
Well,
about.
that's
somebody
because
that
we've
just
gone
challenges Malzy
several
to use
months.
a stupid word.
We have gone several months now where in the first segment of every show, I have been challenged to use words, sometimes absurd ones, sometimes mundane ones, but to use them before the first segment is up.
And do you usually?
I'm a batting 1,000 right now.
Oh, my God.
And until this moment, it has passed without so much as a notice from you.
And macabre was one of the words?
Yeah, you're No, macabre wasn't. Today's was farcical.
Oh, well, I got that today.
That was a layup, though, is my point. Can you spell it? You're dodging the issue. Macabre.
M-A-C-A-B-R-E.
Easy work for him. Light work, Donnie. He knew it. The big secret over here is he doesn't want to admit he's just as much of a human thesaurus, if not more so. He just doesn't put it out there on the internet.
No, that's not true. I'm not a human thesaurus whatsoever. I speak like a normal person, or attempt to.
Well, anyway, this all came back to Tua, and the whole thing that was macabre was he is legitimately one big hit away from his career being over.
I know that, but what I was going to say about Willis is the man is going to be, and I like him as an idea, and I like him more than Rodgers. He's going to turn 27 years old before the season starts. He is 3-3 with 6 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. That's it.
Oh,
That's all.
I get it, man. I understand that. Like I say this not with like overwhelming support for Willis as the guy. Like I can make a case where maybe Murray needs a change of scenery from one of the NFL's most moribund franchises, and he meets McCarthy, and he's like, yeah, I want to play for this guy. He seems like a pretty easygoing dude. He's an offensive guy. But if I had any, like we've also heard from people, I think, who like are around that team in Arizona, like people who would give it to you straight about what kind of a teammate he is.
Yeah.
He doesn't exactly set the world on fire there either.
I know, but I think
he would be the guy by resume and by talent that you would pick.
Yes.
He would be the one.
And I don't think personality-wise he's all that. Now, how much he cares about football might be different. I don't think he's all that different from the guys that have won Super Bowls here. Was Bradshaw a rah-rah guy? No, he had a beef with his head coach and rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Ben only got voted team MVP one time. And that was usually seen as like
both of those guys,
commentary on him as a person.
Both of those guys, though, happened to be 6'4" and 6'5", respectively, with all the natural talent they possessed. It is a little different when the quarterback is built like a slot receiver.
Yeah, he's really short.
He's going to have challenges that those guys wouldn't have had to deal with.
But he's a great athlete.
I understand.
He's got almost 1,000 yards rushing in a season with 11 touchdowns.
For how much longer, though? How long's he been in the league now? He's almost 30, isn't he?
He is 28 right now.
We talk about Lamar and what's going to happen when the running stops for him. You got to have the same thought about Kyler.
I would, but I know I'm not going to have to pay Lamar. I'm not going to have to pay Kyler Murray $60 million a year. I'm going to pay him like the Seahawks paid Darnold, and I might even get Arizona to take some of the freight back, to take some of the contract. I think there are obvious warts. You bring them up. He's short, and he's not someone who particularly loves football. And those are disqualifying characteristics for a lot of people. But there is a ton of natural ability there. He was a number 1 pick.
I understand
He's
that.
taken the Cardinals to the playoffs. Of all the things that are out there, that's the one that intrigues me the most.
Here's another one from him.
I do think he's got a shot in the right situation to be a good NFL quarterback.
Okay, here's another one, though. Last season, now I know there was the thought that they were like putting him on ice to just intentionally suck.
No, he got benched for Brissett. Absolutely. No doubt.
There was the thought that he was injured. He played 5 games last year because he got benched because they were sick of him. 2 years prior in 23, he only played 8 games. The year before that, he only played 11 games. That is either by injury or benching. A lot of games missed over the last 4 seasons.
I know, man.
There's just a ton of red flags. I get that the talent's there. There are just a lot of red flags with him.
But there's red flags with Willis.
I am aware,
He's
but
barely played.
They are the kind of red flags I would be more willing to court for a risk like this, where you're trying to get a lottery ticket. I've seen too much of Kyler Murray. That's like actually the problem.
Donnie, if you were going to bet on someone to be the next Sam Darnold, who would you pick? Give me a name here. Throw it out there.
I would go Murray in a very close race over Willis. Another thing that worries me about Murray, and this might be a little bit picky, the guy's played in Arizona his whole career. He's never had to deal with
elements.
bad elements.
Yeah.
And we have seen Willis, at least in small doses,
Sure.
play in bad weather and actually play good games.
Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, I saw him play that game against the Steelers here with a god-awful team late in the year.
Do you want to know one other thing about Willis that has me like the idea of him is more appealing? Think about where his baseline was when he started playing in the NFL, right?
Yeah,
we're talking about somebody
worse
who could
than
become
Will
the next
Levis
Darnold.
and Mason Rudolph.
Awful. Like, didn't look like he belonged in the NFL. Then he sticks with it. It's got to be tough to like be that bad. Goes to a new team, obviously better coaching. Immediately, when they actually have to put him in there, it's like a hybrid game plan, but he executes it.
Yeah.
They put him in again in this situation this year, and until he got hurt and he's gutting it out like with a shoulder that doesn't work, he was playing even better. You can at least trace like line go up like it's the stock market here that his performance has gotten better.
Now that we, in theory, have a coach who can work with a quarterback, is there another Sam Darnold out there for the Steelers to get this offseason? Malik Willis, Kyler Murray, Mac Jones, Tua. Is it somebody else who I haven't brought up? 412-928-9370. That's 412-928-9370. If you can't give me a name, I guess I'm just going to assume you want Aaron Rodgers back and think Aaron Rodgers is better than all those options. And instead of trying to buy low and get big results like the Seahawks did with Darnold, I guess you're telling me you just want to run it back with a 42-year-old and hope that Mike McCarthy can rekindle magic from 15 years ago with Aaron Rodgers. 412-928-9370. Here's Jesse on the Fan. Hello, Jesse.
Hi, guys. How are you doing?
Hey, man.
Hey, I was just listening. I mean, isn't Mac Jones, don't you have to trade for Mac Jones? Is he a free agent?
No, you'd have to trade for him, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. So I don't think that's happening. I'm just looking at this list, and you can just say yes or no. Russell Wilson, no.
Oh,
right?
God, hell no.
Yeah. Mariota, no.
No.
Tyrod Taylor, no. Zach Wilson, no. Flacco, that'd be fun. But
Would it be fun? Would it actually be fun, or would it be fun for like a week or two, and then he'd revert to Joe Flacco?
Wait a minute. Why would Joe Flacco be fun? Just so we could say he completed the puzzle and played for every AFC North team? He's fun in that way? A guy that we hated and rooted against for more than 10 years. It would be fun to have him as our starting quarterback. Maybe we could lure Tom Brady out of TV.
For radio purposes, I like the way you're thinking, though, man. You're thinking about radio purposes here.
And just for the I look at it this way: what's the Steelers' goal next year? Is it to win a Super Bowl, or is it to win a playoff game?
It should be to try to line yourself up to at some point win a Super Bowl, not make short-sighted moves and short-term moves just to win a playoff game.
I think that's their goal, to win a playoff game. They haven't done that in.
Of course that's their goal. I mean, look at them. Yes, I'm telling you, I disagree with that being the way you try to build a team. I like what Kyle Dubas is doing. He said, I'm trying to build a team that can compete for a Stanley Cup, not just get into the playoffs. And all of his moves are about long-term. Does this get us closer to winning a Stanley Cup? And that's how I think the Steelers should operate as a football team. Is this a move that gets us closer to winning a Super Bowl someday? Yes or no? Period. But anyways.
Yep.
You want Joe Flacco because you think it would make our lives easier. Thank you.
I think Kenny Pickett would be better.
Oh, God. What are you doing? Why are you saying this,
Thank you, Jesse?
Why are you saying this to me? Why are you doing this?
Here's Riley, hopefully not our boss. Hello, Riley.
Hey, how are you guys?
Hey, man.
I think Kyler Murray would be the better pick, honestly, because, if he sucks at football still,
he could just suit up for the Buccos.
We really need that.
Yeah, he could just go. He could be like Deion Sanders playing for the Falcons and Braves. Kill two birds with one stone.
What kind of a story would that be if he stunk for the Steelers, but then he said, you know what? Doesn't the team that drafted him, wasn't it the A's? Don't they still have his baseball rights?
I think they do.
If you could just get by that little pesky detail, he just says, well, it's not working at quarterback. I'm going to go play center field.
A clever line or whatever, fine. But just what a sad commentary on how Riley and others must feel about these quarterbacks, where the first two callers are just jokes. It's let's get Joe Flacco or Kenny Pickett here. The next guy's like Kyler Murray could go play center field because O'Neal Cruz can't. They need an outfielder. So let me get this straight. We brought in a coach who everyone is saying this guy knows quarterbacks. They being the Steelers say that. And I think most fans who want to believe in Mike McCarthy are championing and trumpeting the same thing. Yet nobody thinks he can spin gold with talented former first-round pick quarterbacks who are out there. I didn't even mention Anthony Richardson. That's another one. There's guys out there that fit the Darnold profile, and nobody's interested in seeing if this coach can do that with any of these guys. None of the names intrigue you at 412-928-9370. We got Pickett jokes, and we got Kyler Murray jokes out our ass. Here's John and Carrick. Hello, John.
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, man.
Hey, I missed your show for like 3 or 4 days. You guys are the best in town, especially across all the stations.
Thank you.
Has Davis Mills been mentioned? The guy won 4 games. He beat Jacksonville. I think he maybe beat Buffalo.
He has a neck like a giraffe. He did beat Buffalo.
Yeah.
Yes.
Merton Hanks and quarterbacks.
He is. What a great reference by you.
I do love a Merton Hanks reference.
Thank you.
I know he signed it. Okay. So in September, he signed an extension with them that's going to pay him $7 million next year. It's only a 1-year deal. So you'd have to trade for him.
Tough to get him away from. It'll be tough to get away from Houston then. But like those guys, they don't want to wait the whole, wait 17 games. I mean, like Stroud's the man there.
But what would you give up for somebody like him, just out of curiosity?
I don't know. Maybe you get one of their defensive guys who's on an expiring contract.
No, I'm saying what would the Steelers
have to give
the
up?
Texans for Davis Mills?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, who's the best player you don't want to have back?
What do the
for
Texans
me, that's
need?
T.J. Watt.
What do the Texans need?
I don't think I'm going to trade
They don't
T.J.
want
Watt
any
for
of your
Davis
defense.
Mills.
They want. What if they wanted one of your offensive linemen because they still have problems there? I wouldn't want to give up that. Here's the thing about
the Steelers' depth is they have picks.
Here's the problem. With,
Right. So what pick would
kind
you
of a
trade?
pick would you give up, John?
A third, fourth,
one would be steep.
I would. Did he say 1 at the end of that?
A third or fourth.
Okay.
Man, I don't think I'd give up.
Are you intrigued by him at all? I think he went 3-0 as the
Here's
quarterback.
the problem. He went 3-0, and he played pretty much no football the previous 2 years. Lest we forget, the Davis Mills experience started with a record of 5-19-1.
I know, man, but that was on a truly awful team, and he was thrown in there. I'll be honest.
I'm not that intrigued. I'm really not.
I'm not saying that I'm super intrigued at all, but I watched C.J. Stroud against the Steelers and Patriots, and to the caller's point, I watched Davis Mills beat the Bills and go through his reads and make throws on a short week on a Thursday night. He doesn't have the arm of Willis and the running ability, but I don't know. I mean, again, he has okay pedigree. Where was he picked? Third round?
Mm-hmm.
Mid-round pick? Our man John Clayton, the late John Clayton, loved Davis Mills, didn't he, Don? Was he not the biggest Davis Mills fan
Davis.
in America?
Hit us with a Mills Davis.
I don't know. The way I'm talking about this is my way of saying no. But, again, you give me 2 options, 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers, or I'm going to spin the wheel with Davis Mills and trade a mid-round pick and see if the guy was just in a bad situation and a backup. I would rather do that.
It's just so grim. We saw them make a sea change move at head coach. The head coach walks off into the sunset. Finally, you have a chance to turn things over, turn the page, kind of get a new start. And here we are, February 10th, going, well, it looks like the Steelers want Aaron Rodgers back. Could I interest you in a gently used Davis Mills for a 5th-round pick?
Is the next Sam Darnold out there for the Steelers in free agency? 412-928-9370. First caller said Kenny Pickett. Next caller said get Kyler Murray so he can play for the Pirates too. Last guy just said, well, how about Davis Mills? Does anybody think any of these used quarterbacks, Kyler Murray, Malik Willis, Mac Jones, Tua, could come to the Steelers and be the guy that gives them a lift or a boost, just like Darnold did in Seattle? 412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person's your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitchers and catchers report tomorrow for the Buccos. Their first spring training game Saturday, February 21st against the Orioles at 1:05. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Donald. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan. The winter games are going on right now over in Italy. And Mulsey informed me that the 2 towns hosting this, one city, one town, are very, very far apart from each other, which I did not know until today. But Mulsey knows a lot of things, including big words and European geography. The winter games, U.S. hockey right now, the women's side. They're beating Canada. You can live bet this game on FanDuel. You can bet the games on the men's side of the hockey tournament. Canada the favorite, United States second, Sweden third. On Thursday, the U.S. opens with Latvia, and Latvia might play a Pittsburgh goalie in that game, which will make it interesting. Either way, the best place to bet the winter games is on FanDuel. So download the app today to get started. There's no better way to follow a bet and follow the games than with America's #1 sportsbook, FanDuel. Play your game. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The Pistons beat the Hornets last night, 110-104, snapping a 9-game winning streak for the Hornets. The major news from the game came from a brawl in the third quarter, which led to 4 players being ejected. Watching two young teams, both playing well, straight up dislike each other, is good for the NBA. The Pistons and the Hornets won't meet again until late in the season, April 10th. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th, the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at livenation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here, and this month is all about love. But if you're not feeling the love in the bedroom, if you're feeling more of a, disappointment, Blue Chew can help. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. That means Blue Chew can help you show up when it matters during life's most exciting moments. Blue Chew can help you be ready when she is. And Blue Chew, well, it's a small chew for a big difference. It isn't just about performance either, guys. What you want to do here is give her group chat something to talk about, because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Can I take your coat?
Oh, you noticed. Yeah, I found it on eBay from a seller in Vegas. Pre-loved and perfect. She listed it and jackpot. Italian leather, classic trench silhouette. And did you see the braided buckle?
Hang on to your claim ticket.
Oh, I'll hang on to this forever. Have you been on eBay? There's so many finds. And I bet that diving watch would sell fast. Just saying.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
A multi-vehicle accident on the southbound lane of the Liberty Tunnel has caused that lane to be closed to all traffic as crews try to clean that accident up. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Renzel.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to Pomp without Joe today because Joe had a colonoscopy, and I can say that because he talked about it on the air. Every Wednesday, that's tomorrow, to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs Wednesday through Friday at noon. 937thefan.com contesting page. I think we see a Sam Darnold rookie card thrown in there. Kenneth Walker rookie card would be my guesses.
Did they do coach cards, like Mike McDonald card?
Well, they did for Mike McCarthy, so yeah.
I would think Mike McDonald would deserve one.
Has Mike McDonald become the most famous Mike McDonald yet?
Here's the thing.
Don?
He goes by Mike. The singer goes by Michael.
Who's the more famous man whose birth certificate says Michael McDonald?
This is going to bum you out, but I think it's actually the coach.
Well, it's definitely the coach now.
What a flex it was from Michael Jordan, the basketball player, for Michael B. Jordan to have to throw that middle initial in there to differentiate himself.
There's a lot of old heads out there that love the Doobie Brothers, bro.
Would you like me to put up a frivolous Twitter poll?
Sure.
More famous Mike McDonald, and I'll just put football coach or the voice of an angel.
Doobie Brother.
I'll tell you what, man. You go listen to the Doobies before he got there. It's 2 different bands. They just decided to play completely different music.
Did
once he got
elevate
there.
the Doobie Brothers game?
Well, they were like a straight-ahead rock band, Long Train Running and all that stuff. And then he got there, and they basically just started doing Blue-Eyed Soul.
They started doing yacht rock.
I mean, also, he got sampled by Warren G and Nate Dogg.
He did.
People forget that, bro.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Is there a Sam Darnold out there for the Steelers this offseason in a trade or free agency? You now have the coach who can connect with quarterbacks, at least they think so. So who would be the guy you could buy low on and turn into the next great NFL comeback story at the position?
I'm surprised, Pony. I put out Willis Murray, Mac Jones, and Tua. The person who has gotten the most run,
Malik Willis.
Early on, it was Willis. I think the just strict number counting here is Mac.
Wow.
But to me, Mac Jones is very much he would have to get traded because he's still under contract, and I think they like him there as an insurance policy because he played very well. I just look at him now as somebody who has to operate in a specific system, and I'm not sure it's a system McCarthy runs.
Well, I think people were saying that about Darnold when he left San Francisco and he went to Minnesota and was good and went to Seattle and turned the ball over more but came through in big games.
Big difference. Darnold, pretty good athlete. Mac Jones, I think, needs to be somewhere where it's drop back, there's your read, there's your second read, balls out.
You don't think Mike McCarthy's offense can give him that?
I think
Brian
Mike
Angelico's
McCarthy's
coming from Minnesota.
I think Mike McCarthy's that's a fair point, but I think Mike McCarthy's best work came with quarterbacks and Rodgers, who absolutely used his legs to move around and make plays. And in Dak Prescott, you had basically the same thing. Guys who could move.
Evan Cohen from ESPN, who's not someone I particularly like because he gave me dirty looks the one time I met him.
Why did he give you dirty looks?
I don't know.
Is he a Syracuse guy? Is he one of the 82,000 Syracuse grads in the business?
I just think I rubbed him the wrong way. And I wasn't even talking to him, and I wasn't even
Where
really...
was this?
This is in New York for a thing.
For a thing, Donnie.
Yep.
Us plebes will never know what the big dogs do.
Get out of here. Yeah, I just didn't get a good vibe. So I'm like, you know what? I don't like this guy. So I'm out on him. But he did bring up on his show today on ESPN Radio that the Steelers should call the Lions and offer a first-round pick for Jared Goff. How would you feel about that?
Hold on. I'm looking at Evan Cohen right now on Twitter.
Yep.
Evan, I don't know you. Maybe you're very good at your job. One of the more punchable faces I've ever seen. We are talking the top 1% of punchable faces. No, the
Goff. It's outdoors.
He's
got smaller hands.
You know my feelings on Jared Goff. I've long been a Jared Goff backer. I desperately wanted to see the Lions go all the way.
We're not building a dome here like Cleveland.
I can't abide by Jared Goff, knowing that you might have to play in conditions here. Frankly, that's why Garrett Nussmeier should be off their board,
Donnie,
too.
how about you? Would you make that trade right now?
A first for Jared Goff.
First-round pick for Goff?
Pick 21 for Goff?
First round pick feels steep to me. I mean, he's
31.
I know.
So
I mean, he had a good year. They just didn't make the playoffs.
He puts up good numbers every year, man. But I think he's a dome merchant.
Well, here, there's an easy way to find out, thanks to the magic of Pro Football Reference.
God, he was so bad on Christmas against the Vikings. Oh, my God. I can't
terrible.
stop thinking about that game.
All right.
It's horrible.
Jared Goff, you want career splits, Pony? Or do you want last year? For like dome versus outside?
I feel like the outside numbers aren't going to be that bad. I feel like I need outdoor and cold. Do you have Soldier Field stats?
Yes.
Do you have Lambeau stats? Those I would pay attention to.
So Jared Goff.
What do Soldier Field and Lambeau look like for him?
Dome versus outdoors. Passer rating in domes this year, 106.7. Passer rating outdoors, 103.7.
Okay, not a big difference at all.
No, he was very good in both. Jared Goff, though, I'm going to go one further for you, Pony, because I am all about going the extra mile here. At Chicago, 19-16, they did win, although that game was meaningless, right, to season finale? Yeah, they were done.
Not for Chicago,
but
was it?
331, one touchdown, one pick. At Minnesota, horrible, 197.
Well, that's indoors.
Yeah, I know. Green Bay.
That was week 2. He was awful.
Green
that was
Bay
week 1.
Green Bay to open up the season.
Yeah.
225 touchdown and a pick. Like, numbers actually were not atrocious. They just weren't good enough, and they got beat up badly. He not lit up the Ravens. He was fine against the Ravens outdoors, lit up the Bengals outdoors, but those are games where the weather's still calm.
Good traditional pocket quarterback, but I think he's got to be on the right.
Here's the problem with him. If the situation deteriorates, he's not going to pick it back up and fix it.
Here is George on the fan. Hello, George.
Pony, Muller, love the show.
Thanks, George.
Thank you, George.
You're welcome. Hey, what about Lamar Jackson?
He's the Ravens quarterback. You think we're going to make a trade in division with our arch rival for their franchise quarterback with 2 MVPs?
Well, I mean, hey, you've seen worse.
Yes, I've seen a lot worse. I'm saying they're not going to trade him to us under any circumstance.
What was the genesis of
That's
that
just
call?
not going to happen. We're getting pranked. I can't get worked up. That was a prank call from George in Indiana. That was a funny ha-ha call. Good one, George. Call again next time. Make it a real call and not a silly call. We appreciate you listening.
I think if you're the Steelers, the Malik Willis, if you're looking for Darnold 2.0, I'd rather play the Malik Willis lottery ticket of, yes, it's a small sample, but yes, the trajectory has been steadily upward since his first year in the league. He hasn't thrown an interception in 3 years, mainly because he hasn't played that much. He has the athletic ability. He has enough throws in that arm, like types of throws he can make, enough mobility. I think you can build a real offense around him. I don't know how you, outside of the Shanahan system, really, what offense you're building around Mac Jones. I have no idea if Kyler Murray even likes to play football.
Here's Chris on the Fan. Hello, Chris. Hi, Chris.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up, man?
What's up?
So Joe Burrow is not very happy in Cincinnati. I know that would never happen, but I would at least kick the tires on it, maybe throw in a couple high picks.
I mean, you'd have to
maybe
throw.
give him
What is a starting point?
Your running back and
for another interdivision trade or intra-division trade.
What's happening here?
I know.
What's
he
going on
sounded like
here?
he was being serious, though. I didn't sense that as like a prank. I sensed that as he knew the last guy had proposed Lamar Jackson, so he was trying to make his I'd at least call about Joe Burrow thing, giving it the sheen of seriousness.
I agree with that. You call just so you can say you did, just so you can appease your bosses and say, "Yep, I checked in. I did my homework on this, Art. He's available." I said, "Would you trade him to us?" They said no, and that was the end of that. The Bengals are not a smart organization, but they had the good sense to draft Joe Burrow. They are not going to trade him to the Steelers.
Caballi's at it again. He responded to my little, if you're looking for the next Sam Darnold, which of these four would you like, with a Paul Heyman laughing and being amused at how stupid everybody is gif. And now I'm going to immediately comment, I know, Mark, they're going to run it back with the almost 43-year-old who sucked in the playoff game last year. Can't wait.
Mark is so funny, though, because at this time last year, Donnie, on February 10th, 2025, do you know what Caballi was saying? Caballi was saying run it back with Russell Wilson. You remember that?
Yes, he was.
Yes.
He was saying...
He's just engagement forming. I don't know why I took the bait.
Right. Just like someone else we know.
Oh, yeah, she had her plow and her hoe out. She was tilling that soil and farming all the engagement in the world.
She was like, you know that like famous painting of those two farmers?
American Gothic?
Yeah.
Yeah, she had the pitchfork.
She was that lady next to that guy.
She was baling the hay.
All right. We got a Bucko Minute next. You know how we talked yesterday about the Pirates making the playoffs? And I said, I think this is going to I think they're close. And that's going to make me look really stupid. Like, I know this sounds like a stupid thing to say. The Pirates are close to a playoff team. Someone or something agrees with me. And I'm going to tell you what that is next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Right now, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
USA and Canada meeting right now in women's hockey. The United States dominating 4-0 with 5 minutes to go in the second period. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Thanks, Donnie. Let's talk about your windows, my friends, because if they aren't working the way they should, if they're not doing their job, you need to get them taken care of. And now is the right time. You just need to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct, because right now their deal is unbeatable. It's buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and there's no limit. If you need 20 windows, first off, congratulations on all your success. Must be a very nice house. You'll only pay for 10. Plus, you'll also get 0% interest for 36 months. And when you schedule this month, so you still have time to do this, you'll get $500 off your entire home improvement project. And windows from Universal, well, they just have the technology that makes them better. They have super spacer technology. It's exclusive to them. Means the cold air stays out. Means the warm air that you're paying good money for stays in. Don't wait on this one. Call them today, 412-545-6003, or visit universalwindowsdirect.com and schedule your free estimate today. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Today, 72 days until the NFL Draft.
Get pumped for the draft.
Our NFL Draft Watch is brought to you by Lewis Anthony Jewelers. Have we met yet? Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Coach Wooten's Basketball Camp, the world's #1 teaching basketball camp since 1961. Your child will learn the game, play the game, have fun, and get an experience of a lifetime at Coach Wooten's Camp. Let your kid be a kid. Down the screen and go do what we do. Let's go shoot some hoops. Early registration discounts available. CoachWooten.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich, and Fishman, we've got your back. not your wallet.
Target Freight Management, empowering Pittsburgh area businesses like yours to conquer the complexities of modern supply chain management. A trusted leader in logistics solutions, backed by years of industry experience and revolutionary thinking. Efficiency, flexibility, visibility, and reliability. And all right here in Pittsburgh. Target Freight Management, exceeding customer expectations using first-in-class technology. Move your product regardless of size with Target Freight Management. TargetFMI.com. TargetFMI.com.
Pittsburgh, stop playing defense with your home. When you need expert exterior work, you call Whalen Exteriors, the pros with 5-star reviews. Whalen believes an educated customer is a confident customer. We provide transparent, detailed estimates with a project manager on site from start to finish. You get open communication, efficient work, and a thorough final cleanup. We offer flexible financing options too. For roofing, siding, and gutters, call the pros today. Whalen Exteriors, your home team for total exterior care. Check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Hello, this is Sarah Botkin of Botkin Family Wealth Management, where I work with my dad and brother. Lester is a chartered financial analyst, and Dad and I are certified financial planners. A favorite client said to me last year, "Someday I'd love to take my girls and their husbands on a family trip together." This was a physician who'd retired after 40 years, and I said to him, "Someday is now." I shared that my parents did the same for my brother and me when we were in our 20s, and the memories we created are priceless. I was so happy when my client and I met again this year, and he showed me pictures from the trip. We want you not just to survive, but to thrive in retirement, to understand what your wealth can do for you and for the people you love. Saving is an important part of a healthy financial plan, but so is enjoying what you've worked for. In retirement, someday is now. Find out how we help you get maximum fulfillment from your money at botkinfamilywealth.com.
Securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration now through February 22nd. Get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
0-1 is hit the right base hit. Hey, that's a veteran hitter right there. Ozuna goes to right field, knocks in Baldwin, and Atlanta leads 1-0.
That veteran hitter is now a Pirate, Marcell Ozuna. Still more deals for the Pirates to be made. Feeling is another pitcher and possibly a third baseman will join the team at the start of spring training. Pitchers and catchers report to Bradenton tomorrow. So we should hear from Paul Skeens and get his take on the moves the Pirates have made. You know who loves the Pirates right now, especially relative to where they had them last year? Nerds.
Oh, what have the nerds spoken?
Nerds love them.
Now, which is this? Is this a Zips projection? What do we got here?
If you got a calculator in your hand, if you're a baseball fan that knows how to use a protractor, that knows about the Pythagorean
theorem.
Pythagorean theorem. Donnie, what is the Pythagorean theorem? What is that thing?
That's isn't that A squared and plus B squared equals C squared?
Damn right it is,
Let's
Don.
go, Don.
Pony also knew that, but he tried to play dumb like he didn't.
Yeah, he couldn't even say the word right. Pythagorean theorem.
Now, who came up with that?
John Pythagoras.
Is that close?
They called him Big John back in the day, but you know him as Pythagoras.
But isn't there a Pythagoras wind theorem?
Pythagorean wind theorem is
what the hell's that?
Run differential. So if you're a team that's like for example,
Well, why did they name it after the friggin' triangle guy?
I don't remember why, but the Pythagorean win-loss record is mostly based on run differential.
Okay.
So if you're a team that's 10 games above 500, you go like 87 and 75 with like a -2 run differential, then your Pythagorean theorem record would be like 81 and 81.
Yep.
And so the theory basically just suggests that the best teams are also the ones who, when they win by a lot.
So the geeks are loving them. If you like math, if you're a baseball guy that believes in the numbers, the Pirates are for real. 2026 win projections right now from Fangraphs.
Mm-hmm.
The Pirates right now are a playoff team, according to them. They have them with the sixth best chance to make the play. Oh, wait, 2, 4, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, sixth. Sixth best chance to make the playoffs in the National League. Dodgers 1.
Shocking.
Braves 2, bounce back. Mets 3, bounce back.
Brewers.
Phillies.
Ooh.
Cubbies. Buccos. They have the Pirates ahead of the Brewers. Pirates have leapfrogged the Brewers, Giants, Diamondbacks, Padres, and Reds. They got Rockies, Nationals, Marlins, Cardinals as the bottom feeders. And then the next group of teams is Padres, Diamondbacks, Giants, Brewers. And they have the Pirates as the leader of that next clump of teams.
I'm wondering what the super nerd projections, which is Dan Zimborski at Fangraphs.
Dan Zimborski. The Zimborski theorem.
He has his Zips projections.
What's Zimborski saying? Zimborski like him?
Let me see what he's got for the Pirates. Zips projections. This is done before the Ozuna deal happened. Let me see. He writes like just an extreme amount on every team.
Why get rid of that? I don't need to hear about all that nonsense about Zimborski's
Without any major
take.
disasters, the Pirates could creep into the low 80s wins-wise, but I expect a high 70s finish that adds 6 or 7 wins to their total to be the most likely outcome.
Okay,
but that is, again, pre-Ozuna, which I would think would goose it a win to 2 wins.
I don't think it's going to be a huge difference.
Well, he was a 1.5-win player, and they would be replacing, say, he had Jack Sawinski in his projections for them.
Okay. You want to hear about Pacoda?
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you about what big old Bill Pacoda had up his sleeve.
Pacoda's not as bullish on the Buccos.
Pacoda hated the 13 through 15 Pirates. Every year it had them as a losing record. Does Pacoda like anybody outside the Dodgers?
Pacoda's got the Dodgers at 105 wins, so yes, Pacoda likes the Dodgers.
Pacoda is always the most like anti-small market ones.
What?
I think Pacoda is typically...
They got Kansas City in first place,
What?
Malsey. Yes.
Well, didn't Bill Pacoda play for Kansas City? Isn't that why?
No. Is Bill Pacoda a real person?
I'm pretty sure that Bill Pacoda...
So...
yes, Bill Pacoda, who also played for the Royals. What the hell are you talking about?
So it's just... So they rig it for the Royals because it's named after him?
I forget what Pacoda actually stands for.
So Pacoda, which is a baseball prospectus projection, has the Pirates in third place right now.
I'm just laughing at our listeners going, they've heard Pythagoras, they've heard about Zips.
Well, this is what's happened to
now
baseball.
They're hearing about Pacoda. Oh, did you see Zangrilli going off about the nerds?
Well, anyways, they
He's
have the
like,
Pirates
pitching
third
is
at
an
80
art.
and 82.
Pitching is an art, not a science. And I'm glad that Paul Skeens doesn't rank in the top 10 in pure stuff now because he's a real artist.
Oh.
God, Zangrilli would love to get into like a Revenge of the Nerds style brawl with all those people.
Would you like to hear the sweaty balls projections on the Pirates?
79.6 was
yes. Sweaty balls is just a guy who
you can't be serious.
I'm serious.
Right now.
Played high school baseball.
Yeah.
And goes off his eye test.
Yeah.
The sweaty ball projection. Sweaty Balls has the Pirates at 86 and 76. Now, Sweaty Balls also has the Cardinals in second place in the division, so I don't know what his eyes may be deceiving him at this point. But
where are the Pirates at 86 wins?
86 wins on Sweaty Balls.
What place does that put them in?
Second behind the Cardinals.
So Milwaukee and Chicago really getting
Sweaty
the shaft
Balls
here.
does not like the Cubs and Brewers. Yeah. And Reds in last. Almost 100 losses for Sweaty Balls.
Do you think he's going to break into the mainstream with Pacoda and all those guys soon?
If he's accurate. I mean, no one else has the Cardinals in first place. Don't you think if he were the lone prognosticator. You'd have to give him some credit for that.
I actually think you should come out with your own proprietary ranking and say it's based on an algorithm, and then just go with your gut. I think the pony rankings, you could just call them PONI, like all caps, like it's an abbreviation for something. I'm sure we could come up with it.
Well, here's
and then
the
rank
thing.
the teams.
As long as I said that there was an algorithm.
Yeah, just say it's a proprietary algorithm.
The Brian Kennys of the world and people like that would eat it up, yeah.
Can you imagine Brian Kenny going, and this team's pony ranking, 86 and 76.
Travis Sawchek wants to write a book about me.
Oh, I was gonna pinch the nose.
The A's try to hire me.
Are they?
The
No,
next
they're not
Jonah
the cutting
Hill?
edge. No, the problem is that the Dodgers are now the A's because they hired Andrew Friedman from the Rays and they siphon all those people.
Yep. You know what the A's should do? You're not going to like this. They should just let AI run the team.
Allen Iverson?
At this point,
just let Grok?
Yeah.
Their manager is Grok and it's just a laptop? Would the AI, with the mainframe computer running the team, still have to wear a team uniform like regular managers do?
Our PM team draft expert makes his first visit with us next hour. We're looking forward to that. The Seahawks prevented the Patriots from winning the Super Bowl. That was cool. What can the Steelers learn from Seattle? A couple big things, I think. We'll touch on all that coming up. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. No one should face a winter, but that's bad, not the weather today, but bad winters without heat. You can help your neighbors in need stay warm by supporting the 2026 NRG KDK Radio Warmathon, presented by MetaConnect. Visit warmathon.com to donate and have the chance to win items like playing golf with Starkey and Pop. Powered by Dynegy and brought to you by Junk Luggers of Pittsburgh, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Nest Expressions Window Fashions. Details at 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, partly sunny with temperatures in the mid to upper 40s. A few light rain showers mixing in with snow with lows right around 30 degrees. Chance for snow showers on Wednesday. High temperatures in the low to mid 30s and a few scattered snow showers Wednesday night with lows in the mid 20s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Huge game tonight in college hoops. Nebraska about a 1.5, 2-point home favorite against Purdue. Total 148.5. And I like Purdue to win this game. I love Purdue's senior point guard. Purdue 2 straight wins following a 3-game losing streak. I think Purdue's the better team, so give me Purdue to win tonight at Nebraska. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Chris Muller here to set the story straight. I didn't get talked into Awaken 180. Nobody chased me down. Nobody twisted my arm. I wanted to do it. It was time. Time to stop feeling sluggish. Time to stop carrying extra weight around like it was part of the uniform. Time to stop saying I'd handle it later. Later wasn't working. And what sold me wasn't hype. It was structure. Awaken 180 gave me a plan that didn't leave room for excuses or second guessing. No winging it. No trying to be smarter than the system. Just follow the playbook and let it work. And it worked. The weight started coming off every week without feeling miserable or deprived. That's the part people don't believe until it happens. This wasn't about motivation. It was about finally committing and letting someone else handle the details. So if you've been thinking about it, wondering if now's the right time, I'll tell you this. I waited too long. Don't do that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 1 through 2 plus tax, acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer dock fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. In stock units only. Offers end 3/2/26.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge President's Day savings all month long. Take advantage of 0% financing for up to 60 months on the new 2026 Hyundai Tucson and Santa Fe, or receive up to $2,750 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Hey, it's Austin Bechtold. Ready to shop for a new appliance or TV? Want to do it right? There's only one choice. My friends at Voss TV and Appliance. It's where I go for the best prices and selection on name brand TVs and appliances. Voss is a family business that is built on relationships since 1960. It's pure Pittsburgh with experienced pros like Rick and Matt who focus on your needs, not what's on their showroom floor. Check them out and visit Voss's Southville showroom. Call 412-650-VOSS or go to VossTV.com. Voss TV and Appliance, the lowest prices guaranteed.
There's never a fee unless we get money for you. This is attorney Edgar Snyder, and you've probably heard me say that over the years. For over 40 years, that's the promise my law firm has made to our clients, and we're still keeping that promise today. We've recovered over $2 billion for our clients and their families. That's money for medical bills, money for lost wages, money for pain and suffering, money that we'll fight to make sure you get. Contact us now. We're here 24/7. And of course, there's never a fee unless we get money for you.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
Zero Res wants to give your home the love and attention it deserves. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and mention the 93.7 The Fan special.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Southbound Liberty Tunnel lanes continue to be closed to traffic because of an earlier accident, and seeing rush hour delays start to build on those other major roadways. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt hosts number 4 Duke tonight at 9 o'clock on The Fan. Pre-games at 8:30. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Tuesday edition of the PM Team.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller. Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Henderson. He is tackled in bounds. 3, 2, 1. The Seahawks. They're bringing it home again for the second time in less than 12 years. The Seahawks win Super Bowl 60. They are bringing the Lombardi back to the Northwest, and the party begins at Levi Stadium and in Seattle, and it won't stop for days.
That was the local call up in Seattle of the Seahawks Super Bowl victory over the Patriots. That was good to see as a Steelers fan, to watch New England stay at 6 Super Bowls and watch them get spanked in the big game Sunday night. Lessons learned from Seattle's win and things the Steelers can take in a copycat league and apply to their own offseason activities, the number one thing for me is just a very broad macro way of looking at their outlook. Be bold. Do some crazy bleep. The Seahawks went 10-7 last year in Mike McDonald's first year there. 10-7. Art Rooney would probably want to build the guy a statue for that. 10-7 for Art Rooney is cause for celebration. Not the Seahawks. They basically fired their starting quarterback, Geno Smith, who had a decent year, but they figured they had plateaued with him. And they had a really good 1-2 punch at wide receiver with JSN and DK Metcalf, and decided, you know what? Metcalf's getting a little bit older. He's getting very expensive. Let's flip him for picks. None of this one helmet nonsense. None of this he's been a Seahawk for life or needs to be. Let's get aggressive because we want to be more than just a team that's the 7th or 8th team in the NFC. They didn't want to settle. And they flipped DK Metcalf to us. And I remember people like Steelers fans writing things, or Steelers media saying things like, well, Seattle's rebuilding. You know, before that trade even happened, well, the Steelers can get DK Metcalf because they're not really trying to compete.
That was such a cope and like pro Steelers narrative. They were able to get DK Metcalf because the Seattle Seahawks knew they had a much better wide receiver on the roster.
Right, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with having two good ones, but they weren't winning a lot with two good ones. And before JSN even got there, they had Lockett and Metcalf, and they still weren't winning a lot. So, the Steelers, I can't picture them doing that. They only got rid of George Pickens because he was a pain in the ass. If George Pickens was a model citizen, they wouldn't have traded him. Like, the Seahawks just decided this past offseason, the hell with it. Geno Smith's expensive. He's in his late 30s. Let's roll the dice with Darnold. Let's trade DK Metcalf. Okay, we're getting picks back. The pick they ended up getting back was one that they used to take Eman Wari, and he's really good. He's like, I'm not going to say he's Palomalu, but he plays everywhere. He's the type of guy that can have a sack and a pick six in a game. He's one of those cats.
He plays like he's shot out of a cannon at all times.
You know, they had a 10-7 season. They fired their offensive coordinator after 1 year and replaced him with Clint Kubiak.
I mean, that to me is probably the big move. Like, what did you learn? They decided a guy named Ryan Grubb was no longer good enough because they just weren't happy with what their offense looked like. And, of course, he's right back at the Alabama car wash, but then they hired a guy who made their offense way better and figured it out.
But do you get my point? They weren't happy with 10-7.
Yes, Pony,
we are happy with 10-7.
We're not. The guy who owns the team is.
That's what I mean.
That's the differentiation. The guy who makes all the decisions thinks 10-7 is aspirational.
Johnny, do you agree with me on this? That's how they won the Super Bowl, Seattle. They didn't settle for 10-7. They didn't look at 10-7 as a good thing. Art would have said 10-7. We can't fire the offensive coordinator, get rid of our quarterback, and trade our wide receiver. We got to keep going with this. We can't be a spoiled organization and not accept 10-7. Are you kidding me?
And you would think that's the ideal way for them to actually get back to the Super Bowl, too, because Seattle in the last decade, they've had one season below 500. And it was 7-10. It wasn't like they completely bottomed out. They weren't the joke of the league. They were able to avoid that. Now, that being said, they have pulled off some very shrewd moves. They have collected draft picks, and they have nailed
they've made great picks.
Drafts. Their last 4 years in the draft, they have come away with 3 or 4 really good star players or just great role players every single year. Well, and then they dominated the Super Bowl. That game wasn't even as close as the score indicated. But that would be the ideal way for Art Rooney, too, to go about it. No, they don't really have to go through what the Patriots did. They don't have to have a single bad season.
Right.
I guess 7-10 could be, but it's just below 500. Otherwise, the Seahawks have been relevant. They've been in the playoffs. They have been in the hunt for the entire decade. They took it a step further this year.
I'm going to tell you what the one thing is that hopefully the Steelers and I actually hope other teams don't learn this. You can go to John Schneider's Football Reference page, their GM, the one Pony said looked like what? He was kind of like a bum.
He was disheveled, yes.
Yeah, it looked disheveled.
He looked like Harry Callis.
Here is on John Schneider's, he took over in 2010 as the general manager. There's a little notes thing for GMs, though. Here's what the notes thing says up until 2024. It says head coach has personnel authority. And that was Pete Carroll. And Pete Carroll helped build the Legion of Boom. Fully, credit to him, bully to him. The last 2 years, it's been John Schneider's show, strong GM show, much like a Howie Roseman in Philly. Once he finally got personnel authority after it was taken from him at one point, he took it back and put an iron grip on it. And guess what? Letting a GM do their job, and hopefully this happens now with whoever, with McCarthy, probably won't, but hopefully the next head coach, because Tomlin, we know, wanted to have personnel authority or be very involved in that process.
I don't think McCarthy is.
Hopefully, then, that's the thing that they learned. Let the GM do the job. I think Mike Tomlin's biggest self-sabotage was that he wanted to pick the groceries, too.
But Metcalf is not... How old is Metcalf?
28.
Is he 28? That's what I thought. They need... The Steelers, I think one of the ways they, change the narrative here is you got to have the balls and the guts to trade somebody, not because you view him as a cancer. You've got to trade a guy just because you're like, you know what? Where we're at right now, it's more valuable to get the pick or get younger or something like that than to pay this guy market value.
I just don't think that they have that level of guts. I think the owner is terrified to authorize that level of aggression and rebuild.
But it wasn't. But Donnie makes the point. It was not a rebuild for Seattle. They won 10 games and they just made big, they just made huge, gutsy, ballsy decisions. Fire the OC, fire the quarterback, trade a Pro Bowl wide receiver. And all three moves were brilliant. The new quarterback was great. The new offensive coordinator got himself a head coaching job. And the wide receiver got parlayed into a dude that almost won Defensive Rookie of the Year.
I would say that the lesson here is that being bold in general or not sitting on your laurels is probably the way to go, because you could look at I'm sure I could look at another team that tried to make big sweeping moves. The Raiders signing Geno Smith probably is a big sweeping move, but that those moves don't work out. The problem is too many teams see that moves like that sometimes don't work and say, well, we can never make them again. And I think Art is a very gun-shy human being when it comes to that stuff. I mean, by his own admission, they were going to leave Mike Tomlin to be Mike Tomlin again this year. Let's run it back with the same people.
And when he said no, they found offensive Mike.
But when he first said, no, I don't want to do this anymore, their first inclination reportedly was to try to say, no, please stay. That doesn't tell me that the people at the top of the ladder have had a change of heart on how to run this thing.
Tax us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I don't know if you've heard this, but the draft is in Pittsburgh in April, and there's going to be huge events around that. It's always a big deal for us, the draft. We do huge ratings. Our web hits go up. Our views go up because so many of you care about it. Our first draft interview with our PM team draft expert is next. He's going to tell us the wide receivers to watch for, and if there are any quarterbacks outside of Mendoza who are worth taking a look at. But first, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
Pitt Hoops hosting number 4 Duke tonight, 9 p.m. tip. You can hear the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Pre-game coverage at 8:30. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thanks, Don. I love to cook. That's one thing people are starting to discover about old Mulsey. I also like to eat things that taste good. And guess what? Those two things do not have to exist in opposition to eating healthy, which was something I kind of discovered more than I ever had before in my life when I got onto the plane with Awaken 180 weight loss. And then really after I lost all the weight and I was cooking a little bit more. I was branching back out into some stuff. The recipe portal at Awaken 180 Weight Loss on their app, I was stunned by how many of the things I made from that recipe portal tasted awesome. Maybe I shouldn't have been, because I should have learned my lesson that eating healthy also can be delicious, but it was true. I made stuff from the recipe portal on Awaken 180, one of the many sort of elements and the many attributes that Awaken 180 has, one of the many resources that they have to help you lose weight, and they've all been winners. I'll probably start posting some of these soon, but you get the recipe portal, you get a very comprehensive app, you get support that is free for life even after you reach your goal weight. You get the tools for long-term sustained weight loss success with one place, one thing, the long-term solution for weight loss, awaken180weightloss.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Boney and Muller think they know football until they talk to Aditi Kikawala every Wednesday at 4:15. You see Aditi each week reporting on the sidelines. Tune in as she tells us what she saw and talks about everything going on across the league. Aditi is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Cedarbrook Golf Course, Hampton Beer Outlet, and Window Nation. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Cohen Market's Crispy Chicken, the official crispy chicken of the Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
After last night's loss to the Oklahoma City Thunder, LeBron James called out his Lakers teammates to the media when comparing themselves to a championship-caliber team. The Lakers are 8 games back of the first-place Thunder, and with all the talk about retirement and how this may be his final season, LeBron is seeing his final shot at a ring slip away. The Lakers will have a chance to rebound tonight against the second-place Spurs. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Empower.
After wanting one for years, Kevin is finally enjoying his new hot tub.
This is the life.
He worked with Empower to help him get good at money, so now he can be a little bad.
Oh, no, not my phone.
Oh, Kevin. Kevin's phone may be in hot water, but his finances aren't. Invest well, live a little. Start today at empower.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he's
very heavy congestion as you head towards that area. On the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, I'm Margot Rensel.
Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. WindowNation.com. Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Act now and you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. Don't miss out. This offer ends soon. So schedule your quote right now at WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Scouting Combine is up next, February 22nd in Indy. After that, you've got pro days, and before you know it, late April will be here.
The draft.
And Pittsburgh will be hosting the NFL draft, and who the frig knows or will be for that, somewhere down in the
belly of the beast.
And hysteria, I would think.
Oh, Donnie, Pony is going to be just having a networking field day. He's going to be like passed out on the networking high he does. I'll be like trying to talk to somebody and just failing to make any connections. And Pony will be over there. He'll have 6 phones. Who was that rapper who sang the song 2 Phones?
That'll
be you, though.
That was
Kevin Gates. I got 2
Was it Kevin Gates?
phones. Ring. Yeah, that'll be
All right.
Pony.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. All right, let's talk to CBS Sports, PM team draft expert, Carnegie Mellon educated, so you know he's brilliant. Ryan Wilson back with us. Ryan, long time no speak. Let's get caught up to speed on all the college football and Senior Bowl stuff and all the draft prep you've done already to this point, which is copious and immense how much you've done. Let's start with wide receivers because that's all the buzz here right now as far as the position the Steelers need to draft in the first round. Give us a lay of the land on the wide receiver position in this year's draft.
Hey, guys. Good to talk to you. It's that time of year. The wide receiver group is deep, and depending on what flavor of wide receiver you're looking for, it'll be there for you. In fact, Donnie and I talked about this a few weeks ago in one of the mock drafts I had about 2 or 3 weeks ago. I had Denzel Boston going to Pittsburgh at the At pick 21 there, 6'4" out of Washington. And you might say, is he too much like DK? And, after seeing guys like Calvin Austin, who I love, but as number 2, he doesn't fit at 5'9" and change. I don't think you can be big enough and have big receivers for whoever the quarterback's going to end up being, especially if it's someone like Will Howard, who obviously hasn't played a lot of football at the NFL level. So there's going to be that sort of player. He'll be in the same conversation with Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State, who's probably 6 feet, 6'1", but plays big. One of those outside X receivers who can go up and get the ball and then run after the catch. Cornell Tate's going to be wide receiver 1, almost certainly. He certainly is my wide receiver 1 out of Ohio State. Big, strong, fast, your typical sort of Ohio State game changer. And he flashed on the same field as Jeremiah Smith. And then you have your slot sort of return guys. Mekhi Lemon out of USC has a really good chance to be a first-round pick. Casey Concepcion at Texas A&M is a similar type player, both dynamic in the return game, both slot and outside sort of players. And then, look, if you go somewhere in round 1 in a different position, day 2 and even day 3 are going to have guys that can come in and help you right away, all sizes and shapes and abilities to fill certainly what needs to be some extra names in that wide receiver room in Pittsburgh.
Ryan, if you were going, though, strictly with, like, stylistically, the best compliment to DK Metcalf, big guy, run and catch guy, we know what he is. Who do you think is there in the first round that is the best complement to what Metcalf does well?
I'm higher on Denzel Boston than some teams are. The question is going to be how fast is he? I think he's plenty fast. And the issue is that there are going to be Keon Coleman comps, which I think are unfair to him. He's faster, twitchier than Keon. He's 6'4" and had a punt return of some insane distance during the season, and he plays like he's much shiftier and 5'11", 190 type player. But he's a go up and get the ball type guy, and he can win at all 3 levels. He can win on slants like DK is, but he's much more dynamic and versatile in terms of the routes he can run. If you want to wait until day 2 and get a guy that I think is being slept on, and everyone knows who he is just because all of us watched Indiana together, Omar Cooper Jr. Is an absolute baller.
He made that catch at the end of the game against Penn State, right in the end zone?
He had the Penn State, exactly. He is that guy. And I was talking to running back Kalon Black, who was in that running back duo along with Hemby, and he said he is basically Gumby in terms of the way he can contort his body and make catches. And you saw that in the Penn State game, and you saw it throughout the season. And I think we're not talking about him for some reason. He's going to be there in day 2, and he feels like he's a guy just comes in right away. He's 6 feet. He can run inside or out and does all the things that you need a number 2 to do, who's again, not to get on Calvin Austin, but you have to be taller than 5'9" to be a number 2 in the NFL.
Ryan, who are the wide receivers right now? Obviously, we still have 2 months plus to go here. Who are the wide receivers who are so good that you think by the time the Steelers pick at 21, they're first-round grades, but they'll likely be gone by the time the Steelers are on the clock?
Cardinal Tate is that guy for me out of Ohio State. And then it's going to be each team will have different boards in terms of who's 2 through 5.
Yep.
But Cardinal Tate is a top 10 pick. And we'll see what he is officially, but he plays like he's 6'2", 6'3". Like I said, he was, in my mind, more consistent than Jeremiah Smith last season. That doesn't mean Jeremiah Smith won't be a top 5 pick or a better player in the NFL. But if we're being honest about the wide receivers going to Ohio State the last 4 or 5 or 6 years, Cardinal Tate, I'm taking him with anybody. That includes Marvin Harrison coming out. That includes JSN, who battled injuries this last year, and now is one of the best receivers, not the best receiver in the NFL. Garrett Wilson, whoever you want. Cardinal Tate is that dude. So I don't think he's going to be there. He could be a target, in fact, with their top 5 pick of the Browns because they need help there as well. Jordan Tyson could be a top 15 pick, but the issues with him have been just soft tissue injury related. He just hasn't been able to stay on the field because he's a game changer, not at the level of Tate, but he's probably right behind him. And then, I'm going to sound crazy here, but Mekhi Lemon to me has Jackson Smith and Jigba type traits in the NFL, and we'll see if they translate, fit, and all that other stuff matters. But it just depends on what you like, and he could somehow be there in the 20s. Because don't forget the Jackson Smith and Jigba draft that I keep talking about. He was the first wide receiver taken at pick 20, and then 3 went after him immediately. But just because we love these guys and say they're top 10 picks doesn't mean they're not going to last because a positional needs elsewhere for the teams in front of them.
Ryan, your cohort at CBS, Mike Renner, also has a mock draft that sits right next to yours on the website when you guys update these. And his had Ty Simpson going to the Steelers at pick 21.
Hold on, let me vomit.
I'm a little sad.
There we
Pony.
go.
I'm a little sad. Pony did that because I did not want to poison the witness here and have to declare a mistrial. What is your opinion on Ty Simpson as a prospect?
First half of the season, lights out, and we were having serious conversations. Is he going to be QB1? The issue with him, and I wrote about this in November, is his deep ball accuracy beyond 30 yards down the field. It was not only among the worst in college football last year, it was among the worst going back to 2019, which is Joe Burrow's draft class. Like, he was dead last by a good margin. And second to last, if it makes you feel any better, was Justin Herbert. But we criticized Justin Herbert in his draft coming out because of the way he played. And, retrospect, it turns out the offense wasn't great that he was in. What I subsequently found out, and I don't know if this makes you feel better or worse, Pony, is that Ty Simpson battled an oblique injury for much of he suffered in the South Carolina game, which is October 25th, I believe. So he battled that. And so there's no dispute about his toughness. The other issue that will make Pony definitely puke is that he only started 15 games in college. And you look at the first-round picks, historically he was started first-round 15 or fewer games. It's Mr. Trubisky. Steelers had experience with him firsthand. The Bears didn't love it either. Anthony Richardson, Dwayne Haskins, and then Cam Newton. Cam Newton had played previously at Blinn Community College and balled out, so that's a little different with an asterisk there. Ty Simpson's a different player than those names I mentioned. He's much more of a pocket passer. He's also older. He's 23. He does a lot of things well, but if you're going to draft a guy, it has to be to the right spot. The right spot are the L.A. Rams. Not the right spot are the Pittsburgh Steelers as they're currently constituted with a ton of needs. So I think you put a lot of pressure on that young man. It feels sort of like the Shedeur Sanders conversation a year ago. I think Ty's a better prospect, but I don't know if this is a great fit given where the Steelers currently find themselves.
Ryan, I know we talked a lot about him last year, but it's been a year since we discussed this player, and Steelers brass, from Art Rooney to Mike McCarthy to others around the team, are gushing about this guy. What was your draft evaluation on Will Howard?
I was at that pro day, and you can go back and find the story after his pro day. And look, you can't put too much into pro day, but I loved the way he played over the second half of the season at Ohio State. I thought he might go on day 2, and I talked to teams that thought he had a really good chance to be a day 2 pick. The thing I like about him is size, arm strength, toughness. We talked to him at the Combine last year, and he was still smarting about Penn State not recruiting him because I'm pretty sure he's a Pennsylvania kid. And he was a big Penn State fan.
Yep.
Yeah, so he wore that. That was a chip on his shoulder for sure. He's incredibly likable. The reports coming out of Pittsburgh is that he was all in. He and Aaron Rodgers had a relationship, which is not something you could always say about young quarterback and old quarterback named Aaron Rodgers. I would love to see what Mike McCarthy could do with him because we know he can win with his legs, and that's a big part of where the NFL is going. And he can absorb big hits. I'm not saying go out there and try to take them on, but at least that is part of his game. Ty Simpson's going to be 6'1", maybe 6'2". Garrett Nussmeier 6 feet. Cade Klubnik 6'1". So those are the concerns you have when you start going down the list of guys. And you draft him in the 6th round. We'll see if it's a steal. Teams pass on him obviously 5 rounds in a row, but I thought he had an opportunity to be a top 100 pick. And I Mike McCarthy, this is why you hired him. So why don't we see what we have instead of running it back with Aaron Rodgers, who we know who Aaron is, and yay, it's fun, but he's also 42.
So you have a very odd definition of fun if you say yay, it's fun.
So
when it comes to him.
So I don't know if you do this, Ryan. I don't remember, but what round grade did you have on Will Howard out of Ohio State? Do you know?
It was it was like 2nd, 3rd round grade. I thought he had a chance to go that high because he was going to interview incredibly well. He's a super smart kid, and he got noticeably better from Kansas State to his last year at Ohio State. You could say, well, he was surrounded by guys. That's the point. That's why Baker Mayfield has success in Tampa. That's why Sam Darnold has success in Minnesota and now Seattle. He's not going to be a lift the team on his shoulders type player. He's a guy that you surround him with guys who can play, and you're going to get the most out of him.
Can we safely take Nussmeier off the board because I believe he's got hands that would rival Kenny Pickett's? So can we just remove him from consideration?
Yeah, but
here,
Mike
Ryan?
McCarthy likes his dad, Chris.
Garrett Nussmeier should have come out last year. He's going to be 6 feet, and that's the reality. He makes. I just went back and watched his throws the other day. He's super lazy with his footwork. He also suffered injuries this year, so you can say that's I get it. He was hurt, but also he's hurt a lot. It's going to be a situation where he's going to come in and sling the ball and throw these interceptions that you can't wrap your brain around. I think he's a day 3 pick right now. He may sneak into day 2, but I wouldn't take him over Will Howard if we're trying to roll someone out there and see what they have.
Yeah. All right, Ryan. Well, we can't wait to talk all draft season long. You're the man. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Ryan Wilson, CBSSports.com. Yeah, no thank you on Ty Simpson. The wide receivers, I'm wide receiver horny right now. I'll just throw that out there.
Just getting randy for receivers.
I am.
The Mekhi Lemon thing is interesting because I took that, I should have followed up with Ryan. I took that to mean this. JSN was seen as a slot-only guy when he got picked, like a great player, but a guy who would have to live in the slot.
Yep.
And he is an outside receiver. Kubiak lined him up at running back for a very famous touchdown they scored in the NFC title game. So I wonder if the Mekhi Lemon thing projects as a slot, or you would think he's a slot, but he'll be able to play outside in the NFL because of the skill set.
I think that is one of the, and I'm not saying you made this because people have so many years in the past. I think the insert this name here as only a slot receiver is among the laziest draft takes that we get every single year.
Well, I think that the JSN, the JSN stuff should nuke that.
We have heard name after name. Oh, this guy's only a slot guy. You can't use him outside. And the guy becomes a great wide receiver.
Are you talking about that from fans who follow the draft or actual draft analysts?
I think both.
Well, I do think in the case of and it probably trickles down to fans. I do think in the case of draft analysts, Don, I think if we all put our critical thinking caps on, they're getting told this about certain players by team executives who probably want that player to slide to them. So they say stuff like, that JSN, he's a slot merchant only. Meanwhile, they just want to draft him. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, a guy that good, I don't care. If it's a guy that awesome. Good, he's going to be good anywhere.
It was very obvious that he was going to be a good pro the second everyone saw him in the Rose Bowl.
I feel like, and they just both happened to be from Ohio State, but the last couple of drafts, it's been JSN and it was Igbuka last year that we got. Oh, yeah, they're going to be slot
and ironically,
guys.
Although Igbuka tailed off, but yeah.
I mean, still. For a rookie, great year.
Yep. I think the funny thing is the guy so far that's been picked from there recently that was seen as this can't-miss prospect in Harrison Jr. seems like the one where I'm wondering what it's actually going to look like for the first 5 years of his career.
Yeah,
Didn't his own dad say he can't watch the Cardinals because he hates the way they play football?
Someone actually interviewed Marvin Harrison. The guy said 2 words in 20 years.
I think Marvin Harrison, it got out there that senior said he basically can't watch the Cardinals play because he hates it. He hates the way they play.
I mean, get out of here with friggin' Ty Simpson.
Well, he did say he would roll the dice with Nussmeier over Howard, though. Did he not? If you were going to take a stab at a guy, just see if he could do it?
I got the sense that Ryan was
I thought he was pro-Howard.
Yeah, he was very pro-Howard.
Maybe
there,
I heard him wrong at the end, though, when I asked him off the cuff about Nussmeier. But, yes, I'm with you on Ty Simpson. That would be a horrifying reach, in my opinion.
I see that Bill Reiter from NFL.com, not Bill Reiter. What's the guy's name?
Charles Reiter?
There's a Reuter or a writer there.
Chad Reuter.
What the hell? Who is he? What's Chad Reuter?
NFL.com.
Okay, but what's his deal?
I think he's the son of the famous Reuter, as in Reuters.
But Daniel Jeremiah was a scout. Bucky Brooks was a scout.
Chad Reuter might just be a guy who writes about the draft.
Lance Zierlein's dad was the Steelers special teams coach and got fired for sending a pornographic email. What's Chad Reuter's deal? All right, here's what it says. Oh, never mind.
No, read it.
He's covered the draft since 2000, was hired by NFLDraftScout.com, whatever that is, as a senior analyst, and then went to CBS Sports, and then joined NFL Network in 2011 as a senior researcher, assisting in the production of the East-West Shrine Game, the Reese's Senior Bowl, NFL Scouting Combine, and NFL Draft.
Now, are you doing kind of a Randy Moss take that only former scouts and what have you should be able to be draft analysts?
No, I'm not. I just didn't know what his
I mean, he's been doing this longer than you and I were.
Correct.
We were back in high school when he was doing this.
College, actually, 2007.
Didn't you just say he's been doing this since 2000 in some form or fashion?
Yeah, but I don't know what. He must have been just doing it for himself until he got hired in 2007 by NFL Draft Scout. Just like maybe kids right now have their own talk show that they do.
Man, I'm glad I'm lucky. You're lucky. We're all lucky we got in when we did.
Well, anyways, are we? Anyways,
fair.
Right now, Chad Reuter, 76th pick. The Steelers select with the pick they got from the Cowboys for George Pickens.
Yes.
Drew Aller, quarterback, Penn State.
What would Limits do if that happened?
Die of a heart attack?
Would it be the first confirmed death of pure happiness? He just was so happy he just keeled over?
Yeah, that's a weird hill to die on.
I just, everything about Drew Aller, if I were going to put aside my obvious, I don't like Penn State football, blah, blah, blah.
As a Penn State alum, don't forget to throw that in.
I think people know that by now. Everything about his college career, in my opinion, screams, it would be like somebody who's an actor. Oh, yeah, he looks the part. He just can't act.
It's like that guy in the Liberty Mutual commercial.
Yeah.
Who can't read.
Can't read his Liberty Bibberty.
Yeah, that dude.
It's that guy.
That's who you think Drew Aller is as an NFL quarterback?
He's 6'5". He can move. He's got a rocket arm. In Moneyball terms, Donnie would be like, this is Drew Aller. He's 6'5". He can move. He's got a rocket arm. There's just one problem. What is it? He can't play quarterback.
Yeah. I was Zach Mettenberger with the Steelers for a hot second.
Wow.
He was that type.
There's a pull.
Well, Reuter has the Steelers taking Concepcion.
I've seen
in the first
them
round.
connected. I mean, I like looking at these because they change so
They're
often.
fun.
Carnell Tate went from the 20th pick in the draft to the 5th pick overnight.
I'd love him.
Concepcion was fun to watch at A&M. That was a fun offense.
He was good against Notre Dame earlier in the year. I remember that.
Their quarterback, Reed.
Yes.
He was also fun to watch until he ran into a big boy defense in the playoff. And then he could not do anything.
I'll tell you, Boston, I've not watched Washington.
Our guy, Fake John and Robinson, who you know is a draft psycho, has been telling me and Donnie, he's been singing the Boston praises for a while. He's got more than a feeling that that's going to be the pick.
Boston and Lemon are the two guys I'm intrigued by, having not watched a ton of USC or Washington this year. Jordan Tyson, the Arizona State wide receiver, was coached by Hines Ward.
The thing with him that I've worried about, because I've actually
gets hurt a lot,
I've seen a little bit of Jordan Tyson. He is an insane game-breaking type of player. That he was the only guy teams had to focus on there, and he would still put up numbers. But yes, hurt way too much for my liking.
Coming up next, it's time for Donnie's biggest football story of the day in the Donnie Football Debrief. A story later this hour that is crazy, that will get us into a bigger conversation about something we almost never talk about on this show. So stay tuned for that. But first, you can follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. Right now, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Chevrolet.
1 minute remaining in the third period. The United States beating Canada 5-0 in women's hockey. Headlines powered by Bowser Chevy. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, Comer and Cross. These are the guys that did my garage floor, and they did an awesome job. A++++. Honestly, if they didn't, I wouldn't feel good talking about them on the radio. You'd be able to detect in my voice that there wasn't a lot of passion, a lot of enthusiasm, a lot of glee over the job that they did, and they were tremendous. I mean, this is an ode to them. This is like a love letter to them every time I get a chance to talk about them on the air, because my garage floor was gross. It had stains, it had cracks, and they came over and in less than a day got the job done. They took all the stuff I had in my garage out for me. I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to bug my wife to help me do that, or a neighbor. They did it for me all in one day. So if you've got cracks, chips, tire lift, bad epoxy paint, you should get a new garage floor like me and lock in your preseason sale price today and pick the date you want it installed. And the date you pick is when they're going to be there. So call them now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR, or go to COMERcross.com.
Y108 presents Odyssey, The Night Before, powered by Bowser Chevrolet, starring Jason Aldean.
Hey, what's up, Pittsburgh? I'm Jason Aldean.
Wednesday, April 22nd, inside the Event Center at Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. You can't buy a ticket to this show. You can only win your way in. Details at Y108.com. Presented by Miller Lite and brought to you by Pool City, True Green, Giant Eagle, and Broken Bow Records. Must be 21 plus.
Hey, it's Pony back to tell you guys about Xfinity. When Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment a kid starts believing they could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something just as important, that your internet price won't change for 5 years. That's right, no contracts or commitments. So while your kid is ordering gear online, streaming highlight reels, or video chatting with coaches, your Xfinity internet price won't budge. And who knows, by the time the next Olympic Winter Games roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. That would be wild. world. And guess what? You'll still be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with the Xfinity Gold Medal celebration. Now through February 22nd, get your best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 a month value. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. To get started, call visitxfinity.com or drop into an Xfinity store today.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
What's up, guys? Chris Muller here. It's frigid outside. We all know this to be true. One place you don't want things to be cold or frigid is the bedroom. If they are, heat them up with Blue Chew, because Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guys, that means Blue Chew can help you be more confident where and when it counts. And Blue Chew really is that good. You're going to have flashbacks to your prime, to when you told everybody you were in your glory days. And your date nights, well, they just got longer and better for everyone. And guys, it isn't just about performance. You know that her group chat is always talking, so give them something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Zero Res's Month of Love sale. Not only is your carpet one of the biggest investments in your home, but it's also the biggest air filter in your home. If your carpet hasn't been professionally cleaned, you are breathing in unhealthy levels of nasty dirt, dander, bacteria, and germs that keep recirculating again and again. Lucky for you, Zero Res is going to spread the love to you in your home. Get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119 and take $75 off your air duct cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and say you want the fan special.
For over 40 years, Wayland Exteriors has built a legacy in Pittsburgh, not just on quality roofing, but on trust. We know inviting a crew to your home takes faith. That is why our family is dedicated to protecting yours with our Respect Your Home guarantee. Backed by hundreds of 5-star Google reviews, we ensure a safe, clean job site every single day. Experience the difference of true professionals. Learn more at WaylandExteriors.com and be sure to check us out at the 2026 Pittsburgh Home and Garden Show in March.
Kid Rock. A celebration 250 years in the making. Freedom 250 Tour. The Road to Nashville. Saturday, June 20th at the Pavilion at Star Lake. With John Party. On sale this Friday, 10 a.m. at LiveNation.com. The ultimate American party. Kid Rock.
Hey guys, Donnie Football here. A no-risk, all-rewards path to real weight loss. If you're not happy with Awaken 180 in the first week, get 100% of your money back. No risk, but every reward with the solution for weight loss. Awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
That music means it's time for Donnie's biggest football topic of the day, the football guys. Donnie Football Debrief. First, join Coach Dave Gray for a Next Point Wins book signing at Played Against Sports in Cranberry, Saturday, February 21st. Support youth sports. 10% of sales will support Assisted Goals Foundation, an organization that provides scholarships to help kids in the game of hockey. Shop, meet Coach Dave, and help give back. Details at 937thefan.com. Donnie?
The debrief, February 10, 2026. Let's take a look about a month out at what the Steelers will have in terms of cap space around the NFL. Over the cap, the source for this one. They are in the top 10. $45 million, roughly, expected to be available. The Titans top it at $105 million, and the Kansas City Chiefs, $55 million over. Right now, they're at the bottom.
Wait, seriously? Oh, they're $55 million over the cap.
Yes.
They've got to do the most gymnastics to get compliant.
$54.9 million over, yes.
All right, that makes sense. Because of what they're paying Mahomes and Chris Jones.
Didn't his
those
deal
guys.
become a lot team friendlier, though?
Sure, but it's still a lot. And they've got a lot of veterans that they've paid.
They need to do a bit of a retool. I mean, if you're the Steelers, some of that money might get you wonder about what happens with Hayward.
Mm-hmm. Aaron Rodgers.
Who would be up for a raise right now on this team?
Well, wait, time out. How much are they under it right now?
45.
They have 45 available.
Wait, you know who's going to get some of that, I bet? PZ Jr. 3 years in, this is when they like to do them.
Yep. So I would think Rodgers, let's say he gets 15.
Okay. Down to 30.
PZ
Jr. is going to get 20. Maybe 18.
What?
He's going to get a lot of money. He's going to go in there and say, I haven't allowed a touchdown in 2 years. I was one of the better corners in the league last year. What's the going rate?
I don't know. That seems high to me, man.
It seems
salary
high
cap's
because
going up. Player salaries are escalating. I get all that, but
we've been frustrated by him at times. Man. It seems high. I don't think it's going to end up being far off. If I overshot it, I don't think I overshot it that much.
So he's going to be the third highest paid guy on the team behind Watt and Metcalf? He's going to make more than Hayward?
Can you make an argument that he was, outside of Hayward, their best defensive player for a lot of the year?
Yes, I think he can.
Okay, yeah. I guess my point is we know how hard it is for this team historically to find cornerbacks. I know that he still drives people nuts sometimes because every time there's a pass interference, people are going to get mad about it. But he played really well this year, and I think is due for a significant raise.
I think there's a chance they pay every single guy from that draft not named Jones, ironically. Porter Jr., Benton, Washington, Herbig, and I would even throw Anderson in there if Sayamalu leaves. He'll be your starting left guard. I think they'll try to do it on the cheap with him and give him a bump in pay. And there's your left guard to start the season. Herbig, Washington. I would say Benton to me is maybe the one that's a little bit iffy. But I would think they want to extend Washington and Herbig for sure. Porter, yes. And Benton, I think, is on the fence. What do you pay him? I mean, to me, he's probably overall a league average defensive tackle. So what's that? $6-7 million? Maybe a little more a year?
Like 8-9, maybe. You sneak into that range. I mean, I think they'd be much more
does he get 10?
Amenable to paying
maybe
him
he gets
if
10.
They know what Hayward's doing and that it's Hayward's going bye-bye.
Maybe I'm underestimating Benton. Maybe he is on the open market a $10 million player.
Donnie, where do you come down? I want to go back to Porter. Where do you come down? Do you think I way overshot what he might get from them?
I mean, it's a turning into a premium position more and more.
Oh, it absolutely
every single
is.
year.
I think it's quarterback, wide receiver, and then I think it's edge and corner in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what the league is.
If you have somebody that can mostly shut down a team's top target or take away half the field, that's a huge advantage to have. I know the penalties are frustrating with him, but when it comes down to it, he was great in the back half of the season.
I guess you're right, Chris.
And he's mostly been a good player.
You're probably right. He probably is an $18 million corner. just based on the guys that have gone into free agency and gotten second contracts, I'm looking at the list now. Yeah.
So get ready to pay him, and you need to, because he again, deserves the money.
Like Paulson Adebo got $18 million from the Giants in free agency. Travarius Ward got $18 million a year from the Colts.
I could see them.
Tyson Campbell's making $19 million a year from the Browns in that trade they made with Jacksonville.
I could see Joey Porter Jr. signing a deal that's somewhere like a 4-year, $80 million deal.
Yeah, you're right. I blanched at that. There was blanching that went on.
You blanched. Yes, you did.
You know that one, Donnie? I keep blanching there. Remember her?
Man, you want to talk about a name
Golden
that is
Girls.
You want to talk about a name that is gone by the wayside. My mom had an Aunt Blanche.
How many of the Golden Girl?
There can't be any Blanches being born
How many
anymore.
of the Golden Girl old fogies could you name off the top of your head?
The actual actresses or
No,
like the names on the show?
Their names. There's Blanche.
Wasn't one of them Vivian?
Was there a Gertrude?
Hold on. Who was the horny one?
That was B. Arthur, but I don't think her name on the show is B. Arthur.
Yeah, we had B. Arthur, we had Rue McClanahan, we had Betty White.
But I don't know what their names were on the show other than Blanche. Was there one named Dolores? Does that ring a bell?
Definitely not a Barbara. I would remember a Barbara. I thought for sure there was a
Sophia was like the super old one.
Okay.
Dorothy was B. Arthur.
Okay.
Right.
And then Betty White was Rose.
Rose.
They don't make shows like that anymore.
What, old people trying to get down?
No, they just don't make shows the high quality of the Golden Girls anymore.
How about the theme song to that show? Top tier.
Yeah, I'd love to play it, but we're not allowed to do that anymore.
This is going to make you guys mad. I can't picture it in my ear.
Thank you for being a friend.
Okay. Now I got it. Yep, okay.
You're a friend and a confidant.
And then there was Three's Company, that song.
Now, was that about Menage a Trois?
I think that was about a platon. That wasn't the whole thing that it was supposed to be, what? 2 guys and a girl or 2 girls and a guy.
It was 2 girls and then the late John Ritter.
Living platonically together? Yeah, right.
Ritter?
Yeah, John Ritter.
Really?
Yeah, it was Ritter. Ritter was definitely
Ritter
on the
was
show.
on there?
Oh, yeah,
Yes.
that was him. That was like his big starring
Very
vehicle.
young.
Yeah.
John
That's
Ritter.
how Ritter got in the biz?
That's how he got famous, yeah.
That's how he got over, as they say?
I think Big Don Rickles was in that show. Was it a Don Rickles piece?
What was the show? What was the show that had Bob Uecker on it? What was the Bob Uecker show?
Was it just the Bob Uecker show?
No, well, I think he did have a talk show, but I think Bob Uecker was on a sitcom.
Oh, man.
Bob Uecker.
I knew he had some good Miller Lite commercials back
I know,
in the
and
day.
he was in Major League. Bob Uecker was in
Mr. Belvedere.
Mr. Belvedere.
He was on Mr. Belvedere.
And I think there's a Pittsburgh tie into that show.
That show was based, he was supposed to live in Beaver Falls.
Mr. Belvedere. How about that? You never heard of this, Don?
Here's
Yeah, I've
how
heard of
you
the
know
show.
that show's not realistic. The breadwinner of the family, George, Bob Uecker, is a sports writer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
Well, so was the guy in Everybody Loves Raymond. Ray Romano was a sports writer on that show. I don't know for who.
Again, even 25 years ago, for like whatever paper he was writing for, that was more believable than now.
I always kind of thought his wife was like a low-key babe on that show. Thoughts?
Patricia Heaton.
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah, I mean, she and what's Kevin James's wife on? Leah Remini.
Oh, yeah. Well, he had completely outkicked
Here,
his
you know what? I'll
coverage
go
there.
with one more. Patricia Richardson on Home Improvement. Mrs. Tooltime.
No, didn't do it for me. I know what you're talking about.
Well, yes, most people were concerned more with
Pam Anderson.
with Pam Anderson and Debbie Dunning, who was replacement Pam Anderson.
Other hot moms from sitcoms. I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
I'm going to get the name wrong. Wasn't it Felicia Rashad on?
Oh, yeah. The Cosby Show.
I mean,
sure. Oh, yeah.
How about
kind of an odd pairing, though, based on some
how about
Will's
Carol
behavior.
Brady,
How about-
she do anything for you?
How about
No.
how about Will Smith's sister Hillary on Fresh Prince?
Of course, but that's not a
Oh,
mom.
of course.
And Uncle Phil had different wives. You didn't know that?
Yeah, the story behind that not great.
Did you know that?
Apparently, Will Smith got the first one fired because they just did not get along, and there was some alleged bad stuff going on.
Some bad stuff. Moral Mulsey was on the lookout there. I don't know
You
why-
guys must just assume that I go to every famous person's Wikipedia
just
and
trying
look
to
for,
figure out what
for
they
a
did
tab
wrong.
that says controversies or legal issues.
How about Leave It to Beaver's mom?
June
Donnie,
Cleaver?
I've never seen any of those old black
You
and
never
white
watched that
shows.
show?
No. No, I'm not watching Lassie and all that BS. Come on now.
But you'll watch a black and white football game.
No, not anymore. I need more modern. Not modern, but I need 70s and later.
You need color TV, huh?
Hot sitcom moms.
Oh, you know what? We're forgetting the all-timer. Suzanne Summers on Step by Step.
Oh, definitely.
Oh, you want to talk about
That's
a babe.
a great call.
And then she had those Buns of Steel workout videos back in the Reebok and spandex era.
But I don't feel like they had her flaunted on that show at all. I think she was very conservatively dressed. There was no sexual innuendo on TGIF whatsoever.
Well, yeah, it was like geared towards kids.
I know. Well, come on now. There's some shows that push the envelope
Well,
even
no,
for
you know
a
what?
teenage audience.
But it was Boy Meets World, Topanga.
That's not a
Again,
mom,
things
though,
of that
Chris. She
nature.
was a student.
Yes. Suzanne Summers, man.
You might have found the one.
Oh, and you know what?
What?
R.I.P. 2 years ago. I
She
forgot.
died.
Yeah, I kind of had a feeling when I said it. Yeah,
Jeez.
R.I.P. 2 years ago. And she was on Three's Company, too.
Somebody texted in the mom from the Partridge Family. Get the hell out of here. Come on now.
What about Aunt Becky? You throw her into that conversation?
No, she was, I guess technically she's a mom, right?
She was the de
From Full
facto.
House?
She was the de facto mom on the show. The whole plot is that Danny Tanner's wife dies in the first episode or whatever.
Wait, actually in the episode?
No, I'm sorry.
No,
You're dropped right in and he's a widower.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Aunt Becky, you want to talk about moral mulsey? She was cheating to get her kid into college and all that crap.
And that was Bob Saget's character?
Saget was the dad who was widowed. Uncle Jesse and Aunt Becky shacked up.
Saget was Danny Turner, who was a local. He was actually a local TV guy.
Man,
like he was a
right.
Man, Saget
like a
off
local
the air would
TV
tell
talk
some
show host.
dirty jokes.
And then there was Dave Coulier who would go.
Yeah.
Man, Saget really would.
Oh, Saget would tell some of the all-time dirtiest jokes outside of that show.
He was able to just support like an entire house of people in San Francisco.
Well, local TV was huge back then.
That was before Silicon Valley drove up the rents.
100%. I'm with Chris on that. All right, good talk.
What was the topic again? Here's how much cap space the Steelers have. 10 minutes later, man, that Suzanne Summers was an absolute babe. Anyway, R.I.P.
Here's a headline for you. And by the way, fan weather brought to you by Secure Money Advisors. Help you get your retirement on the right track. What a beautiful day in Pittsburgh for us in February. Temperature so high, Donnie's wearing shorts.
Tony, I got one more. Sofia Vergara, Modern Family.
Oh,
and Julie Bowen.
Great, tremendous calls.
Do we go
That's
with,
from the Folded Seven. Good job, Folded Seven.
Do we go with big hair, redheaded Katie Seagal
Yes!
and Married with Children?
100%. Half the fun of that show is that she's married to a complete schlub.
Maybe a little bit.
How about Ed O'Neill's luck? He's got Peg, and then he gets older and has Sofia Vergara as his TV wife.
Good point. Coming up next, here's a headline.